Yoon-sun thought to herself, I have a feeling this shouldn't be done. Bokasa held a book in one hand and cast a spell on the baby with the other. As the attack hit its body, it writhed in pain. Leonardo rushed from behind, swinging his sword and splitting the baby in two. Drake asked worriedly from the ground, Son, what's wrong? What's going on? Are you okay? Yoon-sun flinched in pain and trembled. I don't know, I'm scared and I'm sorry. Tears streamed from her eyes and she was also sad. Her voice turned to anger, shouting, See, I told you not to kill it. Bokasa resolutely stuck to his opinion. Once we've aroused its anger, we have to kill it. They are stubborn. If we just leave them alone, they'll chase us until we leave this place. Elgin, enraged, lost control. Then we should find another way. I thought you would know. The scent of its corpse will attract more muhu. The scent of the baby's corpse filled the air. The muhu underground widened their eyes. They followed the scent and rushed over quickly. The village's strong warriors looked around in a panic, and in an instant, everyone was surrounded by muhu. Drake looked up at the muhu worriedly. Damn it, these guys are on a completely different level from the ones we've killed so far. They're all boss-level guys, Elgin shouted angrily. That's why the small mobs were gathered at the edge of the labyrinth. I don't know why they're reacting like this to a child's death. But he thought helplessly, damn it, that was really a mistake. Anyway, let's forget about it. Much more than expected have swarmed in. It's quite a difficult situation. Bokasa directed the way. If we go deeper on the way to the mansion, there will be a three-way fork. We will shake them off there. I'll go ahead and protect you with a holy shield and you take the rear. I leave everything to you. Elgin nodded in understanding. Bokasa ordered loudly, We will initiate a frontal assault. He led everyone forward. Everyone get ready. Everyone looked at the roots in front of them. The ground shook violently, and the tension was suffocating. The muhu swarmed fiercely, surrounding Bokasa's group. Donatello used his staff to cast a skill, attacking the muhu. They screamed in pain. Elgin drew his sword and commanded loudly, All right, let's split into two teams here. Bokasa cast lightning magic, attacking them and commanding, Go straight north. There's only one way out of this labyrinth. We'll meet there. Elgin glanced to the side and called out his hand. Yoon-sun, hearing him, jumped and clung to his neck. If you cling to me, I can move faster. Hold on tight. She understood. Yes. Bokasa lowered his voice and requested, Stranger, please take care of our child. Elgin and Yoon charged forward. Muhu corpses lay strewn on the ground, but a few were still alive. Elgin stopped and sighed. I think we've shaken off the muhu pursuing us. Drake looked back worriedly. I wonder if Bokasa and the other angels are okay. He looked at Yoon-sun, who was sitting leaning against the wall, and worried. Son, what's wrong? Are you tired? She didn't respond, as if asleep. Yoon's face was extremely tense, as if she was having a nightmare in her dream. A familiar shouting echoed, Run faster, don't you want to get caught? Faster. She vaguely recognized the person holding her hand. It was Bokasa. Was this the memory of escaping the palace and passing through the labyrinth? Her other hand was holding someone's hand. Yoon-sun looked up. Who's holding my hand? She tried hard to recall, but it was no use. Who is it? But that person was suddenly attacked. She screamed in pain. A scene of a baby muhu greedily eating honey fruit appeared. Yoon-sun screamed in surprise and woke up. Elgin was startled and worried. My goodness, are you all right? She slowly calmed down and said, I just saw a bit of Nettie's memory. I saw Nettie escaping from prison and passing through the labyrinth. Bokasa helped her. He questioned worriedly. All right, did you see anything strange? Yoon-sun scratched her head and said, Someone other than Bokasa was holding Nettie's hand. As soon as I tried to see, that person's face disappeared. Drake asked again. Then did you find any clues? She shook her head and groaned. My head hurts a bit from the shock, so I can't see well. Elgin rubbed his chin, suffering from a headache. Some people don't understand why they feel pain when playing this game, but once you're immersed in this game world, a little pain is fine for immersion. So, is it her consciousness of her previous deeds? Drake frowned and became wary. He looked into the distance and warned, Something's coming. Is it muhu? The entire space was covered in a grim atmosphere. A blood-stained foot approached. It was Bokasa. He spoke with difficulty. Everyone, well done. Bokasa had lost one arm and his other arm was stained with red blood. He leaned heavily on a statue, thanking God. Seeing his difficult state, Elgin was startled and called out Bokasa's name loudly. He collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. Drake rushed over worriedly and asked, Are you all right? Why are you alone? Where are the other angels? Bokasa gasped for breath and said, We just encountered muhu. The situation was quite difficult. We weren't as strong as you. I apologize. I don't think I can go any further. Yoon-sun's eyes widened when she heard him call her Nettie. Bokasa stammered, sweating coldly. Please don't forgive me. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Everyone's happy future. She was nervous and worried. Yoon-sun cast a healing spell with all her might to treat him. Elgin asked, bewildered. Son, what are you doing? Yoon replied while casting the spell. I want to save him. I'm healing him. I learned this magic from the elders of the village. Elgin intervened. No, that only works on players. You can't use it to save an NPC. She still persistently continued the healing. Oppa, you don't understand. I was a bit scared to face him, even though he risked his life for the children. It's my fault. I can't let him die here. This is out of my control. It's different from previous adventures. This time there's too little information and there are even many unpredictable situations. Like the death of an NPC, Sun wants to save him. Perhaps it's a new player's vain hope too engrossed in this mission. But if it's possible, Bokasa's revival could lead to unexpected results. Elgin stared into the distance, lost in thought. He gritted his teeth and scratched his head at a loss. Elgin handed Yoon-sun a scroll. Son, use this. It was an ancient AC-grade scroll that could revive people from the dead. She asked, puzzled. What is this? He sighed and explained. It's an item I worked hard to get before. A resurrection scroll. It was the only item that could revive players, NPCs, and even monsters. It was a rather rare scroll, but this time she might be right. In fact, I hadn't expected her to become so deeply invested in this adventure and take it as her responsibility. Seeing Yun-sun's joyful face and whispering voice, "Thank you, Elgin Oppa," Elgin sighed helplessly. "She is more deeply engrossed in this adventure than any of us. I think that is the key to this adventure. Let's believe her choice is meaningful and right." He placed the scroll on the magic circle over Bokasa's body. Light erupted from the scroll to the surprise of Yun-sun and Drake. The scroll burned into pieces in midair. Bokasa slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He said quietly, "What happened?" Bokasa saw Yun for the first time. "Did you save me?" He sat up, covering his face, and said, "I am alive, so I must keep going. There's a difficult battle ahead. Perhaps it will get better." Drake coughed, leaning on his hand. "Hey, is that all you have to say after being rescued?" Bokasa agreed, looking at his rough hands. You're right." Then he turned to Yun-sun beside him. He said softly, "Thank you, young lady. I will not squander this second chance." Bokasa looked into the distance, determined. "Today I will rebuild the angel tribe." A black hand with sharp claws plucked a fruit from a branch. On the wall its shadow was clearly etched, greedily devouring this fruit. Its red, sharp teeth were exposed, looking very frightening. It limped out of a dark, damp corner towards the sunlight. Elsewhere, a notification suddenly rang. "Entered the Cannibal King's ritual hall. The names of the first visitors are being recorded in the Akashic records." Another notification followed. "Main quest has begun." Entered main quest, Cannibal King's feast. The system notification rang again. Quest activation conditions: complete all hidden quests in the Abyssal End, complete all hidden quests on the Flight Path, complete all hidden quests in the Sky Island Labyrinth. Elgin raised his head in surprise. "It's been a long time since I heard a notification." The notification continued. Quest completion condition: defeat the Cannibal King. The completion of this quest will have a significant impact on this world. Elgin was facing a gigantic gate, and he suddenly felt nervous. "Finally, we've arrived at the castle. Now it's time to confront the final boss." As the door opened, they immediately became vigilant. One person marveled, seeing the magic circle inside. "This is..." Elgin couldn't believe his eyes. "Sulfuric acid? The inside of the castle has disappeared?" But unlike his agitated appearance, Bokasa Parish calmly speculated, "This might be the king's doing. The path over there remains." He pointed to the opposite door and said, "There's a door across the moat. It's the same as when we escaped the labyrinth." Then he explained further. "You have to go north and south simultaneously to reach the king." He turned to Elgin and instructed, "I'll take the south door, you take the north door." He hastily stopped Bokasa Parish. No, you don't need to go alone." Suddenly he sensed something and glanced in another direction. Muhu appeared from behind, growling towards them. Drake raised his head and said in surprise, "Muhu, why are they inside the castle?" Elgin was lost in thought on this side. Of course he wouldn't leave that door unguarded, but it's still strange. "Don't Muhu only live in the labyrinth?" Suddenly, a Muhu, whether dead or alive, charged towards Drake. He sneered and raised his hand to pull out his weapon. "All right, just in time. I need to test these armaments." As the Muhu attacked, Drake easily jumped to evade. Then he immediately turned and counterattacked, but the Muhu easily dodged by leaning sideways. However, what Drake fired returned and persistently chased the enemy. It still successfully hit the surprised Muhu's body. Elgin watched it and sneered. "Evading is useless. All the names of Shadrach will chase their target to the very end." The Mahu's entire body was surrounded by electricity from the attack he landed. Another one charged towards Elgin. He leapt up and used a technique that created powerful force, dropping it on the creature's head. Elgin attacked with all his might. The spiritual power he created penetrated the top of the Mahu's head and other parts. It shrieked miserably. The system notification rang again. Swam's trait, Endurance. Tim's trait, Degeneration. Yun watched it and activated fairy dust to restore his spiritual power. "I'll help Elgin Oppa." The angel's origin skill appeared in the system. Elgin's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the glowing fairy dust, and he shouted. He exclaimed excitedly, "My HP is recovering immediately. HP recovery support is really convenient." Yun also watched it and smiled with satisfaction. On the other hand, Bokasa Parish used his weapon to strike the Mahu's head hard. Then he turned and announced loudly to the whole team, "This is the last hurdle before fighting the king. Once we deal with these guys, there will be nothing left." While he was momentarily confused, the Muhu seized the opportunity and dealt a fatal blow to Bokasa Parish. He screamed in pain. Elgin also turned when he heard this scream. The Mahu's eyes glowed red and the corners of its mouth stretched all the way to its ears. As its appearance gradually revealed itself, he couldn't help but be surprised. Elgin gasped, sweating coldly. "What incredible endurance, it's still alive," Bokasa Parish speculated, clutching his injured arm. "It seems you've chased us all the way here." The monster charged with its long arm. Yun raised her head and looked up warily. Elgin held his weapon and stabbed its belly, but the monster dodged in time. He nervously instructed Bokasa Parish. "Bokasa, go first," Elgin said firmly. "I'll make sure this guy doesn't chase any further." Hearing this, Bokasa Parish nodded trustingly. He used his wings to fly across the moat. The monster let out an ear-splitting shriek and glared at him with murderous eyes. Elgin smiled, intrigued. "All right, you stubborn bastard. I don't know how you're still alive, but I'll finish you here." Yun-sun watched in surprise, stopping the battle. Suddenly, a monster's shadow appeared behind her. It stared greedily at Yun-sun. Drake, seeing the danger behind Yun-sun, rushed over worriedly. "Son, watch out, that guy was hiding in the wall." She didn't hear and turned around asking, "Huh?" Elgin, fighting from above, felt it was strange that the enemy had brushed past him. Ignoring the trivial movement, he shifted his gaze and followed the direction the monster was rushing from. And he was shocked to see Betty rushing towards Yoon-sun. Yoon-sun was threatened by the monster on the wall. It charged at the monster, and Yoon-sun had to block with her arm. Drake deftly shot an arrow from his crossbow. The splattering blood proved the attack hit its mark. Yoon had her eyes closed, but various sounds continuously assailed her ears. When there was no movement, Yoon-sun cautiously opened one eye. Betty's arm had penetrated the monster's body, and its eyes were fixed on Yoon-sun. Its face was very close to Yoon-sun, and its expression was extremely frightening. She was trembling, unable to say anything. Elgin immediately shook her out of her fear. "Yoon, come here. Get away from that thing." Yoon immediately came to her senses and quickly ran forward. Elgin stepped forward to block her. But he suddenly realized that something very strange had just happened. "It's really strange. Why is it attacking the Muhu behind me and not her? It wasn't targeting her." Yoon-sun widened her eyes and intently stared at the monster from before. It also stared back at them. Yoon-sun watched for a moment, then called out suspiciously, "Betty," in another dark place. Someone's eerie voice echoed, "Bokasa, you've finally gone mad too." The air was filled with the scent of death. Bokasa Parish clenched his fists. The voice continued to echo, "I'll allow you to raise your head." He gasped, exhausted, trying to calm himself, but it didn't let him go and demanded, "Open your petty, pathetic eyes, I'll show you who you're up against." The voice of conspiracy echoed throughout the mansion. Back to the battle, Muhu Betty still stared intently at her, whispering suspiciously, "Sister Betty?" Elgin was startled and confused. "What?" Drake also couldn't resist and turned around to ask, "What?" The monster stopped and said nothing. Then it leapt up and disappeared. Elgin asked, confused, "Where did it go?" "Wait a minute," he wondered, recalling the kind Betty from before. "Yoon, what do you mean? Why do you call it that? Betty is your sister, right?" Yoon-sun raised her head and replied blandly, "I don't know why either," she wondered, looking at its form leaping upwards. "For some reason, seeing Muhu Betty reminds me of Sister Betty." Elgin nervously and urgently reminded her, "Forget it. Let's go quickly. There might be Muhu chasing Bokasa." They rushed into the room. "We need to find him quickly." Inside, King Nicodemus, with a tearful and pained expression, said, "Bokasa, you've gone mad. You truly grieve me." He strongly stomped on Bokasa's head and said in a sharp tone, "Don't raise your head. Open your petty, miserable eyes and see who you've defied." He struggled to break free from Nicodemus's restraint, and it angered him even more. "Are you trying to raise your head, Bokasa? Are you not listening to me?" Elgin shouted worriedly. "Bokasa." King Nicodemus turned to him and said in a slightly surprised tone, "Humans." He looked at them with suspicious eyes. "Why are they here?" He clicked his tongue in annoyance. King Nicodemus maliciously kicked Bokasa Parish out and loudly denounced, "You've crossed the line too far, Bokasa. How much further will you fall? It's pathetic that you ally with such petty beings." Elgin looked up in confusion at where Bokasa Parish had fallen, and Drake rushed to him, risking his life. He came down the stairs and said solemnly, "Originally, petty races should be protected, but Bokasa's foolish allies cannot be forgiven." The system provided all information about Nicodemus. He looked at him nervously and cautiously, thinking to himself, "Henry, the Muhu on Cloud Island weren't that strong. B, they didn't want to face him. Damn it, his power is truly overwhelming, and I know nothing about him. How should I attack him? Nicodemus is an exception. He is the final boss of Cloud Island. Confronting him is unavoidable." Nicodemus frowned. He sneered at him. "Why are humans the first race to come here? Strange, have you acquired Solomon's wisdom?" Elgin was surprised. "King Solomon." He began to reorganize the information he already had. Solomon was the true name of the Dark Wizard before he fell. Now that I think about it, his attack style is quite similar to the Dark Wizard's, he said cautiously. "Do you know King Solomon?" he said with an arrogant tone. "An old friend. He was the only human worthy of being my friend." Nicodemus placed his hand on his chest and said emotionally, "I've lost contact with him since I came to Cloud Island, but I always remember his power, ambition, and concepts. He always fought against demons and never gave up." Elgin sneered. He got the information he wanted. He raised his hand and said in an indifferent tone, "Your friend has already become a slave to demons long ago." He frowned and glared angrily. "You petty human, you only know how to tell petty lies." He pulled out a ring filled with dark spiritual power, surprising Nicodemus. "How do you have that?" Information about the hunter's blood ring appeared before his eyes. Elgin triumphantly pulled out another treasure. Solomon's necklace, discarded by the Dark Wizard before his last battle. He immediately collapsed to the ground, sweating coldly. Nicodemus stammered in shock. "His equipment, that's my friend's equipment. How do you have it?" Seeing him, Elgin muttered excitedly to himself, "I found your weakness. His mind is very weak." He calmly picked his ear and said in an indifferent tone, "Well, how do I have it? Your friend remembers nothing. He doesn't remember his name, he doesn't know where he is, and he mumbles things he doesn't understand." Nicodemus shouted in agitation. "What? Impossible," he continued. "He was eventually sucked into a black hole over there." The group eating melon sympathized. "Elgin is bad, he looks really pitiful." He shouted angrily, "Hey, shut up. Nicodemus is the real monster of this island. If you don't attack his mind first, you can't defeat him." Elgin refocused on the battle and decided, "Anyway, all his stats have already decreased a lot. I'll keep attacking him like this. Let's attack right now." He charged when the other person was distracted. Elgin grinned confidently. "Keep going. Aren't you really ashamed that you don't have a single friend? Nicodemus retorted bitterly. My friend is definitely alive somewhere. He continued to attack his mind. What? You foolish guy, he's dead, murdered. Your friend is dead, don't you understand? As he shrieked in terror, tears streamed down his face. No, stunned by the continuous shocks, he collapsed. Elgin panted, raising his hand high in joy. I won. Elgin looked at him slyly and laughed. Do you understand now? You are a lonely being with no friends in this world. It's an honor to witness your final moments. Drake shouted in disgust. Elgin, stop it. Stop. Nicodemus lay on the ground, lost in deep thought, unable to believe he had lost. The future of the angels looked bleak. Yoon-sun retorted as if finding it repulsive. Someone who kidnaps and eats children has no right to say such things. Drake approached him in anger. It's truly astonishing that someone who always worried about his own race committed such a heinous crime. Nicodemus looked up in surprise. What are you talking about? Are you saying I kidnapped and ate children? Yoon-sun glared at him and shouted. Don't act so innocent. Everyone said you kidnapped children, locked them in prison and ate them one by one. Nicodemus was furious. That's nonsense. I've never heard such rumors. I took the children to the dungeon because... He continued to insist that it was the only way to protect the children from disaster. Elgin was momentarily surprised. Nicodemus sat down and began to speak. A plague was rampant, so I had to open the dungeon doors to protect the children. There was only one place in the castle that could accommodate so many people, and that was the dungeon. He calmly recalled that the dungeon was very comfortable and convenient, a place where the children could live in peace. Suddenly, Nicodemus raised his voice. As you all know, he said as if wronged, children are the future of the race. I did everything I could to protect the children. Angelic light shone everywhere, to protect the children from the disease caused by the Muhu. Yoon was flustered looking at him. He doesn't seem to be lying, Elgin thought to himself in confusion. Nettie is very sensitive to malice. If Nettie didn't feel any malice in Nicodemus's words, Drake, as if realizing something, confined the children in the dungeon to protect them, and then spread rumors that King Nicodemus was a cannibal, creating unrest, the person who orchestrated this conspiracy and led us into the labyrinth. After much speculation, Elgin concluded that while he couldn't be sure who it was, only one person came to mind. He turned around in confusion, and a blinding light appeared, separating the three of them. The light flew straight towards Nicodemus. He shrieked in pain and begged. Elgin drew his weapon cautiously. Suddenly a voice echoed. You succeeded, strangers. Now a hand-condensing light was revealed. Light enveloped Bokassa. Elgin shouted. Bokassa, he demanded in confusion. What does this mean? He didn't answer, but said strange words. Be careful, King Nicodemus. This will protect the future of the angels. Amidst the thick smoke, with the three of them astonished, Bokassa praised in a gentle voice. You did it. Strangers. Elgin was surprised and couldn't understand. Bokassa, what are you talking about? He calmly walked into the light and raised his voice. Firstly, my concern, efforts, and sacrifices for the people were all sincere. Bokassa walked up the stairs and said in a gentle voice, my foreign friends. He grabbed Nicodemus's head and lifted it, lamenting regretfully. You're still alive as expected of the King of Angels. He held his head high. Our king wasn't crazy, was he? He was probably the most sane. Bokassa sneered and smiled. Without you, I wouldn't have found an excuse to start a rebellion. Thank you. Elgin looked at him with disappointment. Why did you do that? Bokassa nodded. Yes, of course I'll answer your questions. His eyes suddenly sharpened, looking at everyone. Angels and demons are strangely connected. Do you know what an angel is? Elgin focused on his words. Bokassa calmly explained, holding a red seed in his hand. They are holy beings with no demonic heart at all. What about demons? They are beings with no angelic heart at all. Elgin was flustered looking at what he held in his hand, thinking, what is he talking about? Wait, what's that? A seed? I think I've seen it before. Suddenly, Bokassa grabbed Nicodemus's head and plunged the seed into him. Blood splattered everywhere. Nicodemus shrieked in pain. He had no time to react. Wait, Bokassa. Elgin's eyes widened in disbelief. Drake and Yoon-sun also stood with their mouths agape. The blood flowing from the wound dyed Bokassa's arm red. He shouted in anger. Angels and demons hate each other, but neither can completely eliminate the other. Nicodemus shrieked in despair and pain. For demons to exist, angels must exist. And vice versa. Branches gradually sprouted from his body, piercing through him. As you all know, after being defeated by the demons, we had to live a miserable life in this old castle. The branches grew long, nourished by the blood. Bokassa did not give up. We always lived in fear. We were afraid that the demons would find and destroy the last of us. Bokassa laughed grotesquely. But while we built the labyrinth and the palace, the demons never attacked. Why do you think that is? The branches grew larger and larger, shaking the entire palace. Bokassa stood on top of them and said in a gentle voice, it's because they were cultivating us. Yoon-sun looked up at him in fear. Drake asked suspiciously, cultivating? Bokassa calmly explained. They need us to exist for them to exist. If we all die, the existence of demons loses its meaning, so they didn't kill us all, but instead drove us to the ends of the world like livestock. Bokassa's anger erupted. He shouted frantically, as if we were animals in a zoo. The other angels had no idea about that. He suddenly looked up and touched a red fruit growing on the tree. Elgin was surprised. That fruit, is it the honey fruit? Bokassa took a satisfied bite. This is it. Perhaps because the king's corpse became fertilizer, many fruits grew. His body gradually grew larger. Bokassa continued to speak passionately. The forbidden fruit that amplifies magic, the fruit of knowledge. This is the only way to fight demons, Elgin thought in confusion. Bokassa's wounds healed instantly. Moreover, his magic power suddenly increased. Bokassa bowed his head and deep regret filled his eyes. But this fruit is not as effective as a fruit cultivated with the corpses of young children. He suddenly pointed at Yun-sun. Yes, Nettie, Bokassa said in a gentle voice. Children your age are perfect as fertilizer. I should have protected you until the end. He thought nervously. I get it. The Cannibal King wasn't Nicodemus. The final boss the Cannibal King is. He spread his arms and said nonchalantly. Thank you for your help, my foreign friends, but unfortunately I must bid you farewell now. The tree roots in the corner slightly shook. I'm quite busy. Suddenly a gigantic arm erupted from the ground. He glanced at them with satisfaction and said, So you must endure the pain of facing this fellow. The gigantic Muhu King roared fiercely. Drake leapt up and said loudly, The Muhu is crawling out of Nicodemus's corpse. Elgin suddenly realized something important. Then all the Muhu we've met so far, Yun-sun suddenly realized in surprise. Suddenly everything makes sense. She recalled the first time she met him. And when Bokassa took off his hood and revealed his face, why I was terrified when I first met him. Yun-sun was lost in thought. Nettie knew his true nature. Yun-sun trembled in fear. Despite having lost her memories, she felt uneasy ever since meeting him. She recalled that at that time we wanted to escape the labyrinth. Bokassa had died once. Yun blamed herself. If I hadn't used the scroll to revive him, I made the wrong choice. Elgin placed a hand on her shoulder. It's all right. He gently comforted her. Regret changes nothing. We just have to do our best. Bokassa returned to his terrifying form. Cannibal King Bokassa, traits, Great Flood, Cloud Island Palace, Cannibal King's Hall, size 3M. Elgin suddenly spoke to him. Bokassa, I have one question. Bokassa looked at him and said in a gentle voice, I will answer your questions. What is it? Elgin pressed him, reminding him of when they separated in the labyrinth. What happened to those angels? He answered calmly. As for them, they were the 4 strongest in the village. They were reborn in a stronger form. Bokassa had a dangerous expression. But their sacrifice was not in vain. You will meet them soon too. Elgin gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, he gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and thought, I always thought it was foolish to cry or laugh because of NPCs, but this time it's different. I can't believe I was deceived by this monster. Elgin gritted his teeth and said, I'll kill you. He rushed straight towards the Muhu next to Yun-sun. She thought uncomfortably, My body is starting to tremble as if struck by lightning. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. When I close my eyes, I feel like I see something. Yun-sun squeezed her eyes shut. Nettie's lost memories. The last piece has appeared. My memories are back. Yun-sun's memories suddenly flooded back. Betty, did you hear the rumor? Maybe the Emperor is trying to eat us? Really? They say he's just trying to fatten us up. He's also going to bathe in our blood. Betty continued to lament. That's probably why Bokassa Nim is worried about us. Nettie also seemed quite worried. She suddenly gave a confident thumbs up and said, Don't worry, Nettie, you have your sister. Someone's crying suddenly echoed, followed by comforting words. Oh my, the youngest is crying again. Betty rushed over to comfort the child. Were you scared by what we just said? Don't worry, you have your sisters. Nettie was puzzled. Why do we all gather whenever the youngest cries? Betty gently replied. Because she's our youngest, we have to protect her. The flow of memories stopped and became black fragments. Bokassa's malicious voice echoed, It's safe. The monsters are trapped in the labyrinth. Your parents are waiting. Bokassa in the memory gently instructed the innocent children. I will help you escape. The Emperor won't notice. A bloody scene unfolded and the Muhu appeared, spreading terror. Small hands reached out and Betty firmly held Nettie's hand, escaping together. Despite the sweat beading on her forehead, she gently reassured Nettie. Do you understand, Nettie? Hide here and don't come out. Your sister believes that her little sister will come save her someday. I'll wait. The surroundings were already covered in the red of death. Betty was impaled by a thorn. Bokassa Parish looked around with bloodshot eyes, revealing his terrifyingly torn teeth and a grotesque smile. Returning to the current battle with the Muhu, Drake drew his weapon and shot an arrow at him. The force penetrated with incredible speed, but the Muhu dodged. It immediately bit the arrow he had fired. Elgin muttered uncomfortably, He's really persistent, even stronger than an A-grade monster. An energy wave was generated, sending him flying backward. Bokassa laughed excitedly. Look at those clowns, he said triumphantly. Now King Nicodemus has been deposed. Everything is over. My hounds are now attacking the angel village. A horrific scene unfolded in his mind, and Bokassa rejoiced. There's no need to keep them alive anymore. Now I will turn them into forbidden fruits, he thought with satisfaction. They will be very useful for restoring my magic and stamina. Elgin gritted his teeth and rushed forward, swearing, You damned bastard. He leapt next to the Muhu and, capitalizing on his momentum, rushed towards Bokassa. He was not terrified. Instead he sneered and said, Are you going to attack me? How amusing. Elgin clenched his fist and swung it at Bokassa, but he created a shield to block him. Then Bokassa stretched out his arm, and Elgin was still persistently clinging to him. He unleashed his power, sending him flying far away. Elgin supported himself with his arms, thinking in annoyance, Damn it, he's an S-grade monster. He doesn't even engage directly. He nervously waited for an opportunity. As Bokassa approached Yun-sun, she cowered in fear. I know how you felt when you revived me with the scroll. No matter how painful it is, it's fate. She closed her eyes and didn't answer him. Drake and Elgin rushed over worriedly, but the Muhu blocked them. They could barely shout, Son, Bokassa sneered, still looking at Yun-sun and provoking her. Come here, don't you want to hold my hand? Bokassa stretched out his arm, trying to drain her life. Thank you for reviving me. Now sacrifice yourself for my great desire. Suddenly a loud noise occurred and Elgin was surprised. Drake was too terrified to speak. A punch sent Bokassa flying far away. They couldn't believe the monster that had just arrived was standing in front of Yun-sun, glaring at him. Bokassa rose from the destroyed rubble and shouted angrily, "You filthy bastard!" He tore off the clothes he was wearing, and his sturdy body was immediately revealed to everyone. "This damn bastard is really persistent, even though he's dead." The Muhu bared its teeth and created a dazzling light that enveloped everything. Bokassa gently stretched out his arm and created a shield to block himself from the flames. He frowned, glaring at the Muhu, and said, "Nicodemus, you foolish king. Even though you're dead, you try to stop me. I'm not your enemy who will take everything from you." Bokassa raised his arm, and it was as if a giant hand grabbed Nicodemus's neck tightly. "But only I can restore the power of the angels." Fish looked at him with disdain. "You are just a weak puppet. I am the strongest among angels. I deserve to sit on the throne." The battle raged fiercely again. The Muhu was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bokassa angrily manipulated the broken pillars. His will to protect his people is so strong that even in death he still tries to do so. But you're only so much, you foolish fellow." Nicodemus braced himself and sat up. Before he could even get up, he was thrown at with the pillars Bokassa had just flung at him. "You are truly miserable," he shrieked in pain. Bokassa's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Don't worry, I will repay this debt. I will take revenge on the Muhu demons for you." He stretched out his arm. "But first I must absorb the hearts of the remaining children to enhance the power of my body, and the hearts of adult angels will be transformed into forbidden fruits and used as recovery items." Everyone was terrified by this sight. A brilliant blue light fiercely erupted in the space. Bokassa's face contorted. "Once I possess sufficient skill, I will attack the demon's hideout. I will annihilate them all and restore the angel's dignity." Elgin muttered in annoyance, "Damn it, I don't know his attack skills, so how am I supposed to fight?" Bokassa raised his hand and scoffed, "You've done very well. When you die, I hope you become nutrients for this land, helping the forbidden fruits to grow, you pathetic wretches." Nicodemus suddenly raised his head, baring his terrifying teeth, and lunged at Bokassa's arm, which was preparing to attack, biting down hard. Bokassa was bewildered, and Elgin also cried out in surprise. Nicodemus, only darkness and a tremendous sound remained around them. Suddenly Betty appeared and pierced Bokassa's body with her sharp claws. A fragment of memory flashed in Yunsun's mind. Eddie's body trembled continuously upon hearing those words. "Poor child, the labyrinth is not a good place. Don't leave alone. Don't worry, you'll soon meet your parents and siblings. Because of me and you, because of the burning hope of those who crave revenge." Bokassa made a scoffing sound and suddenly appeared before her. Betty's body was pierced by Bokassa's evil power. The scenery was stained with a chilling red, and Betty's shadow slowly floated in the air. She swung her arm at someone's body, shouting a warning. "Don't touch me." Betty's eyes widened in horror at the sight of splashing blood. A terrifying, blood-soaked smile appeared on Betty's face. She clenched her fists in rage and said, "You're too scary, impossible for a child to evade my attacks." Then, with a horrific smile, she launched an attack that pierced the opponent's body. Yunsun returned to reality, her eyes fixed and lost in deep thought. "Betty, now I understand why the Muhu kept targeting me." A small shadow similar to hers appeared, and the two exchanged urgent words. "Do you remember? Nettie, hide well here and don't show your face no matter what." The woman, now in the form of a Muhu, glared at the enemy. "Sister will definitely save you, so wait for her here." Bokassa, caught off guard by the attack, was filled with surprise and anger. "You failure, how dare you!" A Muhu bit his arm, further enraging Bokassa. "How long do you intend to block my path?" With just one attack he blew everything away. The pathetic Muhu shattered into pieces when it attacked him. Betty, on this side, quickly hugged Yunsun to protect her. Bokassa's power was significantly depleted by the previous attack. He clutched his stomach and coughed violently. Then with rough hands he grabbed another red fruit and devoured it ravenously like a starving person. Surprisingly, upon eating the fruit, Bokassa's power recovered, and he said arrogantly, "All right, I understand now. I know what to prioritize. I admit I underestimated you. If I don't thoroughly eliminate you, you will surely continue to block my path." Bokassa's inherently cruel expression became even more sinister as he glared at them. Elgin, on this side, admired as everything began to shake. "What's that?" Yunsun, held in Betty's arms, also said in a flustered voice. "The ground is shaking violently," and the source of that vibration soon appeared from behind Bokassa. A massive horde of monsters. Elgin and Drake shouted in unison as if by prior agreement. "Mo," Bokassa scoffed, explaining kindly, "I have summoned all the Muhu in this land here. You damned wretches, this will be your end." The Muhu began to move. Each and every one of them growled menacingly, preparing to attack. Elgin, Drake, Betty, and Yunsun were surrounded by them. Elgin looked around, saying with a displeased expression, "Damn it, there are too many and they're very strong. There's no other choice. I have to unleash all my strength in Ma Dongguang's form and kill them." Just then a voice echoed in Elgin's mind. "Human, are you there?" He looked around, searching for the source of the voice, which replied cheerfully, "Indeed, it's you." Then, with a somewhat urgent voice, it demanded of him, "If you can hear my voice, come here quickly. This is your last chance." Elgin quickly identified this person, King Nicodemus. The voice continued to urge him, "This is your chance. That damn Bokassa will be very troublesome if he notices. There's no time for explanations. Hurry, come here." Elgin thought warily. "What's going on? Why is that guy telling me to do that?" He began to connect the events and now thinking about it, came up with his own hypothesis. Although King Nicodemus turned into a Muhu, he must have immediately regained consciousness. Perhaps he has a hidden card to deal with this situation. Finally, Elgin decided to accept Nicodemus's offer. All right, he moved, telling his teammates. Drake, cover me for a few seconds. Drake only asked one word. Found an escape route, Elgin replied concisely, leaving everything to Drake. Perhaps Nicodemus on this side watched Elgin moving. Elgin quickly arrived before Nicodemus as instructed. I'm here. King Nicodemus, what do you want from me? The voice echoed again. I don't have much strength left. This is your chance. Then he made a very cryptic suggestion. Finish me with that sword. Elgin only asked 2 words upon hearing that. What? He asked in astonished disbelief. Why are you suddenly saying such a thing? The entity immediately explained to him. Whoever kills me, that person will be able to use it, Nicodemus declared. Then he urged him to act once more. There's no time. Kill me before that damned Bokassa kills all of you. Elgin was suddenly in a dilemma, a flustered expression clearly visible on his face, but he quickly made up his mind and plunged his sword into Nicodemus's body. Betty on this side was diligently protecting Yun-sun from attacks, and Drake continuously exerted his strength to push back the Muhu. Seeing them struggling, Bokassa laughed arrogantly. Look, this is utopia. A new era for angels. Just then an unexpected notification rang out from Elgin. Item acquired. He cried out in astonishment. Is this the balance of souls? This item was a consumable that could measure the unseen. Nicodemus, having returned to his original form, began to explain. A long time ago, King Solomon bestowed this upon me. With this you will be able to stop Bokassa. At the same time, the item in Elgin's inventory also reacted. Solomon's necklace was vibrating. He speculated. Could it be reacting to the balance of souls? This item only had a simple source description, but it was the item needed to activate the balance. Nicodemus left a final request as his soul slowly faded. Please kill Bokassa and protect the future of the angel race. The moment he finished speaking, Nicodemus vanished, leaving only fragments of light. Elgin looked at the item shining before his eyes, thinking excitedly to himself. Finally, this item wouldn't appear unless I gained the trust of King Nicodemus. A new path opened before him. All right, with this item Bokassa, a beam of light shot through the Muhu horde. Betty also helped push back these hordes, but she was also brutally attacked. Blood splattered from Betty's body as she struggled to protect Yun-sun. Unable to bear seeing Betty suffer, she told her to stop. That's enough, Betty, let me go. If you keep this up, you'll be attacked by the Muhu too. But Betty pulled Yun-sun closer at her words. Yun-sun's mouth hung open as she admired inwardly. There are too many enemies, what should I do? Everyone's going to die. A gigantic Muhu slammed its claws down on Betty. A loud sound echoed, and they thought Betty had died. But in fact the Muhu had 2 huge holes pierced through it by Drake. Exhausted, he smiled at Yun-sun and said, Sorry I'm late, there were too many enemies on the way, it was a bit troublesome. She replied loudly with a grateful expression, Thank you, Drake. Then he turned to Betty and said, Thank you for protecting Yun-sun. Betty, don't laugh. He looked down at her in his arms with an even softer expression than before. Drake briefly explained Elgin's plan. Son, Elgin said he has something to discuss with you. It seems to be about a secret plan to defeat Bokassa. She couldn't hide the surprise on her face. A secret plan? At this moment, Bokassa was still caught in the illusion of power. Worship me, this is utopia. A new world for angels. Moreover, all the Muhu were deadly weapons with terrifying attack power. He planned to lead countless Muhu to attack the demons. Bokassa, immensely strengthened by absorbing the Muhu, light and power swirled around his body. The source of the white flames around Bokassa's body was the countless souls he had absorbed. Considering his current power, his plan to destroy the demons was not entirely far-fetched. Elgin appeared, timing it precisely to counter him. It would be nice if everything went smoothly according to your will, wouldn't it? He looked at him with a confident smile of a victor. Bokassa looked up at him and retorted, I had forgotten about you. You're still alive? What did you just say? Elgin didn't hide his trump card and showed him his balance. Elder Bokassa, do you know what this is? He frowned, showing no interest in this riddle, and immediately asked directly, What is it? Elgin, without a word, raised the balance high and loudly signaled to his distant teammates, Son, fire the heavenly blessing here immediately. She didn't doubt him for a moment and fired it as instructed. Yes, as soon as the heavenly blessing was fired towards Elgin's waist, it was absorbed by the balance. Glowed, and he wisely maintained his distance. Notifications continued to ring. Angel's breath has met the catalyst. Usage conditions completed. Balance of souls activated. As blue power erupted from the balance, Bokassa stared at it, unable to take his eyes off it. He cried out in astonishment, What? The balance's information, enveloped in light, reappeared, and the light changed from clear blue to a powerful pale yellow. Drake, Betty, and Yun-sun stared at it with wide eyes. The Muhu horde, as if by prior agreement, all paused. Bokassa cried out in astonishment as a yellow shield enveloped him. What is that? What the hell is going on? He glared as he heard Elgin's voice. Isn't that refreshing? With a muscular body and a glowing staff, Elgin, stripping off all his clothes, said to him arrogantly, It's truly comfortable to let go of everything completely. Now my combat power can be fully revealed. The Muhu horde temporarily widened their eyes at the exposed scene. and the teammates also judged him without hesitation. Bokassa asked in confusion, "What are you doing? You're truly disgusting. It seems you've gone mad, pushed to a dead end." But Elgin was unfazed by the scornful criticism, pointing his finger and replying, "It doesn't matter whether my mind is strange or not. The important thing is that you're not in a position to worry about other things right now." His words made Bokassa even more confused. "What?" And he immediately realized this from the vibration of the surrounding space. The balance began to operate, and its effect on Bokassa was easily visible. "What?" he thought inwardly in disbelief. "My body has turned half white and half black. I can't move, I can't breathe, it's like I'm sealed, I can't use my power, my flames." Rage blurred his reason. Bokassa glared at Elgin and shouted, "You damned bastard, what have you done to me?" Elgin now calmly explained, "The balance of souls is a balance that helps me have equal power with my opponent." He felt satisfied seeing him struggling. "As long as the balance maintains equilibrium, you will not be able to escape its control. Just give up." Bokassa's expression immediately became more serious. He shouted orders to the Muhu horde behind him. "You damned wretches, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and save me." But they didn't budge. This further enraged Bokassa. Why aren't you obeying my orders?" Elgin shrugged and scoffed. "You're wasting your strength. You can't ignore an A-grade artifact slowly burning away your power at this very moment. All your skills are sealed." He arrogantly continued to explain to him, "That strange skill you used to control the Muhu, which I couldn't understand at all, you won't be able to use that either now." Bokassa's face turned ashen with anger, and he growled and shouted, "You damned demon!" Then suddenly, items were scattered. Bokassa, also stripping off his clothes, replied, "Then how about this now? You and I are truly balanced. Once I break free from this magic, I will tear you to pieces." These over-the-top words immediately made Bokassa pay the price for being affected by the balance. It operated even more fiercely. Bokassa cried out in astonishment, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "What the hell is this? Why isn't the balance balanced yet?" Elgin, on this side, replied lightly, "Isn't that obvious? Clearly, there's still something on your side that needs to be balanced." Bokassa's face turned pitch black. He shouted, "Shut up, you damned demon! How dare you speak to me so impudently with your damned tongue?" Elgin was not at all afraid of these words. On the other hand, the three people wondered inwardly, "What's going on?" It's still as incomprehensible as usual. Power swirled around Elgin. He crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "The reason is simply that there is still something here that needs to be balanced." Bokassa Parish glared at him in rage and shouted, "Shut up, you damned bastard, your impudent mouth infuriates me." But before he could finish speaking, he was enveloped by a flow of special power. He widened his eyes, cried out in astonishment, "What the hell is this? Why isn't it balanced?" A blue light enveloped it, revealing information. An item that balances the power of both sides, balance of souls. This was a consumable used when two players prepared for PvP. It was mainly used to take away one player's weapon or to put both at the same level for a fair fight. Observing his astonished expression, Elgin couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Since both you and I are naked, there must be another reason why the balance isn't balanced." He gritted his teeth and said, "It seems you've taken too many souls." Bokassa Fish heard these insulting words. Immediately, anger exploded, and he shouted loudly, "Are you saying you'll balance souls too? That's impossible." Elgin took an attacking stance and countered with even sharper words. "I don't need to convince you. The scale will balance itself after a certain period of time." As he explained, a blue light emanating from the scale grew increasingly intense, almost blinding. The intense light completely overwhelmed Bokassa Parish's aura. He was powerless before this force. All that came from his old mouth was a scream. It was the moment his half-melted body was pierced by the dazzling light. The item's influence also affected Yoon Sun and Drake. "What's happening? Light is coming out." They looked at Bokassa Parish's body, burning in the light. Dozens of light beams shot out from his body simultaneously and flew into the sky. Drake, witnessing this spectacle, let out an exclamation of awe. "There are so many light beams, are they going to the Muhu?" Very quickly, the light beams flew towards the monsters on the other side, flowing into their bodies and merging. This process resulted in the entire bodies of these Muhu melting away, and the souls of the people trapped within the Muhu were thus liberated. One, then two, then three, and countless people rose into the sky together. Their faces were filled with relief, and Drake quickly found an explanation. "I see, to balance the souls, Bokassa Parish had to chew all the souls of the angels he had absorbed until now." Yoon Sun, Drake, and the others captured every moment of the souls transforming, and they couldn't help but be captivated by this sight. "The souls are rising into the sky, it's so beautiful, like fireworks." The Muhu turned into dust and disappeared. Not just one, but all of them, all retreated from Bokassa Parish like a tide, and he reached out to try and grab them. Bokassa Parish's powerless voice echoed, "No, they're disappearing." His appearance now seemed withered, as if it had lost its vitality. The power of darkness also left his body. Bokassa Parish's face, twisted beyond recognition, lamented, "My power, my hope, the aspiration I cherished for so long." When everything disappeared, the balance also fulfilled its role. Being a consumable, it shattered into pieces. At that moment, Elgin barely managed to put on his clothes and said, "Now all your plans have failed. Besides, you who tried to defeat the demons with that power must have felt comfortable," he continued, looking at the old man before him with disdain. "From the beginning you knew about the seed of the fruit of good and evil, didn't you?" At Elgin's question, Bokassa Parish's face twisted. "Where did you get that?" The Muhu surrounding Yoon Sun and Drake were gradually disappearing. All the Muhu are disappearing. She seemed to remember something, turning her head hastily and speaking loudly. Then will Betty disappear like them too? But it still stood beside her, intact, and Yoon-sun was surprised. My sister isn't disappearing, Betty, after observing the situation, announced. No, it made a wary expression as it finished speaking. It's not over yet. Elgin stood heroically before Bokassa Parish, observing his miserable state. At this moment, Drake's intuition suddenly made him think inwardly. Come to think of it, the mission complete notification hasn't appeared yet. Bokassa Parish growled, looking like he was struggling to breathe, but still tried to speak. The seed is a declaration. With a mocking smile, Bokassa Parish recalled. When I received the prophecy, I heard a voice echoing in my head. I am the only one who can save the angels and destroy the demons. His hand lay limp near a piece of blue cloth. God is always with me, that is the only proof. And very quickly, in Bokassa Parish's hand was a dark red stone, and he declared, I still have the strength to complete my mission. As soon as Elgin saw the stone, he brandished his sword, his expression even more displeased, and he replied, Damn it, I thought you had no more seeds to pull out. Why won't you give up? Bokassa Parish completely lost his reason and shouted, cutting him off. No, I still have one more seed. As soon as he finished speaking, he roughly shoved the seed into his body. Before Elgin could react, he observed a worried expression on his face, muttering, What? Yoon-sun and Drake were also astonished by this move from Bokassa Parish. Very quickly, his body began to transform. A series of suffocating sounds erupted from his mouth. Darkness enveloped Bokassa Parish's body, and as time passed, it grew larger and more grotesque. Drake observed with wide eyes, letting out an exclamation of awe at this reckless act. My goodness, he's using his own body. Elgin stood still, completely observing Bokassa Parish's transformation. The light and pressure emanating from him made him slightly worried, and Bokassa Parish transformed into a horrible monster. The sounds coming from Bokassa Parish were now meaningless. They observed him moving, reminding each other. His face and one arm are still moving. At this moment, Bokassa Parish began to act with the expected declaration. God is with me after all. After taking out a glowing purple orb from his body, he opened his mouth wide and prepared to bite the orb. With red eyes and a fierce expression, he bit and crushed the glowing purple orb. A grotesque red aura emanated around him. This action made Yoon-sun cover her mouth in astonishment. After eating, his eyes rolled upwards and a grotesque laugh erupted. Bokassa's appearance gradually became more grotesque. With eyes blurred red, he laughed wildly, and his laughter grew increasingly insane. Bokassa's transformed appearance was no different from a demon's. Elgin gritted his teeth and remained vigilant for a moment. He heard him clearly declare, Behold, this is the power of an angel chosen by God. I am the true angel, the one with sole authority. Bokassa seemed proud of his long, sharp teeth. Drake beside him couldn't believe his eyes. This is happening. An enormous amount of magic power is increasing. He must have been exhausted to do this. Is that monster getting stronger? Elgin also didn't know. Who would have known? I never thought he would do that. He has become the host of the fruit of good and evil. Now he's tearing his own body and eating his own heart. Do you think he won't get stronger after doing all that? Bokassa groaned and let out a grotesque scream. His muscles convulsed and swelled rigidly. However, Bokassa did not rejoice in it. Stop, he continued to groan. The cry of stop continued to echo. But contrary to Bokassa's will, his muscles continued to swell like a balloon. Bokassa was out of control and could do nothing. Why won't it stop? He let out a painful groan. Not long after, Bokassa's head sank into his swollen body. He made a suffocating sound. Stop, save me! The Muhu quickly grabbed Yoon-sun and pulled her away. Bokassa continued to growl, and not long after his head completely sank into his body, but the swelling continued. Seeing his excessively swollen body, everyone sensed the increasing danger. In this chaotic situation, the system displayed the Muhu's attributes. S-grade nightmare, cannibal king purification. Drake ran after the Muhu with Elgin. He shouted, That's Bokassa, he's exploding just like when we fought the Spider Queen last time. Elgin turned to look and agreed. He will be, but it's not just a limited time explosion. Yoon-sun reconnected. But he looks like a giant baby. As she said that, Elgin also saw that image. Now the thought that a 3-year-old child would destroy the kingdom. The prophecy Nicodemus told us was true, he speculated with a serious expression. Perhaps something happened with demons when he was young, and that led to deep hatred. Judging by his appearance, it seems he sent a strong child. More importantly, the explosion was beginning. Drops of syrup splattered everywhere. The dust grew thicker and thicker with no sign of dissipating. Elgin observed and said, We can't escape. If we just leave it, everything will be over. This explosion will burn us and the angel village. Elgin was flustered, muttering inwardly, What do I do? I've tried everything. I still have an emergency plan, but I can't execute it here. How do I defeat this terrible monster? At this moment, the Muhu slowly said, There's one last way. Elgin listened silently to what it proposed. Muhu called Yoon-sun by her nickname Nettie. It instructed, Use holy inviolability now with all your might. Drake doubted if it would be effective against an explosion. Besides, Yoon-sun's holy defense skill is still low grade. Yoon-sun immediately objected, No, Betty, if holy inviolability reaches you, you'll disappear. It reassured her. It's all right, trust me. The explosion shattered rocks, sending them flying everywhere. Everyone faced Bokassa together. A surge of power quickly erupted, and it was Yoon-sun using her divine power. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands, concentrating intensely. But the sacred barrier Yoon-sun created was too small compared to Bokassa's entire fat body. The Muhu was observing intently from outside at this moment. and the flow of divine power seemed to make it disappear to some extent. The space suddenly darkened, and a voice abruptly echoed, "How long do you intend to run away?" The Muhu recalled when it held Yoon's son in its arms, sinking into memory. That person asked, "Are you going to jump with your beloved younger sister?" From above, Bokassa gently said, "How touching that she's important enough for you to defy me." His face was completely darkened. For the great cause, this failure must be destroyed. The Muhu listened and remained silent, showing no emotion. It gently placed Yoon on the ground. Bokassa looked at it, slightly surprised. Has it given up since there's no way to retreat anymore? But the Muhu didn't pay any attention to his words. In the blink of an eye, it quickly slashed around where the Muhu and Yoon's son were standing. He was immediately flustered. What? A moment later, the rock fragments that contained people gradually fell from the ground and stone debris flew everywhere. They shattered into pieces. Bokassa shouted in rage, "Damn it, precious materials, the result of my efforts. You foolish thing, do you think your sister will survive and return to the angel village? I'll tear you to pieces." At his command, the monster horde rushed towards the Muhu simultaneously. His face darkened. I don't remember what happened after that. The Muhu struggled to walk, leaning against the wall. When I was an unintelligent Muhu, I think I got lost in the labyrinth. Its whole body seemed to be in ecstasy, and its shadow still lingered on the ground. The road ahead was endlessly long. Until it met Nettie again, the Muhu struggled to break free from that confinement. It recalled the past, and at that time it extended its hand without hesitation. It thought inwardly, "Every time I meet her, my memories gradually return and I've regained my lost intelligence. I can't show Nettie this Muhu form." It fought the monster horde in its thoughts. "I chased them at the risk of my life and I must protect Nettie." A sparkling light appeared. The Muhu seemed to have returned to human form, gently touching Yoon and whispering, "I can finally see my sister's face. Even a Muhu was such a small angel." It gently called out Nettie. It gently comforted her. "You don't have to worry anymore." Yoon was stunned and surprised to hear these words. The Mahu's eyes were curved like crescent moons. "Your sister will help you." The system notified that the merger with the NPC was cancelled. People witnessing this scene were astonished and shouted for a while. "Numerous explosions are heading towards the sky?" they asked each other in momentary terror. "What on earth is this? Is the world ending?" From afar, a girl suddenly ran over and hastily announced, "Elder, what on earth is going on? Is it related to that expedition team?" At her words, the elder could not hold back her emotions for a while and burst into tears. "King Nicodemus, was that child really true?" As she spoke, she looked at the scene before her eyes. And seeing that light, she asked herself. Then, after a moment, the elder suddenly stopped. She ordered without hesitation, "Everyone quickly leave this island." These words surprised people and they asked, "Why?" She didn't say much and continued to say, "Quickly activate the ship." As soon as she finished speaking, the elder worriedly thought to herself, "I hope Nettie and everyone are safe." Simultaneously, on the other side, Yoon was confused and realized at this moment, "What? This is my body. I've returned to my body." In the blink of an eye, the system suddenly notified, "You have leveled up." She stared blankly at the scene before her as if unable to understand. "Level up? My goodness, what is this? So many level ups at once?" Suddenly, Yoon stopped and stared at a distant place. At this moment, two familiar intertwined hands appeared before her eyes. Yoon's son, unable to hide her happiness, exclaimed for a moment, "Wow, I'm next to Betty Unny now. That's really good." Betty, hearing these words, replied happily, "I told you. I'll definitely help you." At these words, Yoon's son's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Immediately, numerous beams of light suddenly appeared in the air. They rushed forward quickly, and in the blink of an eye gathered into Yoon's son's body. Nettie finally shouted, "We gathered all our strength, and gave it all to you." This flow of power was the blessing of all spirits. The system suddenly displayed a notification that the angel girl was very surprised. Yoon's son's entire body now emitted sparkling light, and then sturdy armor appeared on her body. Then a pair of beautiful white wings appeared on Yoon's son. The system notified at this time that she had been promoted to Archangel Yoon's son, S grade, and received a new appearance and divine privilege. At that moment, Nettie smiled at Yoon's son and said, "Thank you, Yoon's son. Thanks to you I could meet Betty Unny again." She was moved to hear these words, and tears followed. The two sisters waved at Yoon's son goodbye. Yoon's son, in the end, she had no choice but to hold back her tears and move forward again. The scene returned to reality, where they were confronting Bokassa. Below, Drake exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, a player promoted to mythical grade, how is that possible?" Elgin was also astonished. "Even with a fairy's blessing, reaching that grade requires a lot of other luck." "That's incredible," he smiled, seemingly pleased. "Now Yoon's son possesses strength equivalent to 17 streamers." Yoon's son slightly opened her eyes, spread her wings, and used holy inviolability. Simultaneously, the holy barrier also grew larger. At this moment, Bokassa's huge muscles quickly ruptured, but a sacred power seemed to envelop it. A moment later, Yoon's son slowly opened her eyes. Her ability resonated throughout the island. Yoon's son seemed to float in the air. The system notified that she had completed the Cannibal King's Feast main quest and would receive a reward. Yoon's son closed her eyes and plummeted downwards. Fortunately, Drake and Elgin quickly reached out and caught her. He smiled, seemingly pleased. "We won, Yoon's son. The mission is complete. It's all thanks to you," she asked again, blankly, as if she understood nothing. "We won?" Yoon's son suddenly recalled the images of Nettie and Betty, the two sisters. Immediately, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yoon's son also cried loudly. Suddenly, several strange sounds echoed throughout the space. The ground vibrated, and cracks appeared in all the castle walls. Drake asked curiously, The mission is over, so why is there an earthquake? Elgin informed him briefly. This island is collapsing, he asked disbelievingly. What did you say? Elgin continued to explain. This island was kept afloat by Nicodemus's magic. Now that he's dead, this island can no longer hold itself up. Drake hastily asked, Is there a way to escape from here? He quickly replied. There's a ship the angel tribe used when they came here. We need to get back to the village immediately. The angel village was now empty of people, and the scene shifted towards the flying ship. There, two spirits exclaimed in surprise. There they are, it's them. From afar, Elgin, Drake, and Yoon Sun were running towards them, all safe. At this moment, a sudden tremor occurred, and the cliff near the ship collapsed, and the ship's anchor, which was stuck in the ground, also broke off. The spirit on the ship saw this and urgently shouted, The chain is broken. Wait, I'll fly over there. Elgin quickly stopped her. No, it's too dangerous here. Everyone maintain your altitude. The elder heard that and stopped, a hint of hesitation flashing across her face. Suddenly a strong wind blew, pushing the ship further away from the island. Drake inwardly lamented. This is the worst. He was disheartened. Are we going to die like this? Our bodies can't survive here. This will be the most terrible death sentence. Elgin suddenly drew Drake's attention and said, The problem isn't there. He raised a question. When the meteor fell into the labyrinth a long time ago, an explosion with a radius of 20,000 meters occurred. So what will happen to Earth if this island falls? Drake was extremely surprised and still couldn't continue his speculation. A single meteor wiped out the dinosaurs on Earth and changed the masters of the Earth. And now if a great earthquake and great fire occur again, his voice echoed. The apocalypse will be unavoidable. The island continued to crumble more and more, and Drake was extremely astonished. A great upheaval? There's no expansion pack, but a great upheaval is happening? He felt like he was about to collapse. Damn it, what on earth have we done? Elgin saw that and laughed. What's wrong? It's not my first time experiencing a great upheaval, is it? Drake exclaimed. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Elgin muttered to himself. This was quite unexpected. Usually large-scale events happen at least 5 years after the game's release. This happened 3 years early, he said softly. Anyway, we need to figure out a way to survive the great upheaval, Drake asked, bewildered. What do you mean? What way? Can't we just fly away? At this moment, Elgin thought excitedly to himself. That's right, I'm not the only one who imagined this tens of thousands of times and prepared countermeasures in advance, am I? There were a few variables from the start, but this wasn't one of them. Then he exclaimed, Everything was in my calculations. After that, Elgin took out a lump of psilocybin mucus that the queen spider had spat out before dying. Drake asked, puzzled. Mucus lump, Yoon Sun also asked, not understanding. What are you going to do with that? Elgin just smiled with satisfaction. Just wait. He quickly swung his hand and threw the mucus forcefully. It immediately spread wide and flew high. Drake and Yoon Sun watched it, unable to hide their surprise. The scene shifted to the angel's ship. The elder said at this moment in a sad voice, I can't believe it. We couldn't save the benefactors of the angel tribe. She prayed inwardly. King Nicodemus, please protect them. From afar, strange sounds were heard from the sky, and the elder looked in that direction out of curiosity. At this moment, something swelling appeared from afar, and that round object flew closer and closer. It turned out to be Elgin's group. He had created an air sac with the mucus, carrying everyone, and didn't forget to ask, Hey, is everyone all right? I came this way because I thought you'd be worried. The elder saw that and shouted with joy. You're from the outside world. You're safe, thankfully, Elgin replied confidently. We won't die. Besides, my arm is hurting too much, so please give me a ride for a bit. After that, he approached the ship looking for a place to jump from a high position. Suddenly, a crying sound was heard from the sky. Elgin immediately focused on it and wondered, This voice sounds familiar. Who is it? From that direction, a powerful energy flow erupted. Inside that energy, a person was slightly raising their arm. Elgin was extremely surprised. Unbelievable. It hatched. After that, it continued to emit dazzling light. The eggshell began to crack, and then Judil quickly jumped out. Drake asked, puzzled, Who is this baby? Yoon Sun also exclaimed, So cute, Missy. Elgin looked at it and smiled slightly. A single life born will open a new century and close the old order. The third prophecy was correct. He said to the baby, Welcome to the world, Judilop. The scene shifted to the mountain range and screams echoed. All right, die, die. The warriors were fighting monsters at this time, saying to each other, All right, its HP will be bottoming out soon. If we keep dragging it out like this, it'll take too much time to take it down, and the reward for this attack will decrease. A young man shouted loudly, It's time to attack, get ready. The king moved forward. Despite the urging of others, the boy named King looked up blankly. The young man angrily called out, Hey, what are you doing? Don't look elsewhere. I'll take it down, the king stammered. Sorry, sky. The young man was puzzled. Look ahead, not the sky. What's up there? But just as he looked up, the young man froze, seeing the angel island falling before them. Only bewildered sounds echoed. What is it? The system suddenly detected an energy explosion and notified a forced log out. The young man was startled to hear that. What? Unbelievable. What's happening? After that, they immediately disappeared, and the wizards over there experienced the same situation. Suddenly, everyone in this entire area was forcibly logged out, and no one remained. Oh, I forgot. That monster was still standing there blankly. After that, the island quickly plummeted to the ground, a powerful light erupted, and the system notified that a great upheaval was forming. Regarding this, the players were extremely angry. It's already been 20 hours. When will the server return to normal? What on earth is the Great Upheaval expansion pack? Why is it taking so long? The stock price has dropped by 3. The board of directors is going crazy too. What on earth is the GM doing? The company CEO held a press conference at this time to reassure everyone. I understand the feelings of players who are angry about the sudden disconnection, reporters pressed him. What will you do now? He said. Everyone, employees and reporters, please calm down for a moment. I know I am the CEO here, but unfortunately, my duties are limited to managing the Korean branch, specifically publicity plans. Everyone was quietly listening to the CEO's explanation. I don't know much about technical issues, but one thing is certain, he clearly stated. The great upheaval is entirely unexpected. The GM is also in the same situation. We can tell that a player caused this, but we don't know their name or face yet, and we can't do anything yet. Reporters heard that and caused a commotion. What? A player caused this? Is he Korean? Why aren't you locking his account? The CEO had no choice but to calm everyone down. The Ex Machina is a game that prioritizes freedom. Technically, we cannot control or eavesdrop on players. Even if the headquarters identifies a player, it will never be disclosed. His face darkened. And all of this is by the order of Lord William Wilson, the final decision-maker. The entire room immediately became noisy. Lord Wilson, aren't you the CEO? The CEO continued that there were instructions from the headquarters, and most importantly, he sighed slightly. The headquarters is facing many problems, such as bug connection failures. I promise you, everything will return to normal soon. We will bring everything back into order within 72 hours. And the CEO introduced the guide for the great upheaval, saying that the GM would announce it. Everyone was startled. Wasn't the GM the purification team? A woman's hand rested on the table, and she shouted loudly. I am Nam Se-na, GM's Information Publicity Manager, she informed everyone. From now on I will begin the publicity for the great upheaval. The scene shifted to the office of the Korean branch. Nam Se-na introduced herself. I am Nam Se-na, presenter from GML. I will now begin the Great Upheaval Conference. Reporters immediately fired questions. Could you please tell us exactly about your position and duties? How can we trust that an expert is here speaking? If you're GM, which office are you from? What sense of responsibility do you feel about the current situation? Nam Se-na indifferently watched them ask questions, then operated a large screen. Alright everyone, please look at the world map on this screen, Nam Se-na introduced. This is a simple team map of the cross-shaped supercontinent, divided into desert regions in the east, forest regions in the west, tropical regions in the south, and snowy regions in the north, she continued. Next is the current form of the continent. The difference between the two maps was that the central part of the later map had disappeared. Everyone who witnessed this scene was astonished. Nam Se-na continued. Within the world of D Machina, there existed a gigantic floating island, a sky island. However, an unidentified player accessed the main quest. They completed all the quests on the floating island, and as a result the entire island fell to the ground. Due to the impact of free-falling from 20,000 meters in the air, a huge hole was created in the center of the continent, she explained more clearly, and it affected the movement of the Earth's crust. Therefore, the AI issued a 100-hour login restriction order to save countless players from death. Everyone continued to murmur, but who is that damn guy? Couldn't he have done it a little slower? Who is it? Is he one of the world's best gamers? If he caused such a great upheaval, it wouldn't have been possible alone. I'm sure it was a huge team. However, many opposing opinions soon emerged. But if they were the best, there should be some news, right? Nothing. Maybe they organized a special forces unit? Nam Se-na continued to explain. Now, due to the aftermath, the terrain has changed, the world has changed, and of course the climate has changed. She showed a scene from the game and said, due to volcanic eruptions, some areas will turn into hell. Flames will soar, and we don't know if new types of metals or underground life will appear, but this will be a good thing for most meta players. Nam Se-na continued her announcement. Other areas have turned into ice due to less sunlight. As you all know, it's impossible to live there, especially the monsters there. At this moment, Nam Se-na opened her water bottle and took a sip of water to quench her thirst. Nam Se-na asserted, and because the terrain and climate have changed, the monsters will also change. This change means that weak monsters will not be able to survive after the great upheaval, and the surviving monsters will become stronger and survive. Everything was not over. Nam Se-na vaguely said, oh, and ferocious monsters will appear. New types of monsters will form to counter the strong monsters. She said, the difficulty of monsters will increase and more ancient-grade, boss-grade monsters will appear. Players will find it interesting to see which monsters survived and which disappeared, and the missions generated for this will also interest them. At this moment a hand was raised. Hi, excuse me, I have a question. Nam Se-na said gently, yes, go ahead. Producer Hong Ung-hwa introduced herself. I am producer Hong Ung-hwa from the Game Idea Department of LBG Broadcasting Station. I am not a reporter, she asked hesitantly and puzzledly. What are their nicknames? We can understand nicknames as a special advantage players can obtain. Titles can be received if you defeat a grade or higher monsters, accompanying one of the monster's effects. If all monsters level up, there will be many A-grade monsters, right? Reporters saw that and asked curiously, then will a situation occur where everyone has a special title? The department staff immediately reassured them. You don't need to worry about that, Nam Se-na informed at this moment. From now on, players can only obtain special titles by defeating A or higher monsters, she asserted. Moreover, all privileges players gained before this great upheaval will also disappear, and the true competition among players will intensify. Hong Ung-hwa complained slightly, but wouldn't that create a gap between experts and new players? Nam Se-na said nothing, but her face was clearly annoyed. Hong Ung-hwa saw that and immediately froze and shut up. Nam Se-na then sighed slightly. Things related to game balance are not my area of expertise. Moreover, she still said as if anger was boiling through her entire body, I still have many important parts to do, so I don't have time to answer questions. Please understand, at this moment reporters began to grasp the situation. Usually at press conferences the moderator tries to control the situation. However, Nam Se-na calmly answered all reporters' questions. She was a senior company executive, and this press conference was for providing information, not for explanation. Nam Se-na informed everyone that an entirely new system would be released, and this would have the biggest impact on players' gameplay. The reporters were surprised and asked, the biggest impact? She then frankly said that a new race would be released soon. The scene switched to a house and a voice echoed, I'm going to form a team. Dae-young asked in surprise. What? Asked again in disbelief. You're going to form a team? You? Elgin replied confidently. Yes, I've currently found another big sponsor. This is the first time I'm telling you. Yoon still looked blank, as if she hadn't processed the information. He said regretfully, I've never thought of something like this, but you'll do well. Yes, you'll do well. Elgin heard that and replied, thank you. Dae-young sighed softly, but it's a bit disappointing. If you were thinking of it, why didn't you tell me? Elgin then spoke frankly. I apologize. I was afraid it would look like I was trying to poach players from your guild list, Mr. Dae-young. Dae-young said he wouldn't think so simply. How will you recruit them? He answered first. First, I'll accept people I know and skilled players, both domestically and internationally. Young then sighed. All right, you're smart, so think more. Then next time we meet we'll be enemies. He heard Elgin's words and looked up hastily. No, not at all. He rubbed his hands and insisted, I can be a leader, a player, or a mentor, but I can't manage all of them. Elgin looked at Young and said calmly, so if it's all right with you, I'd like you to be the manager of the team I'll lead. He stood blankly upon hearing this. Really? Elgin confirmed again. Yes, really. Young immediately shouted loudly, why should I join your team? I'm the manager of this country's K1 team. You should know when to restrain yourself no matter what you do. No matter how close you and I are, we separate personal and public matters. My team is K1 and I can't abandon them. Elgin calmly put forward a hypothesis. But what if the K1 team is disbanded? Dae-young was surprised again. What? How can a perfect team be disbanded, you little brat? He then informed him that not only K1 but all existing teams would undergo a major upheaval and at least half would disappear. Young couldn't believe it but didn't retort. The room suddenly fell silent. He then lamented inwardly, everything you've said so far has come true, but this time I really can't believe it. How can half of the pro teams disappear? After that, Dae-young glanced at Elgin a little surprised. Why are you locking the door? Ma Dong-gwang, you're scaring me. Elgin then opened his mouth. This is just the beginning. His hand quickly removed his mask. It was to overcome this crisis. Elgin said to the bewildered Young, I need your help. He said with wide eyes in disbelief. You? Elgin then extended his hand to Dae-young, inviting him. Let's prepare together. During the great upheaval, Dae-young hesitated for a moment, then turned his head sideways. It'll be hard to meet again in the future. Then he urged, go quickly. He deliberately put on a cold expression, and spoke cold words to me. A few days later, Dae-young ran in, crying and shouting, Elgin? He tried to hug Elgin, tears scattering everywhere. Thank you, Elgin. He was hugged by Young before Elgin could refuse. If you were a little late, the world would have ended. You saved me. It's all thanks to you. He was still crying. Thank you, Elgin. Really? Elgin looked at Dae-young seriously. Although the game had been released for 5 years, rumors surrounding him, a celebrity on Google One, announced his sudden retirement. The reason was that coach Young Sion's wife had died of thyroid cancer. Over 5 years, the cancer cells had slowly spread throughout her body, and by the time she was discovered it was already too late. After sending his wife to the next world, Young lived like a shell for several years, submerged in despair and frustration. The day before the raid, Elgin's voice echoed in the room on Cloud Island. Coach, I have something to tell you. He was surprised. What is this, a health checkup? He pointed at it and said, this is a gift from the fan community members. Go get checked with your wife. It's free, Young replied. I've already had a checkup at the company, Elgin explained again. This is a full body checkup. It's different from then, from head to toe, internal organs, every pore. Only couples can use it, so go with your wife. After that, they found cancer cells in her body just before they began to spread and progress to the next stage. Fortunately, it was discovered in the early stages, so the success rate of the surgery was high. Of course, because he was a stranger, there were some restrictions on participating, so he considered it a gamble. Young looked at his wife worriedly from outside, but thankfully I was able to change the future. He bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, Elgin. It's all thanks to you, he said calmly. No, I just thought her complexion wasn't good and I felt something was wrong. But he still bowed his head. You saved my wife's life. I am more grateful for that than for saving mine, suddenly Elgin asked. Then remember it when you're sad. A faint smile appeared on Young's worried face. All right, you fool. And it was perfect timing. Young's voice echoed in front of the game console. It turns out you were right after all. The two sat in front of the game console and evaluated. It's no different from other games. The system has completely changed. After saying this, a slight anger appeared on Dae-young's tired face. It's all because of that great upheaval. He recalled the events of that time. New races OS and ramen and players who participated in campaigns after the Great Upheaval began to be affected by cruel and monstrous powers transforming into entirely different forms. Current class changes were inevitable. After completing the Guide Tower, players who accepted the Dragon Race's request could gain additional advantage stats. They could gain experience and rewards when hunting Dragon Race monsters. Players who accepted the Demon Race's request also gained advantages in the same way. If they rejected both, they would not gain rewards or experience like these two. Or as Namsena's declaration at the meeting, now everyone received both advantages and harmful effects from the Dragon King and the Demon Lord. They would think that since you gain power from them, you must fulfill your duties. As soon as the words ended, there was a stir below. Duties, she explained. Two extreme powers divide the world. Dragons and demons always clash, and the falling Cloud Island signals the start of war. Huge monsters on both sides would consider it an enemy attack. The 7 Dragon Lords and 7 Demon Lords would start a war in their territories. When war breaks out, everyone must participate as soldiers of their respective factions and fight for their kings. At this moment, someone below wondered, what if we refuse military enlistment? Namsena patiently replied, it's called military enlistment, but frankly it's a mandatory quest, a hidden quest, and a daily quest. No one will be forced, however, you will have your contributions and achievements confiscated from your progress. Suddenly a hand was raised. Then I have a question. Hanlin stood up and asked, if you kill someone from an opposing faction, do you accumulate karma points? Namsena said, go on, she nodded. In hindsight it's the same as PK. Namsena praised, good question. Each race has a different language. The people below couldn't believe this announcement. Namsena announced again that automatic translation would no longer be provided and communication between races would become impossible. She looked a little helpless. This is the important patch of the Great Upheaval I'm talking about. Humans, Ramans, and OS will all be classified as monsters. The people below once again engaged in heated discussions. Then what about tournaments? If players from different races become enemies, wouldn't that be very bad? Namsena replied calmly. I know many teams are recruiting sponsors and players for long-term team development. She looked down at everyone present and announced clearly, you will have to choose future players with even clearer criteria. Yang vented his frustration on the game console. Not only in the game, but in the real world too, a great upheaval is happening. Of course, teams are in chaos right now, and it's all because of players from different races. National T1 will be disbanded, damn it. Which damn bastard thought of this game? He asked, pressing the game button hard. What's your team name? Elgin also pressed the blue and red buttons hard and replied, Gon Anton Newbie. Yang asked suspiciously, is that you? Elgin explained that others would be watched by other teams, making contracts meaningless. And he also knew that some sponsors had withdrawn. Some companies also withdrew from this industry. On the other hand, other companies were acquired by international companies like Ma. After that, he seemed to remember something and asked again, by the way, do you know that destruction is not allowed? Elgin had an expression as if he already knew. Is that your law? I just missed an infinite combo. Yang threw a soda can at him. Then what about team management fees? He caught it and replied, I'm receiving some sponsorship from YouTube. They're quite stingy. But he said comfortably, if it's difficult you don't have to pay me. But Elgin reassured, it's fine, if you accept, just agree. Honestly, even after receiving team management fees I have money, but I'm looking at a much further future. If a team wants to receive sponsorship from its own sponsor, it needs to prove the team's credibility. To do that, earning money directly in this industry is not a bad idea. Yang forced a smile. Hey, why do you keep messing with me? He lightly nudged his shoulder, a little angry. Yasusu, you damn bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier? He said without anger. It was just the situation. Yang asked again. Damn it, what kind of human are you? Then what about Yasusu and Ma Dongguang's battle? A battle against oneself. But he moved past it and said, forget it, let's talk about the team's future. Yang shouted at the nurse in the hallway, scammer. The Asia Champions League will start soon, then he explained in detail. Due to the race system, other teams will be frantic. Pro teams will be fully allowed, so the selection for the Korean national team will be held again. Hearing that, he was slightly disappointed. Then the Pro League OTG will be useless after all. Yang thought so too. Yes, almost. The biggest pressure is still on the players. His eyes sharpened. You two, we need at least 4 more people. Hearing this, Ain's eyes sparkled. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, I've already recruited all 4. Yang's face darkened. He looked at him and suddenly realized, what, really, you've already recruited them? He held up 2 fingers and replied, yes, a few days later. Yang praised cheerfully, your business acumen is amazing, how did you hire 4 pro players? Then he replied in a low voice, personal connections and luck. Coming outside, Elgin pointed to one side. They're over there. Yang said with a little anticipation, oh really, where? Suddenly he widened his eyes and pursed his lips, seeing the approaching people clearly. He had an expression of disbelief. You guys? Yang was still surprised. Excuse me, Ma Dongguang, but who are these people? Elgin narrowed his eyes and smiled. They are players. Our team members. First Tikong Yoon Sun and Seiyi Drake. Tikong looked to the other side with a cold face. Yang turned to Elgin in confusion and asked, excuse me, but are they pro players? He immediately replied, no. Suddenly, he grabbed Elgin by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to a corner. He was slightly flustered. No one except Tikong is a pro. You're trying to take new people to a competition? You're too arrogant. What on earth are you doing? Elgin replied calmly with both hands in his pockets. They are the only friends who accepted that I would compete for free. Young couldn't understand. Then what about the funds from YouTube? You can pay them with that money, he replied. I used it all to pay you. De Young was surprised and speechless. He was a little helpless. I know you gave me too much, he even consoled him in return. Don't worry, we'll pay them when we start earning money. He had a slightly disappointed expression. That's not the problem. How can I trust these new people? Elgin narrowed his eyes and persuaded, if you really can't trust them, how about we have them interview? At this time, Young's house, the temporary office of Gon Anton Newby, was a room full of books and documents on a neat desk. The first was Yoon's son. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Yoon's son. Oh, this is the first game I've ever played. Hearing this, Young doubted himself and wondered if he had asked the wrong question. Wrong question? Then he asked again. No, I asked how long you've played DXX Mana, she replied cheerfully. I'm playing it for the first time with Elgin. After that, she said about a week. Young was blank. He turned his head and continuously broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly reassuring himself, calm down. She must have something special. That's why he chose her as a team member. After composing himself, he turned back and continued the interview. Then, have you played any games before the Ex Machina? If so, what experience do you have? But Yoon's son replied calmly. No, he inwardly cursed, calling out Ma Dongguang's name. He looked up at the ceiling and concluded to himself, yes, so you have no past gaming experience. And you've played this game for a week. Yes, I understand. Those are excellent factors for becoming a pro gamer. He laughed helplessly. Then what's your level? De Young was a little expectant. She would definitely be between level 15 and 20, the highest levels. If she had genius talent, it would be around 25. Yoon's son thought for a moment and replied, around 60. He pressed the pause button as if his eyes widened, and he kindly reminded her, children shouldn't play pranks on adults. Currently, the highest level in Korea was about 15, and she showed him her phone. This is my account statement. He held up his phone and couldn't help but shout, level 60. There's a level 60 player in Korea? No, not even abroad. Is there a level 60 player in the world? Are you a bug player? After Nettie was liberated in the final Great War of Cloud Island, she rapidly leveled up. At this moment, Drake spoke with a slight hesitation. Then you're from America? May I have your name? He replied, I'm Drake Kate. I'm level 62. The second is Drake. As soon as he heard this name, John quickly recognized it. His nickname was Drake Kate, a very famous name on the current player leaderboard. And seeing him in a wheelchair, he concluded that he had disappeared from the player leaderboard for a long time. Since there had been no news of him since then, I had speculated that he was just a player who was famous in the early days but had now faded. He saw Drake Kate's always smiling face again. But who would have known he would return and be part of this new team? How could Ma Dongguang be friends with such a player? The sky had already begun to turn a golden orange with the sunset, going back a few days. A voice echoed in a room. I'm sorry, but it seems very difficult to fulfill your request. It's too hard to move with this body. I'll just be a burden. Many photos hung on the wall, and the voice continued to flow. I was thinking of quitting the game after this mission. I started playing at the recommendation of a psychological therapist. It turned out Drake Kate was speaking. We met and I had many enjoyable moments with you in the game. Although I didn't intend to play at first, thanks to the doctor's advice, I started again and made many new friends too. He was sitting with Yoon's son and Elgin. But I'm sorry, even though you've come all this way. At this point Yoon's son said, it's alright? Drake Kate said, it was short but it was a pleasure knowing you and I'm even happier to meet you in person like this. Suddenly, Elgin jumped up and grabbed his shoulder. Be my teammate. Drake looked at him with slightly surprised eyes. Elgin smiled brightly and promised, I'll provide accommodation and the best treatment facilities. You will become a professional player and a famous YouTuber in Korea. You don't have to worry about anything, he said, surprised. Really? Elgin persuaded him again. You were born to be an explorer. We played the game together, so I know you well. You and I created the Great Upheaval event together. Aren't you curious how the world changed after that incident? His eyes were firm and full of anticipation. We still have many bosses to defeat. Please join me. Drake bowed his head and thought for a moment, then looked up and said with a joyful smile, just as I expected, you really know me well. With those words, the two shook hands and made a pact. John was astonished by this surprise. He looked at Yoon's son and Drake and assessed them. A young girl with only a week of game experience and a foreigner in a wheelchair. Two people he thought were incapable of playing this game. He happily clasped his hands tightly. In fact, they were stronger than he imagined, and he never thought such strong people would be on the team at this moment. John asked, then what's your level, Ma Dongguang? Elgin? Elgin held up two fingers. I'll show you my status window later. Next was the red-haired girl. Hello, I'm Sei-hee. John approached her kindly. Sei-hee, long time no see. How are you? Doo-jin was helping Sei-hee from behind because she was having difficulty recovering. The girl bowed politely. Yes, coach, thank you for then. Sei-hee was an undeveloped genius. She was young and had infinite potential. Wouldn't she be the type of person coaches liked? Suddenly, Elgin approached and whispered to John, please keep it a secret from Sei-hee that I'm Yasu-su. It would be troublesome if her sister found out. He nodded. The last interviewee was T-Kong. He sat down and said, nice to see you again, Coach. De-young replied cheerfully, thank you for coming, T-Kong. T-Kong hesitated slightly. It might sound a little strange, but the team's financial situation isn't good, so the salary might be a bit low for now. T-Kong scratched his head and nodded slightly. Understood, I didn't come for the money. Hearing this, De Young was surprised and waited for his next words. Elgin was watching this situation from the side. He thought to himself, full-body T-Kong is a master player discovered by the famous Coach John. If it weren't for me, he would have already followed Coach John. In the office, John's voice still echoed. When you said you'd pick these people, I thought it would be hopeless, but it was much better than expected. A monster rookie at level 60 and a once famous player, Drake Kate. Full-body T-Kong is excellent in skill and ability, and the young psychics say he will be able to fight Ma Dongguang in the future. And the last player, Ma Dongguang. This was De Young's imagination. He said spiritedly, I really think we can do it. We can make a big impact in this competition. And he thought about another problem. But what about their salaries? We'll need money to pay their salaries and recruit new players. Should I call in sponsors? I still have a few companies I maintain good relations with. Elgin immediately stopped him. No, I can handle it, he asked worriedly. How? Elgin replied. Through dungeon raids. John asked suspiciously. Raids? Can you earn enough money to sustain this team with that? You know it takes a lot to run this team. Everything costs money. Elgin's eyes gleamed. He explained again, we're talking about raids in the Age of Upheaval. Raids in the Age of Upheaval will be on a different level than other challenges. New bosses, new items. If you succeed in a good raid, you'll be richer than you can imagine. And I'm about to show him what a real jackpot is. In a deep rocky ravine there were abandoned mines after all the ore had been extracted. However, after the massive explosion caused by the Great Upheaval, underground resources gradually emerged. Thus this place transformed into a massive gold mine. This place was the God Ascension Prisoner of Posterity, a monster of a grade. It attacked them with a powerful force emitting yellow light. Drake was slightly suspicious. Not a demon but a god, Elgin explained. The damage range is quite small, making it difficult to land critical hits. Instead, go around its armor and attack its upper body. Its face looked very frightening. Red eyes, a wide-open mouth, red fangs. It raised both hands and gathered a golden electric orb. Godius gradually raised the orb higher, and purple spiritual power was contained within it. Golden fragments scattered everywhere. From behind, Yun Sun reminded him. Elgin, Drake, back off. The monster is fiercely attacking Godius with a holy shield. She was holding on with all her might to block it. Her whole body suddenly trembled slightly. Godius was flustered, not understanding what had just happened. In fact, Yun had cast the first debuff, Paralysis, effect 100. The second debuff was Panic, effect 50. The third debuff was Illusion, effect 12. The fourth debuff was Blindness, effect 6, Elgin said happily. Very good. 4 out of 6 debuffs have landed. Is Angel's Blessing still active? As soon as he finished speaking, Drake fired an arrow from his crossbow at Godius. Its body seemed to burn and it fell backward, unable to stand properly. Yun Sun, you rapidly leveled up thanks to Angel's Blessing. Drake and Yasu Su, as the only team in the world where all 3 members are level 60 or above, grade monsters were no longer difficult opponents. The system continued to ring notifications. You have succeeded in your first raid. Rewards are being distributed to Godius, God of Posterity. The name of the first conqueror has been recorded. The Prisoner of Posterity has been destroyed and the demon forces of the Fire Legion have decreased. All players will learn of Yasu Su's fame. The amount of gold that can be mined in the mine will decrease by 50 until the Prisoner of Posterity revives. 2 great kings have shown interest in Yasu Su. Elgin clenched his fists and resolved, all right, this is it. The real reward of the dungeon. The system sent an important notification. Reward acquisition time has begun. Immediately, Godius's entire body began to glow, and as it melted, gold fragments fell, Elgin said excitedly. This is the real profit of this dungeon. Isn't it worth the money we invested? This gold will be enough to pay for our team's lifetime operating expenses. Yun Sun, who was picking up gold fragments, shouted helplessly as her large sack was filled. Elgin, I can't pick up any more. My bag is full. Drake also harvested a lot on this side. Me too, this is truly amazing. Hearing this, Elgin informed them, this dungeon is still here, so we can come back many times. We'll fill it with gold. He thought expectantly that converting all this into money would also be a big task. Honestly, there were 2 reasons for raiding this dungeon. The first was to pay for the team's operating expenses. Thanks to this gold, this was no longer a concern. The second was to obtain an item that could defeat an S-grade monster. To fight an S-grade monster, the help of this item was truly needed. Utilis, one of the few thriving cities after the Great Upheaval. Angel Within You, a pet orphanage on the outskirts of the city. A woman's continuous screams could be heard. Everyone but me dies, this stupid world, everyone dies. She was Mother Tarola, the director and nanny of Angel Within You. Drake didn't understand and approached, asking, Madam, what's wrong? Why is the building like this? She immediately explained. A few days ago, a demon came here and left a pet. That ferocious beast is why this building is like this. That damn bastard, he must be a demon. Even small monsters foamed at the mouth and died. She collapsed to the floor and cried, how could that guy entrust such a monster to me? I shouldn't have accepted it. Hearing this, Drake was still a little suspicious. Such pet orphanages were very important. What kind of terrorist would do such a thing? Yun Sun decided, we must definitely kill that villain. The butcher, that pest. Suddenly she pointed behind her. It's that guy, that very guy. Yun Sun turned around. Hush, she shouted again. That damn bastard who left that damn beast die. That person was none other than Elgin. He was still calmly picking his nose. Yoon-sun and Drake froze at this situation. She suddenly became sullen and started making a fuss again. The frightened pet screamed and ran away. The blue monster slammed its head against the building wall as if trying to commit suicide. Other animals also slammed their heads into pillars uncontrollably, and some foamed at the mouth. She collapsed to the floor. Unable to bear it, she continued to cry. Every time she cried, all the babies in the orphanage went wild with mental stress. "She's been crying ever since you left." Elgin rubbed his chin and replied, "I just left it as a test. Anyway, the pet orphanage was created after the Great Upheaval, so it's not living up to expectations." Then he put his hand to his mouth and shouted loudly, "Here you are!" Judy, who was inside the nanny's house, seemed to hear and came running across the blue sky, crying. She jumped into Elgin's arms and he immediately reached out and caught her. He thought to himself with a hint of affection, "Oh dear, she's crying." As a queen, all her species members disappeared as soon as she was born, so she must have been in distress. The fact that she couldn't find her errand boy and pet must have confused her even more. She was still crying, clutching her hands tightly, looking very pitiful. Seeing this, he waved his hand to inform Mother Tarola. "I'm checking out." She still seemed angry. "Get lost, you demon, don't ever come back." But Elgin still said calmly, "What about the accommodation fee?" And he gave her another sack of gold and said, "This is for damages." Seeing the sparkling pile of gold, she was so happy she almost jumped for joy. As Elgin and Judil left, she changed her tone somewhat regretfully. "Come again next time, cute Biopop." Drake looked at her suspiciously and he said seriously, half-jokingly, "Nothing can calm a person's anger faster than money. Humans are truly interesting creatures." In fact, Judilop was on the verge of extinction due to the aftermath of the Great Upheaval. However, because his future was changed, the Queen survived and the Wadut's race will continue its golden age, he commanded somewhat helplessly. "Don't grow any bigger, you'll bleed. I'll take responsibility and help." This child is the key to a major update. In other words, it will be the key to opening the second Great Upheaval. At this time, Yoon-sun looked at Judil with interest and said, "But Elgin, is this your pet? It's really cute." He played with the child and replied, "No, I'm the pet." She was slightly surprised. "How, you're the pet?" he said calmly. "Yes, didn't I tell you?" At this moment, the child pinched his eyes hard and both of them froze for 5 seconds. The region called Dragon Island was known as the 7th disputed area on the northeast outskirts where the S-grade monster Purple Dragon House resided. And below it were 2 more monsters. The King of 10 on the right ruled the Glacier region, and the Lich Knight on the left ruled the Great Hell Tower. That information was drawn like a picture on paper with Elgin's calm voice. "We must defeat both of these monsters to attack Purple Dragon House." As he spoke, he tapped his pen, expressing anticipation. "Defeating Purple Dragon House will immediately grant us the privilege of catching the greedy demon Mam Muntrum." While Elgin passionately explained, John had just arrived home and was astonished to see them sitting comfortably in his house, asking. John wondered, "Why are you holding a meeting here suddenly?" Drake raised his hand awkwardly and greeted him. "Hello," Elgin replied calmly. "This is the perfect place for a meeting, and jampong is quite good for lunch." The three acted so freely. "Elgin, I want jampong." "Can I have Szechuan tofu then?" "No, we were invited, so boss, is that alright?" Immediately after, Elgin clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "Anyway, I, Drake and Yoon-sun are heading to Dragon Island." They quickly arrived here. As soon as they entered, a system warning popped up. "You cannot enter this area." "You are not qualified to enter this area," Drake exclaimed in surprise. "What, not qualified?" he nervously asked Elgin. "You still seem relaxed. Didn't you prepare?" Elgin, as if he had expected this, calmly replied, "To enter this area at least 1 or 2 conditions must be met." The place where the three of them stood was inside a cold ice-covered cave. This place was called the ice-melting region, and its grade was still unknown. At Elgin's answer, Drake continued to ask curiously, "What is it?" Elgin smirked. "First, logging in during the event period." "But that's only possible when the Purple Dragon House is ready for battle," Drake continued to ask. "Then what's the second condition?" Elgin maintained a calm demeanor despite the chilling answer. "It's very simple, just die." Hearing his words, Drake and Yoon-sun froze, looking bewildered and confused. However, Elgin had a reason for this in the first place. He knew well that the Purple Dragon House was very suspicious and would not allow any living creature to enter its territory. The only thing it trusted was matter, so only by dying and becoming a corpse in a coffin could one enter this dungeon. "Nothing will happen even if you die. So I decided to create a small bug here as usual," he emphasized. "It's a bug that only I know for now." Very slowly and carefully, Elgin lifted his body and let himself be enveloped by the slowly appearing magic. Activating Kraken's Rift skill. Kraken's Rift could squeeze into anywhere with just a few openings. It will be patched soon, but the developers haven't found this bug yet. The boundary of this mountain range was a space where one had to move in rhythm to cross over to the opposite area. After a moment, Elgin gasped for breath and straightened his body. Finally, he was sure he had caught the right moment and muttered to himself, "This is it." Time flowed in seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. After entering that space, he counted to 10 and jumped. 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect timing was the only way to survive. The last few seconds were about to pass. 9. At the moment it crossed into 10 seconds, Elgin threw his body into the space opened by Kraken's Rift. Instantly, a dazzling light swallowed Elgin, and no trace of him could be found anymore. Only a shining dot remained in a space filled with mysterious blue light. Elgin successfully broke through the rift. What greeted him as he entered the new space were eerie black marks that continued to rise. Seeing them, Elgin was immediately filled with joy. As soon as he set foot here, Elgin quickly found 2 coffins placed there. He smiled slightly and said, Well, you two came too. He also quickly took action. He took out a tightly rolled and bound piece of paper. Now it's time to use the elixir of immortality. This was an A-grade medicine named Early Rest, which could use regeneration techniques and was a single medicine created to save a freshly buried person. As Elgin used the elixir, the space was suddenly plunged into darkness. A few seconds later, Yoon-sun and Drake opened the coffin lids and shouted in confusion, "Oh, I'm still alive." As soon as Yoon-sun woke up, she nagged Drake. "Drake, I told you to count to 3 when I stab. Why did you only count to 2? He scratched his head and awkwardly confessed, "I'm sorry, I was so scared." Elgin shivered looking at them, then reassured them, "It's all right to slaughter them like that. There's no penalty for death, so don't worry." The 3 succeeded in feigning death. A system notification popped up. "You have entered the central area of the ice-melting region. The names of the first visitors have been recorded in the Akashic records." At this moment Drake's face showed something unsettling. His voice also faltered. "Then is this Gansamaru?" Elgin stood close, then turned his head to look at him. He pressed his lips tightly and answered nervously, "Yes." Before the 3 of them was now a terrible monster, an A-grade Gansamaru. "It looks really grotesque. How can there be such a giant monster? How can an A-grade death spirit be here?" Elgin observed quietly, then exclaimed, "It seems we have guests." The monster was still taking heavy steps towards the knights. Drake seemed slightly flustered. He hastily asked, "Who activated this dungeon before us? Is it another guild?" Elgin thought differently. "No, I don't think so. It's probably because of the hidden card I used before." Drake innocently asked again. "Hidden card?" Elgin then expressed his concern. "To be honest, I haven't seen anyone since I came here." While cautiously observing, Drake sharply noticed something. His eyebrows raised and his gaze shifted slightly to the right. He calmly reported, "I haven't finished speaking yet, but the enemy is coming," from inside the cave directly in front of them. Fierce footsteps were heard and a pack of savage wolves rushed towards the 3. They were C-grade snowfield wolves, ferocious monsters that moved quickly and dealt damage difficult to recover from. They were 3 meters tall. Elgin, as if he knew everything, slowly raised his hand and laughed gleefully. "These guys are annoying. They keep hitting and running until their prey weakens. There are so many it'll be a headache." Drake also found it interesting, grabbing a large gun and baring his teeth, laughing with anticipation. "Is this a wildlife hunt? It's been a while." The pack of snowfield wolves showed their red eyes and sharp fangs heading forward. But strangely, instead of rushing at Drake and Elgin, they bolted straight to the back, completely ignoring the 2. Seeing this, Drake couldn't help but wonder, why are they running away without attacking? What's going on? It seems something is chasing them. The system suddenly displayed strange blue stripes, as if announcing the appearance of a new character. A loud sound was heard and the ground where the wolves had just passed suddenly exploded. Elgin immediately turned his head to look. A huge hand with sharp claws slightly curled as the inverted hand slowly lifted. A small mouth with a deep black hole in its palm was revealed. Just by looking at it with the eyes one could see sticky liquid inside and 2 or 3 layers of sharp teeth surrounding the mouth. The monster from before seemed to have been reinforced. It had transformed into VRMMORPG, an S-grade monster with immortality. Drake couldn't hide his surprise. He gaped and shouted, "Are you crazy? An S-grade monster appears as a mid-boss? Elgin, are you really confident you can catch that guy?" Elgin was slightly flustered but confidently replied, "Yes, except for its muscles, its level and stats are lower than other S-grade monsters." The monster's body, covered in huge sharp thorns, slowly approached. The system's strange light appeared again. In an instant, the monster suddenly slammed its hand to the ground. It was clearly aiming for Elgin. Drake screamed in surprise. "Elgin!" Yoon-sun also anxiously called out his name loudly. "Elgin!" Blood splattered. And Elgin gritted his teeth and frowned, but the next moment he laughed gleefully, narrowing his eyes and staring directly at the monster. VRMMORPG flinched slightly, as if it had been hit hard as Elgin's sword descended. Red blood energy erupted from its body. Elgin withdrew his hand and sneered, "How's that? The shock you gave me has returned, hasn't it?" But this attack seemed insufficient to bring down the monster. Despite bleeding profusely, it still stood firm. VRMMORPG's eyes glowed with a grotesque red light, and its arms were raised towards the sky as if to receive something. The small mouth that had been hidden in its palm before was now wide open, absorbing all the blood splattered in the air. Elgin broke out in a cold sweat. "That's a vampiric skill. It absorbs 0.01 of our maximum HP every second, and recovers with the absorbed blood. Since all 3 of us don't have very high HP, it's going to be quite troublesome." In a short moment, VRMMORPG seemed to have recovered its strength. Seeing its body tremble slightly, Elgin became even more confused. Its HP suddenly increased. Having recovered its strength, VRMMORPG had no reason to wait any longer. It stomped its huge feet hard on the ground and rushed forward quickly. This time it charged towards the only girl. The space was filled with dust and gray smoke in the blink of an eye. Small feet tried to escape with all their might. Yoon-sun's feet trembled slightly from the violent tremors of the ground. She was in danger. Drake quickly sensed the movement and turned his head, shouting, "Yoon-sun." Elgin immediately flew. He never took his eyes off Yoon-sun for a single moment, nervously biting his lips. Fortunately, Elgin flew in the nick of time and caught Yoon-sun in his arms. But despite saving their lives, both of them could not avoid falling into the water below. Bubbles continuously rose as if the water was boiling, and dust and dirt splattered everywhere, limiting visibility. Amidst the chaotic scenery, an arrow-shaped beam of light suddenly shot up from below. It was Elgin's trajectory. With one hand he held an invisible anchor rope created by magic, and with the other he held Yoon-sun tightly, not letting go. Finally the 2 landed safely on the ground. Yoon-sun, still unable to shake off her worry, hastily asked, "Elgin, are you all right?" He laughed and replied, "I'm fine, hurry and heal me." My HP has dropped too much because of that guy. After enjoying peace for less than 3 seconds, Elgin suddenly remembered something. Damn it, Drake is still up there. Leaving him to fight alone might be a bit dangerous. I hope he can hold on for a moment. In the tense and urgent situation, Elgin also coincidentally discovered something. His eyes gleamed and his pupils shifted slightly to one side. In the fading smoke, an unidentified black shadow faintly appeared. Elgin suddenly shouted in surprise. This guy? Yoon-sun stared blankly in the direction he was looking and asked, "What's wrong, Elgin? Do you know that?" Elgin's eyes shone brightly, and a smile spread across his face. Yes, he's the one I was looking for. It was really lucky we fell here. Before the two of them was the soulless corpse of Jack-o'-lantern. Seeing Jack-o'-lantern, Elgin cheered up and said, "Now let's wake this guy up." To reassure his friend who was fighting alone, Elgin used telepathy. "Drake, can you hear me?" He immediately replied without hesitation. "Elgin, are you alright? Is Yoon-sun with you too?" Elgin hastily replied, "Yes, we're fine. I'm sorry, but can you help me? Push that guy down here." Hearing that, Drake froze, looking disbelieving. "What? Push that guy down to your side? Really?" Elgin, still anxious, asked again. "Yes, can you do it alone?" Drake completely turned his body to face Haranmaru. "I can push that guy down, but it might be a bit difficult." Without a second's hesitation, Drake grabbed his gun and continuously fired at the monster. In the underground cave, Elgin deliberately lit a match. He narrowed his eyes at the faintly flickering flame, then slowly placed it inside the pumpkin lantern that Jack always wore on his head. He carefully lit the long cold wick. Second after second passed, and the dark space inside the pumpkin lantern slowly brightened. At first, only a small corner was lit, but gradually it shone brightly. The crackling sound of flames could also be heard. Elgin gleefully began to speak. "Good, now you two can regain consciousness. Anyway, a scarecrow needs to have something in its head, right?" Seeing Jack again, Elgin suddenly remembered. "I met Jack-o'-lantern before at the place where I caught the Shadow Lord. Jack-o'-lantern was a puppet who had gone insane until he lost his senses. Fortunately, thanks to him, he could kill that monster instead. He opened the door for them to go find the Dark Lord. After that, he left, saying he wanted to meet someone. That was why he came here. As soon as the lantern was lit, Jack became fully mobile again. He immediately picked up his weapon. The more Elgin saw him, the more excited he became. Good, open your eyes." But just then a sudden wind blew and dust swirled up again, obscuring their vision. Drake seemed to have finished his given task. Haranmaru's heavy body fell as if the ground would completely collapse. The monster's face writhed in pain, and a part of the bone covering its head was slightly broken. A ray of light continuously descended from above. Drake ran after the light. He still held two guns tightly in his hands. This dazzling light came from his weapons. He continuously shot at the monster, as if fearing that if he let his guard down for even a second, the monster would turn the tables. As he reached below, Drake spun around and used an anchor to steady himself. Finally, he landed in a very cool pose, with one knee on the ground and his muscular arms supporting his body to maintain balance. Elgin didn't wait to praise his friend. Good timing. Drake still didn't understand what was happening, so he quickly turned his head and bombarded him with questions. "I brought that guy here as you said, but why here? It's too narrow here to move. If that guy causes an earthquake, there will be no way to escape." At the same time, Haranmaru regained consciousness. It quickly stood up and recovered its strength. Drake jumped back in surprise, muttering curses to himself. "Damn it, I just said it and it's already starting. If an earthquake comes, there'll be nowhere to run." Before this confusion ended, he faced another confusion. Drake slightly turned his head at the sound of a strong wind blowing from behind. A familiar pumpkin face was approaching with a decisively descending weapon. He skillfully swung the scythe in his hand and continuously struck the monster. Drake blankly called out the name of an acquaintance he hadn't seen in a long time. Jack-o'-lantern? What was he doing here? Jack was once a villain but a former mercenary who combined good and evil. He was 2.5 meters tall. Elgin seemed to have succeeded in persuading him, and now he was actively attacking Haranmaru, but the monster was not an easy opponent. It was strong enough to make Jack stagger with just one swing of its arm. He was pushed back and crashed into the ice wall, and Drake and Elgin couldn't hide their surprise. He blinked blankly from the strong impact. Only now did his consciousness seem to have fully returned. He hesitated and asked, where is this? I don't remember what I did." Elgin laughed sympathetically. "Hey friend, you were frozen here." Jack still didn't remember everything and innocently asked, "Frozen?" But then he suddenly exclaimed, "I remember, we met at Solomon's castle. Yes, I was looking for a way to get revenge, but why are you here?" Drake now understood his friend's intention and confirmed with him. "Elgin, are you trying to bring that monster here and let that guy defeat it? But I don't think that guy needs help." Instead of rushing to answer, Elgin was engrossed in a thought that had just occurred to him. Jack-o'-lantern was probably thinking the same thing. Before facing Oust the Dragon, he had to defeat El King, one of his powerful allies. But his level was A, and to defeat El King he would need to be at least a level to contend with Haranmaru. "The new boss monster of the Great Upheaval?" Jack suddenly asked sarcastically. "What? I lost? I can't believe I was defeated by that guy," he painfully uttered, raising his stone-hard scratch scythe. "It's because of my scythe." If my scythe had been intact, Elgin threw an item to him, asking a question that would dispel Jack's bitterness. "Hey friend, why don't you try this?" Jack quickly snatched the item Elgin handed him. It cast a subtle red glow reflecting on his pumpkin face. Jack held a core in his hand. This was called a Goda core, a mineral that even gold couldn't rival. This mysterious core provided more essential and powerful energy than any other mineral. It was a reward obtained by defeating Goda, a special item used to defeat S-grade monsters. It was an inherently valuable item, which made Jack even more suspicious. Isn't this a wind attribute core? Where did you get it? I have a few core weapons with this attribute myself. Anyway, thanks, I'll put it to good use. Without waiting, he immediately activated the treasure he had just received. The scythe, which had been rusty and weak moments before, was engulfed in the core's light. The core was exerting its power to forge a new scythe for Jack, and now his scythe was successfully reinforced. The massive silver-bladed scythe curved like a crescent moon across the sky, embedded with a fiery orange core. The bottom of the scythe was adorned with a winding golden border in the shape of dragon horns, and the handle was covered in black magical symbols. The new weapon stimulated Jack-o'-lantern's fighting spirit, and he muttered, "Now it's time for revenge." Elgin recalled information about the Snowfield wolf pack and grew suspicious. Strange, this is such a high difficulty dungeon, yet these 7 wolves are just C-grade monsters. But these wolves play a certain role in maximizing the difficulty of the boss monster. At this point he recalled Haranmaru's constantly blood-sucking mouth and its arms that swung instinctively and skillfully. Each time the Snowfield wolves were terrified. They even lost their lives. Based on this, Elgin realized that the Snowfield wolves served to deplete the player's resources and strength as much as possible. However, they were also like food for Haranmaru. Drake also realized this unfortunate truth on his own. He growled, pitying the wolves. "Damn it, why aren't these wolves escaping from here? Now they're just scattered everywhere like blood bags," Elgin calmly explained. "If these wolves knew how to escape, there would be no reason to throw them here. In addition to the unique skill sets these monsters possess, their natural habitat is also a powerful weapon." While the two were still on high alert, a fierce clash began. Jack and Haranmaru were engaged in a tense battle. Thanks to his new scythe, he didn't need to hold back or be overwhelmed by his opponent. He coldly declared to Haranmaru, "Now it's time to repay the debt." He looked at his arm and confidently said loudly, "But this time you won't have a chance to win." After that, Jack raised the scythe in his hand high and said firmly, "I have the scythe of Banas in my hand and I will take your life with my own hands. Prepare yourself." Haranmaru ignored him, stomping its foot hard and causing a powerful earthquake. The ground shattered and people and objects were all thrown into the air. Drake was holding Sun, and Elgin warned Jack, "Wait, if you time it right you can have the damage you take." Drake was still trembling with anxiety. "But if that guy causes another earthquake in this narrow space, we'll all die." Unlike the 3 who were awkwardly dealing with the powerful earthquake, Jack seemed a little more at ease. He sneered, "It's no use." His scythe swung quickly through the air, creating intertwining yellow streaks in the blink of an eye. Nightmare skill. Jack-o'-lantern's body was made of witch's straw, and this straw was so light that Jack could float slightly above the ground. Thanks to this, Jack only took half damage from the ground attribute area of effect skill. His eyes were hidden behind his pumpkin shell, but his firm and ruthless gaze kept everyone on edge. However, Haranmaru was one step faster. Standing before its massive body, Jack was like a small ant easily trampled. Elgin watched every moment of the battle with firmly pursed lips. Jack-o'-lantern is one of the strongest A-grade monsters. To fight against Haranmaru, the weakest S-grade monster, I thought it was doable. But still, the power gap between these ranks was unavoidable. He clenched his jaw, his eyebrows furrowing more and more. If there's a way to counter its earthquake skill, while he was trying to come up with a plan, Haranmaru rampaged freely. It continuously struck Jack without rest. It cast skill after skill without interruption. But Elgin seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widening once again. He carefully observed Haranmaru's movements. Meanwhile, Jack was barely holding on. Only then did he curse loudly, "How dare you stomp on my head, then I'll cut off your leg." Gon was filled with anger and power. Jack slowly summoned his inner strength. His eyes glowed and his arms slowly rose. The core inside his scythe was also glowing. Elgin still observed patiently. He cheered, "Good, now Jack-o'-lantern is holding Vulcan's scythe. That means Jack's damage is equivalent to an S-grade. Then Haranmaru won't stand still either." It raised its mouth-covered arm and aimed it at Jack. Drake, accustomed to its movements, said, "That guy's trying to use the vampiric skill again. We need to stop it immediately." Just as he was about to charge, he suddenly stopped. The Snowfield wolf pack suddenly let out a terrible howl and roared. They suddenly rushed at Haranmaru and bit into its body with their sharp teeth. Jack watched them tear apart his enemy and said with satisfaction, "It seems you also want revenge." All the wolves looked at Haranmaru with vengeful eyes and rushed to bite it once more, but compared to Haranmaru they were still several levels below. One sacrificed itself to the monster's sharp claws. Each and every one of them met the same fate. Immediately after, blood gushed several times and scattered into the air. Haranmaru now seemed completely insane, delivering a painful end to the wolf pack. The wolves' screams echoed in the narrow space of the cave. Each and every one of them fell and lost their lives, a truly tragic sight. Haranmaru seized the opportunity to absorb the blood of all these wolves, but just then an excited voice echoed from within the faint dust. "Now's our chance." Elgin's body moved quickly, and he stood in front of the surviving wolves, blocking them. His eyes glowed and he grinned with joy, showing his teeth. His nerves were stretched taut like guitar strings. Elgin muttered. At this very moment his body shot into the air. He covered the space before him with thick gray dust. At this very moment only faint black traces and blood-stained red traces were mixed together. Haranmaru's arm cut through the air and attacked Elgin. He deliberately let himself be attacked, and at this moment he called out the name of his teammate Sun, who had been waiting. Sun replied from below, "Understood, I'll heal you right away." But Elgin made another suggestion. "No, don't cast debuffs. Use angelic descent." Sun widened her eyes in surprise. "Yes." Elgin shouted loudly, his voice desperate and urgent. "Let's take it down together." Sun immediately followed his words and summoned a protective barrier in front of the monster. Maru was immediately confused, its massive body twisting. Elgin succeeded. The first debuff, paralysis, was 100 successful. The second debuff, fear, was 50 successful. The third debuff, hallucination, was 25 successful. The fourth debuff, blindness, was 12 successful. The opportunity was right before their eyes. Elgin dashed as if flying towards this difficult boss. He muttered, good. This will double the damage. By now, Elgin's arm was encased in thick armor covered in sharp thorns. That arm was powerfully extended towards the one who was confusing the S-grade monster. Not just one, his other arm was also covered in energy-filled armor. They glowed under Elgin's control. At the same time, he used both arms to powerfully strike Maru. He shouted loudly to stimulate his mind. But whether intentional or accidental, Elgin was counterattacked by the monster. It sent Elgin flying to one side with its arm. Drake continued to shriek in surprise. Elgin, Sun also watched, her mouth agape in worry. She watched his condition intently, without blinking. Elgin seemed to have deliberately let the monster strike him hard, intending to recover immediately with Sun's help afterward. After a powerful punch aimed at his opponent, Maru seemed to stumble slightly, its body trembling, and its vision gradually blurred. But Drake also couldn't hide the confusion on his face. What? It just used a powerful attack and now its HP is down to 1. Isn't it over if it gets attacked one more time? Sun widened her eyes and couldn't even blink. She loudly called out Elgin's name. Elgin was still desperately fighting against Maru's terrifying attack power. He gritted his teeth, his eyes never letting down their guard for even half a second. But while barely holding on, Elgin vaguely realized the help of some friends he had initially thought were enemies, the Snowfield Wolves. A leading wolf appeared in front of Elgin and blocked his path. He froze for a moment, staring blankly at the wolf and muttering a few words. That wolf was the one Elgin had saved from Maru's blade-like claws just moments ago. Perhaps his righteous act had etched itself into the wolf's heart. Now it was ready to fight the monster alongside Elgin, without any fear of the giant hand charging towards it, despite the rapid speed at which the hand approached like lightning. Elgin also managed to smoothly evade this danger. Maru's efforts were in vain. This was because Elgin had completely dodged this attack, taking advantage of the monster's momentary carelessness after missing its attack. Elgin quickly summoned Whirlwind Earthquake. As the name suggests, an earthquake appeared and engulfed everything. It wrapped around everything in its surroundings. It penetrated the monster's steel-like body and sucked all of Maru's blood. It endured this violent attack painfully, but its 2 feet still stood firm, not shaking at all. Once again, in the blink of an eye, a streak of light mixed with faint black dust particles passed like lightning, while the smoke from the earthquake rose. Maru's eyes glowed, piercing through the smoke. Drake gritted his teeth, cursing a few words, and gripped the trigger of his gun. Damn it, he dealt massive damage, yet it still has HP left. Didn't he kill it? Elgin seemed to have planned his response silently for a long time. While Drake was anxious, he smiled with satisfaction. Not enough yet. But his gaze was directed towards the sky. Jack-o'-lantern, who hadn't shown his face until now, was launching a surprise attack from above, targeting the monster's blind spot. Elgin watched with complete trust, looking relaxed. This should be enough to finish that guy off. Z dealt a fatal blow to Maru. His scythe split the monster's head in two. A powerful blow. Jack-o'-lantern struggled to embed the scythe deeper. His body was floating in the air, but he was putting all his strength into embedding the scythe deep. Jack spoke a few more kind words to it. Die. Go to hell and tell those damn bastards that I'm coming soon. Finally, he dragged the scythe from top to bottom. After this attack, the monster's body would only be a pile of scrap metal. Elgin clenched his fists. He smiled, his eyes glowing with joy. The system finally displayed a notification. You have successfully become the first to conquer the monster Maru in the ice-melting region. The name of the first conqueror will be recorded in the Akashic records. Would you like to save your name? Yes. Jack-o'-lantern. The first monster in the ice-melting region has died. The disciples of the dragon tribe have decreased. The environment of the ice-melting region has changed significantly. The number of ice wolves will continue to increase until the monster of the ice-melting region revives. Two great kings have expressed interest in Yasu. Jack-o'-lantern felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He sincerely said, "Thank you, my friends. Thanks to you, I succeeded in my revenge. It's truly a joyful day. Not only that," he pointed behind him and added with joy, "not just me, those friends would also want to thank you." Elgin unintentionally widened his eyes, not knowing who Jack was referring to as friends. The gray white fur-covered feet and sharp golden claws were very familiar. Many Snowfield wolves gathered in front of Elgin, raising their heads and staring at him. The pack leader seemed to want to say something, its gaze no longer as threatening as before, and then it slightly bent its knees and slightly lowered its body, slowly looking down without raising its head high. The system explained to Elgin. The Snowfield wolf pack expresses gratitude to their benefactor. Elgin smiled and accepted it. He looked at the wolves and thought to himself, "That's right, Maru had been massacring the Snowfield wolves for a long time, so we are benefactors. The ones who killed Maru. Although it wasn't my intention, the attack rhythm of the Snowfield wolf pack has greatly improved. The Snowfield wolves will experience an amazing recovery while the monsters are gone. In the future, when Maru revives, he will have to face an enormous number of Snowfield wolves. Even if there are many C-grade monsters, it's hard to say who will win. Moreover, the Snowfield wolves possess veteran abilities. So over time, as they gain practical experience, they are likely to evolve into advanced monsters. In rare cases, Harenmaru might not be the boss monster of this dungeon upon its next revival. Jack-o'-lantern continued, we still have a long way to go. We need to kill not only LCK King but also his master, Ouse the Dragon. Sun suddenly asked curiously, but Mr. Pumpkin, why do you want to kill LCK King? Eljan from behind exclaimed loudly in surprise. No, if you ask him that. RCK remained silent for a few seconds. He looked at Sun as if he had something to say. He nodded his pumpkin head, clicked his tongue and asked, it's a long story, would you like to hear it? Sun, as if she had been waiting, agreed excitedly without hesitation. Yes, I want to hear everything. Eljan enthusiastically objected. He waved his hand and shouted, oh, the story of the mission's beginning is long and boring, it's better to skip it. Drake immediately reacted to Eljan's attitude. Oh, why are you like that in front of a newbie? Jack's voice was slightly emotional and he began his story. Yes, a long, long time ago, a scarecrow's past came rushing back. The first image of his story was inside a furnace. Flames crackled all day in the pitch-black darkness. At that time, the Scarecrow's biggest question was why he was there. For the first time, I picked up a hoe and looked around. A long line full of scarecrows. Was I one of those straw scarecrows too? Other scarecrows mined metal and threw it into the furnace without hesitation or doubt. Useless scarecrows, exhausted from hard labor, lined up and jumped into the furnace to become kindling themselves. I wasn't smart enough to explain why. But I didn't want to be like them. I wondered why I had to work like this. Everyone else was working, so should I? From then on, my thoughts flowed endlessly. Who am I really? What was I born for? Is it really okay to keep living like the other scarecrows? Instead of dwelling on these thoughts, I began to realize that it was worry. What do I want to do? What am I good at? Perhaps I'm just imitating someone else's life without any meaning. While the scarecrow was deep in thought, a dwarf approached with a large nail and asked acerbically, what's this? Why is this fellow so stupid? What are you still doing here? Go to work quickly. I really don't like scarecrows like these. Why aren't you jumping into the furnace to become kindling? The scarecrow looked at the roaring flames. That, looking at the furnace, he quietly sank into thought. The moment I received the order, an irresistible force moved me. I was just a weak and dim scarecrow. I moved towards the flames burning before my eyes. Now I would become kindling and fuel the furnace, and behind me countless people rose again. And would this burning act repeat itself again? He impatiently urged the scarecrow, what are you doing? Jump in, it'll be over quickly. You won't feel anything. But he probably didn't think that his words, which pushed people into a corner, would eventually lead to his own death. Someone broke in and decisively and swiftly killed him. At that moment, the scarecrow was convinced a miracle had happened. Beside him, next to his soulless corpse, a cheerful and playful voice echoed, aren't I cool? Then a pink-haired girl wiped her sweat and said, smiling, I took care of the witch. The girl stood on the cliff and asked playfully, hey there, skinny friend. What's your name? My name is Doros. The scarecrow then went with Doros. Doros noticed the tin hat the scarecrow was wearing. Doros cheered, all right, it's done. You had volcanic fragments embedded in your head. That's probably why your mind was slow. I connected the volcanic fragments to make a candle wick. It'll be better to have fire burning continuously on your head. Seeing the scarecrow sitting blankly, Doros smiled and said, I'm good at making things. Then she rummaged for something again, and Jack also turned his head curiously to watch. And finally, she pulled out a pumpkin lantern. Doros smiled brightly and said, you'll need something to protect the wick. She quickly placed it on Jack's head. He now looked grotesque yet endearing. Doros chuckled gleefully, baring her teeth as she looked at Jack. I made it with things I bought at the market earlier. How about it? It suits you, doesn't it? Jack, being treated so genuinely for the first time, was a little shy and bowed his head to express his gratitude. Thank you, Doros, he said to himself. From then on I became Jack-o'-lantern. Thinking of Doros, Jack showed a special affection for her in his story. Doros was very strong and brave. I was truly proud to be with Doros. Being with her was an honor and a blessing given to me by the heavens. Every time she called my name sweetly, she would laugh so joyfully. Even when she laughed, all I could hear was the sound of the wind, like dry straw twisting. The story turned to a new page. Jack still maintained a sad and remorseful tone. I grew up in a small mountain village. One day, the purple dragon Ouse said he wanted to build a mine, so he destroyed the village. I was the only one who survived in the village, and now I'm on my way to get revenge on Ouse. The purple dragon Ouse is very strong. Moreover, his subordinates are not ordinary either. If we attacked him head-on, there would be no chance of victory at all. First, we tracked Ouse's allied forces. It was a very dense forest. All the human villages there were destroyed. Only giants who had become Ouse's minions remained. They cut down the trees in the forest and took them to the furnace. This was to supply kindling to the furnace. There we met Utkatur. He was fighting Ouse's minions alone. We saved his life. Utkatur was very grateful, but pain was still tearing him apart. The poor fellow recounted, thank you for your help. You killed all the monsters in the village. You're truly strong, Utkatur confided. Because of Ouse I lost everything. The forest, the village, and my loved ones. I fought for revenge. Because of that I reconstructed my body. But in the end I lost. His arms hung limply. Seemingly devoid of any strength, he desperately blurted out in the face of the bitter reality, now there's nothing left for me. Someone denied his words. No, Doros approached Utkatur and extended her hand. Your journey of revenge isn't over yet. After that, another unfortunate soul joined the group. I am Richard, son of the royal house of Henry Leo. Allow me to go with you. He was small, but his ambition and will were very strong. I want to be as brave and strong as you. As if by fate, their group grew stronger and stronger. the Scarecrow with his scythe, Utkatur in knight's armor, the cowardly young lion. The brave and thoughtful Dorothy team. Dorothy's expedition team was complete. We set out to find the purple dragon Aus who had driven us into a corner. The end of the journey was approaching. 5 people confronted one dragon, all faced it, and no one was wary of each other. When Aus stood before us, we attacked him with all the hatred we had accumulated for so long, but we lost. When I came to my senses, there was nothing around me, no fire, no Aus, and no comrades either. All had disappeared. I don't know how long I wandered in the West region. After recounting up to this point, Jack sighed as if the pain was etched into his heart once more. Looking back, only footprints remained on the sand. Perhaps I had been wandering alone for a long time. In the middle of the endlessly vast sand desert, Jack's poignant cry faintly echoed. Everyone he walked in despair, carrying a question that no one would answer. Where did they all go? His last memory of camaraderie, full of strong bonds, moved Yoon-sun to tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jack continued his story. When we fought Aus, Dorothy shouted at me, "Put out the fire, Jack-o'-lantern." Because of the roaring fire in front of my eyes, Jack couldn't see anything then. Other than hearing Dorothy's loud shout, he still spoke bitterly. Perhaps Dorothy didn't want me to see her die. I shouldn't have listened to her words, Yoon-sun continued to ask, crying. Then how did you end up here? Jack continued. After I started searching for my comrades and my fire went out, my memory became hazy. I don't even know how much time has passed. I remember King Solomon sealing me when he arrived at the ancient castle of demons. Perhaps my scent was like that of a dragon then. When King Solomon came to his senses, he had already turned into a demon. All right, everyone was before me. Drake, upon hearing this, automatically continued his words. After that, we went to the Lord of Black Magic, and you went straight to the purple dragon Aus. Elgin also automatically added the last detail. After that, we were defeated by Heron Maru and frozen here. Jack-o'-lantern suddenly changed his voice. He confessed with a resolute air, "Now I'm back on the path of revenge that I had given up for so long, just as Dorothy taught me." The long story continued throughout the night and finally came to an end. The next morning the 5 people returned to battle readiness. You have entered the realm of the Ice Ruins. The first name has been recorded in the Akashic Records. A-grade Ice Dragon, Dark Ability, Vampire, Counterclaw, Elite Warrior, 2 meters size. They are members of the powerful Corpse King's army, relying on each other to survive. Drake still played the role of an excellent archer. His eyes focused so as not to miss any monster. The monsters they were confronting this time were much fiercer and more aggressive. Jack also participated enthusiastically, taking down 4 or 5 monsters at once without getting tired. Elgin exclaimed in admiration, as expected of Jack-o'-lantern. These monsters are really weak. The boss probably won't be that strong either. Jack then analyzed the situation again. Aus recruited many capable monsters for the war against the demon forces. The Corpse King of the Left Legion rules the Ice Ruins and the Lich Knight of the Right Legion rules the Sword Tower. We need to kill these 2 first. A while ago, the Tyrant Dragon Mojima and the Demon King Benzabub tried to recruit the Spider Queen Salacium. When I thought about how the greedy constellation destroyed the ancient dragon Gadisa and brought him to their side, it was easy to expect other S-grade monsters to join their army. The Corpse King and the Lich Knight are monsters recruited after the Great Flood. Now I can understand why Heron Maru is the mid-boss of this dungeon. I can estimate how strong they are. While they were fighting, the ground suddenly cracked and large fragments flew up. He paused for a moment, assessed the situation, and raised his scythe high into a defensive stance. The Corpse King, one of Aus's strongest subordinates, an ultra-elite monster commanding the purple dragon Aus's Left Legion. Even from a distance one could feel the Corpse King's imposing figure, cold aura and thorny body. Jack curiously asked Elgin, "Do you know anything about the Corpse King?" He confessed with an innocent face. No, do you?" Jack replied, seemingly disappointed. "I don't know much either, that's why I asked." Cold smoke billowed from the Corpse King's massive body. A block of unmelting ice. Jack suddenly made a strange expression. He looked suspiciously as the system notification announced, "The King of Thrones has awakened. The King of the Ice Ruins has been revived." Jack suddenly hesitated. Could it be? Upon seeing the Corpse King, he immediately recognized a comrade he hadn't seen for a long time. Jack stammered, asking cautiously, "Utkatur, was it you? The eternal ice has broken." Jack-o'-lantern, seeing the massive figure moving in the darkness, doubted his judgment about this dwarf. Jack-o'-lantern, seeing it, couldn't hold back and shouted, "Impossible, is it really you?" The massive figure slowly appeared, clad in armor from head to toe, its red cloak fluttering in the wind. "His Majesty's throne has awakened. The King of the Ice Ruins has risen." Corpse King, S-grade freezing skill. One eye beneath the helmet emitted an eerie blue light. It turned its body, kicking up a cloud of dust. Elgin gazed at the Corpse King in astonishment. The Corpse King raised its double-bladed axe high, and a blue energy flow slowly gathered and slammed downwards. Elgin reacted quickly and shouted, "Be careful, that attack can deal both physical and magical damage. Even if you dodge, you'll still take magical damage." As the axe brushed past, Elgin leaped sideways to dodge, and dirt and rocks flew up behind him. Ice began to spread from the impact point, and the shock created a deep hole in the floor. Its bottom cracked, and the walls turned into sharp ice pillars. As the attack paused, Elgin quickly ran forward and shouted, "This is it, the Corpse King's conquest has begun." While running, a black shadow suddenly brushed past him, and Elgin could only let out a small growl. That black shadow was Jack-o'-lantern. He swung his scythe, and the scythe collided with the Corpse King's double-bladed axe. Jack-o'-lantern reminded, "Be careful, Corpse King Nicholas." The Corpse King swung its axe and freezing energy exploded. Jack-o'-lantern and the Corpse King sprang apart from each other. Elgin at this moment charged with his sword, but was bounced back again by the hardness of the armor on the Corpse King's body. The Corpse King turned its body towards Elgin. The cogs on the Corpse King's armor began to move. Elgin, seeing it, lamented inwardly, "Damn it, that armor is really tough. Just a scratch feels like my body is freezing." Just then, the Corpse King's arm transformed into a gun barrel, gathered energy and aimed at Elgin's waist. He watched it, his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. With a boom, blue energy instantly fired, and Elgin quickly dodged by turning his body. The attack struck the building and everything was shattered by it. Drake and Yoon-sun, who were behind, dodged in fear. Although it didn't hit, Elgin also painfully fell backward due to inertia. He looked up, then immediately widened his eyes because the Corpse King had started its attack again. An energy-filled orb slammed downwards and light flashed, blinding those who saw it. Elgin, having no time to escape, barely tried to block with both hands in front of his chest, cursing continuously inwardly, "Damn it, he's like a knight and mage combo. No, this isn't the time to think. I have to get out of here right now. There's no time to delay." As he thought this far, he muttered to himself as if resolved. Then the double-bladed axe was slammed down by the Corpse King, and it seemed to sense something within the white light. Simultaneously, at that very moment, Elgin appeared from its side. Drake, seeing it, shouted. He fired continuously at the Corpse King with guns in both hands, but it was merely an annoyance to the Corpse King. It swung its cloak once and all the bullets bounced off, but this bought Drake time to rush to Elgin. He asked urgently, "Are you all right?" Elgin, lying in the cracked hole, replied, his hand still raised above his head. "Of course, thanks for asking." Not letting the two continue chatting, the Corpse King once again formed a gun barrel in its hand, intending to harm the two. At this moment, Yoon-sun rushed over and shouted, "No holy inviolability." As Yoon-sun's hand stretched towards the Corpse King, surprisingly, its arm stopped. "This is a debuff effect. Paralysis chance 100. Seeing that it had an effect, Yoon urgently shouted, "I think this skill affected him, unfortunately." Elgin, hearing those words, looked at the Corpse King, his eyes still filled with vigilance. He judged, "It seems we're unlucky. That damn bastard's magic shield is really tough." Indeed it was. The Corpse King, which had been halted for a few seconds, acted normally again. It stood facing Elgin, axe in hand and cloak fluttering, the two of them. Drake, standing nearby, asked quizzically, "Did Yoon-sun's attack have any effect on him?" Elgin immediately replied, "No, he just stumbled for a moment. The ice on that armor is magically enhanced. It doesn't just deal ice damage, it also increases magic defense." Elgin was talking about the parts on the Corpse King's body, specifically its arms. After saying this much, he didn't forget to exclaim in admiration, "That armor is truly perfect compared to it. Other S-grade monsters are just ordinary monsters." But here Elgin paused, gripped his sword firmly and continued to speak. "Monsters are made to be defeated, and there must be a weakness. What we need to do is..." Just as Elgin was about to speak, Bokassa interrupted him. Elgin looked to the right with a puzzled expression. A pumpkin head was faintly visible in the darkness. "It was the vanished jack-o'-lantern," he said. "Nicholas, do you remember the time we spent together? Wake up." Drake Kate muttered suspiciously, "Can that guy do it?" Elgin replied, "I don't know either." On the other side, Jack-o'-lantern continued to remind him, "Remember your comrades, Dorothy, Richard, if you have forgotten me." The round hole on the scythe blade glowed like a raven's eye. Jack-o'-lantern gripped his scythe tightly and retreated. "Perhaps my scythe will remind me who I was." Hearing this, Elgin reignited his fighting spirit. He chugged all the red potions and said excitedly, "Good, keep going, kids. We all need to work together to attack that guy." Everyone shouted, "Start." Jack's flames rushed at the Corpse King and engulfed him. On the other side, Drake Kate also sprayed bullets from his gun, hitting the burning metal armor. The Corpse King did not weaken, swinging his hand and striking again. Continuous explosions echoed. The Corpse King swung his spear once more, then delivered a powerful blow that split the space. Elgin shouted, "He's coming, duck." Hearing this, everyone immediately fell to the ground. Cold sweat streamed down their faces and they felt extreme fear. Energy flew backward and hit the castle wall. Drake Kate shouted worriedly, "Elgin, the attack is lasting quite long. Are you sure we'll be okay?" Hearing this, Elgin reassured him, "Don't worry. Once phase 1 ends, he'll rest for a bit to recover." Elgin stared ahead and continued, "The moment we sense a change, that will be our chance." All sorts of attacks poured down on the Corpse King. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. "Are you below?" Elgin heard a question mark appear in his mind. A voice. "Yes," the voice continued, "I'm right below you." This time, Elgin fell into deep thought. There was no mention of this in the information I knew. Am I the first to discover this? He looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with thoughtfulness and deep contemplation. Looking at his teammates, Elgin muttered to himself, "Am I the only one hearing this voice? When I met my teammates to explain this attack, I don't remember anyone mentioning or talking about this strange phenomenon." Elgin frowned, lost in thought, and the voice echoed again. "Did you see it?" Hearing this, Elgin smiled slightly and continued to speculate in his mind. "Humans can forget minor details, so there's no need to worry. It doesn't matter whether I hear that voice or not. Anyway, I already know how to defeat the Corpse King." At this moment, the Corpse King was gripping the axe in his hand tightly and trembling. Drake Kate saw it with sharp eyes and quickly said, Look at him, something strange. Both the corpse and the bees are trembling now. The Corpse King's armor has high defense, but it's vulnerable to debuffs. The ice crystals on his armor are constantly melting and refreezing. The air is humid and the atmospheric pressure is constantly changing, causing the armor to rust. If metal goes through continuous heating and freezing, its strength will eventually weaken. This must be a character setting to make it El King's weakness. Hearing this, Eljan laughed loudly and grabbed him. What's wrong? Rust is your weakness. At this moment, the Corpse King's body was entirely red and black, but that did not dampen his fighting spirit. Sparkling stripes appeared in the air and it was unclear what he was trying to do. Numerous magic circles appeared on the ground. The Corpse King summoned other armored monsters. First was the Lion Chimera, a grade Shadow trait, size 4.4 meters. Second was the Soul Harvester Scarecrow, a grade Death trait, size 4.4 meters. Third was the Tin Golem, a grade Stone trait, size indeterminate. Seeing the summoned monsters, Jack's eyes glowed red. He trembled slightly and stammered, You remember these old guys?" Jack shouted, extremely angry. "But why are you aiming your axe at me?" Drake didn't care about such things. He turned to Elgin and acknowledged, "You were right, Elgin. The other monsters were summoned just as you said. Is this the start of Phase 2? When no one answered, he turned his head and called out, "Elgin." At this moment, Elgin was staring blankly ahead, confused in his mind. Why? Seeing all this, he muttered to himself, "This is completely different from the information I know. Summon should only happen when El King is weakened by debuffs." Cold sweat streamed down Elgin's cheek. "This is confusing. These can't be A-grade monsters, and intense combat should occur before LCK King reaches his final stage. Why were 3 A-grade monsters summoned at this point? The rust marks on the Corpse King's body gradually disappeared. The rust marks on his claws also vanished. Heljin Yunsun saw it and shouted, "Look, the rust fragments on the Lich King's armor are disappearing." The Corpse King now appeared completely new, just as he was at the beginning. Elgin shouted in shock. He's even recovered his health. The Lion Chimera charged, and Elgin quickly prepared for battle, but his mind was still deep in thought. What's happening? Damn it, I already knew the information I received might not be 100 accurate, but this is completely different. Dodging the Lion Chimera's sharp claws, Elgin's mind continued to work. What's happening? Is it because we attacked him first, or, seeing Drake fighting on the other side, Elgin questioned again. Is it because I heard the story from Jack-o'-lantern that something has changed? But still nothing has changed. Smoke rose, a flash of light emanated from the Corpse King's eyes, and he charged directly at Drake. He froze when he saw him approaching. Heljin Yunsun called out his name in fear. Drake. She quickly created an energy ring to help Drake block the attack. It was called a divine shield, but suddenly the area around Heljin Yunsun darkened and a flash of light appeared. Heljin Yunsun was astonished to see two scythes clash. Jack growled, "How dare you aim your scythe at my comrade, you annoying bastard!" Drake barely escaped the crisis, but his mind was racing. This is really difficult. Not only El King but also 3 A-grade monsters all in this situation. His face darkened. In his mind he thought, something seems to have gone wrong with Elgin's plan. Drake looked at Elgin. I've never seen him so flustered. Turning back to Elgin, his mind was also in chaos. No, I didn't know anything about El King's abilities. We have no chance of winning, he thought. I have 3 divine treasures. This will definitely work. The amulet of death and good fortune can be used for recovery skills and shields, and for poison and endurance. We can do it. Just then a familiar voice echoed again. Below, it's below you. In his mind, he lamented. This voice again. What the hell is this voice? What is it trying to tell me from below? What on earth is below me? Can I trust this information? Finally, grinding his teeth in anger, Elgin calmly exhaled. He first spoke softly, then shouted, "Damn it, everyone, 5 minutes? No, hold on for 3 minutes." Everyone turned to Elgin in surprise. When Elgin looked back, 4 pairs of eyes met. The 3 stared at Elgin intently. They didn't understand his next intention. After that, the bewildered shouts of others were heard. What? Leave it to us? Elgin's arm transformed into a red shield with 2 horns, and he smiled, saying, "Thank you, kids." Hearing this, the other 3 quickly retorted, "No, we can't do it. Drake, let's go. It seems there's no other way." At this moment, Elgin bent down and punched the ground. He muttered, "If I can hear that voice, then it must be something hidden." Elgin's hair flew back due to the force and speed of his punch, but he still stubbornly muttered, "Is this hope or a trap? I have to confirm it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, sand and stones flew up. Elgin shouted excitedly, "Look, I've arrived. You've entered the end of the ice ruins. Your name will be recorded as the first visitor in the Akashic records." Black ground appeared, and looking down, Elgin's mind was filled with question marks. Below was a red pit. Elgin wondered about the pit even as he free fell. Looking at the pit, he speculated, could it be the phoenix blood I heard rumors about? Now I understand. That's the secret behind his recovery ability. Phoenix blood was a liquid with quite high melting density. It acted as a healing agent for monsters, so they collected a lot of phoenix blood and used it as a powerful recovery item. Realizing something, Elgin shouted, and at the same time quickly manipulated the ring on his middle finger. "There's definitely something in the pit. I'll go check if there's anything suspicious inside." The venomous snake Dopmoon emitted a purple light from the ring, and then a black-scaled snake appeared next to Elgin. He asked his teammates for help. "If I fall into this sticky lava pit, I'll definitely get hurt. I don't even know if it's poisonous. Venomous snake Dopmoon, I need your help." Immediately, Elgin jumped into the mouth of the venomous snake Dopmoon. The venomous snake Dopmoon closed its mouth and darted into the pool of blood. The pit shot water high due to external force. Looking at the red sticky water, Elgin speculated, the liquid pressure inside the pit is probably extremely high. Seeing how sticky the water is, through the eyes of the venomous snake Dopmoon, he continued to observe his surroundings and concluded, if my guess is not wrong, that will be in the middle of the pit. Keep going. Is this inside the pit? It's really magnificent." Suddenly, Elgin's eyes widened slightly as if he saw something, then he smiled as if he understood everything. I see. Black smoke swirled in the red water. A heart connected to numerous pipes appeared. Elgin laughed loudly and joyfully, saying, I see, Corpse King. I know he hid his heart here. It's El King's heart. Every time the heart beats, it pumps out phoenix blood. A previous battle scene flashed through his mind. Elgin thought to himself, if he put his heart in a place like this, and used phoenix blood like a recovery potion when needed, nothing could harm him. Because the recovery effect of phoenix blood is infinite. Looking at that red blood pit, Elgin thought, a spare heart? How could he have such a crazy idea? If my memory serves me right, such a personality should eventually disappear. But who can find and kill this monster? As he thought this far, Elgin suddenly realized he could hear that voice. A red circular magic circle appeared, and below the heart a girl with red hair and 2 braided pigtails appeared. Behind her was a gigantic sword. Elgin said in surprise. A summoner. The Lich King on the ground wasn't the only one. There's another one here. In the middle of the vast red pool, a girl stood quietly. She was Dorothy. Suddenly, Dorothy sprang up and charged, and a cold flash of light emanated from her eyes. Elgin gritted his teeth, annoyed, as if the situation before his eyes was unexpected. After that, Elgin quickly controlled the venomous snake Dotmoon to dodge Dorothy's attack, but it was too late. Dorothy charged and swung once, then she turned and faced 2 eyes emitting a strange green light. Elgin, inside the mouth of the venomous snake Dotmoon, cursed in anger. Damn it, how can she move so fast in this sticky liquid? She's crazy. Dorothy landed softly, then sprang up again, swinging continuous slashes at an unbelievable speed. Convinced of victory, Dorothy stopped in place. Because of the extremely fast speed, a venomous snake could not completely avoid it and twisted and rolled its body. Elgin inside was also shaken and screamed. Looking at the trajectory of Dorothy's movements, Elgin was unsure, but he questioned, is it a whirlpool? Just then, Dorothy stopped below and gave up on her leaping attack. Instead, she created numerous identical swords like illusions, and then all the swords instantly flew up and plunged straight into the body of the venomous snake Dotmoon. It was stabbed 7 inches deep by the swords. Elgin inside was also greatly shocked and collapsed, having no time to react. Just then, through the eyes of the venomous snake, Elgin saw Dorothy's fist rapidly approaching. The punch was exactly 7 inches deep. The venomous snake Dotmoon instinctively opened its mouth in pain and spat Elgin out. He could only float in the pool of blood and curse. Damn it! From above, Dorothy swung her sword again, chasing after him, suppressing his displeasure. Elgin kept trying to move his head. The phoenix blood is hot and heavy like molten metal. The pressure of this liquid makes it too difficult for my body to move, he expressed extreme regret. I almost reached the heart. Damn it. Eventually, darkness gradually enveloped him. In his consciousness, Elgin muttered, sorry everyone. Suddenly, information about level 75 Sea Demon title Abyssal Privilege HP 750 seemed to appear or be heard, and Elgin opened his eyes, his pupils glowing. Dorothy's sword approached, but she suddenly hesitated slightly. Elgin moved unexpectedly, quickly drawing his sword with his right hand and swinging it once at Dorothy. It was as if he had cut off one of her legs. In the red pool of blood, Elgin expressed extreme regret. I hadn't expected this before. He smiled, looking at Dorothy. Who knew collecting titles would be so effective? This time, the title screen appeared completely, and Elgin's memory flow also reappeared. The abyssal effect is a passive skill I gained after defeating the sea demon. The intense pressure of the surging whirlpool further strengthens the surrounding pressure, activating my abyssal privilege. The flow of memory ended. At this moment, Elgin slowly stood up, slightly raised his left hand and happily exclaimed, amazing, the water pressure is gone. I don't feel any pressure. That wasn't the only thing that pleased him. Above all, another miracle happened. JC Moon's special effect is activating. Thanks to experience points, the number of monsters defeated and contributions in the dungeon, I can now evolve. The venomous snake Dotmoon licked its wounds and then its entire body was covered in white light. After that, everything was covered in ice. Elgin was slightly curious. What happened to Dotmoon? Eventually, the layer of ice was slowly broken by a single snake. Another spine grew on its back and 2 horns sprouted from its head. A B-rank 20 meters dark snake. Dorothy witnessed all of this and remained silent. Elgin, on the other hand, spoke. I knew you were almost ready to evolve, but I didn't expect you to evolve now. It seems luck has come our way. Dotmoon stood behind Elgin, and both man and beast looked straight ahead. He shouted, all right, it's time to go back. Our friends are waiting for us above. Meanwhile, a huge explosion occurred above, and the lion chimera collapsed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Drake Kate, seeing it, widened his eyes and gaped. Yoon Sun was equally surprised. Elgin said, Son, I think you should take this. An A-grade glove, the left arm weapon of a malevolent spirit. The user gains immense strength. Attack 444. Sun replied, me? Elgin explained seriously to her. This item dropped when we defeated Heron Maru. I have the other piece and I can't use items without the genius attribute. Sun cried out in surprise and asked, will this fit me? Elgin replied, try it on. She put it on and marveled at the item. It's too heavy. Suddenly, Sun cried out in great surprise, what? It shrunk to fit my hand by itself. Elgin left her and ran off, not forgetting to encourage her to figure out how to use it herself. Experiment with it. You must use it. Sun was flustered, thinking, how do I use it now? He smiled confidently. I think you'll surprise the enemies. In another scene, a monster fell. Sun stood blankly, still not understanding what had happened. Drake Kate suddenly turned around in surprise. What? He recalled that just as he was grappling with the summoned monsters, they had rushed at Sun, who was trying to recover. And Sun instinctively raised her fist. It was a lightning-fast punch. The monster roared. Memories brought back Elgin's words. An A-grade one-handed weapon, especially gloves, is considered to have high attack power. What if it had attack 3000? The system introduced it as Crab Hammer Gauntlet. When used in Ma Dongguang state, it becomes Catfish Tooth Fist, dealing 3600 physical attack and 32,200 water attribute damage. This was the clearest proof of this weapon's power. A thought echoed, pure attack power is 13,332. An image appeared of the monster's claws and the item-clad hand almost making contact. Elgin assessed that considering the pure attack power, the monster's hand was crushed by Sun's hand, he asserted. Globally, there's nothing that can rival this. Sun took down the gigantic monster. Who would have thought a healer could possess such power? Drake Kate exclaimed in admiration. Then it was perfect for him to give those to Sun for self-defense. The system continued to state anything that attempts to attack her will instantly evaporate. In another scene, Drake Kate was still cheering. Well done, keep pushing. Elgin will find the Corpse King's weakness. Dorothy fired magic at them. Dotmoon and Elgin charged, and flames began to gather in Dotmoon's mouth. Dotmoon fired a fireball from its mouth and the flames flew towards Dorothy. Red energy exploded, creating a powerful vortex like a sharp blade. The flames flew. Dotmoon flew in circles, following the vortex. Dorothy looked up at Dotmoon, who had a triumphant expression. Small rock fragments flew everywhere, Elgin said. Do you think you can defeat me in this form? Don't even dream of it. She suddenly appeared behind Elgin. Elgin sneered at her as if in contempt. I don't think anyone has a higher agility stat than me. Dorothy attacked him with all her might. She was pushed back by Dotmoon. Elgin concentrated his strength and struck with all his might towards the Corpse King's heart. The heart exploded and scattered. The tin golem free fell from the air, a flustered expression on its face as if it still didn't understand what had happened. In another scene, the tin golem tried to attack Drake Kate with its claws. He saw the tin golem disappear and said, the summoned monsters are disappearing. The soul harvester scarecrow was also disappearing. Drake Kate rejoiced. It seems Elgin succeeded. Even the lion chimera, Dotmoon, after biting Dorothy and bringing her up, slowly released her, but she quickly vanished. Elgin declared in a solemn voice, it's over now. The water has receded and the heart is of no use anymore. He stood before the gigantic red area. The Corpse King appeared, creating a sharp ice barrier emitting blue light, and the ground shook violently. Drake and Sun were astonished by the sight before them. He stammered, This is no longer a normal attack. It's out of control. Drake Kate reached out and fired his gun. He judged that it was doing everything to survive. A dazzling explosion occurred, and a sharp object was lifted. Jack-o'-lantern said solemnly, Nicholas, my friend, it's over now. The Corpse King, impaled by Jack-o'-lantern, was lifted into the air. He replied in a weak voice, Ah, Jack, I feel no pain, for I have no heart. An image of a sturdy man with a painful smile appeared. Jack-o'-lantern said, let's end this. After that, he slammed the Corpse King hard onto the ground and system notifications began to ring. You have become the world's first to defeat the Corpse King, commander of the Ice Ruins left flank. Following this, a red power surged and the system voice continued to echo. The name of the first conqueror will be stored in the Akashic records. Would you like to save your name? Yes. Yasusu. A red vortex continuously swept over Elgin's body and the system voice continued. As the left flank commander is dead, he will never be revived. The dragon tribe's momentum has been broken. Immense energy slowly and painfully incinerated the Corpse King. The power structure of the Ice Ruins left flank has significantly changed. The vampire race feels threatened. The zombie race feels threatened. The ghoul race feels threatened. The mummy race feels threatened. The nightmare race feels threatened. The ghost race feels threatened. The system continued to display notifications while the flames blazed. Eventually, when only charred traces remained, a new notification appeared on the system billboard. Purple Dragon House has expressed interest in Yasusu. After the fierce battle, Drake Kate leveled up and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the new sensation. Oh, amazing, is this the reward for defeating the Corpse King? Drake, level 65 to 69. My body feels so light. Is it because my agility stat increased? I feel like I weigh only 3 kilograms. Light also enveloped Yunsun's body and she cried out in joy. Elgin, look. I leveled up too. Sun, level 63 to 65. Elgin smiled joyfully. The light surrounding his body also grew larger. Perhaps it's thanks to your support. However, considering Haranmaru's contribution, it's a bit disappointing. Elgin, level 75 to 77. As Elgin's stat information window opened, numerous special titles appeared. Basilisk Hunter title adds Fatal Poison. Bug Hunter title adds Ultimate Predator. Deep Sea Demon Slayer title adds Endless Abyss. Long-awaited Guardian of the Tomb title adds Immortality. Jack-o'-lantern picked up a broken mask fragment from the Corpse King. He gazed at the broken fragment with regretful eyes. Nicholas, my old friend. Jack stood amidst the chaos and thick smoke, bidding his friend a final farewell. Rest in peace, I won't run away either. After defeating the Corpse King, a reward appeared. A bottle containing a heart. Corpse King's heart. Quality, S-grade heart. Elgin picked up the reward and excitedly held it high. What a delicious peach. I've finally obtained the hidden item I've always wanted. A unique rare item in the world. Yunsun, seeing it, approached curiously and asked, What is that? Is it a heart model? He replied kindly, It's my heart. She cried out in surprise. Really? Elgin, unable to hide his joy, replied, Yes, this is what my heart looks like. Isn't it lovely? Drake Kate asked curiously. But what are you going to do with that heart? Is it a real heart? he replied triumphantly with a smile. There are countless uses for it, Elgin explained excitedly. The true purpose of this item is for the user to gain the same abilities as the Corpse King, Yoon exclaimed. Wow, with an expression of admiration on her face, Drake Kate realized. So that's why the item was called Spare Heart. Another thought came to Elgin's mind and his face began to grow serious. This is an ultra-rare item, but this Spare Heart only truly shows its value when the user possesses a specific title. The heart bottle glowed. He said it's time for him to appear now. Suddenly, everything around them shook violently. Darkness enveloped the entire room. Everyone gasped in surprise. Drake Kate looked up worriedly, wondering, what is this? Why has it suddenly gotten so dark around here? Yoon's son also looked up blankly, shouting loudly, Eljan, look up! The surroundings immediately turned a mysterious blue. From somewhere a colossal voice echoed, You there, who stands before me? A gigantic dragon's eye glared fiercely at the people below. He asked, You killed the Corpse King, so you must be truly audacious. Jack-o'-lantern gripped his blade tightly, trembling, and shouted loudly, You! He looked up, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. He cried out the name of Purple Dragon House. Purple Dragon House's gaze fell upon him, and he offered words of praise to Jack. Good fighting spirit. A great war is coming soon, and now is a time when exceptional talent is desperately needed. If you join my ranks and take the Corpse King's place, I will give you command of the Ice Ruins left flank. What do you say? Elgin, even while witnessing the scene before him, calmly analyzed the dragon's words. No one gets angry at an ant that died at the hands of another ant they've been continuously watching. On the contrary, if they find that ant interesting, they won't feel any desire for revenge for the dead ant. The system immediately displayed a notification. Hidden quest discovered. Ice Ruins left flank commander quest. Hidden quest completion condition. Defeat Corpse King. Hidden quest completion condition. Accept Purple Dragon House's proposal. If you decline the proposal, Purple Dragon House will become enraged. Drake Kate, his face filled with surprise and suspicion, asked, What? Why did only Elgin get this quest? A choice window appeared between accept and decline. Hidden quest, Ice Ruins left flank commander. As Elgin was about to confirm, he cried out in surprise, blocking him. Elgin, something strange. This quest is. Before Drake Kate could finish his sentence, Elgin unhesitatingly accepted the system's hidden quest. Drake Kate frowned, unable to understand his choice. After confirmation, the system voice echoed again. Hidden quest, Ice Ruins left flank commander completed. Rewards will be distributed soon. Would you like to save your name? Yes. The purple dragon narrowed its eyes and smiled at Elgin's choice. Unable to hide its joy, it said, Welcome, new commander of the Ice Ruins left flank. With this choice you will soon gain great glory and honor. Elgin scoffed and smiled and asked him about the compensation. Honor is good. So what's my share? Drake Kate, worried about his comrade, pressed Elgin. Elgin, why did you accept this quest? This quest is too strange. Besides, if you accept this quest, shouldn't you maintain a neutral stance? Elgin folded his arms and replied nonchalantly, HMPH House is a fool. If I had declined the proposal, everyone would have been doomed. Moreover, his title window reappeared. Elgin, seeing the new title added, muttered, I needed this title too. He looked back at Jack, worried. Will Jack-o'-lantern agree to this? Jack-o'-lantern bowed his head and remained silent. He said nothing. Elgin composed himself and raised a hand, enthusiastically encouraging everyone. Anyway, our next target is the Lich Knight. Let's go now without wasting time. The scene shifted to night, and inside a gigantic building the streetlights were still bright, but everything around was eerily quiet. From somewhere Kim Ha-nul, wearing a team cap, appeared. She wandered the hall before returning to her room. Kim Ha-nul was walking blankly. Before she could collect herself, a voice suddenly spoke. Where are you going? I've been waiting for you here. Oh, in the darkness someone was staring intently at her with glowing eyes. Kim Ha-nul, right? A private beta tester for ZEM, one of them, or the leader? As the lights illuminated, it was Zodiac. He sneered, sending a sharp gaze. His face made Kim Ha-nul swallow hard in worry. She tried to maintain her composure, scoffing in reply, You're the one who caused a commotion at the awards ceremony. The scene where you got kicked in the head was quite interesting. Is the back of your head all right? He stood up, frowning, but still had a sneering smile on his lips. I don't like being provoked. With a swing, Kim Ha-nul's cap flew far away. He approached, threatening her with a shovel pointed at her neck, and Kim Ha-nul nervously backed away. I have a lot to ask, so I went through a lot of trouble to come here. Take this seriously and don't joke around. Your life depends on your answers. Kim Ha-nul laughed loudly. She looked up and uttered a single word as if in contempt. HMPH, ridiculous. I wanted to meet you too. Hearing those words, Zodiac looked at her with questioning eyes. Kim Ha-nul still slowly spoke her mind. Hey killer. Kim Ha-nul, with a nonchalant expression, proposed to him. Do you want to cooperate with me? Yoon's son, with two hands raised in joy, showed off the clothes she had received as a gift from the Neoquades angel tribe. Drake Kate said, It suits you well. Elgin also replied, arms crossed. She probably received it in Neoquades. In Neoquades, angels flew around Yoon's son joyfully. She thought to herself, No one shuns me, even though I'm no longer Nettie. That old woman still dotes on me like a daughter. Elgin assessed, Son's favorability with the angels has reached its maximum. In the 7th disputed zone, the Sword Tower, thick black smoke billowed. This was the dwelling of the Lich Knight, where a magnificent and dark skyscraper towered. On the stairs of the Sword Tower, Drake Kate stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the building. The Corpse King here is Nicholas. Utkatur was also surprised when he learned who the Lich Knight was. Jack-o'-lantern replied from beside him, Yes, Richard was probably a cowardly lion. Richard, son of the royal house of Henry Leo, appeared as the ruler of the monster kingdom and a valiant giant. Of course, Richard possessed a robust body and noble heart, just like his father Henry. He must have grown up to be a warrior. The stronger and more mentally resilient the warrior, the stronger the Lich Knight will be. The boss here is Leon Lich Knight, who will surely be very high level. Suddenly Jack-o'-lantern said, I've decided. From now on I'll do the same to him as he did to Cooter. Elgin looked at the situation before him and smiled triumphantly. Alright, the Lich Knight is very different from the Corpse King. Since there's no clear attack pattern, let's just prepare to die and start with a raid. In short, just attack. Monster corpses lay scattered everywhere. He continued, monsters will constantly appear as we ascend the tower. Don't think about turning back. Just head straight for the boss room and look around carefully. There will be many hidden items. Elgin smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, monsters will appear as soon as I enter the first floor. I've planned everything. He also considered that of course many things might be different from what he knew. And sometimes things progress differently than I had expected. This was probably due to the butterfly effect created by my regression. However, the Lich Knight was different. There was only one unchanging tactic. Elgin adopted a combat stance and loudly ordered the battle plan to everyone. Son, use Holy Shield immediately. Son immediately replied, yes. Elgin continued to instruct. Drake, to the left, he continued to command. Jack-o'-lantern, focus on mid-range and long-range attacks from the center. Jack-o'-lantern calmly replied, understood. Elgin transformed into attack mode, put on his armor and said, I'll take the right flank attack. Elgin broke through the wall and entered battle. He paused. Suddenly, a monster shrieked in pain. Elgin was astonished to see the fallen monsters. He remained silent. Drake Kate followed, asking curiously, what's this? Why are they all dead? This isn't just hunting. Something seems to have happened. Sun also chimed in. Perhaps someone came here first and defeated them. The fallen monsters were already dead. Drake Kate continued. Moreover, the monsters here are not ordinary at all. Someone asked curiously. What kind? He continued to explain. Oges and goblins are dark attribute monsters, but their main habitat is the plains, and they rarely live in narrow dungeons like this. What's stranger is that sea monsters only live in the sea, but they're dead here. Elgin clenched his fists in anger. To ruin my perfect plan from the start, this guy is quite formidable. When I meet him, I'll praise him and then immediately eliminate him. Suddenly, Elgin heard something. He was puzzled. It can't be this sound, and then he swiftly ran toward the direction of the sound. Drake Kate called out loudly from behind, Elgin, Elgin, where are you going? Elgin paid no attention and focused on his thoughts. That's the sound of a flute. It can't be. I thought I was the first one here, but someone's already defeated the boss. Damn it, I'm too late. Elgin rushed to the third floor where all the monsters were defeated. He moved to the sixth floor. Other monsters were also already defeated. Just as I thought, the upper floors are the same. Half of an ice chunk was exposed. He stood before it, thinking it was the boss in the center of the tower. He frowned. Damn it, am I too late? I'll ignore this boss and defeat the Lich Knight immediately. He was puzzled. Why didn't they defeat this boss? Was it a coincidence? Suddenly, an explosion erupted from beneath the ground, blowing him far away. Zodiac appeared from within the smoke. He thought to himself, damn it, the plan is messed up. I didn't expect this. I need to get out of here as fast as possible. Seeing him in the smoke, he rushed towards Elgin, gnashing his teeth and shouting loudly. Why are you still standing there? Move quickly. If you don't want to die, go quickly. Don't interfere. Elgin hit him hard on the head. Are you the damn bastard who ruined my plan? He frowned in anger. Elgin shouted loudly, hey, it doesn't matter how much you rush. Do you want both of us to die here? What if everything goes wrong and the tower's mid-boss wakes up? Kim Hanul appeared from somewhere. She was surprised to see the two. Hanul asked curiously, Yasusu, why are you here? Elgin replied without a word. I was just about to ask you, why are you here and why are you together? He replied, slightly annoyed, why are you talking to me like that? Do we know each other? Elgin suddenly recalled, right, this is the first time I've met her in Yasusa's form. Drake, Kate and Sun rushed towards Elgin. Elgin, what's wrong? Where are you going? Hanul, somewhat flustered, thought to herself, cat. Drake and Sun stood next to Elgin, looking at Hanul and asking, that woman seems familiar. Is she a Korean pro gamer? And the man behind her is Zodiac, Elgin replied. Yes, that's correct. Drake Kate continued to ask, why are they together and why is Zodiac so pale? Hanul was suddenly surprised to hear him talking about her. Hanul replied, flustered, never mind that, let's just get out of here without causing any more trouble. If you don't want to die, Elgin picked his nose and replied to her. Oh listen, why should we do that? She continued. This perverted bastard, Elgin observed silently. Phew, they seem to have failed and now they're trying to escape. Good, but he still had questions, other than them being together. Seeing Hanul's expression, he thought there was only one way to defeat the Lich Knight. If they had prepared thoroughly, this wouldn't be happening. The scene shifted to Zodiac, head down on the floor. Zodiac already knew it. Then what on earth is happening? A sound broke Elgin's thoughts. Both of them looked in the direction of the footsteps. A knight stopped. Hanul's jaw dropped in surprise. Jack-o'-lantern also froze. Everyone stared at the armored monster approaching. Elgin stammered, Lich Knight, gigantic armor, red eyes invoking death and a terrifying dark red energy emanating from its back. Elgin was aghast at the sight. What is this? Death Knight, those eyes. The gigantic figure slowly emerged from the smoke, its red eyes glowing fiercely. He struggled to recall his memories. And finally, Elgin realized it was Lan Sun. Lan Sun was a bug monster created based on double data. It was a being capable of strange mutations through mass slaughter. I realized that even I could go mad because of that insane monster. I failed to kill it, so it's truly troublesome. Why is this crazy double here? Zodiac exclaimed in bewilderment. What's going on? He was even more surprised to see Elgin. Yasusu, why are you here? Elgin looked at him puzzled. He's already here, what does he mean? A thud was heard. Yoon's son, Drake, Kate, and Jack-o'-lantern immediately became vigilant and simultaneously looked in the direction of the sound. It was Hanul and her two subordinates. Elgin was startled to see them. Who are they? Are the orc race now working with humans? He paused and his eyes grew cold. What? At this moment Elgin suddenly recalled, are you the guild master of the Mad Dog Guild? They were startled to hear that. Yasusu knows my name, he continued to ask. Why are you with Zodiac? Did you choose the demon side? Hanul, unable to stand Elgin just standing there spouting nonsense, shouted. Hey you annoying pervert, why so many questions? Get out of the way and stop interfering, she ordered her subordinate. Go get rid of that pervert. With a whoosh, everything was swept away. Elgin stood motionless in the eye of the storm and said, goodness. They swiftly rushed forward and unleashed several powerful attacks. After attacking Elgin with all their might, the orc's eyes widened in surprise. What on earth is his body made of? He took all of the orc's attacks without taking any damage. At this moment, the orcs were terrified. Why is there no effect? Elgin began to counterattack. He used Periton, the special skill of Periton's heart. Immediately after, the orc flew into the air and charged at Elgin with its entire body. Elgin also realized the orc's intention. Are you going to keep attacking me with your whole body? Nothing changes even if you transform into an orc. Elgin, completely unfazed, gently grasped the orc's neck, twisted his body and threw it forcefully. Yoon's son let out an exclamation of admiration after watching the entire battle. Aren't those players really pro gamers? But they still can't keep up with Elgin, Drake Kate replied. Elgin has diverse traits and a high level. Moreover, his combat vision is better, Drake Kate continued. I'm not sure, but it would be really difficult for most Korean rankers to defeat Elgin. After the battle, Elgin began to observe the chaotic situation around him. He thought to himself, this problem is worth investigating. The difference between the sound of the flute coming from above ground and the sound of the monsters. Now monster corpses lay scattered everywhere. Elgin confronted Zodiac. Did you bring these monsters? Just like at the dwarf tournament award ceremony, he couldn't say a word when he was exposed. Elgin continued to press him. That Death Knight. The parasitic entity inside that Death Knight. Did you bring it? The Death Knight roared fiercely and black energy erupted, attacking Elgin. Intense energy tore through the sky and flew straight towards him. Dirt and stones flew everywhere and dust filled the air, but Elgin still stood there, blocking all of the Death Knight's attacks. Zodiac spoke. I don't have time to explain everything to you. I had no intention of interfering with you today, so enjoy yourself. Elgin paid no attention and blocked his path. Zodiac, exhausted, cursed inwardly. Idiot, he shouted loudly. What now? Stop wasting time and find a way to escape, Elgin replied nonchalantly. Why, if you keep this up, the Death Knight will come and tear you to shreds, he said triumphantly. I know exactly how to defeat that monster. On the other hand, you're already too exhausted, so I'll just kill all of you. 2 birds with 1 stone. Zodiac heard that and terrified shouted, damn it, if we stay here it will wake up after the ice melts. Elgin saw his terrified expression and grew suspicious. Is he possibly lying, or is something really happening? A colossal chunk of ice was slowly melting. The monster trapped in the ice struggled, trying to get out. Elgin froze for a moment. He seemed to realize what was in the ice. The ice chunk couldn't withstand the pressure of the monster inside and shattered into pieces. A gigantic and grotesque monster appeared and roared fiercely. At this moment, Elgin suddenly realized, I almost forgot this guy was here too. That colossal monster was a vampire worm, grade S, dark attribute, inhabits Sword Tower 8th floor, size 44 meters. He shouted in anger. Goodness, why did I ignore that boss and not attack it? Zodiac, enraged, said. Damn it, how was I supposed to know this would happen? I just planned to freeze it and kill the boss, then escape. This happened because you wasted too much time. Now we have a big problem. The monster began to attack everyone. It charged at Hanul and her 2 subordinates, then unleashed an attack towards Elgin. With a storm of attacks, the ground violently shook and shattered. Yoon's son noticed something strange and shouted loudly. The dungeon is collapsing. Elgin, flustered, shouted to his teammates to retreat. Drake Kate. A colossal explosion ripped through the space and fire and smoke instantly engulfed everything. Elgin was pushed back, displeased. Damn it, this dungeon has become a complete mess. Zodiac, exhausted, knelt on the ground and said, that's why I didn't want to fight that guy. Drake, Kate, and Yoon's son were separated from Elgin by the aftermath of the explosion. Drake, Kate said worriedly, we've split into 2 teams. The situation is really bad. Amidst the thick red smoke, a black monster slowly emerged from within and an evil aura pressed down on everything around. Monster charged at Drake, Kate, and Yoon's son, attempting to swallow them both. Suddenly the sound of falling stones was heard from above and cries of surprise erupted. At this sound and Yoon's son's flustered expression, Drake, Kate exclaimed, Are we trapped? Jack-o'-lantern added nonchalantly. I'm used to being trapped both physically and mentally. Yoon's son looked up and said, slightly flustered, I think the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the tower have all collapsed, completely covering this area. Suddenly a loud shout from Hanul came from behind, startling Drake, Kate, and Yoon's son, who turned around. Hey kid, what are you analyzing again? She said urgently. That guy is coming again. A ferocious sandworm charged towards them. Drake, Kate, and Yoon's son, surprised, quickly dodged. As the sandworm missed its attack, it moved very quickly between the walls, continuously shifting. As it descended from above to attack Drake, Kate, he looked at it puzzled and asked, This guy is coming this way again, right? He quickly jumped down, dodging the sandworm's attack. After dodging the attack, Drake, Kate said as if realizing something. Something strange. It looks like a sandworm, but it's not burrowing into the ground, it keeps wriggling in the air. However, its movement style was quite familiar. Yoon-sun's voice came from behind. It's breaking the walls. Breakout was an old game. Every time that worm hit something, it bounced off like a ball breaking walls. Kate was surprised. Oh, Yoon continued. Elgin told me before he entered the demon's lair. Elgin said that if he was just trying to catch the boss, there would be no need to fight a monster like this, but she thought, if it really keeps breaking the walls and we leave it be, its speed will increase and we won't be able to escape anymore. The difference was that the vampire worm was targeting the players. The sandworm rained down with falling stones. The sound of stones hitting the ground was heard. She continued to think, if Elgin faced this, what would he do? Suddenly, Yoon-sun seemed to realize something important. She suddenly remembered, turned around and called out to Kate, who was standing behind her. Yoon-sun continued in a desperate and pleading voice, "Can you please listen to me?" Kate replied excitedly. "All right, Sun is very wise, so let's get on with it quickly," Yoon-sun asked again in a surprised voice. "What, you never used to listen to me before?" a voice added to them. "I think I've found a way to solve this problem." It was Ha-Nul and her 2 monster soldiers, she excitedly suggested. "How about it? Do you want to cooperate with us? Our side has strength. Wouldn't that be helpful?" Kate replied firmly. "I refuse. Didn't you just try to kill us?" Yoon-sun, standing behind, happily interrupted him, saying, "Excellent." Kate turned around in surprise and asked her, "Son, these people are Elgin's enemies." Yoon-sun's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Now she's alone and it's natural for her to regret it. Even if we're enemies, isn't it time to join forces now?" Ha-Nul laughed joyfully. The sandworm monster continued to attack more fiercely. The 2 monster soldiers and jack-o'-lantern lifted the wall fragments together, and Yoon-sun spoke. "We'll use these wall fragments to distract the vampire worm. Come on, we also need to break the wall, right? All right, now focus on my signal. Timing it perfectly is very important." She continued to be tense and focused. "I've already calculated all the angles and its next movements. Now I just need to choose the perfect timing. If the timing and angle are off, we'll be hit by those wall fragments and thrown away." Ha-Nul exclaimed in surprise and admiration. "To come up with such a plan in such a short time, that's truly amazing. I drew a lot of charts when I was younger, but it's been too long, so I can't do it again." "Because I'm retired," Yoon-sun replied, slightly shy. "My grandfather also quite liked math." Right in front of her, Ha-Nul asked what she was doing. She winked cheerfully and replied, "I guess you could say I'm a game manager. I just retired." "Nice to meet you, cute lady." Yoon-sun smiled with a slightly awkward expression. The sandworm monster continued to attack them along with the breaking wall fragments. Yoon-sun urgently instructed everyone, "I'll lure it with the sharp and blunt brick fragments on the right tower wall. Tilt the wall approximately 45 degrees as planned. The more it hits, the faster it will move, so there's no time." At Drake's loud shout, everyone lifted the wall high. Following Yoon-sun's calculated plan, the sandworm hit the wall and bounced off as expected. After that, it continued to hit the falling wall fragments. Yoon-sun looked up and continued to direct. "All right, one more time. This time I'll tilt it 5 degrees more." "Drake, relax." It hit the wall as expected and shattered against the falling wall fragments. Suddenly it broke through a crack in the upper wall and disappeared. Yoon-sun and Drake looked up and he said, "Did we succeed?" Yoon-sun analyzed and replied to him, "Yes. It broke through a narrow gap leading to the upper floor. It won't be able to come down until most of the upper walls are destroyed. It can't stop." Donghoon praised. "I told you, Yoon-sun, your plan would work. Well done," she continued with a smile. "Can't we rest now?" Suddenly an axe flew towards Drake, knocking him backward. Yoon-sun called out in surprise, "Drake!" With quick movements, Drake blocked the attack with his sword and said, "Yoon-sun, once the situation gets a little better, they'll reveal their true colors." Yoon-sun, with a cold expression, commented, "Hey, you know quite a bit about archers, don't you? Well, it should be different for a warrior." Bang Cheon-woo was known as Blackfish, and regardless of his appearance, he was once a master who ranked 10th in Korea. A cold and confident expression was clearly visible in her eyes. Drake stood in front of Yoon-sun with a tense face and shouted, "Contaminated magic." Yoon-sun dodged. She asked back in exasperation, "Is this really going to continue? I helped you avoid the vampire worm. You should be grateful." Donghoon laughed loudly and scoffed, "I've never seen such a naive girl. Hey, we just decided to maintain our relationship for the first time." "Don't be so negative," Yoon-sun calmly replied to her. "All right, then I have no other choice either." Suddenly, the sandworm rushed down from above at Donghoon. She looked up with surprised and terrified eyes as the sandworm slammed down onto the ground at incredible speed. Shattered debris flew everywhere. Drake blocked the flying fragments for Yoon-sun. As Donghoon's monster soldier fell from the sandworm's attack, she cried out in terror, "Bang Cheon-woo! How could that worm come down so fast?" At Yoon-sun's words, she turned around in surprise. "I calculated everything," she analyzed. "I know the terrain of all the upper floors. I know the tower's structure when it collapses and the shape and location of the walls. Since I could predict the vampire worm's trajectory, I knew when and where it would burst out. Now it will be difficult to avoid as it has gained enough acceleration," Donghoon realized and shouted. "Damn it, you were using us from the beginning, weren't you?" Yoon-sun said softly. "Why?" she said in a sarcastic voice. "Did you think I would cooperate with you? You saw, didn't you?" Donghoon, with a face full of anger and hatred, watched as the vampire worm prepared to attack again. Zodiac was tense. "Damn it, the Lich Knight isn't in its normal state. I can't believe I'm separated from the others in such a critical situation. I can't defeat him. I need to divert his attention to Yasu-su and find a way to finish both of them off." He closed his eyes and said softly to the man, "Yasu-su, don't you think we should cooperate at such a crucial moment?" As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his eyes, but the man's shadow was no longer visible. Zodiac looked around in surprise and exasperation. "Damn it, where did he go? There's nowhere to hide here." he started to suspect, remembering something on the man's body. Could it be that he's wearing sandworm skin? Is he using tunneling abilities to escape? He shouted irritably. Damn it, this guy is really scum. As soon as he finished speaking, the knight roared and attacked. Zodiac was hit and pushed back, gritting his teeth in tension. He retreated and began casting magic. A powerful attack went towards the knight, but he counterattacked as if unfazed, and a yellow lightning cloud enveloped him. His scream echoed, and Yasusu began to speak from behind a distant wall. What a fool to think I would cooperate with him. Fortunately, I have a 50 chance of stealth. The sandworm skin's tunneling ability reduces the chance of detection by players and other monsters by 50. His face darkened, and he smiled sinisterly. Zodiac's main tendency is to be a necromancer using dark magic, but it's still too difficult to use the same type of undead to fight against the Lich Knight, the strongest undead. I'll watch until you're exhausted and kill the Lich Knight. The scene shifted to Dongmoon fighting the vampire worm. The vampire worm's surprise attack was like a dangerous shooting game, no different from an act of suicide. A dangerous shooting game was a game where players earned more points the more risks they took. The monster attacked relentlessly, continuously rushing forward like crazy. It spewed blue liquid from its body. If the player maintains a non-attacking state, the game's difficulty gradually increases to a level human reflexes cannot keep up with. This is because the vampire worm's speed continuously increases with each attack. To stop it, one had to commit suicide to lower the difficulty. It was truly a contradictory system. The liquid splashed onto the monster soldier, corroding his body and startling him. A voice from the group said, "But we can't die, can we?" Yun-sun calmly said. "Then I'll use them," she began to analyze. There was no need to fight from the beginning, and no one needed to die. Everything should have ended that way, Drake said. "Is that all you've realized from your analysis so far?" As Drake questioned, she explained slowly without rushing. "No, I made approximate calculations based on the vampire worm's movements." Drake wondered if she would get angry if he praised her as a smart woman. Dongmoon ran over with an extremely tense face. "That damn bastard, he's worse than Yasusu. Next time I see him, I'll tear him apart." As she spoke, the vampire worm suddenly attacked her, sending her flying far away. It hit the wall fragments, bounced off, and then broke through the wall. The wall shattered. 448 attacks per round, difficulty resets after 2 rounds. So, 246 times. Yun-sun and Drake looked up cautiously. The vampire worm's reset method was the same as the way to escape the tower. Was that why Elgin didn't want to fight? Suddenly, a guard appeared from within the shattered wall. He walked out and said loudly, "Hey you guys, I'm not dead yet." His appearance surprised her and Drake. The guard shouted at Yun-sun, "A healer?" Yun-sun was startled. The guard began to think he should start with the weakest. "I'll take her down." As soon as he thought it, he quickly rushed forward. Drake worried. Her agility stat is low, so she can't dodge. Yun-sun ducked, and Drake suddenly looked ahead. Yun-sun calmly ducked. Her gauntlet began to glow, and she prepared to attack. The guard said, "Go to hell, you filthy wench." She attacked swiftly. She attacked the one in front of her with all her might. She punched the one in front of her. Beams of light began to appear. Everything exploded, creating a smoke cloud with dazzling light. Drake smiled in surprise and thought, "I almost forgot Yun-sun had Harrenmore's item." An S-grade monster never loses in a fight based on physical strength. The mistaken belief that healers are always weak will come at a high price. Truly amazing. Attack power increased by 13,332 points. A grade Demon King's Horn. A grade Demon King's left arm weapon when equipped, the user gains unimaginable power. A grade Demon King's right arm weapon. A one-handed weapon that provides unimaginable power to the user. Destructive power to take down the best guard in one hit. Yun-sun asked in astonishment, "What?" She began to look around in confusion. "Where is Bang Qian-Wu? I was so scared I threw a punch. But where did he go?" Drake looked at her, giving a thumbs up. "Tisk, he exploded like a bomb. The moment your fist touched him, he turned into minced meat and popped like a balloon." Yun-sun listened in disbelief and began to worry. She was flustered. "I didn't mean to do that to him. Did I do something cruel?" "Calm down, Yun-sun. It's just that his HP was too low." Drake finished speaking and muttered to himself, "Of course he doesn't explode that easily. She has a very good gaming sense and is skilled at attacking, even in close combat." Elgin raised a monster. Moreover, she's excellent at analyzing situations. As he thought, a sudden huge impact startled both of them, and they rushed forward. "Elgin, we're here to help. Are you all right?" Drake suddenly stopped, and the scene before his eyes was a sky covered in black smoke. In the darkness, an unidentified person was lifting Elgin's entire body. He looked at Elgin and smiled with satisfaction. Drake wondered, "What's happening?" Elgin looked at him and said, "This is really bad. How did he reach this level?" Stone dust flew everywhere, and Zodiac accidentally stumbled. He broke free from its control and counterattacked. "Damn it, die." After that, Zodiac cast a powerful skill, and the attack went towards the Corpse King, but it couldn't penetrate its tough skin and shattered. He pursed his lips and blew a flute, and then numerous skeletons and bones appeared, and a gigantic rock was slowly falling from above onto where the Corpse King stood. Zodiac rushed forward like a flash. He planned a wall made of the blood of bone monsters. It would buy them time to escape. Just then it rushed at him. Zodiac sneered contemptuously and opened the book in his hand. Abyss. It gradually approached, and he took aim precisely. Zodiac threw the abyss at the Corpse King, and it exploded on his body, but surprisingly he was completely unharmed. He uttered a bitter smile and cursed, "Damn it, isn't it too much for a summoner to take down the Lich Knight? At least I should try until the end." As soon as he finished speaking, he was impaled like a meat skewer by the Corpse King's gigantic arm. Zodiac vomited blood, and his HP rapidly decreased. Anyway, fighting the Lich Knight alone was too ridiculous. He lifted his head and thought, come to think of it, I think I had one more teleportation scroll in my inventory. Let's see. His body was pierced by sharp claws. Damn it, what a clear ending. Zodiac cursed silently and bowed his head. At that moment the Lich Knight stared at Zodiac's corpse. Elgin suddenly appeared from behind, startling the Lich Knight. Hello, long time no see. Black soul crystals scattered in the air. I appeared. I fought him with a dagger. The Corpse King sent me flying far away, Elgin said arrogantly. Your body has gotten stronger. You seem to have trained quite a bit. This time I'll end everything. Dark energy erupted from behind him, and he was still trying to deduce a way to deal with it. If I can find an opening and stab this dagger and then use the blood hunt skill, I can win, he thought. Now that I think about it, that wasn't my style. Suddenly, the Corpse King shot a spear from its neck. It was my mistake. Because it was an advanced evil spirit and a Lich Knight, a terrible explosion occurred. Elgin was quite flustered, and his figure gradually blurred in the explosion. He ran desperately to avoid the impact, and blocking such small fragmented area of effect attacks was annoying. The situation was quite difficult for Elgin now. Now he couldn't use Blood Hunt. He opened his eyes wide and leapt quickly, fortunately managing to avoid the Corpse King's attack. The situation grew more intense and Elgin looked up. It destroyed everything. Dirt and stones shattered, and he moved faster. He speculated inwardly, damn it, is he anticipating how I'm going to dodge? The Corpse King continuously attacked Elgin, and he ran breathlessly. Before the great upheaval I fought him twice, so my movements are like information known to him. The more familiar the enemy, the stronger he becomes. That's it, Elgin sneered and drew his dagger. But there's always a way to change the fighting style. The Corpse King swung its sharp claws, delivering a powerful blow to him. Elgin gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at it. Taste this. Elgin gathered an immense amount of power, and the foolish Corpse King was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He used his trump card. Elgin curled his fingers and Blood Hunt was immediately activated. In an instant it took damage and blood splattered everywhere. He smiled slightly with satisfaction. How's that? It feels like your blood is slowly being drained, doesn't it? I'll turn you into a mummy. The Corpse King revealed its red teeth covered in sticky red liquid all over its body. Elgin was quite flustered, and before he could react, sharp objects pierced his body. Elgin was extremely surprised, and his face was clearly filled with terror. He was extremely shocked. Sweat poured down like rain. Is it a trap? I was too arrogant. How did he know what I would do in this situation? The Corpse King was truly clever. He stared with wide eyes. Damn it. Now Elgin was impaled and couldn't counterattack. He blamed himself for being too reckless. Now this guy has both the Lich Knight's skills and the swift reasoning ability of a doppelganger. I was too overconfident in my battle experience fighting the Lich Knight. I underestimated him too much. He could only lie there helplessly, waiting for death to take him. In the end, I was torn apart by the Lich Knight's claws. I couldn't dodge or escape. Looking at Elgin, the Corpse King laughed with amusement. Elgin's face was grim, and his death was catastrophic. It was suddenly surprised. Veins bulged on Elgin's hand, and he gripped the sharp object tightly, and it slowly began to crack. He furiously shattered the object binding him. He continued to kick the Corpse King's avatar hard with his foot. With surging conviction, Elgin broke free from its restraint. He leapt far away, and his HP dropped to 0. Elgin smiled sinisterly, and a red glow of blood enveloped his body, burning fiercely. I'll slice your head in two. At this moment, Elgin transformed into a terrifying demon, and some information was displayed on the system screen. In transformation state. Level 77. Title Queen's Decapitator. Incomplete transformation. Frenzy status added. He recalled the image of Collegium. The 8-armed Queen's evil state can also be called a frenzy state. I returned from death, and many attributes gained by defeating Collegium belong to the Queen of Chain Island. Elgin looked very terrifying. Moreover, his stats were significantly improved. Like Collegium, my stats were enhanced and combat power increased by more than 10 times. The door emitted a bright and wonderful light. Wow, the status window is cool. I can't see anything. He wanted to show Drake and Yunsun the ground starting to crack. Of course, this immense power was not unlimited. The time limit was 100 seconds, and if he couldn't find a way to recover after defeating the opponent, he would die. The system displayed a message that his HP was continuously decreasing. Elgin had become very ferocious and menacing. His HP was currently dropping by 1 every second. In other words, this was a temporary existence that wouldn't last even 2 minutes. His feet sprang off the ground. Sorry, but there's not much time. Let's finish this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly rushed at the enemy, and in a combat stance, the Corpse King retaliated with sharp thorns. Such trivial tricks were too simple. Elgin easily shattered them. He quickly got behind the Corpse King and stabbed it once with his dagger. The Corpse King clawed wildly and suddenly looked back with a bewildered expression. Elgin was floating behind him. What are you looking at? That's my afterimage, you fool. And he attacked the Corpse King ferociously. Every punch was filled with inner power. It instinctively chased Elgin, but he ducked to avoid it. The battle raged fiercely. Elgin delivered a tremendous blow. He gathered all his strength and focused on the fight. Of course, the Lich Knight's average stats were much higher than his own, as he was a high-ranking monster among S-grade monsters with the highest stats and racial value. His eyes were filled with cruel, murderous intent, but the most important thing in this battle was agility. Now Elgin's speed could rival a supernova. He moved in the blink of an eye. "Oh, Lich Knight, you have too much metal on your body. I'll remove them from your shoulders and legs for you." His mind couldn't conceive of the large gap. There was a huge difference in their agility due to their current states. Elgin attacked the target with a powerful technique. Whirlwind Earthquake, a fire attack that seemed to burn the Corpse King's entire body, was an area of effect weapon capable of destroying an entire region. It became a one-on-one skill, piercing through the Lich Knight's body. It was so light that he felt no weight when moving. For a long time he tried to fight to the end with all his might. The heaviness he felt when attacking was the same as before. No, it was much heavier. Elgin clenched his fist tightly. He glanced and saw that it had been over 40 seconds since he entered the frenzy state. The system warned of HP depletion. Elgin activated Ultra Speed and entered combat. He prepared his fists. Elgin continuously encouraged himself. Just a little more, hold on a little longer. His body became more and more and he leapt up, unleashing countless attacks on the Corpse King. The armor was gradually turning to ash, and the durability of the iron armor was decreasing. Elgin shouted, filled with rage, "Die, you damn bastard!" Now he was like a demon from hell, and his eerie smile was chilling. It suddenly stopped. "We look similar." The Corpse King still stared intently at him. You are not of this world, are you? Are you a monster too?" The situation became more chaotic and uncontrollable. Who are you?" Elgin's entire body was covered in darkness and his red eyes narrowed, looking very frightening. He replied angrily, What nonsense are you spouting, you lich bastard? Keep going." Elgin approached and struck him in the stomach. "You played the AI role very well, pushing me to this extent." Hatred was etched in his eyes. His two hands were filled with immense energy. "Die!" Elgin, with hatred steeped to the bone, violently struck the Corpse King. He continued to clench his fists and charge. A faint blue light emanated from one hand. "Well done, that's enough." Suddenly, Elgin inadvertently turned around and his face looked quite surprised. Taking advantage of Elgin's distraction, Zodiac ambushed him with a powerful blow. He was sent flying far away. "What?" Elgin's eyes widened in surprise. "That crazy bastard, how is he still alive?" He smiled wickedly. "Hey, now I understand why you attacked the enemy from behind. The Corpse King's body is broken. I'm really happy." Zodiac scratched his head arrogantly. "After I lost to you during the DLS, I thought I should practice survival skills. I didn't expect to use them so soon." He opened his spellbook at this moment. Elgin was extremely shocked. "I'm a fool. Why did I forget to prepare in advance?" A mysterious blue aura emanated from the spellbook. The system notified, a grade Book of the Dark Lord, reinforced Mage's Book 10, level 78. The third trait recorded in the Book of the Dark Lord, Cruel Restraint. This ability could only be obtained by necromancers and a very few special individuals. It was the process of turning dead bodies into undead and breathing life into them. Zodiac remembered being impaled. Of course, the undead penalty was a 2-level decrease, similar to creating undead monsters. It was a very useful survival skill, giving people more time to extend their lives. For example, to recover stats, one had to go to a secret place and receive the blessing of a dark magic priest. He held a cross in his hand, a secret and special dark magic church and dark magic priest. The more Zodiac spoke, the tighter he choked Elgin's neck. This scene felt very familiar, as if reenacting the past. "You rat, you could have noticed it already, if you had just glanced at my corpse. Sometimes you're really negligent, you damn bastard." He smiled wickedly. In the end, the answer was patience. The Corpse King's body was gradually disappearing. "I just lay there and took the free advantage." Elgin was restless and veins popped on his face. "Now it's time to end this." He was choked and couldn't speak. He squinted one eye, gasping for breath. Zodiac asked, "Are you the one who caused the Great Flood?" He choked Elgin's neck and lifted him. "I found everything by following your traces. You're really a noticeable guy in many ways. I didn't even expect the Great Flood to happen again." Hearing that, he was quite surprised and suspicious. The Great Flood, he knows the person who caused the Great Flood? Damn it, I can't understand how he knows about the Great Flood. Zodiac continued to press him. "You must have heard about it during the beta test." "I don't believe I'm wrong." He made an unpleasant and wicked face. "What kind of monster are you?" Despite his anger, Elgin remained silent. His hands suddenly trembled. "Damn it, I can't move. I've reached my limit. Instead of dying to the Lich Knight, I'll die at the hands of this arrogant guy." Seeing that he didn't react, Zodiac tightened his grip angrily. It seems it's hard for you to talk now. I'll come back later and listen slowly. I'm looking forward to it." Suddenly, blood spurted everywhere. Jack-o'-lantern had come to save him. He cut off his arm to free Elgin. In the end, he lost one hand. Zodiac was surprised. "Jack-o'-lantern, you barely escaped death." Elgin retreated at this moment. Zodiac was extremely surprised, and he shouted, How did you escape from there?" Instead of answering, he chose to attack. A skilled V-shaped sword mark was etched into Zodiac's body just then. Drake, Kate, and Yoon's son hastily arrived. She worriedly called Elgin's name and without delay healed him with magic. With the angel's blessing, she created a magic shield. Elgin raised his head and asked, "I can't see clearly, but is that Jack-o'-lantern who just appeared?" Drake, Kate confirmed in surprise. "Yes, really? How could this happen?" Zodiac suffered serious injuries from one blow. "Damn it, what are these crazy dogs doing? Why is the NPC Jack-o'-lantern attacking me?" The law doesn't allow intervention in player versus player combat. He unhappily drew a sharp knife. "Damn it, since it's already come to this." Zodiac was targeting the Corpse King and would escape after killing the Lich Knight. Seeing him trying to steal his prey, Elgin hastily stopped him. "Hey Zodiac, the Lich Knight is my prey." Ignoring his words, he continued to charge. Zodiac smiled arrogantly. "In the end, this guy is just a broken ship now. Just one good blow is all it takes." The Corpse King stared intently at him. "They say greed brings misfortune." Indeed, Zodiac was careless, and as a result sharp thorns embedded themselves in his body. Zodiac was extremely shocked. "Damn it, I've come all this way." Even Elgin hadn't anticipated this. Lich Knight, the Corpse King's steel-like arm rested on his head, and then a horrific sight unfolded. It ripped its own neck off. Yoon-sun was extremely astonished. He just ripped his own head off. It was really strange. Drake Kate explained, "No, the Lich Knight's body was slowly dying, so he decided to abandon that body." The Corpse King's body was almost completely disintegrated. His head was thrown and rolled. Elgin hastily commanded, "Stop him from escaping." Drake Kate quickly raised his crossbow and continuously fired arrows. Numerous arrows rained down, but he could still evade them. The Corpse King's head fell into a small hole. Bricks and stones flew and blood spurted from somewhere. Elgin suddenly collapsed. Yoon-sun asked bewildered, "Oppa, are you okay?" He bowed his head, lost in deep thought. "That's truly amazing. He could escape even in that state. How far is he going to be stubborn?" "Dead water." He collapsed to the ground exhausted. "Drake, can you shoot a few rounds at Zodiac? Otherwise he'll come back to life," he agreed. "Alright, currently only the Corpse King's body is gradually turning to ash." "Good then." Elgin stood tall like a hero who had saved the world. Zodiac still lay in the ruins. "Let's finish this. Otherwise I feel like I'm going to die." He stared intently at him. "Come to think of it." Suddenly he asked Jack, "By the way friend, why did you interfere in my fight with Zodiac? If it's a fight between players, there's no reason for you to intervene at first." He didn't say anything. Then he hesitated and confessed, "I heard a familiar voice called out to me to help you." Elgin sighed and was flustered. Was that voice the same as before? It was unexpected for me. Elgin yielded the prey to Jack-o'-lantern as a reward. "Friend, take care of that guy. This is a reward for helping me." He politely thanked him. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful blow at the enemy. Jack-o'-lantern looked cold-blooded, but he truly had a kind heart. "You're not a coward. You are braver than anyone." Half of Zodiac's face was cut off and engulfed in fierce flames. He smiled contentedly until the last moment. The arduous ordeal was over. A message appeared on the system screen. "You have successfully completed the first Lich Knight raid in the Sword Tower. The name of the first conqueror will be recorded in the Akashic records. Would you like to save your name?" "Yes, Yasu-su. The ruler of the Sword Tower is dead and he will never be revived. The morale of the Dragon Tribe's undead army has been broken. The power structure of the Sword Tower's right flank has greatly changed. The vampire race fears you. The zombie race fears you. The ghoul race fears you. The mummy race fears you. The nightmare race fears you. The ghost race fears you. You are feared. You are feared. Purple Dragon House has expressed interest in Yasu-su." The party looked up. Drake exclaimed in surprise, "Elgin, this face is," he replied bewildered. "Yes," Elgin smiled with determination. "I'll do it again this time." Hexagonal glowing eyes appeared. "You, my right flank commander. My power has greatly diminished. Why did you do this?" a mysterious voice echoed. Elgin glanced at him without a retort. "You must take responsibility." The strange blue eyes continued to bother him. "If you cannot give me a convincing reason, come and meet me," he replied boldly. "There's no turning back now. I knew it would be like this from the beginning. If this happens, I'll have no choice but to fight Purple Dragon House." Elgin's excitement reached its peak. Now it's time to get the reward from the Lich Knight. The shadow of the strange eyes disappeared. The three of them sat curiously, observing something strange. On the old paper, red letters were written. Purple Dragon House's official document. Official document from Purple Dragon House to his Legion commanders. Many contents were written inside. A black-cloaked shadow appeared from the smoke. Elgin's entrance was spectacular. He asked confidently, "Isn't it cool? Doesn't it look majestic?" The system notified. S-grade Lich Knight, Leon's robe, agility 5000, movement speed 50, indestructible. Subsequently, the system announced the rewards for this battle. He recalled the image of the Dark Lord roaring. A new title was added, Sword Tower Right Flank Commander. A new skill was also added. A selection window with traits and abilities similar to when I defeated the Dark Lord in the past appeared, but the effects were improved. It was probably an upgraded version of a previous skill. Yoon-sun looked back and asked, "Can I have this?" I gave Yoon-sun the leech armor. "I thought Drake would be better off using such powerful equipment," he replied, crossing his arms and smiling. "What are you talking about? That's important equipment for you. Healers will often be in danger." Drake and Yoon-sun also leveled up. Their levels were now 71 and 68. This was much higher than the current top rankers in the world. Elgin looked for a moment and then said, I don't think the color suits it well." "Just a moment." He took out a strange treasure. "How about this blind dye grade liquid? Can change the color of all items, can only be used once." So Elgin sprinkled a few drops of the sparkling liquid onto Yoon-sun's robe. Surprisingly, the color of the robe gradually changed. Yoon-sun was very happy. "The color is changing, thank you, Elgin." He continued to raise a magically glowing pink sphere. "And the highlight of this conquest, this is it. Immortal grade. A material that symbolizes immortality itself, she asked, puzzled. What is this for? It looks too simple. No, Elgin replied with a slight smile. This is an item for catching a lich. He is very important. Suddenly, Drake Kate said, Elgin, I have a question. He recalled him. How did Zodiac get here first? He shouted. Flustered, Drake Kate was still suspicious. Aren't we the only ones who know about the S-grade boss house? Elgin calmly retorted. No, that's information only we know. He looked even more bewildered. Then how did he know about this dungeon? Elgin sneered as if he saw right through everything. It's simple. He's a pioneer after all. This place used to be full of gold, and there were also fierce mining monsters in Goda. Naturally, the first player to catch Gadisa would have been Zodiac, as this place was once a funding source for his army. According to his reasoning, I assume he came to catch the knight like before. He already realized that someone had gone one step ahead of him. He tracked their footsteps and headed straight to the next dungeon. The scene where Elgin was being choked by Zodiac appeared. That's when he met me in the Corpse Knight dungeon. That distorted expression was unmistakable. If what he said was true, it seems he had been chasing me from the beginning. He thought deeply and reasoned, considering it a truly dangerous situation. A serial killer was after him. Elgin always thought of Zodiac's shadow. It was unexpected, he shouted. Is anyone listening? I'm a closed beta player. He was slightly surprised. Who on earth is this guy, closed beta? Wasn't he a serial killer? Elgin pursed his lips and sighed, then clenched his fists, steeling his resolve. Drake also raised his hand in agreement. Fortunately, due to the penalty after death, he wouldn't be able to log into GEM for 3 days. However, since there was a record of him logging into GEM during the penalty period, they shouldn't let their guard down. They needed to make good use of this time before he could interfere with their plans. Drake's face darkened, lost in thought. Let's go. To be honest, you're not much better either. His heart was immersed in Elgin's shouting. Drake and he had gone through all sorts of hardships together. Nothing matters to me. Being with Elgin is more enjoyable than anything else, and he smiled softly. After this adventure, I have a few questions for you. Light burst from the ground and white smoke filled the air. At this moment, everything was filled with molten lava. This was the domain of death. Elgin stood on the cliff, excited. We finally arrived here. This domain of death is famous for its immense depth. It's located right behind the abyss's end. I don't think it's that deep, it's just that the surrounding environment is a bit harsh. Flames blazed furiously. Hey Elgin, Drake asked, bewildered. Does Purple Dragonhouse really live here? He glanced sideways indifferently. Yes, that's why we're here. His eyes looked down, but there were too many lizards holding tools. Their communication language was very strange. A red-clothed one raised its hand and said, Roho, and another laughed and said, Banaro Agagu. Lizardmen wielding axes began to dig the ground. They looked exhausted, some drinking water, others sweating profusely. How can an S-grade monster live in a place like this? Isn't this dungeon the most popular hunting ground for ramen players? They stood as a group. Drake placed his hand on the ground and said that explosions often occurred in the terrain, but it wouldn't be dangerous if they were careful. Isn't this where roughly level 20 players do cooperative or daily quests? Yoon was also surprised. It's truly a mystery that the world's best S-grade monster is hiding here. With a sharp intuition, Jack-o'-lantern caught his scent here. I can feel it. She approached the edge of the cliff in surprise. Look, they're frantically running around doing daily quests. They're probably low-level players. They look truly adorable working. Drake forced a smile. Sun wouldn't be any different if she lost her level either. Currently, in the gem world, each race had popular hunting grounds. Among them, the Domain of Death was a favorite among low or mid-level ramen players who had adapted to the central continent ecosystem outside the beginner village, as they went to this dungeon to do the popular daily quest of volcanic mining. Lava was boiling. The quest description was simple. Mine volcanic ore scattered on the first floor with a pickaxe received from an NPC and throw it into the giant furnace in the central area. The reward was generous compensation and a long buff for 1 day. So even doing this quest every other day significantly increased hunting efficiency. But that was all that everyone knew. Elgin said that this dungeon was not originally for low-level players. Drake looked at Elgin, who was holding a knife with a puzzled expression. Low-level ramen players gather here. It was Purple Dragonhouse who made them like that, Elgin sneered. Look, this is the basic structure of this area. Both were surprised. This place, he drew a simple map with his knife. Drake was very surprised. What is this? 4 floors in total. So the first floor isn't the end of this dungeon, Elgin explained in detail. Deep below this place is a space filled with an unparalleled cruel atmosphere. From the first floor down it's like a bottomless pit. Much deeper than the abyss's end and the pillars of hell. He laughed arrogantly and sat down. You'll soon understand why Purple Dragonhouse filled his nest with low-level Liliman tribes. Now seems to be the time. They were drawn by an echoing sound. Dirty lizard bastards, an orc shouted arrogantly. We're here for the daily quest. Drop your tools and get out. Suddenly a group of orcs appeared and they were very aggressive. The lizard tribe was annoyed. A blonde one shouted anxiously, the raid has started again, and a blue-haired one said, those annoying OS bastards are here again. The Orc Legion charged arrogantly, taunting. Dirty lizard bastards, don't bother us. This side was not to be outdone. All the lizardmen rushed forward and counterattacked. Stupid muscle pigs, get out now. A fierce battle erupted and 2 spectators watched, eating popcorn. Both sides fought fiercely. 146. The boss arrogantly threatened. Disgusting lizard bastards, we're here for the daily quest too. Drop all your weapons and get out now. But the lizard tribe were hot-blooded fellows who didn't fear death. A red-haired one shouted, Those annoying orc bastards are here again. What are those low-level guys doing? How did they get in here without knowing anything? A blue-haired one warned. This time, the orcs are serious, let's be careful. Thus, the two tribes clashed. The daily quest that orc players were talking about was to interfere with the lizard players so they couldn't complete their mineral mining quest. A lizard, enraged, charged with a sword and instantly beheaded an enemy. A gigantic orc wielded a weapon and struck his head. The orc's daily mining dungeon infiltration quest gave not only experience but also many items while interfering with the lizards. The lizard stabbed the orc's belly with its claws, while interfering with the lizards to prevent them from completing the quest. Defeating the lizards there brought even greater rewards. In the same way, the lizards there also gained more experience when defeating orcs than when catching dungeon monsters, with solid stamina. A muscular fellow choked the opponent's neck. The kill count also accumulated. This helped them gain strength and replenish for their tribe, so both sides did their best to interfere with and defeat the opponent. The furnace burned fiercely and curses flew. The lizard tribe cursed, "Stupid pig bastards, get out!" And the orc tribe retorted, "I'll break all your teeth. Dirty lizard bastards, die, I'll cut off your tail. These damn dirty bastards." House's third furnace. They couldn't stop fighting because of these quests. Drake, seeing this situation, was quite surprised. "Hey, the noisy fight continues." Elgin mumbled as usual, "It's quite annoying that such a clash occurs when I'm here for a daily quest," and he sneered and flew up. "Alright, now it's our turn to join the fight. Let's go." Jack-o'-lantern immediately obeyed the order. Understood, so the two quickly charged. While the battle was still chaotic, they climbed onto the furnace. A grotesque blue-haired fellow and another lizard fellow. "Attention everyone," they stopped and began to be surprised. It turned out that on a high cliff, Elgin, disguised as a strange figure, captured everyone's attention. They looked up in confusion. "What? Who is it?" "A precious round ring." It was an A-grade Shumoff disguise ring. "A ring from a mysterious jar I obtained on Chain Island. It granted me disguise ability." Everyone was confused. "Who is that pirate? He can speak both orc and lizard languages at the same time. Which side is he on?" Elgin shouted loudly, unexpectedly. "Alright everyone, listen up." "Okay, alright." A mysterious light emanated from his mouth. It grew larger, surprising everyone. "What is this?" The system screen displayed information on Golden Madness's Despair. A grade, Vision -5, Concentration -5, Dark Attribute Resistance -5, can use Special Attribute Extinction Ray, can use Energy Burn trait, cooldown 12 hours. "What?" Suddenly, a lizard's hand slowly turned to gold. What is it?" "My body's stiff." The golden transformation began to spread throughout his body. "My body is turning to gold. My goodness, is this the energy burn trait? How can it affect so many people at once?" Another fellow covered his eyes and screamed, "My eyes, my eyes." A few seconds later, they turned into solid gold statues. "My eyes, I can't see anything." Elgin watched from above with his arms crossed, and everyone's screams echoed. "I can't move, help me." He smiled contentedly. "That's an energy burn skill I gained after defeating Gadisa. It's much stronger than Medusa's petrification." Elgin continued to command, "No, don't move." Angered by his trick, an orc shouted in fury, "How dare you use a strange spell on us? I, Testosterone, chief of the orc tribe, will defeat you." And a red-haired one shouted in anger, "Get out." "Ale Nem, leader of the lizard tribe, a bone warrior, will defeat you." Elgin feigned surprise at their warnings, and he quickly jumped down with his agile body and slashed several times with his knife. "What is this?" the one wearing the gold ring said in surprise. "That guy is really strong," the blue-haired one asked curiously. "But he defeated both orcs and lizards. Which side is he on?" Just then, Jack-o'-lantern charged and attacked, violently cutting down everything that tried to stop him. Currently, flames began to erupt from the furnace and everyone was terrified. It shattered and erupted lava. Elgin appeared from within the smoke. "You'll all turn into a single mixture. It's madness. Die together." The situation turned desperate. Lava boiled and erupted. The orc and lizard chiefs were terrified. A thin fellow said, "That idiot broke the furnace." Before long, lava overflowed everywhere. Many tribe members struggled in it. The orcs were swept away by the lava. "Run! I can't escape. I have to get out of here." The situation became chaotic, and as the furnace was destroyed, lava poured out incessantly. "It's burning." It swallowed everything, and everything fell silent again. At this moment, Elgin smiled contentedly. Plan successful. He laughed joyfully and sat down. "I've cleared the way for the quest. I even got popcorn. 2 birds with 1 stone. Picaretti mask A grade. Can use serial killer trait. Especially increases damage." The system additionally provided some important information about the mask. Lava boiled and smoke and lava splattered. Purple Dragon House's third furnace was destroyed. Elgin ran over with the others. He smiled with joy and Drake was very surprised. They stood near the secret underground dungeon. A secret passage appeared between life on the upper floor and death on the lower floor. Yoon Sun asked cautiously, "Is there really such a secret passage?" Presuming Elgin said that Vulcanus's liquid seemed to be flowing down below, "Then that means there's a hidden area below this place." A dwarf announced the destruction of the third furnace. This was not good news, but Elgin still smiled. The purple dragon's wrath was boiling. "Oh, it seems Purple Dragon House is starting to take an interest in me." At that moment, Jack-o'-lantern decided to fight with his weapon. "As planned, I'll repay all the revenge. I can't just sit here and wait for death." He and the others began to fight actively. "Perfect, I need to act before he takes me down." The first floor was known as the first gateway to Purple Dragon House's domain. Low-level players could freely enter here, but the difficulty of the next floor was not the same. Suddenly Yoon-sun's eyes widened in surprise. Everyone was surprised. Perhaps they had experienced something terrible. In fact, the sight before them was another boiling furnace. It was Purple Dragon House's second furnace. Many people wrapped in bandages were working diligently there. They looked like mummies and scarecrows. These objects were very familiar to Jack-o'-lantern. Yes, like my past self. The scarecrows moved like machines without thought or emotion. This place is just like where I first met Dorothy. Suddenly a loud laugh echoed, startling him. Even Elgin couldn't help but be surprised. An invisible entity continuously urged them. "Work harder, you useless bastards. Don't think about anything, just work." The entity was very rude and despised the scarecrows like trash. "You were abandoned." From the darkness a malevolent Ben appeared. Because of you. 147 lava boiled and Purple Dragon House's second furnace exploded. Though not yet fully revealed, she looked very disgusting. "I hate you. I bear a grudge against you," Ben continuously accused. "You're all trash. Because of you." They looked at Elgin and he asked, "I heard Queen Ben is a terrible S-grade monster. Do you know her?" Hearing this, Jack-o'-lantern immediately recognized her. "How could I forget that lovely face? She is my mother." She tilted her head as if looking at them. Ben really recognized him. "You're back." Her appearance had just manifested, but she was already very eerie. "You trash, it's because of you that we were all abandoned by her." The system screen displayed some information about Ben. Trash. Jack-o'-lantern remained silent even after hearing such harsh insults. Trash, 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 trash. Ben looked like a hen and she furiously blamed all the wrongs on him. "I was reconstructed and recycled by her, then abandoned again. This is all because of you, you selfish villain. You stole a volcanic fragment and ran away. All of this is your doing." One day a storm raged in the sky and a woman named Doros fell from it. Queen Ben was caught off guard by Dorothy. When she came to her senses, the furnace was already destroyed, and it turned out that one of the scarecrows here disappeared right after that incident. The selfish thief ran off with the precious volcanic fragment embedded in his head. The more she recalled the old story, the more furious she became. Even now, thinking about those times makes me incredibly angry. Ben's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "Finally I've caught you, you selfish thief." "Good, very good. The volcanic fragment you stole is still there." Her eyes glared from behind a glass membrane. "Now I can reclaim my former status. I will be loved by him again. I can't take it anymore." Elgin couldn't hold back and rushed forward, striking Ben. "You're noisy. Was she saying good things about you?" Jack-o'-lantern stood motionless like a pillar. He attacked her and leapt high. Following up, he delivered another powerful blow to Ben. Jack-o'-lantern reacted slightly when he heard him call. "Hey Jack, my friend, I'll tell you the truth." Elgin smiled. "Parents should act like parents. You're trying to give him motivation and instill faith in him, aren't you?" The scarecrow fell to the ground. Jack-o'-lantern replied, "Yes, you're right." He prepared to fight and raised his weapon. Ben was enraged by his rude behavior. "How dare you point a scythe at your mother? You've become a disrespectful child." Jack-o'-lantern firmly retorted, "Didn't you hear, my friend? Parents who abandon their children in a furnace cannot be called parents." Seeing this, Drake asked Elgin if that story about parents was his painful experience. He intentionally evaded the answer. Without hesitation, he attacked her. Maternal love was gone, and Jack-o'-lantern continuously assaulted her. He struck without holding back at all. The volcanic scythe continuously thrust like a machine collecting aura. A large explosion occurred, and Jack-o'-lantern thought as he struck, Queen Ben was once trusted by the Banshee Queen for her ability to turn dead warriors into fearless zombies." Elgin looked confident. Other than that, her combat value and abilities were quite low compared to S-grade monsters. The volcanic scythe was powerful enough to penetrate dragon scales and could inflict great damage in close combat. Ben laughed arrogantly. "It's useless." Her black hair scattered. "This is the first time I'm playing with my son and I'm going crazy with how lively he is." At her command, countless bandaged arms stretched out. "Come here, my children." It turned out Ben summoned other scarecrows. "These are your brothers." Their numbers were vast and eerie. The system summarized key information about them. At this moment, Elgin and Drake Kate rushed in. He knew her weakness well. "This is it, the rain summoning ability. She became an S-grade monster thanks to this trait. Should we continue with our plan?" Drake Kate agreed. "All right." She was suddenly flustered. "Plan," Jack-o'-lantern interrupted. "Enough, my brothers, stop." He wanted to resolve the long-held grudge himself. He slashed a few times with the volcanic scythe. The ordinary jack-o'-lanterns rushed madly and attacked Drake Kate. A true battle unfolded and he continuously shot arrows at them. Their legs buckled backward. A terrible explosion affected everything within range. The ordinary jack-o'-lanterns were blown far away. Ben laughed joyfully. "It's useless. The source of our strength comes from the volcanic furnace created by the great Purple Dragon House. Countless zombies won't die even if attacked," Ben revealed. "As long as the volcano is active, my children will always revive." Hearing that, Elgin laughed contemptuously. "Our healer will take care of your furnace." He pointed to it. Immediately, Yoon-sun clenched her fist towards the furnace and delivered a powerful blow. She was silent for a moment, and Ben was incredibly flustered. "A healer?" Elgin proudly gestured and said, "Our healer has an attack power of 13,332. She'll destroy that furnace." It was unbelievable that such a small girl could accomplish something beyond imagination. Yoon-sun said, "You make it sound like I'm a construction worker." At this moment, Ben was incredibly surprised. How can there be such a healer? Large explosions continued, blowing all the ordinary jack-o'-lanterns from the center in all directions. Drake Kate laughed with the joy of battle. This place was in complete chaos and countless zombies flew through the explosions. Yoon-sun clenched her fist with all her might. Everyone enthusiastically joined the fight. Jack-o'-lantern sliced Ben's body in half. Chapter 148. Yoon-sun tightly clenched her fist towards the furnace. Without hesitation she powerfully swung her fist. An ear-splitting cracking sound echoed, and spiderweb-like cracks immediately spread across the entire surface. Ben shrieked in terror. Impossible, she destroyed the furnace with one blow. Where did that healer kid go? Just then, Elgin rushed over, tightly hugged Yoon-sun and fled. The next moment the furnace furiously exploded and the system continuously rang notifications. The second furnace has been destroyed, the monsters wailed in sorrow. Too strong. If this continues, we'll lose. Ben gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, I'll have to deal with those guys myself. Kate rushed into the fight like a madman, and Ben was sweating profusely. Jack-o'-lantern rushed from a distance, fiercely swinging his scythe and shouting, Where's your master, Purple Dragon House? Speak quickly. Cornered, Ben shrieked in anger. I cannot allow a violent and dangerous savage like you to go to him. Without hesitation she turned and hastily fled. Elgin immediately chased after her, shouting in anger, You damned woman, where are you trying to escape? Ha! He approached her and swung his knife, but it only grazed her body. Elgin gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, She's so slippery with just a neck. She slipped out of my hand. If I let her go like this, I won't be able to complete the mission. Ben rushed towards the furnace and, risking danger, jumped right in. She shrieked violently, howling crazily, I won't let you destroy this place, though I don't want to. I must awaken him. A large explosion shook the space. Dust flew everywhere. Kate recoiled in surprise. What, did she just commit suicide? Elgin frowned and quickly replied, No, she jumped into a secret teleportation point at the end of the furnace. The structure there is similar to the upper floor. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, Damn it, in the end I let her escape instead of killing her. I was careless. She had bloodthirsty traits and escape skills. If I leave her alone she'll become as annoying as Zodiac. But his eyes gleamed with suspicion. Did she always escape like that using her traits? There's definitely something strange about this lower grade creature. Meanwhile, Ben stumbled and fled amidst the burned fragments. Her voice was faint. I failed. This happened because I couldn't eliminate those guys myself. She was extremely flustered. I can't meet Ausnim like this. She was almost in despair. She gritted her teeth. I'll leave it to you, Lizard Warrior. Suddenly her entire body glowed brightly, and the ground began to shake violently. The system warned that Aus's second furnace had stopped functioning. A teleportation point at the boundary between life and death and a secret area of the domain of death appeared. In the silence a low voice echoed, The atmosphere here is slightly different from the upper floor, another person said in a low voice. It's like hell. Kate looked at Elgin, deep in thought, and he silently scanned his surroundings. From the deep darkness a long tail stretched out and a huge figure gradually revealed itself. Lizard scales gleamed faintly in the light. The next moment a gigantic creature silently appeared. Lizard Warrior S-grade trait, Dragon Minion, Dark, Fast Regeneration, Veteran, Contrast, Poison, Amplification, Habitat Invasion. Secret area of the Domain of Death, 2 meters tall. Yoon-sun exclaimed in surprise. Compared to the bugs we fought so far, it doesn't seem that strong. Kate frowned. It even looks a bit small. The Lizard Warrior gripped his sword tightly and growled in an angry voice. You insolent thieves, you dare not even stand at Ausnim's feet. We, the Dragon Knights and Queen Ben, will make you fuel for the furnace here. Elgin stared at him, thinking to himself, I definitely thought the Lizard Warrior was a mid-boss I had to fight before meeting Aus, but it's strange, my memory is slightly off. He quietly evaluated his ferocity. He's certainly quite strong. The difficulty of fighting him is even higher than the Corpse King or Lich Knight. Elgin was wary. As soon as he was unleashed on the battlefield, he breached the Orc army's defense line and attacked their rear. He's a legendary boss monster that hundreds of millions of Orc warriors combined couldn't take down. Elgin frowned, thinking, but why is his body so small now? Something's definitely different. Suddenly a loud explosion echoed, and the Lizard Warrior roared, swinging his sword at Jack-o'-lantern, knocking him to the ground. Without giving him time to react, he attacked fiercely, so fast that Jack-o'-lantern couldn't even counterattack. The ground shook violently. The Lizard Warrior completely dominated. He approached Jack-o'-lantern and swung his sword like lightning. Elgin's face turned pale, and Yoon-sun and Kate watched the scene in shock and horror. Jack-o'-lantern lay on the ground, his fire extinguished. The Lizard Warrior raised his sword high and roared in anger. He charged, loudly reminding, he's attacking the auxiliary NPCs first. He's not an easy opponent. His attack power is still strong. Elgin gripped his weapon tightly. Sweat dripped. There's no choice. We can only meet Purple Dragon House by overcoming him. Everyone rushed forward in turn, their momentum reaching the sky. Elgin shouted loudly, Start battle! Jack-o'-lantern, bruised all over, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly a familiar image flashed through his mind. The image of the Lizard Warrior suddenly appeared clearly. In his confusion he thought of Doros. Chapter 149. Kate rushed in and shot arrows with lightning speed. With fierce power, they accurately hit the target. Elgin quietly followed, and the moment he saw an opening he swung his knife and stabbed him. But the blade merely slid across the surface, leaving no scratch. He gritted his teeth slightly in displeasure. He's truly a difficult opponent. Suddenly a beam of light burst forth and flew straight towards the Lizard Warrior. The ground shook and Elgin barely avoided it. When the smoke cleared, the Lizard Warrior's sturdy body stood unharmed. Kate turned around with a suspicious face, signaling. Elgin, is that armor made of obsidian? He nodded. Yes, his body is covered in volcanic rock, so ordinary attacks can't hurt him. The Lizard Warrior gritted his teeth, dug his sharp fangs into a nearby wall and pulled hard, breaking off large pieces. The Lizard Warrior frantically threw fragments at them, and stone shards rained down. Elgin hastily turned and dodged. Kate leaped away from a gigantic fragment. With its insane attack power, the two were quickly put on the defensive from behind. Yoon-sun cast a spell and shouted, Elgin Drake. Angel's breath. Yoon-sun raised her hands and created an ice sphere enveloping the two. Kate said with a resentful look, I thought I dodged it. That's a penetrating attribute, right? It's really annoying. The lizard warrior put all its strength into its body, took a long breath, and then shot out a pillar of fire from its mouth, burning fiercely like red lava. Elgin's eyes widened and the pillar of fire flew straight towards the ice sphere covering the two. He glanced at Sun and smiled, praising her. Very good support, Sun. She clenched her hands tightly, desperately maintaining the magic. He was worried. That flame has fire poison mixed in, so even if you dodge it, you'll still be affected. She barely held on. I don't know how much longer I can last. Kate frowned, glaring at the black scales. I've been shooting arrows, but that damned armor is useless. If this continues, we'll be defeated first. He glanced at the blade, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. If that scythe is also made of the same kind of stone, it might have some effect. Elgin chuckled slightly. Don't despair. There's definitely a way to defeat him. From his palm, spiritual power concentrated, creating a glowing orb of immortality. His shining appearance symbolized immortality. Kate was startled. Isn't that the S-grade material we obtained after defeating the Lich Knight? How are you going to use it? He answered without hesitation. To neutralize his volcanic rock armor. But this alone isn't quite enough. I need one more auxiliary item. Elgin took out a glowing orb from his pocket. The system chimed. Essence of reversal. D-grade material. An orb with the property to reverse everything. Can be used for various purposes. I just got this from the Abyss's End. By grade, it looks like an ordinary item, but it can reverse the characteristics of any object. He turned his head and looked directly at Drake, his eyes serious. Hey Drake, what's the opposite of immortality? Kate said in a low voice. His eyes narrowed in thought. Opposite. Kate's eyes brightened a few seconds later, and he replied. Death. He smiled. Exactly. The two items were placed close together. The system notified that fusion was in progress. The lizard warrior put all its strength into its body and emitted murderous intent all around, its momentum fierce as if a volcano were about to erupt. He shouted loudly, Get ready, just hold on for a few minutes. Kate hastily replied, Understood, Elgin, watch me. She immediately obeyed. Yes, the lizard warrior charged fiercely. Just then Jack-o'-lantern suddenly appeared. He raised his weapon high and swung it straight towards the lizard warrior. A sharp clashing sound echoed throughout the space. Elgin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, Jack-o'-lantern, your timing is perfect. Hold him a little longer. The two items in his hand mingled light and shadow like living creatures, gradually transforming. Elgin waited for this item fusion process to end. Just then, Jack-o'-lantern paused and a low sound escaped his lips. Doros, his voice trembled. He couldn't take his eyes off the figure in front of him. Are you Dorothy? Elgin frowned slightly. Yes. Drake tilted his head in confusion. What did you say? The lizard warrior paused for a moment but then immediately delivered a powerful kick to Jack-o'-lantern's chest. Jack flew far away like a broken kite. Elgin was confused. Jack, what are you talking about? That's Dorothy? Jack-o'-lantern barely got up, his eyes filled with rage. Ben, what did you do to Dorothy? Ben tilted her head slightly, her eyes glinting sharply in the darkness. You noticed you'll meet your comrades soon too. She laughed loudly. This arrogant brat, I can't forgive you. You wounded my pride, Ben said in a mocking tone. She's different from that weak dragon. That child always surprises me, Jack-o'-lantern snarled in fury. Ben clutched her weapon tightly. Elgin at this moment had already charged forward with steel-like eyes, and his sword swung in a dazzling wave of spiritual power. The system announced that the item fusion was complete. A white wave of spiritual power flew straight towards the lizard warrior. Elgin's eyes widened as he shouted, Whether that's true or not doesn't matter. I'll know as soon as I hold the fused orb in my hand and strip off that armor. Yes. Death-grade material. Its rough appearance symbolized death. As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin threw the orb at the lizard warrior. A powerful light exploded in a thick cloud of smoke. In an instant, the armor covering its body began to crack, revealing a purple-haired girl with one arm of cold steel and the other a bony, withered limb. At the sight before him, Elgin was shocked and doubted his eyes. Drake gaped in astonishment. Yoon-sun froze. Jack-o'-lantern also widened his eyes, speechless. As the scales of the armor fell away, a bony, withered arm was revealed. Chapter 150. Light emanated from the orb in Elgin's hand. This item was called immortality. It would fuse with the essence of reversal, changing its effect and then transforming into death. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, The lizard warrior's volcanic rock armor was immortality. The iron armor covering the lizard warrior's body began to crack and its fragments shattered like burnt husks. Beneath the armor appeared a girl with one arm of cold steel and the other a bony, withered limb. Elgin looked at her suspiciously, thinking, Is that Dorothy? In the distance, Drake watched with wide eyes as Yoon-sun stood there, pale with shock. Ben snarled and cursed. Aus Nim's volcanic rock armor is shattered. What have you done? Elgin frowned slightly. He thought to himself, That's right. The lizard warrior I knew was much more powerful, much more annoying. Jack-o'-lantern tilted his head and looked directly at Ben. Queen Ben and Aus, he sneered. I forgot about you two for a very long time, since the time Aus and the Queen played with me like a toy. His eyes flashed with rage. Damn it, you ruined Aus Nim's volcanic rock armor that he made himself. Deal with those guys for the sake of the furnace. Dorothy said nothing, her body soaring and exuding a powerful aura. Elgin said in a low voice, All right, this is the final stage. Let's go. Aus was right behind them. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Jack-o'-lantern once more, his heart heavy. I can't help you now. Why are NPCs so delicate? That wasn't important either. In the distance, Drake madly fired his bow and his attacks repeatedly hit her body. She hastily counterattacked, retreating and dodging. Elgin sneered. The armor must have been quite heavy, right? How did you suddenly change from power-focused to speed-focused? Truly interesting. If it's a speed battle, there's no way I'll lose. Dorothy still dodged the arrows like an illusion, catching her breath. Elgin closed his eyes for a moment. I'm not saying I don't pity your situation, but his gaze hardened. The essence of an NPC is just a programmed setting, and I'm a player, dead water. He snarled lowly, charging forward like a blade cutting through the wind. In my mind, there's only one thought: defeat Ouse. Jack-o'-lantern blocked Dorothy's path, and his eyes softened. Dorothy, do you recognize me? I'm the scarecrow you set on fire. It's Jack. He stood still for a moment, then said in a low voice, no matter what you've become, I can't hurt you. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew solemn, and a voice said, no. Elgin was startled to hear the voice. He froze, thinking to himself, it's the same voice I heard before. Jack-o'-lantern had a blank expression, and his eyes began to glow at this moment. The voice echoed, in your current state, it's still too difficult to defeat the lizard warrior. Elgin tilted his head and listened. This time the voice seemed clearer. A warning sounded once more. You must destroy the control device in its chest. He stood there blankly. Control device? Elgin wondered. Observing Dorothy, his gaze was directed at her chest armor. Are you talking about Queen Ben? He narrowed his eyes, assessing internally. Even though the volcanic rock armor is broken, her abilities haven't disappeared. Attacking her with hit-and-run tactics and gravedigger abilities will be useless. Queen Ben seems to be after something else. He sighed softly. Damn it, Ben snarled. You still think you can escape? If you think the lizard warrior can do nothing without its armor, you're mistaken, she snarled and swung her arm at Elgin. Her red eyes pierced him, and Dorothy's eyes beneath the steel gleamed with murderous intent. Ben sneered. You're truly foolish, no matter how much damage you take. With my quick regeneration, I'll... Suddenly a shadow appeared in the distance. Jack-o'-lantern charged with lightning speed. He unhesitatingly threw himself at Dorothy, colliding with her, and then grabbed her chest with his hand, pulling hard to grab Queen Ben's face. Jack-o'-lantern snarled, and rage and fury rained down on her like thunder. He held on tight and wouldn't let go, and a dry snap echoed. As Jack-o'-lantern pulled hard, Ben's face was ripped from Dorothy's body, and her eyes instantly turned to extreme terror. Elgin shouted excitedly, well done, finish it now, Jack. But just then a voice echoed, there's no need for that. His entire body suddenly froze. Everything around him gradually slowed down and froze. The air became eerily silent. Elgin froze in place. What is this? He rolled his eyes. Everything around me suddenly stopped. What's happening? His pupils grew cold. This is also a situation I've never experienced in my past life. Is this a cutscene? But why am I the only one seeing it? Light footsteps were heard, and a purple-haired girl stood there. Her eyes were gentle. Dorothy said, it's all right, Jack. I'll find you later. She smiled like a summer evening shower. Elgin narrowed his eyes. What? Yes, this must be a cutscene. Then there should be a skip button. I'll just pretend I heard everything. Dorothy turned and looked at him. Hello, Jack the Pumpkin's new friend. I know you. Elgin frowned. Before he could react, she continued, you're the regressor guided by the white friend, aren't you? At that question, he froze in place. What did you say? Dorothy smiled understandingly. Thank you for listening to my story until now. Take good care of Jack and say hello to your white friend for me. Elgin was confused. Wait, what? You just mentioned regression? How can an NPC say something like that? And who is that white friend? She said nothing, just smiled at him. Suddenly a loud explosion echoed and everything returned to normal. Jack-o'-lantern grabbed Elgin and pulled him out of the danger zone. The people around them were astonished. Elgin shouted, wait! But it was already too late. Dorothy's body ignited, exploding in an instant, and flames blazed furiously, the shock spreading throughout the ground. Chapter 151. The explosion turned everything into an inferno. Yoon-sun clutched her hands tightly, hastily creating a magical shield. Even Elgin was pushed back, his face pale. Yoon-sun barely maintained her posture, saying in a very urgent voice, Elgin, are you all right? Is everyone all right? Drake scanned the surroundings. The entire area is destroyed. We're all safe thanks to Yoon-sun. Yoon-sun was puzzled. But why did she explode herself? He thought for a moment, then replied, it was probably Dorothy's self-destruct skill. That can happen when her HP reaches a critical level. His gaze stopped on Elgin and a question arose in his mind. Now it's time for Elgin to explain why this happened. Why does his face look like that? Jack-o'-lantern also seemed surprised by Dorothy's self-destruct skill. Freezing in place, Drake frowned, unable to understand why Elgin had to do that. Beads of sweat formed on Elgin's forehead and his face was pale. He sat there blankly, staring into space with expressionless eyes. Dorothy's words echoed in his mind. A regressor told me. You're the one, right? Her smile faintly appeared. Take good care of Jack. She entrusted him with her trust and asked him to say hello to that friend. Complex doubts arose in Elgin's mind. The person she mentioned is me? Why is she talking about a regressor? Is this a scenario I don't know about? Who is that white friend? As soon as he thought this, a memory suddenly came to him. Zodiac asked me before, has no one ever seen me? I've been playing since the closed beta. He said it with a laugh, but no one expected that tragedy to happen. Zodiac gritted his teeth. Damn it, what is this? Elgin was shocked. That Zodiac guy talked as if he knew about the catastrophe. I just thought he was talking nonsense. Why? Something feels strangely connected. Something is wrong. Suddenly, dizziness washed over him like a wave and his vision went black. He staggered and lost consciousness. Old memories flooded back and tear-stained faces flashed vividly for a moment. Elgin trembled, clutching his head, and a scream tore from his throat. He suppressed his confusion and forced himself to calm down. All right, let's see when all this will end. Let's not think about it anymore. That damn bastard is just trying to confuse everyone with all this nonsense. Purple Dragon House is right in front of me. I need to concentrate. Jack-o'-lantern slowly nodded. You're right, his gaze was solemn. It's better to put worries aside. Since we've come this far, I'll tear you apart, Dragon House. Elgin glanced at him and said in a cold voice, Are you all right mentally? Jack-o'-lantern replied, I will be. The ground suddenly shook violently. Drake recoiled. Damn it again, the same pressure as before, Elgin sneered. The final boss has finally appeared. A chilling voice echoed from the deep darkness. Miserable humans. The voice resonated everywhere like an ancient curse. You cannot set foot in this place. Everyone looked up at the source of the sound simultaneously. Dragon House spoke, enunciating each word. If you wish to show me your loyalty, take your own lives as proof. The system at this moment displayed Hidden Quest Lizard Warrior. Activation condition. Defeat Dorothy the Warrior. Activation condition. Accept Purple Dragon House's proposal. Reward, evolve into a Lizard Man Dragon Man. Warning, declining the proposal will enrage Purple Dragon House. Elgin sprang up in rage. What's a dragman? You're going to use me as an experiment for something ridiculous like that? He shouted without hesitation. I don't want to hear any more. As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin unhesitatingly pressed the decline button. Yoon-sun froze. Elgin's face turned pale and the ground below suddenly shattered. Drake quickly ran and pulled Yoon-sun out of the crack. Dust rose, obscuring their vision. Elgin flew through the air, dodging the lava spewing from the fissure with only one thought in his mind. I've finally made it this far, the Black Dragon Lord. The cunning king of darkness, ruler of corpses. The 7th guild boss, one of the lords of the great upheaval region. S-grade monster Smarina. At this moment a colossal entity appeared. Dragon House, the system announced, you have entered the secret area, Path of the Abyss. The name of the first visitor has been recorded in the Akashic records. The creature's eyes were wide open and thick black killing intent blazed. Human, reconsider. This life is too short for foolish acts. Dragon House took another step forward, threatening. If you accept my proposal, you can continue to live. Another voice suddenly snarled. Elgin is here, he said loudly. I command you, bow your head and engrave it in your heart. Elgin was openly disgusted. Too much talk. He stared straight into its eyes. Cut the chatter. Don't try to persuade me. Dragon House's eyes flashed with rage and he said in a low voice, Indeed, the thoughts of a lowly human are incomprehensible. Yoon-sun trembled, worshipping him like a god, not a monster, and clinging to him. Drake gulped. That size is too big. Can we win? Jack-o'-lantern frowned, thinking to himself, the pressure always crushes me. It feels worse than before. Dragon House's eyes changed and he looked at Jack, saying, I remember you. You're that thief, Dragon House said contemptuously. I remember you not because you're valuable, but because a tiny part of you remains in my memory. You've already told your friends, haven't you? He sneered. We met before. Jack-o'-lantern gripped his axe tightly, his eyes unblinking. And he leapt. Dragon House snarled loudly. Fight from a distance. The two entities clashed fiercely, and the repercussions spread far. Dirt and stones shattered and flew everywhere, and his voice echoed as if to end all this conversation. Dragon House screamed. It's time to end this. His voice boomed like thunder. Lowly humans, your existence ends here. Chapter 152. The system announced, you have entered the abyss of the path of death, an incomprehensible area. The record of the first visitor will be stored in the Akashic records. The space was covered in smoke and the ground was cracked, leaving only ash and scorching heat. The great black dragon rules the endless caves and empty catacombs. The third of the 7 dragon kings, the rising star of the dragon race, and the Qilin Qilin of the Yiban race. He was a dictator who had never lost a war. S-grade Dragon House, his abilities, territory, and size were all unknown. Death will make you immortal. Book of House's Darkness, Volume 1, Chapter 4, Elgin thought to himself. One of the 7 constellations once ruled the darkness, but now he stands before me. His back was covered in steel-like dark red scales. Drake's eyes widened. Vulcanus, is that covering his entire body? I can't believe it. So everything the people on the upper floor were doing was for House? Elgin frowned slightly. Dragon House lost most of his scales a long time ago. Vulcanus is as hard as dragon scales and it can perfectly cover his exposed skin. House the dragon growled. Do you know why I don't kill you immediately, you filthy insects? It's merely out of curiosity. I just want to see what kind of flying insects dare to kill my loyal subordinates and enter my domain. Yoon-sun rubbed her chin. Standing next to him, we really do seem like tiny insects. To House, humans and other monsters are just tools. Once they're no longer useful, he's simply curious. House the dragon scorned. Humans, life is light, but you cannot bear it. I can give you everything you desire, he bargained. Money, power, fame. You only need to sacrifice one thing to gain all of it. Of course, the price is your life. It's like a blessing to relieve the burden of insignificant animals from the human world. Yoon-sun's eyes widened and she asked herself, what? Why am I listening to him so intently? House the dragon said in a soft voice. Explain what I just said. Humans, think carefully. How much shame have you endured in your lives? It's truly sad to live such a life, but it's not your fault. She thought to herself, I think he's right. Suddenly a scream echoed. John, snap out of it. She turned her head in surprise. And Elgin's face was right in front of her, making her blush. Elgin grabbed her hand and raised it high. Yoon-sun was flustered. Oh my, what just happened? I think I just blacked out. Elgin explained it was due to one of House's abilities, cunning negotiator. House had just tried to persuade her and she had almost committed suicide by making her head explode. Hearing that, she was shocked. Really? You mean his ability can manipulate a player's mind? He nodded. That's right. She was confused for a moment. Is this okay? No, that ability can't be okay. It's too unfair, he thought to himself. It's called negotiation, but to be precise, it's a skill that makes players act strangely. It's a psychological manipulation ability that paralyzes the mind, causing them to lose self-control and commit suicide. This has been a strange trait that has existed for a long time, and it will be removed in the future due to moral issues. Yoon was puzzled, but Elgin and Drake seemed fine. What happened? Elgin calmly replied. That temptation won't work on us. He slowly explained. A while ago, Drake and I defeated the Kraken and gained the paleo trait. It increases resistance to magic-induced psychological damage by 100, Drake said impatiently. Can we attack now? Jack seems to have already been affected. Elgin shook his head. Aus hasn't attacked yet, so he hasn't taken any damage, he sneered. We have to neutralize his cunning negotiator trait to get him into combat mode. Only by winning this logic battle can we make him serious. First, he has to acknowledge us as his enemies, not just insignificant insects, for the conquest to begin. He was excited. All right, in short, we have to make him angry for him to come out. Drake was anxious. So you're going to fight a guy with a deep learning system in a war of words? Are you sure? Elgin said confidently. Of course, Aus the dragon snarled, baring his teeth. Elgin stepped forward and said seriously, Hey Lord Aus, instead of you granting our wishes, wouldn't it be faster for me to grant yours? He frowned. Presumptuous, you insect. You cannot know what I desire. How can a paltry human dare to fulfill the ancient wish of the great dragon tribe? Elgin sneered. Demon Nebula. He widened his eyes. A suspicious look. Elgin continued, Don't you want to destroy the demons of greed, those who contend for dominion over hell, and in the afterlife you are in a power struggle with the demon of greed, build up, and Elgin smiled. Finally, even the angry Satan's demon Nebula, which completely destroyed you in the war between dragons and demons long ago. Aus the dragon's eyes flickered slightly. How do you know my wish? Who are you, human? Drake muttered. I'm curious too. How does Elgin know this information? We're the first players to arrive here. So this information shouldn't have appeared anywhere. He was suspicious. What kind of monster is he? Aus the dragon said coldly. Are you saying you are the one who can fulfill my desires? How dare you? I cannot achieve it by relying on the power of others. I only rely on my own abilities, Elgin sneered. What can you do with an old and ugly body? With a weakened body that only has scales left, you'll never defeat a young and vibrant demon. You couldn't even defeat an experienced build-up, let alone Satan, the one who made your body so useless. These words seemed to wound him. And an oppressive aura exploded from Aus the dragon. Shaking the air, he growled, Watch your mouth, human. A powerful oppressive aura emanated from his body, pressing down on the surrounding air. Look at me, he roared. My body is covered in powerful red light, invincible Vulcanus scales. With this ultimately powerful body I will destroy all demons in the world, Elgin retorted. Are you fighting with a wig? Baldy. Drake and Yunsun's jaws dropped. Aus the dragon was annoyed. I don't have hair. Elgin hadn't angered him yet. If you think scales are hair, then you're truly bald, aren't you? He snarled. We are different, he shrugged. I don't think we're different at all, he thought to himself. After all, nothing is more effective than a personal attack to anger an opponent with high logical reasoning. Whether it's rational or not doesn't matter. With 15 years of countless community activities under my belt, I'll mock this guy to make him angry. It seems it's time for the final blow. Thinking so, he continued to provoke, relying on external substances will never lead to victory. Aus the dragon was silent. He said in a contemptuous tone, Do you think you've become strong just by covering your hideous scaleless body with a few pieces of steel armor? Don't dream, Elgin said inwardly. I've poked Aus the dragon's greatest pain. When poked like this, the most painful spot is the heart, and that's a despicable sensation, he slightly sneered. Dying in a fight with me, that is the most painful revenge you can inflict upon them, he shouted loudly. Because with the power I gain after defeating you, I will destroy all those demon nebulas. Aus the dragon lashed his tail violently, shaking the ground fiercely. Elgin hastily fled, smiling bitterly. Did I go too far? Drake shouted loudly. Retreat elsewhere, Elgin. What if we die in a lava tsunami before we even catch the boss? Besides, I can't hold on for that long either. Just then an axe blade whizzed past them. Elgin turned his head in surprise, and Jack-o'-lantern stood before them saying, All right, my friend. Even if my body is destroyed, I'll help you. Aus the dragon laughed heartily. You insects are all the same. Elgin was excited. Is the dragon conquest finally beginning? He charged forward, looking at him with a satisfied expression. Insects, you've been chirping about it all this time, but this time you'll die by the hands of these insects. Chapter 153. The computer screen flickered, showing a regressor casting a magic orb. His voice was low but firm. Watch closely. If you combine this immortal object with the trait of reversal, its essence will be flipped, transforming it into a fatal item. With that, you can defeat Aus the dragon. The pre-regression Elgin watched intently, his eyes glowing. With this alone, I can defeat an S-grade monster? How did he find such a method? This is truly useful information. He recalled the time several years before his regression when the Aus strategy was a hot topic. At that time, the guildmaster attacked Aus with a fatal item during the raid. A thought flashed through Elgin's mind. That's right, that's the item. The item I was going to use. He clenched his fist and sneered. This North is already famous. This time I'll kill you. Back to reality. Elgin faced Aus the dragon with cold eyes and said that this would be difficult. He thought quietly, Of course there are 2 or 3 solutions, but this is my first time battling an S-grade monster and the difficulty is completely different from previous boss raids. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Can even the best method defeat such a monster? What if I hadn't known the method in the future? What if I fail? While he was lost in thought, an arrow flew from behind and accurately pierced his butt. Elgin screamed in surprise. What the hell? He turned his head and shouted. What are you doing suddenly? I don't have much HP either, Drake laughed, amused by his more flustered than usual appearance. Elgin, are you going to fight alone? He encouraged. Confidently leave the mission to us. We always trust you. Drake smiled. Even if the plan goes wrong, enjoy this raid. Even if the three of us die, you can get more clues. Elgin paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. He turned his head and shouted, Hey Jack, Elgin asked him. Your role is very important. Can you do it? Jack-o'-lantern replied firmly. Of course. He smiled slightly in disdain. They are still as weak as always. Just then, Aus the dragon opened his mouth and spewed a massive flame. Elgin hastily reminded, His breath is angled slightly backward from our position. If you retreat, you'll be hit by the fireball. So maintain an appropriate distance to avoid the attack, he shouted loudly. John, it's your turn now. A wave of light rushed forth, immortal holy shield. With pure angelic energy, this shield would strengthen allies and weaken enemies. It would be especially effective if the opponent was dark attributed. And Aus was an embodiment of darkness. Flames blazed, engulfing Jack-o'-lantern. It didn't last long, but Aus's actions would be restricted. Elgin moved like a ghost, quickly wrapping steel wires around Aus the dragon. In an instant, his body was tightly bound by steel wires. Elgin gripped the rope tightly and shouted, Now's the time, Jack. Elgin thought to himself. Aus, an S-grade monster, has incredible stats, but there's one weakness. Physical attacks work on him. He analyzed, if it's a dragon, there must be a crucial weak point on its body. That spot will be a different color from the rest of its body. Elgin narrowed his eyes and concentrated. Of course, that spot will also be protected by volcanic rock like the other parts, but Jack's volcanic scythe should be able to pry off those scales. Jack-o'-lantern's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and he charged without hesitation. He carefully observed the dragon's scales. It will never be easy, but I'll do my best. A huge explosion echoed, and Jack-o'-lantern accurately hit his target. Elgin watched with narrowed eyes. Jack-o'-lantern didn't hesitate to swing his axe, embedding it deeply into the dragon's scales. A deafening sound echoed, and the scales began to shake. Elgin pointed his finger and shouted, Now, Drake! Drake drew his bow tightly and continuously fired arrows, each arrow embedding itself into Aus the dragon's body, making him growl in pain. Elgin thought to himself, All right, I'll use this advantageous start to deliver the next blow. Suddenly he froze, his eyes wide open. Elgin was surprised. The dragon's scales have grown back, Aus the dragon laughed contemptuously. It's merely a tickle. Humans, is that all you have? You disappoint me. I must have overestimated you. He stomped his foot and the entire ground shook. Jack-o'-lantern struggled to break free from his restraints, but as he stomped his foot hard, Jack-o'-lantern screamed in pain. Elgin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, There has to be a way. I was going to command everyone to attack and kill him when he showed an opening. Aus the dragon said, This is the last mercy I will grant you. Become my lizardman warrior. I will forgive your sins and treat you as my subordinate. Elgin inadvertently bent down and pressed his hand hard against the ground, his eyes wide and bewildered. What? Why is my body so heavy? He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Elgin looked at his hand in fear, and scales were gradually appearing. These are scales. This is impossible. Drake was flustered. My body is turning into a lizardman. Elgin, are you too? His arm trembled. Race transformation skill. Yun-sun's ears began to lengthen at this moment. She was surprised to see the tail that had just grown. What is this? My body is changing strangely. Aus the dragon said in a threatening voice, Fighting is meaningless. Accept my power. Death will make you immortal. Elgin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Curse of the old dragon. This must be a special ultimate skill that only appears after the game reversal. The infection rate is very high. If this continues, all three of us will turn into lizardmen. Then we won't be able to defeat Aus. As expected, I used the fatal item too early. Elgin was anxious. That means he can kill me at any time, he said inwardly with displeasure. Damn it, this damn guy. How am I going to resolve this situation? The cave was engulfed in fire and smoke, and black smoke billowed out. Elgin gritted his teeth and reassured himself, It's okay, Jack. I'm coming for you. Suddenly the sound of raindrops was heard from the cave ceiling. Elgin looked at it and muttered, The downpour of despair will cover you all. Chapter 154. He gritted his teeth, his ears began to lengthen, and scales slowly appeared on his face. Elgin barely held on. My whole body is so itchy, I feel like I'm going crazy. The more I scratch, the more flesh will fall off, and I'll turn into a lizardman faster. I have to endure. I have to slow down the mutation process. The dragon sneered. Why do you resist? Accept my power. Then you will become immortal. Blue veins bulged on his face. He worried and thought to himself, If I turn into a lizardman like this, he'll be able to maintain his exclusive status. The lizardman race has many privileges and advantages. Isn't he the only existence directly created by Aus's curse? His eyes darkened. But I'll have to give up the demon lord meta and the mage meta. His will began to waver. Not only that, there will be no meaning or reward in upholding human dignity. Of course, I won't be able to fight countless dragon monsters in the future either. His heart sank heavily. I'll have to give up all those attractive rewards and privileges. Above all, Elgin said powerlessly to himself, He's right in front of me. I'll never be able to defeat him. Aus the dragon said, You will be a more useful lizardman than I expected. Since you're not wearing clothes, scales must be growing all over your body. Elgin laughed. Not a human, but one who wears no clothes. We already expected that, he calmly replied. Scales have grown all over my body, Elgin sneered. Are you saying Vulcanus grew on you without your knowledge? The vortex swirled chaotically. He thought and rethought inwardly. Outwardly he still smiled calmly and said, in reality you're the one running around naked, aren't you? What a coward. He believed there had to be a way out of this situation. He glanced at Drake Kate's pale face, revealing a hint of displeasure. No, this time it seems a bit difficult. While Yoon-sun writhed in pain, a gentle voice suddenly rang out. Are you alright? Elgin was startled, turning his head and looking around with confused eyes. This voice, Elgin frowned, perplexed. Didn't she disappear? But the sound echoed again. I'll find you. It was a voice that seemed to gently seep into every raindrop. The sound of rain continued like a summer evening shower. Drake Kate turned around in a hurry. Elgin, what do we do now? Shouldn't we just log out? Elgin shook his head slightly. No, the raindrops pattered down. Elgin looked up and smiled. I don't know yet. Purple Dragon House's eyes widened in suspicion. How could it rain when the sky was covered? Raindrops fell on his scaled body, and wherever they touched, scales peeled off. His face froze in terror. Purple Dragon House stood there blankly. My scales. He was surprised to see his scales falling off in pieces. What? How? What on earth is happening? Purple Dragon House shrieked in pain. My scales, my precious volcanic scales, what the hell is this cursed rain? At the moment the scales in his hand also disappeared. Elgin exclaimed joyfully. Excellent, the mutation process has stopped. Yoon-sun couldn't hide her joy at seeing herself return to normal. Elgin sneered. It was a bit hot earlier, but this rain has cooled the heat in our bodies. Your ceiling seems to be leaking badly, doesn't it? How do you manage your house? Should I apply for compensation? Purple Dragon House snarled in anger. You insect-like wretches, what have you done? An earth-shattering roar followed as he swung his tail forcefully. The ground under pressure immediately shattered. Purple Dragon House shrieked despairingly into the air. No, he screamed like a madman as if everything had been taken from him. No, 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 my trait which I have cultivated for so long, Elgin inwardly retorted. It's just a wig. What kind of trait is that? Drake Kate still looked shell-shocked. Elgin, what on earth happened? Suddenly it started raining and House's scales began to fall off. He hesitated before answering. I can't say for sure, but it's probably Dorothy's gift. Yoon-sun and Drake Kate turned their heads simultaneously, surprised. Dorothy? Elgin folded his arms and explained. While excellent storylines are determined by players, detailed stories often emerge through the interactions of AI like NPCs and monsters. If we were to generally speak of the NPC Dorothy, his voice softened. Dorothy was a truly wonderful person. In the distance, a shadow emerged from the smoke on the cliff. Yoon-sun, turning her head, stared in disbelief. She cried out in surprise. Jack-o'-lantern? Despite being trampled all over, he didn't kneel but rose. His eyes glowed as he shouted, Dorothy? At that very moment a roar echoed. Purple Dragon House spewed gigantic flames at him. Elgin's face went pale. Jack-o'-lantern, the flames didn't spread but swirled like a vortex. Even in the inferno the shadow stood firm. Without hesitation or fear, Jack-o'-lantern endured the fiery hell alone. He took a deep breath and sprang from the ground. Jack-o'-lantern leapt up and swung his axe powerfully. The storm-like blow struck Purple Dragon House's neck directly. House's roar shook the heavens. House's rage, his rage is the key. Elgin thought to himself that this was to unlock Jack-o'-lantern's final trait. Upon contact with House's rage, Jack-o'-lantern began to move nimbly. Elgin clenched his fist, excited. It seems we've entered the final phase of play. Chapter 155. Dorothy was a soldier who had become a warrior transformed into a human. For self-destructing, she maximized her intrinsic abilities, proving that there was a way to amplify each individual's most powerful intrinsic ability. That was her final decision to help Jack-o'-lantern. The end of the abyss, or the mystery zone, was where Dorothy died, right above this place. Yoon-sun looked up at the incessant rain, frowning slightly. In other words, this rain is the essence of Dorothy's ability and the only explanation remaining to this day. With firm resolve she had predicted all of this and even advised herself, even though she would lose her physical body. Elgin was grateful in his heart. She was a truly wonderful person. This scenario did not exist in my previous attack plan. After regression, the system screen appeared for Jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lantern, the thief who ate the forbidden fruit, S-grade, mastered dark trait. Halloween dweller, abyssal and avoidance zone habitat, body size 2.5 meters. The forbidden fruit enhances both physical attack and light and dark attributes. Simultaneously, it activates a 10x attack power effect the moment the target dies. A title given to only one individual. On the other side, Drake Kate was surprised. S-grade, his rank also increased. A rare intrinsic ability created to defeat a unique individual. Jack-o'-lantern snarled slightly. Let's end this. House charged without hesitation, axe in hand. Each step he took shook the ground. His hand gripped the axe handle tightly, and the axe blade gleamed in the air before striking Purple Dragon House. He snarled coldly. It seems you've forgotten how to hide your weaknesses because you've been wearing armor all this time, you fool. Purple Dragon House snarled lowly. Insignificant wretch. He opened his mouth to form a fireball, but he was attacked before he could fire. His massive body faltered and his glowing eyes showed clear confusion. Drake Kate announced. And he's incapacitated. No need to use penetrating traits anymore. He excitedly drew his bowstring. The target is too big, no need to aim, just unleash everything in one go. No more words were needed. He fired arrows relentlessly. Purple Dragon House dodged in confusion. His huge body swayed back and forth under the barrage of arrows. Jack-o'-lantern narrowed his eyes, observing and thinking inwardly. His speed has slowed down relative to his size. This battle seems to be over. Drake Kate ordered an advance. The dragon heard it, startled and turned its head. At this moment, Elgin charged with murderous eyes. He cast an attack skill, and the system immediately notified, powerful Lich Knight robe intrinsic ability. He cast the attack skill without hesitation. Elgin smiled triumphantly. You are fast and strong. But he widened his eyes and light flashed from his pupils. This isn't just physical damage. Purple Dragonhouse was enraged by the attack and roared in fury. A grade mutated heart, mutated armor intrinsic ability activated. Elgin smiled slightly in contempt. Damage reflection from mutation is usually 90, but at high grades it's 100. Countless corpses pile up on the battlefield. You can absorb their life force to become stronger, but there's nothing in this abyss. You're bound to suffer in a situation where no one is there to support you up close. Yoon's son was diligently healing. Jack-o'-lantern was impressed, but his face was scrunched up. Jack-o'-lantern looked at his body and muttered, "Is this my limit?" He quietly watched the monster, thinking inwardly. There isn't much left. I'll be able to last until this battle is over, even though this body is made of straw. Please, just a little more strength. Purple Dragonhouse roared fiercely at this moment. You insect-like wretches. He amplified his power and formed a larger and brighter fireball from his mouth than before. Purple Dragonhouse attacked crazily from all directions. Elgin hastily dodged his attack. Just as he was trying to escape, just as he was about to face death, Yoon's son appeared in time and created a shield. Jack-o'-lantern took out a piece of metal, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Nicholas, lend me your strength until the very end." He used Nicholas and immediately placed it on his left chest. A brilliant light instantly burst from his entire body. The sight before their eyes was nothing short of a battlefield. Purple Dragonhouse snarled, "Everyone will die. Especially when facing me, that's the natural outcome, so accept your fate." But he was lost in arrogance and suddenly faltered before his eyes. Elgin stood with burning eyes and the information window appeared clearly. Legend Corruption Mode Level 82, Title Eight-Legged King Beheader, Incomplete Transformation, Sanity Maintained. Behind him a person walked and Jack-o'-lantern radiated intense killing intent, his body encased in steel. Purple Dragonhouse was surprised at appearance. Elgin turned his head. They asked, "Friend, can you still fight, or have you reached your limit?" He replied nonchalantly. "What's the difference? This body is enduring solely to defeat Aus." He was excited. "This is the final blow. I'm coming, Aus." In the distance, Drake Kate couldn't hide his jealousy. "He really transformed. I'm jealous. I want to do that too." Jack-o'-lantern charged and slammed the axe in his hand towards Purple Dragonhouse. The blow pierced Purple Dragonhouse's neck, not missing the opportunity. Elgin also charged. Elgin sneered, "Now your body is exposed. You're going to take more hits." Without hesitation, he gripped his weapon and furiously stabbed Purple Dragonhouse's body. Each powerful slash made him writhe in pain and scream. He snarled, "You damned wretch!" And he tried to counterattack in a rage. But before he could even attempt an attack, Elgin leapt up and landed on his head. He said coldly, "A good attempt." He clenched his fist tightly and without hesitation slammed his fist down on his head like a hammer. Elgin turned his head and leaped down. Purple Dragonhouse howled in pain. In the distance, arrows flew like lightning. They struck his body directly. Drake Kate spoke, "Elgin, I'll support you." He raised his bow high and said, "Attack freely." Yoon's son also joined the battle beside him. He said with a bright expression, "These are not ordinary arrows." Drake Kate continued, "These are sacred fire arrows imbued with divine power of goodness." The arrows flew like burning shooting stars, piercing through the tough layer of scales and fiercely cutting through. Drake Kate smiled slightly. "They can penetrate enemies with dark attributes like you." Elgin stood with murderous intent on top of Purple Dragonhouse's head. He snarled, "Taste this," and immediately extended his hand, placing it on his head and activating the vein oscillation skill. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, and Purple Dragonhouse howled in despair. He breathed heavily, not taking his eyes off the target. Purple Dragonhouse was astonished. "That appearance, that power, that's the power of the West Seas spider monster. Are you using her power?" He snarled. "Unbelievable. They rejected my power and used the power of an inferior spider." Rage made him tremble. No need to try to understand the thoughts of inferior insects. "I have come to understand more about your essence." He glared straight at him. "The power of that West Sea spider is quite strong, but ultimately, it won't last long. Those fierce attacks are nothing more than a tickle." Elgin frowned. "My intrinsic ability is depleting." Purple Dragonhouse became even more arrogant. "Keep trying. I don't think I even need to dodge those attacks anymore." Elgin calculated inwardly. He's right. The ability has entered a countdown, only 10 seconds left. Yoon's son continued to heal herself, but she was already out of energy. No more help could be expected from her. Yoon's son was so exhausted that she collapsed, breathing heavily. Jack-o'-lantern stood quietly beside her. Time began to count down from 10 seconds. Purple Dragonhouse smiled slightly. "Why have you run out of energy, you weak insect?" 9 seconds, it's over." Jack-o'-lantern suddenly charged and shouted loudly. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, only a few seconds left. 3, 2, 1, Elgin thought inwardly. Then, he stared straight at the screaming Purple Dragonhouse. Magic glowed in his hand. "You shouldn't touch this skill. You won't even have time to change your mind before you die." Purple Dragonhouse's eyes widened. "How can you still move? How can you recover energy so quickly?" At this moment, an intense aura of intimidation emanated from Elgin's entire body. The system notified, S-grade Lich King's heart. The closest and furthest distance is the same as the distance between human hearts. Nicholas Chopper can use the spare heart trait. The S-grade item, Lich King's heart, is the embodiment of darkness. It is linked to his title. The Immortal Legion commander can recover his master no matter how far away. Elgin thought inwardly before chasing Aus. I sealed it in a heart and secretly hid it in the beginner's village. Like its name, the spare heart trait will continuously recover me until the energy within the heart runs out. I myself am now re-energized. Even if mana decreases by 1 per second in frenzy mode with the support of this heart, everything recovers extremely quickly. At that point, I can have almost infinite stamina. It seems the heart has activated. Kate glanced. It's worth storing hundreds of recovery potions in that heart. Naturally, it must have the desired effect. He stood fearlessly before him and charged. He was angry. You learned nothing from the previous battle. You won't be able to defeat me. Don't even dream of it. Purple Dragon House stared straight at him with burning eyes. Elgin, completely unshaken, said, It's easier to fight you now thanks to the experience I gained from studying the people you defeated in the past. Jack-o'-lantern nodded. That's right. Purple Dragon House opened his mouth and spewed dragon's breath. Elgin had a cold smile on his lips. He snarled, Nicholas Richard, is your legacy living in this damned wretch? In the distance, arrows rained down. They pierced Purple Dragon House's skin. A painful roar echoed. My skin, Purple Dragon House writhed and screamed. My skin is tearing. Stop. In the distance, Kate was drawing his bow. The next arrows deeply embedded themselves in various parts of his body. While he endured the pain, Jack-o'-lantern's voice was heard. Are you afraid of death? He charged. You don't believe in life, you only believe in death. Is the god of death afraid of death? Purple Dragon House swung his arm to counterattack, but Jack didn't retreat. Hand didn't hesitate, gripping the axe tightly and bringing it down on his arm. Elgin, standing close by, watched with a sneer. You said it tickled. It'll tickle so much you'll feel like you're dying. He suddenly dodged sideways. Elgin scoffed, provoking him. Did you flee the demon realm, fearing death, and hide in this abyss? You just picked up hard things and stuck them to your body like armor, didn't you? You have no conviction, no courage. He slightly lifted his face and said with a look of contempt, You're just a coward. Aus the dragon shouted. How dare you, you mere human. His body moved abnormally and his scales bristled, jutting out like spears. Elgin quickly realized and warned everyone loudly. He's attacking everyone. Dodge. Jack-o'-lantern shouted. He's about to shoot venomous spikes everywhere. Aus the dragon, out of control, began to rampage wildly. He continuously shot venomous spikes in all directions. Elgin moved swiftly, dodging each attack. The ground shook violently. The terrain shattered. Jack-o'-lantern's vision was obscured by dust the moment he let down his guard. An attack sliced through his body and blood splattered everywhere. Elgin's eyes widened. Jack! But at that very moment he became the next target. Kate and Yoon Sun struggled to escape. Drake looked around, breathing heavily. There's nowhere left to hide. Sun couldn't use her divine shield anymore either. Can we endure? He suppressed the pressure and gritted his teeth. His strength was weakening. He's in a precarious situation. Just one solid hit is all it takes, but there was no weapon here that could do that. His eyes desperately darted around, muttering to himself, Where can I find it? A weapon that can deal massive damage and also has divine power. He unconsciously looked at Yoon Sun next to him. Kate took her hand. Son, she turned around, startled. What is it, Drake? He quickly said. I'm sorry to do this suddenly, but can you trust me? She was slightly surprised, but then smiled cheerfully. Of course, tell me. On the other side, Elgin analyzed that if he was shooting thorns that he cherished like his own life, it meant he was in despair. Each thorn carries immense power. All we can do is dodge. He looked up at the sky where thorns rained down and said worriedly, But there are too many thorns. We can't dodge them all. With this many thorns, he could probably keep shooting for at least another 10 minutes. I might be able to endure, but what about Kate and Yoon Sun, who are already at their limit? The moment he turned to look at the two, Elgin's expression changed drastically. Then Yoon Sun screamed in confusion. Seeing Drake lift her into the air, she was bewildered. Is this okay? Kate replied. It's fine, you're not heavy at all. She trembled. No, that's not what I mean. Just trust me, Yoon Sun. My specialty is aiming and shooting. He watched them panic. What's that? Kate said firmly. Just trust me. Gather all your strength at your fingertips. Imagine yourself as a powerful bullet. Before she could react, Kate threw her into the air. Yoon Sun flew as fast as lightning streaking across the sky. She screamed in confusion. Yoon Sun frowned, trying to calm herself. I am a powerful bullet. She took a deep breath and her eyes gradually became calm. Her body gathered all its strength and she clenched her fists. Yoon Sun rushed forward without hesitation. She unleashed a blow that seemed to rip through space. A powerful fist flew. Elgin was astonished, unable to move. He stammered. It worked. Yoon Sun charged towards Aus the dragon. The attack shattered his armor and pierced the monster's neck. Aus the dragon froze in midair, unable to react. A sky-ripping roar echoed. He screamed in pain amidst the dust. At that very moment, Jack-o'-lantern, half destroyed, rushed forward, swinging his axe to deliver a fatal blow. Elgin also rushed in simultaneously, attacking him alongside Jack-o'-lantern. Elgin sneered slightly. Yoon Sun descended. She turned around in surprise. Jack-o'-lantern, even with his half-destroyed body, poured all his strength into delivering a final blow. The system rang. You have become the world's first to conquer Aus the dragon. The conqueror's name will be stored in the Akashic records. The system continued to announce. You have become the world's first to conquer Aus the dragon. The name of the first conqueror will be stored in the cosmic records. You will receive rewards. The system sound blared fiercely. Aus, the end of the abyss has fallen. Aus's land has become half the world that must fear you. The two lords of the great flood war are watching you. Yoon Sun staggered and fell into the rubble. At that very moment, Kate rushed over and caught her. She turned around, complaining, That's really cruel, Drake. Why are you treating me like a bomb? He forced a smile. Still, thanks to you, we were able to defeat Aus, Yun-sun added worriedly. What about Elgin? He just smiled, not answering, and looked to one side. On the other side, a hand pierced through the ground. His arm clenched. Elgin stood up, his head held high with a proud expression. He was excited. We did it, we really did it. His eyes widened. Ah, Elgin ran around in joy. We defeated Aus the dragon, Yun-sun said. He looks really happy, he replied. Of course, after so much trouble. He ran over and hugged the two of them. Why are you two talking as if it has nothing to do with you? We just defeated a god who rules a world. We are god killers. We can celebrate however we want, he shouted excitedly. We took down S-grade Aus. We defeated a dragon. We're the best. Let's have fun. At this moment a faint voice echoed, Aus? From amidst the thick dust, Jack-o'-lantern stammered. What happened? Everyone turned around as he asked weakly. What happened to Aus? Jack-o'-lantern, lying on the ground, stammered out each word. I can't see anything. Did we win? Elgin smiled. Yes, we succeeded. Your last blow was decisive, he said to Jack-o'-lantern. We defeated him. Drake-Kate stood silently. Yun-sun unconsciously wiped away tears. He thought to himself, my encounter with him was just a moment in his long life. From their first meeting in the dark castle to the ice ruins, he recalled memories with a touch of sadness. And all the way here, the abyss's path of death, without Jack's help I wouldn't have made it this far. Jack-o'-lantern smiled contentedly. All right, thank you, thank you. Those were his last words, his last breath. Jack-o'-lantern disappeared with the dust. Everyone looked at him. We should be the ones saying that. He vanished with the dust. Everything disappeared. Thank you so much. A fragment appeared before their eyes and the system displayed. Extinguished volcanic fragment. A volcanic fragment embedded in Jack's pumpkin head, a symbol of courage. Suddenly the cave exploded. Drake-Kate was startled. What is this? He shouted. The lowest level of the abyss's path of death is collapsing. We can't let our guard down until it's over. It's time to get out of here. At that very moment, everyone frantically fled the area. The cave began to collapse. Elgin thought to himself, I'm really happy we defeated Aus. Elgin ran forward wildly, but there were too many questions in this raid. He thought with a suspicious expression, what was Dorothy trying to tell me right before she died? She seemed to know I was a regressor, he thought. And who is that white friend? Was there anyone with that name among Gem's NPCs? And there was one more thing that came to mind. Elgin thought of Zodiac. He had spoken as if he knew that the Great Flood War would happen beforehand. He was puzzled. Is it just a guess from someone with good intuition? What is this new region upgrade in this game hiding? Stones and dirt flew everywhere. Yun-sun quickly batted away the flying stones. Elgin carried her on his back and hurried away. He smiled. I can think about it later. Let's enjoy this moment now. He raised his hand again, stamped his foot and shouted. I defeated Aus the dragon. We're truly amazing. Drake-Kate was confused. I thought we already finished celebrating, he said passionately. We defeated an S-grade boss monster. That's truly amazing. His face glowed with joy, unable to hide his happiness. Suddenly a voice echoed. That damn guy is having fun. A modern room appeared before his eyes. What is this? It'll be fine. He seems to be still asleep. Elgin? Suddenly a voice called from behind. Elgin, wake up if you're awake. At the loud noise, Elgin woke up with a start. He jumped up and voices were heard around him. I came to see if you would run away after failing to enhance it. You were asleep in a cocoon. You fought more tenaciously than I expected. A man stood before his eyes. Yu Jung said. You must have worked quite hard during this period, right? Elgin stared blankly at Yu Jung, thinking. Yu Jung, but he took out a mirror in confusion and looked at his face. Elgin froze. My face, he was flustered. What happened? Where did everyone else go? When did I leave the dungeon? I'm sure I took everyone out of the abyss after dealing with Aus the dragon. Yu Jung looked at him and said, This crazy bastard is trying to escape reality after borrowing money and failing to enhance it. It's terrible. And he's even smiling broadly. You must have had a good dream, right? Now snap out of it and go to work, you scoundrel. Don't even think about running away. Elgin stammered to himself. Just a few minutes ago I was a 20-something regressor Madongguang with friends. He was blank. But now I'm a 35-year-old failed game player? Elgin was dumbfounded, unable to believe reality. Chapter 159. Elgin froze. Wait a minute, he mumbled in confusion. What the hell happened? Frantically searching the house, he called out loudly. Drake, what happened, son? Where did everyone else go? Elgin rushed out into the street, his face clearly bewildered. It must be true. This place is, Elgin muttered in confusion. It's the neighborhood I used to live in. His eyes suddenly stopped and a slightly surprised expression crossed his face. He was surprised to see a familiar shadow in a white car nearby. Huh? Suddenly a voice called from behind him. Elgin, Yu Jung approached and put his arm around his shoulder. It's a small matter for me to lend you money to live in a cocoon. We've known each other for a very long time, so if you have anything to say, say it. Don't frown like that. But listen, he tightened his arm. Money matters with friends should be kept separate, am I right? So if you don't pay your interest on time, I'll rip out your guts, he shouted loudly. If you understand, go to the workshop and work right now. Elgin bowed his head and pleaded, We're friends, please, can't you give me a few more days? He reluctantly nodded. All right, Elgin slumped onto the street, drained of energy. He was blank, realizing that everything from his regression was just a dream. The Water Dragon King, even reaching S-grade. Everything. Elgin was helpless. Damn it, regression itself is already unrealistic, so what the hell is going on? How could I be a top-ranked player in a professional tournament? He let out a dry laugh. He laughed in despair, staring blankly. Even after waking from the dream, reality remains the same. He still couldn't believe it. I'm still living a miserable life like a dog. Waking from a long sleep, he was surprised, but nothing had changed. Elgin was disappointed. He sighed, looking at the quiet room. A long heavy sigh, he unconsciously recalled what Dorothy had said. My cute friend told me. You're a regressor, right? An image appeared. He asked himself how. Everything confused his mind. You look familiar. You're not from this world, are you? Elgin gritted his teeth, annoyed. Damn it, he clutched his head, shouting, it's too complicated. Unable to bear the confusion in his mind, he frantically rushed outside. So it was just a dream after all? I've had so many dreams, so this isn't a dream anymore, right? Sleeping always made it difficult to breathe. Anxiety seeped in. After waking from that dream, my own fears began to seep in. Elgin muttered to himself. I woke up today and I'm 21, just like before. Someday, Elgin asked with thoughtful eyes, when I open my eyes, will all of this turn into a dream? To avoid further doubt, he quickly headed to the training ground. He thought to himself, so I've become even more determined. Even if this is a dream, I don't want to live my current life like a loser. I have many goals to achieve. Looking up at the clear sky, Yu Jung approached from a distance, excited. He bowed his head and said respectfully, hello Hung. Yu Jung was happy. I hope Hung is doing well. Elgin looked at him, evaluating him inwardly. He's still as energetic as ever. Yu Jung's fierce face flashed momentarily. He muttered to himself, he looks cuter now than the person I met in my dream. He asked gently, how have you been doing lately? He replied, yes, thank you for asking. I'm doing well. I quit loan sharking. He smiled faintly. It wasn't as easy as I thought, but it happened easily. Yu Jung nodded with a grin. Yes, it was easy in a way, but there are still some consequences to deal with. I just need my sister to be healthy. I can think about work slowly later. Now I'm earning money honestly. I'm working part-time and I'm also working at the broadcasting station where my sister works. Recalling an old conversation, Elgin had seriously advised Yu Jung to stop his illegal activities. He had offered, if you want, I can even get you a proper job. Yu Jung scratched his head in confusion. It's an honor for Hung to call me, but why do you want to meet me personally? I heard you already told my sister. My sister told me to go meet Hung. Elgin asked, did you bring your car? He replied, yes. Why Hung? Without saying more, he took him to a building. Yu Jung looked around in confusion. Hung, where are we? He calmly walked inside and said, follow me. He nodded and followed. Yes, Hung. Elgin got into the elevator. He took him to a game center full of gaming equipment. Yu Jung's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this an internet cafe? Are you starting an internet cafe business now? Are you going to use the first floor of this building? The space is really spacious, Hung. Elgin turned and replied with a smile, I'm going to use the entire building. Yu Jung gasped, mouth agape. The entire building? Elgin continued. I needed all sorts of things, so I bought the whole building. Elgin went on to explain. This building has a total of 17 floors. He explained that the lower floors house studio rooms. The lower floors are used exclusively for broadcast studios, and the top floor is used as a relaxation and training space for the team members. Elgin introduced the party rooms, saying that combining these two rooms could create a conference room for fan meetings or seminars. He told Yu Jung that the highest top floor was his personal room, and only he could enter. Yu Jung exclaimed in admiration, that's amazing. This place is like heaven for pro gamers and freelance streamers. In the training room, Sihi had almost fully recovered her vision. The young girl, seeing him, said, oh, isn't that Oppa? Why are you here? He asked curiously. Sihi, what are you doing here? Elgin quickly explained. Sihi is a guild member of our guild. She was using the adjacent training room. She quickly introduced, yes, these are my teammates. Taegang bowed respectfully and greeted, yes, hello. Sihi smiled brightly and pointed at him. Oppa, do you know this friend? He's the pro gamer Taegang. He's incredibly strong. He was surprised. Oh really, a Yasusu guild member? Elgin asked curiously. Do you two hang out often these days? Have you gone anywhere fun? She blushed and waved her hand. No, it's not like that. Taegang, Oppa is a pro gamer, so I often asked him questions. We play PvP. Yu Jung approached him and lowered his voice. Ah, I see. Thank you, Taegang. If my little sister causes you any trouble, my little sister Sihi is a very innocent child. So, Yu Jung glared at him as if he could devour him. If anything happens, tell me. She sighed and shot him a look. Stop talking nonsense. Elgin went first, reminding him. Sihi hasn't been discharged yet. Don't make her work too hard. Let Taegang carry the load for a while. He replied with a smile. Yes, Taegang thought to himself. Hung is the younger brother of Gu and her older sister is really talented, so Hung must be too. Why did he bring him here? Taegang couldn't understand. It can't be. At this moment, Elgin rode the elevator with him. Yu Jung looked around in surprise. Huh? He looked around bewildered. Didn't you say only Hung could enter here? Is it okay for someone like me to come in, Hung? He replied. I'm letting you in just this once. Elgin went into the room and slowly opened the door. He calmly said, now it's your turn to make a choice. He frowned and asked, not understanding, yes, what choice, Hung? In his mind, Elgin faintly thought that he was probably too tired. Otherwise, the last voice I heard was Yu Jung's voice. If there's a reason for this, show it to me. A contract was neatly placed on the table and Elgin wanted to confirm that this was real. Gahu's eyes widened in surprise. Manager Yu Jung? Elgin seriously suggested. That's right. I'd like to recommend him as the manager of the new office, but before that I'd like to ask for your older sister's permission. Yes, I often meet with Gu to discuss the operation of the demonic cult. She widened her eyes suspiciously. But why did you decide to entrust it to Yu Jung? He replied calmly. I noticed him when I was hiring people before. I've been watching him ever since. She smiled slightly. That works out perfectly. We've been managing the training room recently, so Mr. Yu Jung will be familiar with the area. Elgin thought for a moment. I don't know about other things, but for the operation of the training room, I need advice from the team members, but that alone wasn't why I decided to give him this job. He recalled Yu Jung's abilities before Regression. His factory management skills were astonishing. He had a talent for managing everything from top to bottom while also excelling at others' work. Even Elgin couldn't help but praise him. Furthermore, his combat skills and physical abilities, though I don't want to admit it, he could master everything with proper guidance. Depending on who he followed, he could become a shining hero or a villain of darkness. The two continued to discuss their plans. We discussed the core of the demonic cult's operational plan. She had managed the demonic cult with an endlessly devoted spirit. To work so hard without receiving a single penny, she was truly special. Gahu humbly said, "Oh, it's what I enjoy doing anyway. They've looked out for me, so I should help out a little too." She smiled slightly. "I'm even more grateful," Elgin gently encouraged her. "Don't worry, everyone will be fine." Gu suddenly slammed the table and said in annoyance, "No, I'm not fine. Everything was going well because of that demon king, but now if I just catch and kill that old man, everything will be fine." He was deep in thought. Yu Jung helped them for a few reasons, but on the contrary I was suspicious. He questioned in his mind whether this was the right thing to do. The scene shifted to Elgin handing Yu Jung a bundle of documents. Yu Jung received it flustered. He placed it in front of him. "The management regulations are also written there, so read them carefully." He widened his eyes. "Management? Me? Are you really entrusting it to me?" "Really," he replied. "It depends on whether you sign it," he replied enthusiastically. "Of course, absolutely." Elgin took off his mask at this moment. He stared blankly at him. Elgin said nothing. Yu Jung stammered in disbelief. That Elgin remained silent. Inwardly, he felt a little heavy-hearted. Everything will be revealed someday. Since meeting you, see, I couldn't avoid getting entangled with this sister and brother. It's really tiring to lie every time. He felt a little sorry. Besides, it's rude to see. She's a player on my team. Hurting the team members, including Yuehu, weighs heavily on my heart. Actually, this choice isn't bad. Yuehu taught Yu Jung many things. Whether in reality or in the game, they could always put negative emotions aside, plus they were all talented individuals worth recruiting. He thought about the upcoming raids. This was the time when many raids would be recorded in history, so it was truly regrettable to log into the game. Elgin glanced to the side, his eyes full of suspicion. Seeing that he still wasn't moving, he frowned. Why is this guy not reacting? Suddenly, his face turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. Could it be that he remembers how rude I was to him before? A chill ran down his spine. Did I choose the wrong person? It's just me and him here. There's no way to stop him if he seeks revenge for the past. He backed away, fumbling on the table. He looked for a weapon, anything that could be a weapon. He burst out laughing, and Elgin was holding a paper box blankly. He clutched his stomach, laughing incessantly. "Oh my God, Hung was Yasusu. I'm a bit shocked." He lowered his voice and said, "Aren't you angry?" He scratched his head. "A little." Yu Jung lowered his head slightly and said in a small voice, "Just a little." His face darkened. In his mind, the memory of losing his family faintly surfaced. The image of Gahu sitting silently in a dark room saying nothing, her emaciated face and pain etched deep in her eyes. Yu Jung now realized the moments Gahu had lived as herself in the game. That smile seemed to erase all the past wounds. The shining moment of victory, tears of happiness flowed silently. The roar of the audience filled the stadium, and everyone supported each other and was together. Gahu's eyes burned, and she gave her all in battle. He hesitated. I just realized a few things." A second later, he smiled brightly. "I never hated Yasusu from the beginning." Elgin was momentarily surprised. He scratched his head. "Come to think of it, I just died a few times in the game, so why would I be angry? I was a little disappointed that the Demon King hid his identity, but we weren't in a trusting relationship to begin with. My older sister never forced me to do anything, and Hung never used or betrayed us." He looked at him with grateful eyes. "Instead, Hung helped pay for Sahi's hospital bills. Thank you for trusting us and revealing your identity." After he finished speaking, he thought to himself, even if Hung wasn't Yasusu, my older sister wouldn't just be playing games. She would definitely use it as a means to make money. He quickly bowed his head again. "Nice to meet you." He smiled slightly. "From now on, I'll call you boss." "Nice to meet you, boss." Elgin watched Yu Jung's actions and sighed lightly. "Good, it's over now, right?" He then reminded him. "Important decisions need to be run by me, but other things you can discuss with the team." He widened his eyes. "The team? Are there other staff besides me?" He nodded. "Not yet, but we'll need to hire soon." Elgin suddenly asked again, "Is your name Yu Jung? That's surprising." Yu Jung hesitated before speaking. "Hung, can I ask you a favor?" He nodded, saying, "Doesn't look good." He suggested, "Yes, I'd rather Hung not tell my older sister my identity." Elgin raised an eyebrow slightly and asked again, curious, "Why?" Yu Jung immediately replied, "My older sister likes Hung." Elgin, hearing that, wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he calmly replied, "I know," he continued, "but my older sister really dislikes Hung." Elgin still replied calmly, "I know." Yu Jung smiled bitterly and said, "But I think both disliking Yasusu and liking the Demon King seem to have a good effect on my older sister." He was confused and found it hard to explain clearly. "When my older sister curses Yasusu," he shrugged slightly, "she seems more energetic." Yu Jung scratched his head, not understanding. "I don't know either, but just like people say opposite poles of a magnet attract, my older sister likes Yasusu more than anyone. Sometimes she shows more interest in Yasusu than the Demon King." Elgin tilted his head, thinking to himself, what is he talking about? He listened as he continued to explain about the Yasusu incident when Yasusu was criticized. My older sister even said she would go catch those who cursed Yasusu. My older sister can criticize him like others, but he suddenly stopped talking. It's complicated, Elgin retorted. Nothing in the world is easy. I don't understand either. He looked at him and asked, I want to ask you this question. He smiled. Tell me. Elgin looked him straight in the eyes and asked honestly, what's the name of the man you call Hung? Yu-jung firmly asked. Who is the great leader? He revealed without hesitation. Hung isn't an ordinary person, is he? How dare you ask about that person? Elgin calmly explained. He's your sponsor. I think I need to know, Yu-jung replied curtly and annoyed. Sponsor my foot. Our father died because of that bastard. Elgin soon fell into deep thought. That person I heard about while living with Yu-jung and Yu-gahu before regression. The great leader acted as a sponsor for the Yu siblings when their father passed away, but I never actually met him. He recalled the past. When I met Yu-jung, he was making an annoying phone call. Call me great leader? How long has it been since you called me that? What about your older sister? At his words, Elgin was surprised. This guy, I remember Yu-jung swearing. Damn it, the great leader had tormented Yu-gahu from her childhood until she became an adult under the pretext of being a sponsor, and now he's back. If he's not on good terms with them, he continued to speculate. I need to confirm, not only is Yu-gahu the owner of my club, but I also need to protect the members of Yu-Sahi's club. Good, he then said in a tense voice. That bastard is truly trash. He's the kind of guy who can assassinate someone else's father and cruelly exploit the children left behind. Yu-jung raised his head and said, but I've quit the business now. He handed it over to me. He won't have anything to do with my little sister anymore. Hearing that, Elgin felt relieved. That would be truly great. Suddenly, Yu-jung provided additional information. Oh, come to think of it, that person is also investing in the gaming business. He seems to have quite a bit of influence. Yu-jung seriously stated what he knew. He even held the Asia Championship press conference. Hearing this, his complexion immediately changed. Elgin thought to himself, what? He has more influence than I thought. He lowered his voice and asked his name. Yu-jung replied in a small voice. His name is Chaji Yu-jo, boss. Hearing that, he stiffened with tension. Elgin's eyes widened in disbelief and surprise. What did you say? Wait a minute. Chaji Yu-jo? Yu-jung, flustered by his strange reaction, stammered. Chaji Yu-jo. Hearing that, he stiffened blankly. An unease rippled through him. Yu-jung added more information. Chaji Yu-jo. The great leader of the siblings is Cha Ji-yu, the CEO of Red Moon Corporation. Elgin tensed, thinking about the man's background. There's no way I don't know that name. No, to be precise, I can't forget that name. He returned and shook South Korea. He was the damned bastard who destroyed the esports industry and the pro gamer rankings. In South Korea, he was considered the worst villain, and there was countless information about him. He meddled in player selection and coach decisions, manipulated foreign players' salaries. Although he didn't own teams or players to fix matches or manipulate game outcomes, they sold national tournament participation rights to foreign companies to make money. He controlled referees, manipulated the media, and engaged in illegal gambling, even including the sexual harassment incidents of high-ranking officials. He was the villain of esports and deserved to die. At that time, there was a wave of people quitting gaming due to unfairness. Many promising young players couldn't endure the unfairness and left one by one. The crimes of the Cha Ji-yu group shook Korean esports. Dedicated coaches like Ome collectively announced their resignations, exposing corruption and achieving success by standing against unfairness. All his criminal acts were revealed to the public, and everyone was surprised by his actions. Cha was imprisoned after the trial, but the damage he caused was still irreparable. Talented players disappeared and fans were disappointed with the association. They tried to remove the cause and restore the remaining facilities, but the revival of esports was just a dream. This is what I remember. 3 years later, having returned to the future, he still couldn't believe his ears. Oh my god, the great leader was Cha Ji-yu. I never thought about him. Elgin was a little flustered and tried to reconsider. This can't end easily, Yu-jung asked, slightly more worried and moving closer. Boss, why are you suddenly like this? Suddenly he chuckled and he was flustered. Elgin's laughter contained a strange cunning. He immediately commanded, we must eliminate him. Yu-jung replied, bewildered. Yes, Elgin praised him, amused. Well done, easy right. A dark conspiracy now festered in his mind. If a monster appears, I'll seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Whatever you do, as long as I'm here, you won't have your way. Elgin further hardened his resolve. I'll make sure he can never raise his head again. Simultaneously, the system immediately declared, you have participated in the subjugation of Cha Ji-yu. The night sky quickly descended with Cha Ji-yu's smooth voice. Do you know the difference between heroes and villains? He continued to elaborate on his thoughts at an event held in the building. A hero's main purpose is to do good, and their goal is simply to live by their dreams. They always act alone, a very passive entity, acting only when an accident or evil deed occurs. Moreover, they are always subjected to public attack and anger. Under the bright moonlight, Cha Ji-yu was quite confident in his reasoning. But what about a villain? A villain has dreams and goals. He gave a bright smile that seemed to split his ears. They always proactively collect information and research and develop to achieve their goals. They know how to cooperate and organize systems, and they don't get frustrated by failure, continuing to hope for success. And so Cha Ji-yu ultimately concluded with one question. Isn't that right? All the executives unanimously laughed in agreement. Truly remarkable, we will bear that in mind. He further enhanced the party atmosphere. Now allies, join the party. For those who are responsible for our lives, everyone cheerfully raised their glasses and shouted, for the eternal prosperity of the Red Moon, long live the Red Moon. Cha Ji-Yu-Jo, triumphantly, amidst praise and celebration, shouted, long live CEO Cha Ji-Yu-Jo, for he was indeed CEO Cha Ji-Yu-Jo of Red Moon. Cha Ji-Yu-Jo even more arrogantly declared one thing. Gem is the trend now. No one can exist if they reject Gem, isn't that right? Everyone unanimously replied, yes, that's right. The American senator was also flattering Mr. Wilson, the head of Gem. He smiled triumphantly, saying, I am truly fortunate to be working under his command to transform the Korean esports industry. Everyone said, we admire the chairman's vision. Suddenly, an employee whispered in Cha Ji-Yu-Jo's ear, Chairman. He had to leave early, but he didn't forget to congratulate everyone. Have a good time. Cha Ji-Yu-Jo immediately pulled the employee aside and said in a reprimanding tone, didn't I tell you not to interrupt? What is it? The other person replied awkwardly, reporting. The employee reported with a sad face, and Cha Ji-Yu-Jo grew angry. Yuehu, Yu-Jung and Yu-Si, we couldn't find their whereabouts. Cha Ji-Yu-Jo immediately lost his composure and shouted loudly, what, did they hide in the sky or in the ground? Why can't you find them? The employee replied with a worried face, Ms. Yu-Si's whereabouts could not be found after her discharge from the hospital. Cha Ji-Yu-Jo angrily scolded the employee, useless fools, as their guardian I am responsible for caring for them until they become adults. An evil glint flashed in his eyes. These damn bastards, do you think you can escape from the grasp of this Cha Ji-Yu-Jo? You will never be able to hide forever. Yuehu was in a vast place filled with old buildings, a ruin called Rebirth Castle. Inside there were only long decayed remains. The commentator enthusiastically introduced, soon the Asian Championship national team selection will begin here at Rebirth Castle. With 10,000 spectators watching, he declared with a joyful face, the Asian Championship national team selection begins. The rules were very simple. Avoid the expanding red zone and be the last one alive. The red-clad commentator slowly explained the game rules. Everyone knows the rules of Battle Royale Ground Zero. But there's another way to win this game. He clearly explained each mission to be done to win. Push the boxes in each area to the intersection in the center of the map, he elaborated. The boxes are indestructible, so you can push them as much as you want. There are no special movement methods, but be careful, the boxes are very heavy. It would take about 5 ordinary people to move them a little. At the same time, the red-clad commentator threw a stimulating question to the viewers. Then wouldn't it be easy to be attacked while pushing the boxes? Which would be better, stealing someone else's pushed box or focusing on survival? This is an element we added to balance between races and classes. Battle Royale Ground Zero ended. The blue-clad commentator added, it's called Big O for short, and it's a new way to survive the tournament. The red-clad commentator excitedly asked, I wonder what will happen. What do you think about today's game? He thought for a moment and then replied, well, I'm interested in Korea's #1 player Ma Dong-Gwang and his rookie team. He was surprised to hear that. Oh, their team is all human. It seems like it would be disadvantageous in an area dominated by orcs and lizardmen. One side of the audience eagerly cheered for the orcs, and the blue-clad commentator reasoned, but after all, aren't these the team of the world's best player Ma Dong-Gwang and the god of battle Ma Tae Gang? The other side eagerly cheered for the lizardmen team. He soon came up with an analysis of the problem. The remaining players had no rank, and a rookie player joined the team, so some suspected they were just put on the team to fill the numbers at first. Considering that humans were falling behind, there would have been no way to balance the game. Below the stands, young Won tried to catch her breath. 1-2, she shouted with enthusiastic fans. Ma Dong-Gwang, keep fighting, I love you. Ma Dong-Gwang, you are our son of victory. The commentators delved deeper into the game. Ma Dong-Gwang had shown that he could break through an irresistible space shield, but that was before the Great Flood. But looking further into the teams, he raised a question. I don't believe they can overcome the formidable skills and advancements of the orc and lizardmen players. Immediately, the blue-clad announcer was surprised. Oh dear, he excitedly announced, just as I said, the game is about to begin. 10 teams, 50 players landed randomly in Rebirth Castle. On the battlefield map, a loud shout of "Game Start" was heard. Immediately, the players rushed into the battlefield. Some players ran quickly to find terrain where they could easily strategize, while others hid behind trees, biding their time. The commentators were excited by the lively atmosphere. Yes, players are generally carefully building shelters or collecting recovery items. Boxes are scattered throughout the map and some players have already found them, he cheered. Some players have found boxes but no one seems interested. With a few exceptions, no one would want to be stuck with a heavy box alone while exposing their back to enemy attacks. The huge box on the road right in front of them was not yet contested by many people. Soon Gunwong arrived. He gripped the box with his muscular arms. But Gunwong gasped at the weight of the box. This is Gunwong, the White Dragon King. He looked around and thought triumphantly. Is no one going to push this? Who would risk being attacked by an enemy while pushing something heavy and exposing their back? The area was quiet, but he still had to struggle with the box. As the greatest lord, considering my strength and stamina, I am different from the other fools. Since becoming an orc, I have become several times stronger than before the Great Flood. I will be able to push the box to the center without being noticed by my strength. Suddenly a loud sound from outside made him stop. Gun Wang cautiously turned his head, searching for the source of the sound. What entered his eyes was Elgin approaching in sturdy clothes. He was immediately surprised. "Ha, Ma Dongguang," but he merely suggested coldly, "Move aside." Gun Wang found it even more difficult to confront Elgin. He muttered to himself, "Ha," feeling displeased by his attitude. "Come to think of it, why should I avoid him? The strongest Ma Dongguang is a story from before the Great Flood. Now I am much stronger." He approached the red box and observed it. Gun Wang scornfully thought from behind, "How is this guy trying to push it too? How foolish, it seems he didn't see me pushing it." He held a weapon in his hand and planned a dirty trick. "This is my chance. I'll take him down while he struggles with the box." But Elgin, oblivious, was still preparing to lift the box. Gun Wang seized this opportunity and tried to assassinate him secretly. Elgin extended his hand with slight force. Immediately, the red box shot up into the sky, and in an instant it fell to the ground with a thud. The commentators froze at the sight. The viewers also gaped at the immense power. Gun Wang collapsed to the ground. A commentator said, "Unbelievable, look at Ma Dongguang, he's pushing the box alone." "Wait, can you call that pushing?" Elgin still looked at his performance with a cold expression. A triumphant gleam flashed in his eyes. The scene changed to John talking to Elgin. "The Asian Championship schedule is out. This time 10 teams will participate. Kong Dongguang will not be participating, and there are teams from Jiangji Incheon, Cheongnam, Cheongbuk, Jeonnam, Jeongbuk, Jeonnam, Jeonbuk and Jeju Island. First, 3 teams will be selected through Battle Royale Ground Zero, and then the winner will be determined through playoffs." He listened carefully and replied, "It's moving fast." He was anxious. "Time is almost up. Players won't have any more time to prepare." John sighed lightly. "It's all because of some high-ranking official in the association. They only decide the game schedule when they're in a hurry. Everyone I know in the association is stressed because of the real reason behind this." Hearing that, he immediately tensed up. The identity of that high-ranking official is too clear. Cha Ji-Yujo, he has started to wield influence in the domestic game market. "Anyway, we just need to be among the 3 teams." He continued to brew coffee and said in a somewhat sad voice, "That's right, if we take first place, we only need to defend once later. But if we're second or third, we'll have to fight twice more." John put the coffee cup on the table and confidently urged, "Elgin, you really need to do well in round 1, okay?" He nodded happily. Elgin drank his coffee and asserted, "Of course." That action and remark made John confused. "Ha," he once again pointed out the flaw. "Then that's not enough." A resolute glint flashed in Elgin's eyes. "We need extra points." He considered the emotions of the viewers and the conservative psychology of the association. "Moreover, we need to overwhelm the players from other countries participating in the Asian Championship." That made the current Elgin even more resolute. "I will show the best performance," he calculated with an evil smile. "Cha Ji-Yujo, not everything will go your way. I will brilliantly crush the worst future you are creating with a splendid victory." Chapter 163. Other boxes flew to the center one after another. Elgin watched each one and sighed. "Everything is as I expected." Elgin smiled and praised. "Very well done." The audience, seeing that scene, all cheered loudly. "Oh my God, look at Ma Dongguang, Ma Dongguang. Didn't the other players already push that thing away? What is it? Did he just punch it? What is that? Is that real? How did he do that? He pushed all the boxes alone," the blue-clad commentator asked in surprise. "Wait, is it even right to call that pushing?" The red-clad commentator stood up and shouted, "How much strength do you need to be able to do that?" Elgin was wearing the A-grade Demon's Mask. Attack power 13.02, special PK area attack possible. This mask met the conditions. Attack power increases by the number of people defeated. Attack power increases by 1 for each person defeated. The increase in power gained from defeated enemies is limited. After obtaining that mask, I continuously defeated other players as much as possible. After acquiring the trait of Golden Madness Blood Human, I could easily defeat them, so it was natural for my stats to increase. Thanks to that, my attack power surged and I obtained an unbelievable level of strength. Of course, the most important thing was the performance. He fiercely crushed his surroundings. Elgin was very proud of his power. Let's start with an earthquake. He could create the destructive power of lightning and whirlwinds with one hand. With a single flick of his hand, Elgin easily threw the box into the sky. He proudly looked at his achievement. "It's harder than I thought, but at this level there will be some harvest." Suddenly, someone approached, but Elgin was too busy to notice. "Keep going," but he felt it and muttered, "Huh?" then tilted his head to look. What entered his eyes was an eerie foot with sharp claws and a knife. All the surrounding players surrounded him. A large number of orc players were also stealthily approaching. Outnumbered, Elgin was not afraid at all and looked at them. Sighing, "Tisk," he carefully observed their massive army. 1, 2, 3, 4, 32 out of 50. Almost all the guilds are gathered here. This made Elgin question. Did someone bribe them? He harbored a slight uneasiness in his heart. If I don't plan ahead before the game, it will be difficult to deal with them, but Elgin still confronted them resolutely. "A little disappointing. I thought you would launch a surprise attack," he complained. "Tisk, I didn't even have time to plan a strategy. The game started too early." The deeper he delved, Elgin realized something was wrong. "No, it's too sudden. Others wouldn't have had time to prepare like me either." The players whispered to each other. "What is he saying? He should be flustered by now." He hit the nail on the head. You've made up your minds, haven't you? But Elgin's voice was full of killing intent. So have I. Everyone took a ready stance, but contrary to their expectations, he merely extended his hand in invitation. Elgin spread his hand and provoked, "Stay here, come here. If you are too hasty and clearly reveal your intentions at the start, it will be a good opportunity for me." Players were surprised by the unexpected turn of events. What, that guy? They lost their patience and charged all at once. Is he talking big to us? Everyone said Ma Dongguang was the strongest damn bastard. The orcs also attacked angrily. "I'll teach you, loser." They rushed at him from all directions, but Elgin calmly stood his ground. The surrounding air became thick with battle. Outside the arena, players noticed something strange and discussed. It seems to have started. In this situation, Ma Dongguang won't have a chance. The orc enthusiastically took up his weapon and prepared. Now it's time to fight the most annoying enemy. "You're going to die." Taegang watched silently. He muttered to himself. "It's exactly as he said," he declared loudly. "Now take this, Taegang, you'll regret being born human." Immediately, the orc struck the ground and he fortunately dodged the opponent's powerful attack, the orc said with satisfaction. "How's that?" Surprised. "Humans can't be as strong as us orcs." The orc continued to attack fiercely, overwhelming Taegang. "Now you won't be able to rest, not with our strength and storm-like attack speed." Feeling that his attacks weren't enough to take him down, he hesitated slightly. "You're stronger than I thought. Now for the next attack." However, as soon as he finished his attack, the axe in the orc's hand shattered. This was because he had blocked it with a lightning-fast punch. Witnessing the sight, the orc was astonished. "What? He broke my weapon. I attacked relentlessly. How could this happen?" Before he could even fully recover, the orc was hit by Taegang's blow and he, looking disappointed, lifted his foot, preparing a finishing attack. "Your efforts are too dull. How much strength do you have if you can't even land a fatal blow?" Taegang reminded him. "Aim for a vital spot." As he struck his belly with a lightning-fast punch, as soon as he finished speaking, he delivered another powerful punch towards his neck. The orc quickly fell at Taegang's hand. "If you don't know the method, I'll teach you." After dealing with him, he didn't forget to leave some advice for his opponent. Ma Dongguang predicted all of this before the match, and he said there's no need to worry. Do you know what that means? The scene shifted, and Elgin's battle was growing more intense with continuous small explosions which flustered the players. They asked in confusion, "What on earth is this?" The orcs also cried out in surprise. "What? My defense is decreasing." The main reason was that he had revealed his power. "Those damn bastards are going to die soon." Returning to an earlier time, the scene was entirely filled with fire and ruins. Immediately after Dragonhouse's raid, a notification window appeared. Water Dragon, the legendary hunter who survived countless catastrophes, once served royalty, assassin of monsters and queens, transcendent abilities, bloodline of regeneration. Elgin's eyes were fixed on every letter of the system. He frowned, wondering, what on earth is this bloodline of regeneration? "I know it's a reward obtained after defeating Aus, but I don't know what it is." And of course, Elgin wasn't interested. He immediately got to the point. "Well, I don't need to find out now. The important thing is that information about the death robe immediately appeared in the system. The legendary robe once belonging to the Underworld King had excellent dark attribute resistance. It radiated the power of death, instantly killing weak life forms upon contact." This made Elgin extremely happy, and he shouted, "An S-grade item." He reviewed the information, thinking to himself, "Is it really just an ordinary item? I might never see its like again in my lifetime." A sacred artifact with ridiculously powerful stats. Moreover, this ability made other players excitedly tell each other, "Volcano. You can enhance arrows with it." The information window continued to provide all information. Dark spreading, 100 reduction in damage received from enemies. Reduces enemy HP by 0.01 per second, lasting until 10 of total HP is reduced. Instant death. Condemns enemies below a certain HP level to execution. Seeing this, Elgin calculated how to utilize it. The dark spreading trait would combine very well with the instant death skill. He already wore a satisfied smile, his plan set in his mind. "Alright, the Asian Championship qualifiers are about to begin. I intend to show everyone a truly impressive performance. Look at the splendid signs appearing in this tournament. I'll show that Ma Dongguang is still going strong." Returning to the present, Elgin stood bravely alone amidst the flames, which terrified all the players. Not only that, the orcs were also speechless with surprise. His murderous eyes gleamed amidst the blazing flames. Immediately, everyone noticed a strange change in their bodies. "What? My HP is decreasing," he cried out in a panic which confused everyone. "Why is my body turning so black? What on earth is happening?" Immediately, one of them noticed something strange. "What? Why is the attacker taking damage?" Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the fractured air. It was because the blue gem embedded in Elgin's armor was glowing. He calmly walked out slowly from amidst the flames. All the players cried out in astonishment at the sight. What's happening?" They looked around and immediately noticed something strange. "Armor. Currently, I am changing my appearance with the Oum Elip Wu Infinite Disguise Ring. Contrary to my outward appearance, I am wearing the death robe. Thanks to the immortality trait, even after continuously fighting 32 enemies, I survived with only 1 HP remaining. And this is Dragonhouse's Scales of Death. The dark spreading ability has been activated. This effect reduces the max HP of enemies attacking me by 0.01 per second, lasting until 10 of the enemy's max HP is reduced. With the current situation and intense fear mixed in, the enemy army would be frozen, forced to find a countermeasure. Everyone was astonished. He had to survive after taking the attacks. What was his total HP? The answer was 860 HP. Now they realized the seriousness of the problem. Crazy, he took all those attacks. What is this insane defense? Taegang, watching quietly from above, immediately realized, yes, he proudly predicted the next development. Our team leader is making a spectacular debut. Previously, Elgin had strongly urged them not to reveal all of our club's skills before the qualifiers. Sorry everyone, please hide your skills until the finals. What? Taegang understood the meaning and nodded. Understood, team leader. Were his teammates still following instructions? Meanwhile, Yoon-sun was desperately running around to find allies. They went elsewhere. He looked at the orc he had previously taken down, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm a sensible person here, so it should be fine. Suddenly, an iron bar flew from somewhere straight towards her. Yoon-sun gasped in surprise. Returning to Elgin's match, he extended one hand, preparing to directly confront other players. They said in surprise, "Be careful, he's preparing to attack." However, the players had no choice but to ask each other for support. Damage. Suddenly, another red box appeared from somewhere. Immediately, an explosion occurred, creating a chaotic atmosphere. It was created by Elgin. However, the surrounding mist grew thicker, obscuring visibility. Everyone froze at the sight. The red box, affected by the explosion, flew up at the speed of light. Immediately, it soared into the sky. The red box flew much higher. It quickly sought a position to descend. The red box fell at such an incredible speed. Immediately, it collided with the ground, making a shocking sound. Simultaneously, it also signaled the end of the match, which left the commentators speechless with surprise. All the spectators witnessing the scene were also frozen. Below the stands, time seemed to stand still for a moment. Elgin sighed in relief. Phew, that box, everything's gone. Now all that's left is the smoke from the explosion. He was relieved. It's over. Elgin, having also used a lot of power, slowly saw his equipment fade, but still wore a triumphant smile. Immediately, Gahu jumped with joy along with her. The fans cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung smiled in congratulation. To succeed in one go. Now the entire stadium was filled with the joy of victory. Immediately switched to player view and top-down camera. We don't have enough cameras. The box flew too fast. Did you just see that? We need to replay it. It's literally legendary. This scene will change game history. A perfect score goes without saying. Somewhere in the desolate world, Yoon-sun's singing echoed. She, in a daze, wondered what that sound had just been. It sounds like someone is fighting nearby. Yoon-sun, confused, looked around. Is everyone all right? Just then, she remembered what Elgin had said earlier. It's best not to reveal our team's strengths in the first round. Sorry, but everyone has to hide until the finals. What? Now Yoon-sun grew even more worried. Easier said than done. But we can't hide forever. Someday we'll have to face someone. How can I avoid pro players? Suddenly, a loud noise startled her. Yoon-sun immediately looked around to find the source of the sound. Where's that sound coming from? She, confused, tried to leave. It sounded like something big and heavy collapsing. Suddenly, an orc appeared right beside her, grumbling, "What on earth has been so noisy all this time? Where has everyone else gone?" Noticing Yoon-sun's presence, she hummed curiously. However, contrary to the opponent's wariness, she politely bowed and introduced herself. "Oh, hello. I'm Yoon-sun from the Newbie Guild." As players were composed of various races and couldn't understand each other, she immediately looked bewildered and confused. Why is she suddenly greeting me? My senses tell me she just introduced herself. Who is this person? Suddenly she remembered. I remembered her. She's Yoon-sun, Ma Dongguang's Newbie Guild member. Who is Yoon-sun? Judging by her lack of experience, she's probably just joined the team for the first time. She must not have had any other choice. I saw her detailed profile before the tournament. Yoon-sun awkwardly began to speak. Oh, I'm participating in a game for the first time. I don't know what to do when I meet other people. Though slightly awkward, she also began to introduce herself. You probably won't understand, but I'll greet you too. I'm Lee Jong-bai from the elite team. Seeing the opponent react to her, she felt a slight relief. I heard her name. She responded to my greeting. Suddenly, Jong-bai gave a not-so-friendly smile. She immediately drew her sword and swung it at Yoon-sun. Nice to meet you. Now goodbye. Not having anticipated this situation, she immediately panicked. Despite her resolute action, Jong-bai felt a pang of conscience. Sorry, rookie, you should blame Ma Dongguang for bringing you this far even though you have no experience. Yoon-sun merely widened her eyes in astonishment. For a moment, everything she saw blurred. She recalled Drake diligently training while he panted, lifting weights. She rushed over with a sad expression. Drake, Oppa, please help me. Drake, worried about her, asked, "Why have you been so down for the past few days?" Yoon-sun sobbed. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't make sense. Where did he learn to say such things? I only helped clear a few dungeons, but this is a tournament. What if I become a burden to the team? Elgin said there's no need to worry, but she expressed her concerns. Anyway, we have to hide our strength in this match. Shouldn't we avoid other players as much as possible? But our opponents are elite players who can fly and soar. What if I meet someone? Drake comforted her in a gentle voice. Then there's nothing you can do. You just have to counterattack their attacks. At these words, Yoon-sun was greatly surprised. He recalled his previous battle experience. Remember calculating the vampire worm's movement trajectory? That's Yoon-sun's ability to perform complex calculations in a short time. Drake analyzed carefully, pointing out her good points. In short, it's a counterattack. Yoon Sun's visual ability is very good, so it's fully possible. It's an excellent weapon. Concentrate Haranmaru's power at the right moment and counterattack. Will this technique surprise the opponent? Returning to the present, she tried to apply the advice she had received earlier. Alright, don't close your eyes and wait for the right moment. Jambai was slightly confused by this strange behavior. What? Why is that woman only trying to evade? Yoon Sun carefully observed the sword's trajectory. She waited until the attack reached its closest point, then began to fight. Immediately Yoon Sun delivered a bare-handed blow, successfully blocking the slashing attack. Immediately the sword shattered into hundreds of pieces. Amidst her astonishment, Jambai cried out in a panic. What? My sword broke, but she herself was surprised by the power. Oh my, I'm sorry. I was just scared and tried to block your sword. I didn't mean to break it. Hearing the opponent's words, Jambai became even more confused. Suddenly, another loud noise made her even more confused. What? Yoon Sun immediately recognized the sound. Eljan. She rushed away but didn't forget to say goodbye. Sorry, I have to go. Still feeling guilty, Yoon Sun comforted Jambai. I'll find you later, I promise. She was speechless. Wait a minute, are you crazy? But Jambai also decided to accept the situation. What can I do? I don't even have the strength to chase after her. I should remember the name Yoon Sun for later. A counterattack punch position as a healer. Elsewhere, Yoon Sun quickly arrived at the scene. Right above her, a red box was flying. Simultaneously, she witnessed all these events. Immediately, the system sound blared, signaling the end of the match. Yoon Sun gave a happy smile. The stands once again grew boisterous. Show the scoring scene again. I can't see anything. Switch to player camera and top-down camera. Both commentators simultaneously leapt to their feet. We don't have enough cameras. The box flew too fast. Did you just see that? We need to replay that scene. A perfect score. Its wonder will forever remain in game history. The gem logo appeared again, now engraved on Elgin's clothes. The first qualifier to select the top 3 teams had ended. The Newbie Guild took first place, while the Ruffian Guild and Elite Guild tied for second, advancing to the next round. Gahu muttered with slight disappointment. Couldn't do anything. We can expect a thrilling battle between the 2 teams with the same score. The team that wins the match to decide second and third place will face the Newbie Guild in the finals. The winning team will qualify to represent Korea in the Asian Championship. The scene shifted to a luxurious office. Ji Yujo was smoking a cigarette, listening to the news. What? They won? He sighed. Following that, Ji Yujo slowly approached an employee. He kicked his foot hard, making the employee scream in pain. He clearly showed his anger. A parasitic newbie team, you say? Or is it a pathetic team that can't even get proper sponsorship? They aren't a proper team, are they? Guzap knew he was angry and immediately tried to appease him. Would you like to watch the match recording? But the old man resolutely refused. No, there's no need to watch. Why should I watch a game? It's just something losers in reality do to console themselves. All Guzap felt was anger. A professional team sponsored by Gem, the most famous cocoon manufacturer and confectionery partner in Korea, couldn't win? If the villainous ruffian team was eliminated like this, it would negatively impact the corporate image. This infuriated the old man to the point of his veins bulging, and match fixing would spoil the thrill of fair competition. Am I being bothered by game addicts? They're guys even the government can't stop. How ridiculous. Guzap immediately ordered. The match to decide second and third place will start soon. Get rid of those idiots by then. The employee trembled in fear but had to obey. Yes, Your Highness, I will ensure everything you said is carried out. The old man continued to weave his conspiracy. Children of the newbie team, I will show you the true horror of this world. Elgin asked, slightly curious. This match is a bit strange, isn't it? Zhang also agreed. Right, 32 mercenaries will find and try to capture you in perfect order. They seem to have been selected from various clubs, so their races are also diverse. It's really meaningless to have to form a team when they can't even communicate with each other from the start of the match. The more he thought about it, the more irrational it seemed. After much thought, Diamond Lee immediately realized the problem. Someone intervened from the outside in advance. At the same time, he had the same thought as Elgin. I was also suspicious about that. I have no evidence, but one thing is certain. Something will happen in the match between the second and third place teams. He continued to voice his suspicions. That guy is sponsoring one team. He'll get that ruffian team into the finals somehow. The thought that Guzap was manipulating everything made Elgin feel even more pity. So with determination he continued to show the way. The next target is the match between the second and third place teams of the Asia Championship D1. JB waved to signal. We're here. Junho, who came with Yoon, replied happily. Long time no see. Immediately, Coach Kim Taegung of the elite team greeted them very excitedly. Welcome everyone, Woo Ryu Yu and Junho Lee. The 2 players were aces of Cheonji Paiwing and Osung respectively, but moved to the elite team after the Great Flood. With the Great Flood, Coach Kim Taegung continuously searched for the players who had disappeared from his team. He kindly stepped forward, carried their bags and asked, It must have been tough coming all this way, right? No, the Seoul air is refreshing. The accommodation isn't far from here. The accommodation isn't far from here, Un-bai asked discontentedly. But why do we have to come all the way here to greet them? We should be resting and recharging for tomorrow's match. Jun-bai patiently explained, We're a team, so we should go together. Anyway, their house is on the outskirts of Seoul, far from the stadium. Woo Ryu, who was following, smiled contentedly. How cute, Junho complained discontentedly. How can you think that after seeing them play? He hastily said. Hey, we're on the same team. Woo Ryu Yu and Junho Lee, famous for their outstanding skills, constantly received many collaboration offers from the International Federation and the Zoom sisters. With their fantastic teamwork, they once almost annihilated the K1 national team. The team they joined was called Elite, and it quickly became a club with immense skill, powerful enough to be classified as a strong contender for the championship. They quickly arrived at Hotel Taegung. Taegung immediately became anxious. Huh? The front desk clerk explained in a flustered tone. I'm truly sorry, but we cannot confirm your reservation. It seems to be a system error. All rooms are currently booked and finding an empty room is very difficult, he said incredulously. That's impossible. I booked it 2 weeks ago. What do we do now? Why is this happening to me? The front desk clerk stammered. I'm truly sorry. We will refund the full amount. You might be able to find a room again tomorrow, but it seems impossible today. The match starts tomorrow. What good would reserving a room tomorrow do? She flusteredly tried to calm the situation. If you book for one more day, we can upgrade your room by 1 level. But before the front desk clerk could finish speaking, he shouted irritably, Are you playing games with me? What's the point of having a good room if we don't have a place to stay tonight? The atmosphere was so tense that the employee suggested, Let's go somewhere else, coach. The other person immediately agreed. Right, coach, we need to find a room where the players can rest for tomorrow's match. The hotel continued to try and assist. Yes, it's hotel, they explained honestly and apologized. An empty room, I'm sorry, it's difficult to book today. We are truly sorry. There are no empty rooms. In the end, the hotel could not resolve the issue. All rooms are booked today. Wu was so exhausted he was worn out. I can't go any further. I just want to lie down. Suddenly, the employee received a call and hastily delivered news. Coach, we have a big problem. The association said they lost the documents required for match participation and told us to bring them. Taegung was also dumbfounded and bewildered. That's impossible. I confirmed everything 2 weeks ago, and they said it was fine. But now, right before the match, they suddenly say they lost them, and why are they telling me tonight? Are those guys crazy? He thought worriedly. Such a terrible disaster on the eve of the match, it's as if the whole world is conspiring against the elite team. Seeing the others also looking exhausted, Taeung's head ached even more. Not only the top players, but even the coaches were all restless. More warnings flashed in his mind. I've heard of bad guys interfering in international competitions like this in foreign sports, but I never thought it would happen to our players. He knew it was wrong, and he didn't want to go this far, but there was no other option. In the end, they had no choice but to go to a motel, and Junbi asked curiously, A motel, she still said as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Are we going to sleep here? Taegung also hesitated a bit, but there was nothing else to do. There are no empty rooms in other hotels, so we have no choice. Honestly, I never dreamed a day like this would come. Junho looked at him with pity. Still, at least we have a place to sleep. It's okay. But those words made him feel even more guilty. I'm sorry, everyone. Taegung quickly composed himself and reminded everyone. Now unpack quickly. Suddenly, a song echoed, Guarantee, guarantee. It was the slogan of the protesters demanding the right to survival for sea slugs. They shouted together, protect the marine ecosystem. Don't throw trash into the ocean. Sea slugs are unique marine animals belonging to the Sacoglossa family, specifically the Sacoglossa species. As the protesters became more fervent, the atmosphere grew noisier. They are human friends and very cute. We must distinguish between sea bunnies and Sacoglossa sea slugs. Let's separate them and save the sea slugs. Let's save them together. Having never seen such a thing before, he was a little surprised. Good heavens, sea slugs, what on earth is going on? But Taegung thought of another possibility. No, why are they still protesting here? Sea slugs, are they an endangered species? Bee muttered to herself. All the protesters are burly men, and what are those tattoos on their arms? They all had huge tattoos on their arms. Suddenly a shout of wait a minute was heard. Immediately, a rough gangster approached. Why are you staring so intently? She was immediately flustered. What? No, he shouted angrily. Are you guys deliberately trying to ruin our protest? JB clarified. Hey, what are you talking about? Who cares about some sea slugs? Are you out of your mind? Immediately, Taegung intervened. Who are you? Why are you picking a fight with us? The gangster argued. What are you guys deliberately interfering? Junho couldn't stand it and rushed forward. You bastard, he tried to act violently. I don't care if you're a reporter or a YouTuber. You don't understand the importance of sea slugs, do you? She and he immediately froze. Just then, Junho also rushed forward to retaliate. Suddenly, his large hand was seized by another person's strong grip, making him exclaim, Huh? The gangster turned back irritably, intending to argue. Who's this bastard? But in an instant the gangster froze. It was because Yu Jung was speaking in a warning voice. Look at your face, you look like you've seen a ghost. He tightened his grip even more, threatening, just tell me honestly, quickly. As Yu Jung's hand quickly gripped the gangster's wrist, he immediately screamed in pain. The gangster collapsed to the floor and he gripped even harder. Yu Jung glared at him and coldly ordered, shut up. Now he started to cry in fear. He turned to the gangster's subordinates and asked, You, do you know what he's doing? They flinched and replied, yes. Yu Jung asked again, do you know why I'm doing this? The subordinate replied in fear. No, he threatened in a murderous voice. If you don't know, focus on what you're doing and don't cause any more trouble, understood? As soon as he finished speaking, they retreated in fear. Suddenly, Yu Jung did a 180-degree turn and greeted them. "Hello, manager of the elite team, right?" Ta Gung asked curiously. "Who are you? How do you know me?" He introduced himself in a friendly manner. "I'm Yu Jung, the manager of the newbie club." Junho was flustered. "Oh, the newbie club?" Jay also thought it was strange. What on earth is going on? At their confused expressions, he simply replied softly, "I've come to pick everyone up here." Yu Jung brought a very luxurious-looking black car. He immediately calmed the situation. "I'll explain the details on the way." Chapter 167, Dark Night. A brightly lit skyscraper. A cold voice echoed, "Did you take care of them?" "Yes. They are all on the 6th floor." The other person asked again, "What about the tail?" A reply came through the phone. "There was one, but I took care of it." Eljun replied, "Well done." The door slightly opened and someone's foot stepped in. JB was surprised. A person whose face was completely covered by a hat and mask introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I am Eljun, the coach and player of the newbie club." And he looked forward with a serious expression. The man in the suit asked in a flustered tone, "Is something wrong?" Eljun glanced at him and asked back, "Didn't our manager tell you anything?" The man hastily replied, No, he explained, but it was so sudden." He calmed down for a moment and explained, "Of course, thank you for your help. But honestly, receiving help without reason is a bit burdensome." JB also spoke and the two people behind couldn't stop her. "That's right, I think we're competitors." "Why are you helping us?" Eljun answered clearly. "As a player, I may be a competitor, but I am also a coach. No matter the competition, I cannot just stand by and watch the elite player's current situation. That is the only reason I am helping you," he continued. "You may be suspicious, but the guy behind that ruffian team has been playing tricks in various places, including the association. I don't want anyone to be treated unfairly because of another person's despicable actions. I'm not forcing you to trust me, so judge for yourselves." Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind. "Hey, can't you speak politely?" That person approached and reminded him, "They are worried about tomorrow's match." The man in the suit exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" The people in the room all shouted excitedly. "Diamond Lee?" He approached, one hand in his pocket and the other making a V sign as he greeted them. Eljun also turned his head and asked, "You were here?" John said, "I just came from the association. All your lost documents from the association have been replenished." The man was surprised to hear that. "How?" Eljun explained. "Coach told everyone to save them. He had heard that his close friend was likely involved in the problem." Diamond Lee said helplessly, "You should have told me earlier." He calmed the situation. "Anyway, while you're here, don't worry and focus on preparing for the match. I'll stop their tricks," the man cried with emotion. He approached John and hugged him, calling out, "John!" The two men embraced warmly. The two women blushed at the romantic atmosphere and exclaimed, "Wow, how cute, I knew it. They're like lovers." Then the man in the suit turned back to Eljun and said, "I'm sorry, I suspected you without knowing such things were happening." He waved his hand and said, "It's all right, it couldn't be helped." Eljun added, "If they're ready to cancel reservations and send fake protesters, it wouldn't be surprising if they put drugs in the food or water cooler." He firmly asserted, "We cannot just stand by and watch them interfere with our match." At this moment, the air around Ain was filled with passion and burning fighting spirit. He declared, "I will not forgive anyone who interferes with our sacred arena." The scene shifted to another lounge. Inside the neat room, a happy voice echoed, "Wow, this is really good. This place is much better than a hotel." This was the living space of the newbie club's headquarters. JB put her hands on her waist and stretched, saying, "I went upstairs. There are luxury capsule rooms and a food court." Wu, sitting comfortably on the bed, said joyfully, "There's even a sauna and a spa. Let's hurry and pack our bags and go." Dongbei immediately lay down on the mattress. "I want to use the massage chair." The man in the suit hastily bowed and said, "Thank you very much for lending us such excellent facilities. We will definitely repay this favor." Eljun waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it's only for a day. If you need anything else, just tell me." One of the three women asked what the men were doing. The other woman replied, "They already ran to the capsule room." Dongbei stared blankly at the ceiling and mumbled. Before she could finish speaking, the two women, as if knowing what Dongbei was about to say, stopped her. Hey, it's JB's turn to be silent again." She remembered bowing to Eljun a moment ago. "Thank you, I'm sorry for being rude earlier." He brushed it off as if it didn't matter. "It's all right, it happens often." When Jay shouted, Eljun paid attention. But she asked, "It seems you know who's bothering us, can you tell me?" Eljun was curious. Why should I?" She, noticing what Eljun was thinking, reassured him. "Don't worry, I'm not going to spread this on social media or anything." Jay explained, "Actually, we have influence within the association. My grandfather holds a high social position, so I can't be in your debt like this, can I?" Unfortunately, Eljun fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Damn it, many variables are changing along with future developments. Before his regression, the Zoom sisters gained fame in a short period. One day, they all passed the judicial, administrative, and diplomatic exams and left the gaming industry without hesitation. This meant that no matter what Mr. Cha Ji-Yu did, the three sisters' family had no reason to intervene. But this time was different. If this incident were to cause conflict between Mr. Cha Ji-Yu and the three sisters' family, Eljun smiled at his thought. "This is definitely good for me." He agreed to JB's proposal. "All right, I'll contact you soon after gathering all the evidence." A new day began with a clear and blue sky. The day of the match between the second and third place teams at Johnson Stadium. A startled voice echoed from the control room. What, the flag? The man with the tablet asked in surprise. The team introduction order has changed? He couldn't believe his ears. He asked again. Why so suddenly? The staff member explained, flustered. The higher-ups requested a change a while ago. There's been an adjustment to the introduction order. Instead of the usual elite rookie ruffian team sequence, the second and third place teams must be introduced separately, with the strongest team presented first. The staff member whispered to the host. Mr. Cha Ji-Yujo probably requested this. Mr. Cha Ji-Yujo, the chairman of Red Moon, was the one sponsoring that ruffian team. I heard he's an influential figure in gaming, politics, and administration. I also heard that his interference has been particularly severe lately. The host couldn't help but say, this is his decision, but what can we do? We're just a helpless broadcasting company. But why? It seems he's trying to control the newbie team rather than highlight the ruffian team. Cha Ji-Yujo narrowed his eyes. They're all gone, someone admitted. Yes, I heard someone appeared midway and took the players elsewhere. Cha Ji-Yujo shouted angrily. What, did you find where they went? The subordinate opposite hastily explained. The personnel deployed at the time were low-ranking, so reporting was interrupted. I tried to track them but lost them. A painful scream echoed. Cha Ji-Yujo commanded contemptuously, how dare a few insolent punks interfere with my affairs? Investigate immediately. The subordinate, clutching his stomach with a pale face, continued to report. But according to the report, the one who took the players was Yu Jung. He widened his eyes upon hearing this and asked, What? Why is that guy there? The stadium was filled with bright lights and fervent cheers, and the host introduced, Yes, at this very moment the elite team players are making their entrance. Captain Roombai was the first to appear. Speaking of controlling power, we're talking about our Captain Roombai. You'll quickly be captivated by the charm of this powerful two-handed orc warrior. Next was Li Yuda. She is a player in the archer position. She was once an excellent archer. If you don't want to be instantly eliminated by her arrows, avoid her. The third player was Li Zhongbai. She is a player with the skill to overwhelmingly control fire. Li Zhongbai is said to have forced many talented players into retirement. Oh, this Li Jun-ho is Korea's third best dual-wielding player. After evolving into a lizard man, his swords became even sharper. We really look forward to today's match. Finally, Ryu Yugon appeared. He was the former captain of the Cheonji Paiwing team. He was player Tan, once known as a powerful teammate of Lim Yosef. Today, you'll have the chance to see him evolve into an orc and showcase even more enhanced skills by utilizing that power. While the host continued the introductions, a staff member rushed over. The first place team is here to watch today's match, introducing the newbie team, someone whispered to him. The host, flustered upon hearing this, asked again, What? The host, flustered, asked again, What? They didn't come. The staff member handed him a piece of paper. He looked at it in surprise, and suddenly a light appeared in the air. All the spectators looked up, wondering what it was. While everyone stared blankly upwards, the host's voice echoed again, breaking the silence. Yes, everyone. Just a moment ago, we received news from the broadcast team. The winner of the first qualifier is the newbie team. They were scheduled to give a brief self-introduction at the venue designated by the organizers. Everyone was surprised to hear this, but they declined. Cha Ji-Yujo quietly assessed that the newbie team would be sitting somewhere in the stands watching the match. They left a message. They believe they are not the main characters of this event. Therefore, they don't think a lengthy introduction that could distract many people is necessary. The host, holding the paper in his hand, excitedly introduced, What do you all think about this? He laughed and expressed, Personally, I think it's quite cool. This angered Cha Ji-Yujo, and veins bulged on his face. The stadium immediately showed an explosive reaction. That's really cool, amazing. This is the confidence of a truly strong team, one representative said. Good, I was worried that the audience's attention would be drawn to Ma Dongguang. Zhang is truly wise, another person agreed. Now it's the match between the elite team and the shotgun team. Those introduced first will gain an advantage from the audience. Cha Ji-Yujo was so annoyed he couldn't say anything and cursed inwardly, Stupid fools, you don't understand their intentions. Elgin and Jung watched the big screen quietly. Next we will introduce the players of the shotgun team, JB said from behind. As expected, they shuffled the introduction order. Mr. Cha Ji-Yujo, I know your tricks too well. I don't even need to think much. Only you can use such despicable methods. Next was Lian Hong, the lightning mage, a genius who illuminates the ace position of the K1 team. JB said to Elgin in a voice filled with concern, Other teams didn't choose the shotgun team because the contract issues with that team are complicated. So it's difficult for him to leave. He's a really righteous person. He must have endured a lot being in a terrible team like the shotgun team. A girl suddenly noticed. Huh? The girl next to Drake seemed to have found something. What is it? She recalled the orc swordsman from the association she had met before. She was truly an outstanding player. JB looked up. She's sitting in a better visible seat than the players' seats, isn't she? Just you wait, arrogant healer. I'll definitely finish everyone off like last time, she turned with confidence. Sorry, but I'll never lose to you. Finally, everyone, this player truly needs your attention. Player Ma Dong-seop, Korea's #1 orc warrior, currently considered the only player equal to Ma Dongguang. JB looked at him and said, So that's the little Ma Dongguang. It's my first time seeing him in person. Do you know anything about him? Elgin slowly said what he knew. He's the #1 orc warrior and he's very strong. I also expected as much during the player introductions just now. Taegang widened his eyes and clenched his fists. Actually, I know him too well, probably better than anyone else in these stands. Ma Dong-seop. That guy was Ma Dongguang before I regressed, the host said excitedly. Finally, the battle between the second and third place teams begins. Each will form a team. He loudly and officially announced the start before the program's viewers. That day's battle began with the elite team. As soon as Shin of the shotgun team entered the arena, she showcased her ultimate skill, tree magic. Trees grew rapidly like giant snakes, attempting to ensnare Li Zhongbai, but her opponent smiled. Li Zhongbai's fireballs quickly incinerated the trees, and XJ was engulfed in flames with no time to evade. Fighting a fire mage as a plant control specialist was a huge mistake. The orc mage Kim Jian-san shouted, "Fear us, you weaklings." He summoned a rock golem with high fire resistance, but a gigantic sword was swung. Bai switched places with Li Zhongbai. He shattered the frail golems with powerful swordsmanship and targeted Jian-san directly. A victorious smile spread across her face. At that moment, 2 elite warriors of the shotgun team were defeated. Li Zhongbai cast her fire rain magic. Next was the shotgun team's third player, Oh Son-hoon. He utilized his mobility. He approached the mage Li Zhongbai, attempting to take him down. But Bai anticipated this and switched places to defeat him. The genius Lian Hong fought exceptionally well, having meticulously prepared to avenge Bai. After fighting Si Yi and Oh Son-hoon, Bai, with almost no HP left, was defeated. Unbelievably, Lian Hong was immediately shot in the head and instantly killed by an arrow from the suddenly appearing Li Yuda. At that moment, Lian Hong was eliminated with an expression of disbelief. Before his eyes stood a shadow as steadfast as a giant mountain, and everything was engulfed in darkness. Thus the elite team was defeated. All the viewers were impressed. Ma Dong-seop joined as the shotgun team's final player. The elite team was confident they would win, but they were defeated at the last moment by Ma Dong-sep's comeback victory. Cha Ji-zhou leaned back in his chair and smiled contentedly. "Let's see what you can do." Eljan watched the battle that had already ended. A dark calculation emerged in his dangerous eyes. The battle results were out. The elite team was completely defeated. Let's review the battle's progress up to this moment. Lian Hong was shot and lost consciousness. The caption, "Unbelievable," clearly appeared on his face and his eyes were wide with shock. Li Yuda held her bow and shot him in the head, eliminating the enemy. In that battle, Lian Hong displayed astonishing power, overwhelming Li Zhongbai. She struggled a bit against his attacks but still smiled and generously praised him. "Your magic has become more diverse than before." Li Junho confidently accepted his opponent's praise and continued to attack without stopping his body. "I've studied a lot. I can't lose twice, can I?" Finally, a fatal blow was struck. As a result, Li Zhongbai was defeated due to accumulated fatigue from the fire rain magic she used to stop Shin Jae and Oh Son-hoon. And as soon as Li Zhongbai was defeated, Bai quickly entered the battle. Li Junho was slightly flustered upon meeting a new opponent. Bai moved very quickly, and Li Junho inwardly thought that he and she weren't a good match. He immediately used teleportation and continued with the optimal choice. "I should leave this to the melee specialist here." He turned toward the stands and shouted loudly, "Substitution!" A gate of light appeared on the screen with the player substitution command, and a gigantic shadow appeared in that substitution gate. His expression was cold and his momentum overwhelmed everyone, including his teammates. Li Junho, seeing him still standing, turned back curiously. As expected, Ma Dong-seop stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing and showed no intention of joining the battle. It was only after a few seconds that he noticed something strange around him. He seemed to have been dozing off just now. Li Junho was surprised to see his teammate frozen. "What's wrong?" Li Yuda seized this opportunity. Her blue eyes flashed, attempting a penetrating surprise attack. An arrow flew towards Li Junho's head. Like the failure she had just witnessed, without hesitation, Lian Hong widened his eyes in fear and shouted, "What is this? This shouldn't be happening." The commentator, seeing this situation, immediately tensed up. At this moment, player Lian Hong sent a substitution signal. Even with a language barrier, shouldn't he have understood the situation quickly? The person next to him analyzed the situation more calmly. They are still a newbie team, so their cooperation isn't smooth yet, but there's definitely an inexplicable error in this rotation battle. Ma Dong-seop seemed to understand the problem. He entered the arena before the MC's commentary. Next is the team's final player, Ma Dong-seop. Can he turn this unfavorable situation around? Li Yuda, as before, tried to seize the opportunity and aimed an arrow at this new player. But the arrow strangely hit beside Ma Dong-seop. She paused upon hearing this and muttered to herself, "Did I even aim? Already?" Li Yuda quickly shot another arrow. This time she could see Ma Dong-seop moving sideways without emotion. He moved sideways without moving his limbs. With a wrinkled face she said, "Actually, I aimed accurately." Li Yuda recalled Ma Dong-seop narrowly dodging the arrow which grazed her shoulder and couldn't understand how his reflexes could be so fast. She quickly judged, "If this battle becomes close quarters, I'll be at a disadvantage. I need to retreat now and let a melee fighter fight." But Ma Dong-seop didn't let her succeed. He narrowed his eyes and his speed was like the wind. She had no time to react. Immediately a fatal blow was struck to her abdomen, without a shred of mercy. Li Yuda's face contorted in pain. Too fast, how can he be so fast with that massive body? The commentator tensed up with each rhythm of the battle. Li Yuda retreats immediately. The older sister of the Zoom sisters accompanying them rushed in. JB immediately jumped in, burning with vengeance for her younger sister. She took up her sword and tried to attack Ma Dong-seop directly. But as she approached, Ma Dong-seop blocked her and dozens of sword strikes couldn't touch him. While he revealed an opening, JB immediately leapt behind his back. She scoffed mockingly, "Do you think you can beat me with that speed?" But Ma Dong-seop immediately struck her neck with his elbow, and she couldn't even escape. This left all the spectators speechless at such a fast reaction speed. An elbow strike, she just got hit from behind. Unbelievable. The situation is bad. JB's teammates shouted in shock. Unbelievable. How is he so fast? Ma Dong-seop slightly turned his eyes. There was no emotion, but it was filled with murderous intent. A powerful hook flew towards JB and she was sent flying, the commentator's voice echoed. Incredibly, despite their highly skilled cooperation, both players were utterly defeated by Ma Dong-seop. The audience erupted, all shocked by this player. What, is that real? He took down both of them without much effort? Truly impressive. Keep it up, Ma Dong-seop. The MC quickly introduced the next player. Can the next player, the dual-wielding Lee Jun-ho, stop him? Meanwhile, in the VIP room, several tycoons were enjoying the match, their mouths agape. Heh, interesting. I don't know what it is, but this match is interesting. Another old man also looked pleased. That Ma Dong-seop, his technique is quite unique. I heard the chairman scouted him personally. On the other hand, Ji Ya-chun watched the match arrogantly, smiling with satisfaction as if everything was going according to his plan. His eyes glinted chillingly. As if looking at inferior beings, Ma Dong-seop continued his winning streak. And though the dual-wielding Lee Jun-ho transformed into a lizard man, he still struggled and ultimately couldn't block Ma Dong-seop's attacks. Ryu Young-gon was no different. They were completely powerless. Ma Dong-seop's stamina and mana gradually decreased with each match, but Ryu Young-gon still had to retreat, and Lee Jun-ho surrendered. Many had expected the elite team to win, but Ma Dong-seop, against all odds, almost single-handedly turned the tide. On the day of the match, super rookie Ma Dong-seop led his team alone in a critical situation, leaving a deep impression on the public. In the locker room, Jae-ho asked Ma Dong-seop, "Hey Ma Dong-seop, don't you have anything to say to me?" Hearing someone speak to him, Ma Dong-seop showed no reaction. Jae-ho again spoke with dissatisfaction. "You clearly saw the sign, so why are you ignoring me?" He opened the locker and replied calmly, "Jae-ho hung, didn't you hear the coach? I think he said the picture would be more complete without you. The purpose of today's match is to lay the groundwork for the symbol that is Ma Dong-seop, and I must, as the coach instructed, defeat all members of the elite team at once for a perfect victory." Jae-ho frowned and retorted, his voice growing more agitated. "Do you think I'd accept a proposal that insults my pride? Don't make me laugh, I can't accept that. You even call yourself a pro gamer." Dong-seop was reprimanded but showed no reaction. Ma Dong-seop tilted his head slightly and looked at him. He sighed. Eventually he uttered words that surprised Jae-ho. "Since Hung is fired anyway, I don't think I need to cause a scene." Jae-ho asked again, unable to believe his ears. "What? Why am I fired? My contract still has a lot of time left." But a powerful punch flew and an ear-splitting sound echoed. Dong-seop's fist stopped at the wall behind Jae-ho. He was horrified by the oppressive aura, as if he would be devoured alive. Dong-seop withdrew his arm, uttering words that were both conciliatory and threatening. "All right," his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and he enunciated each word through gritted teeth. "It doesn't matter whether Hung is a pro gamer or if he has skill." Ji Ya-chun watched Jae-ho playing on the monitor and heard the name Lee Jun-ho, ignoring orders and shouting. He commanded coldly, "Fire him." On the other end of the phone, a flustered voice said, "What? But he's an ace and his contract still has a lot of time left." He lost patience and cut off the conversation. "I said fire him, so fire him. What's the point of keeping a disobedient dog?" Ji Ya-chun took the phone from his ear and smiled slyly. "It's good to drive them out. The elite team, which is a rookie team, should know its place." He laughed with excitement, a grin stretching from ear to ear. "You insignificant wretches who only use despicable tricks, I will show you that there is a line you can never cross." On the other hand, Elgin watched the match, tears of joy streaming down his face. "I'm enjoying the game. It was a good decision to bet on the shotgun team." He happily looked at his phone, pleased. "Good. Money is flowing in like water." Yu Jung, watching him from behind, had a very helpless expression. "Hung is really too much. Since when did you switch from helping the elite team to betting on the shotgun team?" Elgin turned sharply and looked at him calmly. "You have to separate things that need to be separated," Yu Jung said disappointedly. "It's sad, you used to fight alongside your team members." At this he suddenly recalled an old memory and asked, slightly surprised, "Hung, the shotgun team's victory is truly amazing. How did you predict the scores so accurately?" Elgin smiled and stated his judgment. "It's simple. At first, the opposing team's lineup couldn't handle the Zoom sisters, but I thought Lee Yun-ho would take down at least one person." His thoughts increasingly aligned with the game's progression. After that, Lee Yun-ho was also eliminated, and if only one of the Zoom sisters was eliminated, I thought Ma Dong-seop alone could handle it. He once again reminded him of Ma Dong-seop's past performance. Ma Dong-seop has excellent fighting ability, so if you think about it a little, you can know the outcome. Nevertheless, Elgin was also very surprised internally. Even without knowing the future, he could predict it to some extent, but he never expected him to win so easily. Yu Jung looked at Ma Dong-seop's information on his tablet again. "This Ma Dong-seop person is really amazing. I looked him up and he was a former mixed martial arts fighter." He scanned the information, then suddenly scoffed. "Ah Hung, do you know that? He changed his name. His old name was, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, pointing at the screen. Ma Dongwang, he changed it because his name overlapped with yours. Elgin also showed a helpless and guilty expression. I know, I'm the one who borrowed his name. He recalled Ma Dong-sep's past controversy, that he was involved in a match-fixing scandal and retired, then transitioned to gaming. In one match, Ma Dong-seop almost won but suddenly succumbed to pressure and lost. He remembered the coaches and manager not letting this defeat go and requesting to re-examine the video. At that time, the game camera captured him blocking an attack with one hand. Checking the blind spot camera, it was discovered that he intentionally left one arm undefended. Afterwards, it was revealed that a large, unidentifiable sum of money was deposited into Ma Dong-sep's account. He despised him inwardly. He not only betrayed his fans but also the coaches and manager who taught him, and even his own club. Elgin folded his arms and leaned on the table, lost in thought. I didn't know the situation was this deep. Was he such a ruined person from the beginning? Master Ma Dong-seop. Before changing his name to Ma Dongwang, he was one of the key figures who revived the Pro League. He reminisced about Ma Dong-sep's once glorious moments. He was an orc warrior, and, in a situation where the Lizardman tribe was dominant, he emerged like a star. The public had high expectations for him, but it didn't last long. Speaking again about the aftermath of that match, one day after the match-fixing scandal was exposed, he began to suffer from all sorts of derogatory nicknames. It was the worst stain in esports history and made game fans shiver for a while. At that moment, Yu Jung shrugged. Well, anyway, he can't compare to our true Ma Dongwang. Before he could finish speaking, Elgin cut him off. Why should I fight him? His expression grew puzzled. Ah, he scoffed. Elgin mentioned a name. I'll leave Ma Dong-seop to Ma Tae-gang. Yu Jung asked again suspiciously. Ma Tae-gang, will he be okay? He's still young, isn't he? Elgin reassured him. It's fine, and this time Sihe needs to shine too. He paused briefly. Sihe? Yu Jung was still enjoying himself. Good. Sihe was sad that she couldn't do anything in her debut match. At that moment, Elgin poured cold water on him. I gave him the perfect gift to deal with him. He's probably training right now. He stiffened and asked again. What? So it's just Sihe and Ma Tae-gang in the training room? Elgin replied nonchalantly. Seems so. Is there a problem? Yu Jung immediately shouted. There's a huge problem, Hung. Do you know how old Ma Tae-gang is? He's in puberty. He complained with all sorts of reasons. That age group is all perverts. They can turn into wolves at any moment, Elgin retorted. What are you talking about? You were in puberty yourself not long ago. He defended himself again. And there's an age difference between the two of them. Elgin didn't back down. How many years apart? Yu Jung's voice suddenly slowed. 3 years. A triumphant smile spread across Elgin's face. Perfect. Suddenly he shouted again. Anyway, Sihe shouldn't start dating early. Elgin was also tired of arguing further. Give it a rest. Training ground, a desolate and rocky area. At that moment, a voice of admiration was heard, looking at the traces left on a large rock. Sihe's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at the equipment in her hand. The training equipment the coach gave me is really cool. The light coming from the tip of this scythe really suits me. It's like I was born to wield this. At that moment, Tae-gang forced a smile beside her. Really? That's good. Sihe looked at him with a surprised expression. Tae-gang, Oppa, are you having a hard time? Are you okay? He hesitated a little, avoiding her gaze, just a little uncomfortable. Hung Ma Dongwang said he could handle Ma Dong-seop, but can he really beat him? Tae-gang looked increasingly worried. He's the one who was called Little Ma Dongwang. That Ma Dong-seop, I mean. Sihe didn't hesitate and said firmly, Of course, Tae-gang Oppa will definitely win. She smiled and encouraged him. Oppa always trains with me. Besides the coach, Oppa is the one who gives me the hardest time in sparring. Sihe's smile was as warm as sunshine. So I guarantee it, Oppa is probably just worried. Tae-gang's expression gradually calmed. He suddenly burst out laughing. It's okay thanks to you and everyone comforting me. Sihe said, pleased as if she had accomplished something. Really? Tae-gang smiled and agreed. Yeah, where else would I find such a trustworthy guarantor as you? Sihe's face suddenly turned red. Oppa, what did you say? He also stiffened. Tae-gang, flustered, immediately added, No, that's not what I mean. I meant in terms of technique. Sihe also seemed to understand obediently. Yes, he quickly made an excuse and tried to leave. Let's call it a day today. You need to rest well for tomorrow's match. Sihe looked at his flustered appearance and smiled happily again. At this moment, Elgin confidently declared, Today's match with just these two cards, Ma Tae-gang and Yu Sihe, I'll crush the shotgun team. Chapter 171. The setting sun gently streamed through the stadium window. Thousands of spectators in the auditorium cheered continuously at the MC's introduction. Finally, the finals are here. The rookie team is making their entrance to face the shotgun team. The MC quickly corrected himself. To be precise, it's a mini-tournament to decide which team will participate in the Asian Championship A-Class League. Jiyu Ya-chun, in a luxurious room, held a wine glass and watched the match on the monitor. Not only fame but also money and glory can be obtained. Which team will get the opportunity to participate in the A-Class League? Elgin also looked up slightly from the stadium. Let's watch Cha Ji-ai. The shotgun team's vanguard was, as expected, player Shin Hee. The MC said, watching player Shin Hee's entrance, a natural outcome. In the 5v5 match she observed by looking up slightly. The red-haired MC continued his commentary. A plant mage is an important card to gain an early advantage. Spreading plants throughout the arena gives an advantage to the teammates behind them. The bespectacled commentator, looking down at the arena, was slightly surprised. On the other hand, the rookie team unexpectedly put forward a player. I thought it would be player Ma Taegang, the fire mage, or player Ma Dongwang, but the first player to enter was player Sihi. The MC continued to introduce her while she warmed up and observed her surroundings. A 15-year-old rookie, a player who has never set any records before. Below the stands, Yu Ga, who passionately shouted, "Go Sihi, you can do it." Yu Jung, not to be outdone, yelled, "You'll do great, you'll win, sweep them away." At this moment, Shinhee looked at Sihi, who was swinging her limbs, and inwardly rejoiced. Being underestimated has its advantages. However, she also felt annoyed inside. Plant mages usually play support, and are mostly ignored by main dealers or tanks, but do they still think of me as a disposable card just there to fill a spot? This time I'll show them. Sihi didn't notice Shinhee clenching her fists, looking very nervous. "I'm nervous," Sihi consoled herself. "No, I shouldn't be afraid, a coach told me." The day before the match, Elgin seriously suggested to Sihi that she go first. Yu Jung suddenly shouted, "What? Sihi is the vanguard?" Then he immediately changed his attitude and said, "Good. They'll be confused." Elgin also agreed. "That's right," Sihi cried out in surprise. "What?" She waved her hands worriedly. "I'm going first, but the opponents are all pro gamers." "I've never fought in a real battle before," John consoled her. "Don't worry," he recalled Sihi's appearance in Chapter 102, his expression calm. "I know your abilities well." Drake recalled the scene in Chapter 98 and said very firmly, "There will definitely be no problem." Yoon also said, "I think so too." Taegang smiled helplessly, seeing everyone comforting her. Of course she'd be worried, she's still young. Moreover, she hadn't even had a chance to confirm her skills. Based on his understanding of Sihi's abilities, there was no need to worry. At this moment, Elgin called her. "Sihi," he reminded. "Do you remember what I told you when we did PvP?" At that time, Elgin told Sihi, "I guarantee that you'll become a pro player and be loved by many people when you fight. I'm sure you just have to trust me." Elgin watched her gradually calm down. His words had become reality. His words motivated Sihi. "This is just the beginning. Show them how strong you are." Thinking that, she regained her composure. "Truly amazing." Sihi looked forward, her heart slightly trembling. "Not long ago I was lying in a hospital bed. I even thought of giving up." She smiled slightly. It was a smile filled with excitement. "How can such a happy thing happen? I really want to laugh out loud." Shinhee still walked with confident strides, sighing. "I'll just spread plant magic on the ground and end this match. Kim Jian-san, that crazy guy, will take care of it himself. He probably won't show mercy to anyone, whether they're a child or an adult." She was about to say something to Sihi. "Hey kid, I'm just doing my job, so if there's anything..." At that moment, Sihi appeared in front of Shinhee. She could only manage a surprised expression. "Ha." Immediately, the scythe cut off the head of the scarecrow. The entire auditorium froze in disbelief. "What is this?" Ma Dong-seop didn't even have time to react while observing the match. The bespectacled commentator shouted loudly, "What just happened?" The red-haired commentator was still reeling from the shock. "I didn't see it either. Did Sihi just deliver the finishing blow?" The stands immediately erupted in an uproar. When did that little girl get so close, and that weapon? As soon as the words ended, everyone's gaze focused on the scythe in Sihi's hand. Gunwon was worried but didn't forget to provoke. "A child this strong, but be prepared to fall soon, little one." He immediately used a skill. Arrow of containment, an ice magic circle appeared from above, but the girl quickly dodged them all. He started to panic, seeing Sihi approaching him. How is she dodging everything?" Gunwon continued to use skills. Scarecrow summoned, a blue magic circle appeared. Terrifying scarecrows wielding scythes walked out of the formation. Elgin watched the match with a slight disappointment. Just scarecrows. Sihi swung her scythe without hesitation. One scarecrow charged towards the girl. Sihi skillfully dodged the attack. She weaved through the slashing attacks and charged forward. The scarecrows were cut down one by one. Elgin focused on watching Sihi play. Sihi, she had incredible game instincts and agility, but she had one weakness, her attack power. He looked at her equipment. If Sihi had physical attack power and explosive mobility, it was only natural that she would become an invincible offensive player. So I gave Sihi wings. The tip of the scythe emitted a brilliant light as paper yet as hard as dragon scales, and it was a two-handed weapon with immense physical attack power, he exclaimed in admiration. What weapon could suit Sihi better than this? S-grade Avengers blood-stained scythe. Agile two-handed weapon 3500, physical attack power 9900, can use the special Halloween power of immortality, the bespectacled announcer cried out in astonishment. Unbelievable. As you saw in the replay video, she instantly defeated Shinhee and Kim Jian-san. Sihi smiled. She was very joyful and excited. Eljon noticed the sharp spear embedded in the ground and immediately decided to use it as a weapon after Jaryong's attack. From the volcanic rock fragments left by Jack-o'-lantern, I created a replica of the scythe he wore. He imagined Sihi holding it and posing. The only weakness of this weapon was that its range damage was somewhat low compared to its excellent attack power. Due to the nature of individuals needing to move flexibly in a tournament, she acquired this. Now I have enhanced her physical attack power to compensate for the previous low damage. Eljun thought of her bright smile and clear blue eyes. Then it was only natural for her to become a powerful and terrifying damage dealer, so I gave her Jack-o'-lantern's memento. Outside, he commented calmly. As expected, with just a slight improvement, she'll shine. The girl was currently standing with a very confident posture, holding her scythe, being introduced by the double-chin commentator. A small girl with unexpected power is creating magic that even veteran gamers struggle to achieve. The next player to appear was Oh Son-hoon, the great dark mage. The commentator's voice continued to echo from the final duel with Eli TZS. Unfortunately, he was eliminated. Young-hoon quickly charged with a strange body. This won't be easy this time, kid. The commentator's voice grew even more excited. Clearly, he is not an easy opponent to defeat, especially when matched with a melee player. His winning rate is very high. He also charged, swinging her scythe without backing down. The one who attacks first will win. She struck him without hesitation. But immediately, she widened her eyes in surprise. At this moment, only Sihi was on the stage, and Oh Son-hoon had disappeared. He had moved. No one was visible. The girl turned her head slightly worried, looking for him. According to the commentator, Oh Son-hoon disappeared quickly at this moment. This is Oh Son-hoon's new combat style prepared for this tournament. His appearance was strange and unsightly. He stood still, chameleon's breath. Oh Son-hoon was secretly triumphant. This kid will get anxious and angry. The commentator looked at the observation screen with a surprised expression. The stealth technique is similar to reptiles that hide in their surroundings like chameleons. He can camouflage and hide immediately. He rushed forward, wildly triumphant, holding a knife. You won't know which direction I'll attack from, right? Be afraid, kid. But unexpectedly, Sihi swung her scythe, startling Oh Son-hoon and forcing him to retreat. The girl merely swung her scythe without looking back. That resolute blow filled him with fear, and he asked himself, what just happened? How did she see me? The very next moment, Sihi delivered several slashing attacks in quick succession, all of which grazed him but still caused psychological turmoil. Damn it, Oh Son-hoon was angry and immediately enhanced his body. Furthermore, at this moment an immense aura erupted from his body. Oh Son-hoon's eyes were bloodshot and crossed, and he muttered to himself like a madman. Surely this technique's weakness is that it's detected when moving. If I stay still, she won't find me. But at that very moment, Sihi's body began to move, and a cold sharp laugh erupted from the girl's throat. A flash of light gleamed in the girl's innocent eyes. Oppa, you were here. In fact, the girl used golden blood, a special ability that burns mana to constantly destabilize the opponent's mana, causing it to naturally deplete over time until it's exhausted. The cooldown was 12 hours. Immediately, Sihi startled Oh Son-hoon. Mana conversion. At this moment, Uljan also clenched his fist outside, full of confidence. Good, it hit perfectly. The item I received after defeating Goluk, that was Sihi's second gift. His two hands, which had been covered in purple mana, now slowly turned yellow. Even the armor on Oh Son-hoon's body slowly changed color in his fear. Worried, he immediately summoned a mirror. Magic mirror, the commentator, filled with astonishment and excitement, commented. This is it. The power of mana burn is being transmitted through her gaze. This burn effect will deplete his mana over time even if he does nothing. Can the magic mirror reflect this effect back to the opponent? Will Oh Son-hoon be able to turn the situation around? Oh Son-hoon, drenched in sweat, stood terrified, holding his shield. Sihi's image immediately appeared in the mirror in front of him. A hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. At this moment, the two people's previous conversation came to Sihi's mind. Oh Son-hoon, since you evolved into a lizard man, you'll definitely use camouflage. It's a defensive combat style to buy time, so there's no strategy to counter it. At that moment, he asked the girl with a serious expression. But what will you do then? Sihi hesitated, then thought, if it were me. Then the girl happily laughed and offered her opinion. I'll abandon my sight the moment Oh Son-hoon disappears from view. At this moment, Sihi's other eye was blue with a focused expression. In an instant, that eye of the girl turned gray. It was a prearranged plan. Sihi blocked her vision. Sihi had previously swung her fist even when she couldn't see anything. Having lived without sight for a long time, her hearing was very sharp. Thanks to that, she gained an advantage in the previous battle. As soon as the opponent appeared within a certain range, Sihi swung her scythe with resolute determination, instantly detecting them. With a single attack, Oh Son-hoon's item shattered. Even without a way to dismantle the lizardman's combat style of camouflage, it was no problem for Sihi. At this moment, Eljan observed from outside with confidence. If he fights from a distance, he might have a chance to avoid her senses, but in close combat, there's no longer any chance. Simultaneously, that laugh also appeared on Sihi's lips, who was fighting like crazy. You're overestimating your new stealth technique, Oh Son-hoon. After a few slashing attacks, the match ended. The announcer's voice once again echoed throughout the auditorium. Chipkin's technique is truly amazing, you say he. How many times did everyone replay that match just now? A blue light once again emitted from the arena's spatial gate. Next, the shotgun team's fourth player was appearing. Lee Jun-ho entered the arena with an arrogant posture. The announcer immediately introduced his ultimate weapon. Lee Jun-ho is leaving the arena with a relaxed smile even after the match ended. The opponent also seems to have put another player on stage. As the girl left the gate, light once again emanated from the gate. Taegang walked into the arena, serious and composed. It was Ma Taegang the martyr. He looked straight ahead with a very serious expression, and his former rival also frowned back at him, not backing down. Now they met again as the aces of their respective teams, especially the very next moment. Lee Jun-ho muttered some ancient incantations. The armor on his body glowed, surrounded by lightning. The mechanism in Taegang's hand also began to operate. The voice echoed, full of provocation. Still arrogant, then unfazed, he gathered magic with a cold smile. It doesn't matter. Lee Junho, now experienced, hid behind his shield and provoked. He's just an outsider coded. Without further ado, he straightened his body and charged forward like a rocket. Taegang, without needing to count, turned his body and delivered a forward kick. He also charged with electricity, preparing to counterattack. Taegang's powerful fist also charged fiercely towards Lee Junho. Finally, as the two fists collided, a huge explosion occurred and sparks flew everywhere. Simultaneously, a cunning laugh was heard from elsewhere. Yu Jung happily muttered to himself, "Now I get it, Yudahoyi. Yu Jang, you say, and the newbie team veterans," he commented, watching Sihi on the big screen. "Now we're all thinking the same thing." Ji Yachun's face turned pale, remembering the report he had previously heard from his subordinate. According to the report, the person who took the players was Yu Jang. He had a very surprised expression at the time. "What? Why is that guy there?" But now Ji Yachun slyly laughed and drank a glass of red wine. "Now everything is clear. You'll all be in the palm of my hand soon." Going back to his childhood, a mischievous boy called out to Taegang, "Hey, you're Ma Taegang, right?" Taegang was surprised to realize that the person in front of him was Lee Junho. Without waiting for his answer, he continued, "Want to practice with me, Kong Gam Chan's friend? If you have any problems, I'll teach you." He recalled that time. When he had just joined Camp 1 as a trainee, Lee Junho was already an elite player. Returning to reality, the announcer excitedly broadcasted the match. Lee Junho is confronting Ma Taegang head-on. He's blocking Ma Taegang's attacks with a beam chain, which he used to defeat Lee Bai of the elite team. Junho praised him while fighting. "You've improved quite a bit. You must have learned a lot from Ma Dongguang, haven't you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he used a clone technique. Taegang cried out worriedly, "Clone technique." Then he was surrounded by Lee Junho's clones, but Taegang summoned lightning in 3 directions, pushing everyone back. Then he leaped up and swung his arm in a circle. First, he used lightning to reduce Lee Junho's resistance. Then he landed a punch on him. Suddenly a scoff was heard. "Are you hitting air? Try to copy Ma Dongguang." Taegang did not answer. He spun a few times from above to gain momentum, then tried to stomp on Lee Junho. But surprisingly, a flash of light burst out. Taegang missed, but he flexibly used that kick as momentum for his next kick. Unfortunately, he reacted quickly and stepped back a few paces, avoiding the dangerous attack. Junho licked his lips, happily thinking, his attacks are more powerful than before. His technique has also improved. He was always a tough opponent, but now he's truly too difficult to beat. The bespectacled announcer raised his voice. Ma Taegang delivered 7 consecutive attacks in the blink of an eye. What incredibly fast attacks. Despite those attacks, Ace Lee Junho blocked them all. They continued to attack each other. It was too fast to see clearly, but his opponent was the best melee player. Even if an attack was blocked, it didn't greatly affect him. How long can Lee Junho endure? Taegang threw a punch and thought, "That's strange." Seeing Junho still calmly attacking him, he thought very suspiciously, "Surely he can't be in a close-quarters fight with a fighter, perhaps." Taegang gritted his teeth in a panic and looked down. But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Lee Junho scoffed with a cold smile. "Too late. If I can't win easily, I'll make this fight harder and more complicated." Then hundreds of magic circles appeared under Taegang's feet. He widened his eyes in surprise and sweated profusely. "When did you set up these magic circles?" Junho shouted excitedly. "Give up and get electrocuted." Electric eel immediately. High-voltage currents charged rapidly from all directions towards Taegang. He was swept up in a series of powerful currents, making it difficult to move, enduring the pain as if his heart was being pierced. He escaped from the area covered by the magic circles. Junho summoned lightning arrows as he spoke. "You dodged pretty good. How many more techniques do you think I'll have to use?" Then he threw them with all his might towards Taegang, and the arrows flew at high speed towards his position. Taegang widened his eyes in helplessness. The distance was too close to avoid. He stretched out his hand, thinking inwardly, "I can't avoid it." Then a strange sight occurred. He caught the huge arrow made of magic with both hands. Then it shattered, firing countless lightning bolts, but it was still better than taking the entire technique. Taegang's entire body was scorched by the lightning. After watching this match, Diamond Young admired slightly in surprise. Truly amazing. He not only set up magic circles while defending, but also manipulated techniques. At that moment, Junho thought excitedly, "I knew he wasn't a weak opponent, but confronting him head-on, I can really feel his power to the core." Taegang was very exhausted at this moment. He calculated inwardly. "After recovering from the stun, I need to regain control." He used a big technique, so his mana must be low now. "I need to find a way to counterattack." Junho suddenly chuckled. "I think I know what your trump card is." As soon as he finished speaking, Taegang froze for a moment. Then he gathered all his magic, preparing his final technique. Taegang muttered in fear. "What? How? He's already recovered mana and can use such a big technique?" Diamond Young shouted in surprise from outside. "Oh no, it's a special intrinsic ability. When did he learn something like that?" Suddenly he praised him, as expected of an experienced person. Taegang reluctantly asked, "Just how many traps did you set up?" Junho replied politely. "Of course, how could I fight you with just brute strength?" His eyes gleamed with excitement, and the corner of his mouth was still curved in a sneer. "Did you think we were just having a power struggle? This is a strategy game." Taegang was a little flustered, muttering, "Damn it." He gradually began to hesitate. Should I use that technique? At that moment, Junho began to pour all his energy. The immense power contained in the attack with infinite might was chilling just to behold. Taegang had blocked with his hands for a long time, but the technique did not reach him. Mr. Diamond Lee watched dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Eljun also simultaneously expressed his doubt. How that massive technique completely missed Taegang. It only made a deep hole next to him. The audience all gaped in astonishment. Ha! Dongsep was also surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Ha! Junho sighed helplessly, then suddenly let out a bizarre shout. Eat this, the commentator's voice echoed. Junho, that was a big mistake. The decisive blow narrowly missed, he continued to comment. Is the low accuracy due to its small size? Taegang, standing in the arena, was also bewildered. That's impossible. Did he intentionally miss that attack? Junho smiled triumphantly. Taegang rushed at him without a word. He swung his hand trying to attack Junho. Suddenly Junho gave a strange laugh, and Taegang punched him hard. The powerful punch emitted dazzling light, and the entire landscape seemed to burn with a massive energy. Mr. Diamond Lee, watching from below, was slightly worried. Junho, Taegang seriously asked him, are you really sure even if your career gets stained is there a reason to go this far? He replied without hesitation. That's for me to decide, kid. If it's not for myself, it's not worth dying for. Taegang still asked, dissatisfied. Do you know how the team will react? He told Taegang. Do whatever you want after this match. Everything is over. Whether it's paying a fine or whatever, I don't care. Why should I continue? He said nothing more and launched his final attack. The commentator's voice echoed again. The moment I just spoke, a new era was written. After a fierce battle, all victories and defeats were decided. The strong side won overwhelmingly. The player system screen appeared, clearly showing a disadvantageous situation for the losing team. But now the decisive battle had begun. The match continued to switch to other players. The commentator excitedly introduced, player Ma Dongsep has appeared. Elgin unconsciously clenched his arm. It's finally begun, he thought with an excited smile. The battle of the two demon lords dominated an era, of course. Then and now are different. Dongsep calmly looked at his opponent. At that moment, the foolish Junho also slowly rose from his seat. Dongsep recalled him playfully, sticking out his tongue. Dongsep muttered to himself. Even if you're pushed aside and fined, you'll have to pay the price for what you've brought upon yourself. You've never tasted the bitter flavor of society, you damned bastard. At that moment, Taegang rushed at him. He swung his fist, attacking Ma Dongsep, but he lightly raised his hand to block the punch, then asked him, why the sudden change? Taegang lost his balance and was pushed back. Then Dongsep reached out his hand towards him and murderous intent swirled around him. Taegang gritted his teeth and thought, if I take this, it's over. He was pushed back several steps by Dongsep's power. The momentum emanating from his body grew steadily larger. Suddenly, Dongsep paused, thinking of something. And while he was bewildered, Taegang assessed his opponent. The king's power is unbelievably strong. Elgin, sitting below, also grew worried. Before Regression, Ma Dongsep's reign as king began right after a major change. It was when all top players, including Lim Yosef, fell after that change. Racial selection became the deciding factor in game victory. A combat style based on a solid body, a combination of strategy and special skills, all these were essential. Quickly rushed at Dongsep. In short, it was an era long dominated by a newly formed combat style. He also took a ready stance to meet Taegang. In the hazy smoke of battle, the two shadows rushed at each other like whirlwinds. The attacks tore through the air, causing shockwaves that blew everything around them away. The clang of metal echoed incessantly. Taegang swung his fist again and his punch struck Dongsep's side. Sihi, watching the match, cheered excitedly. Well done. The two commentators also resumed their duties. Player Ma Taegang has seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks on Ma Dongsep. Due to the racial skill cooldown, consecutive attacks are very difficult to defend against and evade. Because of the orc's massive body, countless punches rained down on him. The commentator grew more and more excited. Ma Taegang has counterattacked. The signal of a fierce battle has erupted. Sihi shouted excitedly from outside. That's awesome, coach. Are you watching? Taegang Oppa is gaining the upper hand against Ma Dongsep. But Elgin didn't think so. No, Sihi, don't let your guard down. Always be prepared. She was a little surprised by his words, but Taegang Oppa seemed to be leading and overwhelming him. At that moment, Mr. Diamond Lee and Elgin simultaneously said, this alone won't bring victory. Back in the arena, Taegang gritted his teeth, feeling very displeased. Damn it, he clenched his teeth and muttered, my attacks aren't connecting at all and I'm not dealing significant damage. I expected it, but I didn't think the orc race would be this tough. At that moment, the commentator shouted, what's happening? Even though Ma Dongsep seemed powerless against Ma Taegang's attacks, he continued to observe the two fighting and offered his opinion. But his HP isn't decreasing at all, so are those attacks ineffective? Dongsep, having sufficiently received Taegang's attacks, calmly spoke, you're a bothersome fly. At those words he widened his eyes and shouted, what? Dongsep's arm slowly moved and he raised his left hand. Dongsep clenched his fist and swung it high. There was no expression on his face and he launched a powerful punch at Taegang. Dongsep punched him very hard in the stomach. The punch was so powerful that it created a massive explosion, shaking a wide area. Taegang was sent flying by the force of the explosion, his back slamming hard against the wall behind. Sihi, witnessing this sight, was too shocked to speak. The people watching the match were also astonished. Dongsep clenched his fist, looked at Taegang and said coldly, now you understand, don't you, the difference. At that moment he coughed up a small amount of blood, feeling utterly helpless internally. The aftershock felt like an earthquake. Elgin watched the match and analyzed. If Ma Taegang is a player who expertly dodges opponents' attacks and waits for counterattack opportunities, Ma Dongsep is a player who approaches opponents and deals massive damage with close-quarters combat skills. Long drawn-out battles are where Ma Dongsep truly shines. John gritted his teeth watching the scene that had just unfolded. Moreover, Dongsep continued in an arrogant tone, Fighting other melee combat players can be very interesting, but fighting humans holds no excitement. Taegang clutched his injured area in pain and heard him despise him. This battle will probably end soon. Dongsuk punched Taegang, sending him crashing into the wall behind. He screamed in pain, then collapsed forward. He clenched his fist from behind and scoffed. Boring. Dongsuk stood quietly amidst the thick smoke. After a while he again sneered at Taegang. Fighting melee combat players is interesting, but fighting humans is no fun at all. Taegang was too angry to say anything, clenching his jaw so hard that it ground. His hands continued to tremble, and he thought with worry. My HP is half gone and my equipment's defense has significantly decreased. I knew he was on another level, but to do this in one blow, damn it. Without giving Taegang a chance to catch his breath, Dongsuk raised his fist again. Catch my breath? There's no chance for that. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched him hard. Taegang was sent flying back several tens of meters again. He grew even more tense. Damn it, I'm almost unconscious now. Dongsuk rushed at Taegang like a whirlwind. He punched him again and Taegang was forced to retreat. Countless punches rained down on him like rain. While throwing punches, Dongsuk continued speaking. Kings are orcs, lizardmen deal damage, and elves are excellent at both support and damage. After the Great Flood, it can be said that the orc and lizardman races gained all advantages, whether it's fighters, archers, or mages. At the same time, he uttered even more incomprehensible words. Is mage the most advantageous class for humans? But orcs and lizardmen can also become mages. Even the foolish Junho was once a mage. He will definitely understand. Taegang gritted his teeth, desperately blocking the continuous punches. He's really crazy. I'm taking damage even in a defensive stance. Dongsuk continued to utter contemptuous words. Now the orc race has completely gained the upper hand. Taegang angrily punched him hard in the face and shouted, I don't understand anything you're saying, speak like a human. But the punch had no effect on Dongsuk. It was as if he had lightly kissed his hand. Dongsuk returned the favor with another powerful punch to Taegang's abdomen as expected. Taegang was sent flying back again. But this time he had no intention of forgiving him. Dongsuk chased after him and commanded, Where are you running? Come here. Taegang's body suddenly shot up into the air. He widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed in admiration, Pulled into the air, is this the power of water style? Taegang was mercilessly thrown around like a toy by Dongsuk. Veer's punches and kicks rained down on him without cease. Finally he slammed Taegang hard onto the ground. He opened his mouth in pain and screamed. A commentator exclaimed in admiration, Player Ma Dongsuk is finally showing his true power. His name was certainly not given by chance. Player Ma Dongsuk's two-handed weapon possesses both earth style and water style characteristics, which are also known as his core skills. Dongsuk bent down and asked Taegang, What's wrong? Is it Ma Dongwang's turn now? But he changed his target to Sihi and said in a contemptuous voice, No, the next is that little kid, that rookie and the disabled one. Dongsuk's words were full of arrogance. My only opponent is Ma Dongwang, not these useless rats. It's annoying enough that my name was stolen. People even call me Little Ma Dongwang, he shouted, and put power into his punch to finish Taegang. I'll kill you with this opportunity and shut them up. He lay on the ground unable to move and blood began to gush out. The commentator froze at the sight. What is this? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Player Ma Dongsuk has delivered a finishing blow to the unconscious player Ma Taegang. The entire audience was too shocked to say anything. What just happened? Suddenly, blood flowed from Dongsuk's nose. The commentator again said for some reason. Player Ma Dongsuk is backing away. He seems to have taken damage. Dongsuk, bewildered, wondered why, even though he had punched him. He recalled that moment. Suddenly Taegang opened his eyes and a flash of light gleamed. No one could clearly see the situation. He quickly stood up, surprising even the commentator. Everything happened so fast that even the broadcast team couldn't confirm it. The confirmation results will probably be announced later, he said. Anyway, player Ma Taegang has risen. Can he recover and regain his strength? Taegang's eyes were filled with determination, and he said without wavering, I will keep fighting. Dongsuk also stood up, feeling very displeased internally. I was hit by a clumsy punch. I won't make that mistake twice. Seeing Taegang counterattack, he calculated while counterattacking. He's probably trying to bleed me to give the next person an advantage. But no matter how strong you are, you're going to die now. As he blocked Taegang's powerful punch, Dongsuk felt something strange. His eyes gleamed with surprise for a moment. Such strong damage, it was just a light punch. Is this another level? Dongsuk again used water style to attack Taegang. The commentator's voice echoed again. Once again, Ma Dongsuk is using water style to overwhelm Ma Taegang. Is he trying to end the match quickly? Dongsuk muttered to himself. I'll smash him into pieces with one blow. Even if he counterattacks, he can only endure a few hits. He swung his hand towards the sky, gathering power, and calculated. He just regained consciousness, so those punches. Before he could finish his thought, Taegang instantly punched Dongsuk's face. He was surprised for the second time and tried to dodge the punch but continued to provoke. He quickly flashed a contemptuous smile. Weak punch. At that moment, another punch flew. This time Dongsuk was sent flying backward, and before he could regain his senses, a knee flew into his face. As Taegang kneed him in the face, Dongsuk completely froze. This furious grinding sound showed how much Taegang wanted to defeat him. Elgin and John, who had been watching quietly from outside, were also surprised. Dongsuk scoffed. Dongsuk, you thought the human race was weak? At that moment he gritted his teeth and endured. Elgin continued to mock, then you'll have to think again. Simultaneously, a massive change occurred in Taegang's body, and a menacing aura emanated from his entire being. Ma Taegang climbed to the top of the Tower of Challenge early in the game and joined the Demon Legion. The system notified him to choose which legion to join. dragon or orc. He then evolved into the orc race. However, not long after, Ma Taegang made a decision he would later regret. He helplessly said to himself, "Who wouldn't love it when they've just gained power?" Then he fell into thought again. But times have changed, and now new races are the ultimate deciding factor in victory or defeat. The more I think about it, the more unfair it seems. In such a situation, an ordinary person would consider restarting their character from scratch. But how could a team player make such a decision alone? Elgin looked at him and assessed him internally. Well done. An ordinary person in this situation would have been intoxicated by power and mistaken, but you're thinking this thoroughly. Truly impressive. Elgin sympathized with Taegang, thinking so. I know how you feel. He looked at him, not understanding, and replied, "Yes." Elgin quickly explained his words, "But forcing you to give up the power you worked hard for as the owner of our team, he couldn't accept it." Then, pointing at Taegang, he said, "So instead I'm going to give you a surprise gift." As soon as he finished speaking, a notification popped up on his phone, and Taegang, bewildered, checked it. The phone displayed information about the surprise gift and its details. It was a necklace made of a small stone with the trace of a living fossil, a tiny creature, embedded in its center. Elgin thought for a moment and then advised Taegang, "If you use it wisely, you'll be able to unlock a new play style." He remembered that the living fossil he had given to Ma Taegang was not actually a hidden special item. When the user's vitality reached a certain level, it would transform the user back to their pre-Great Flood appearance. In other words, it was an item that reversed the evolution process. Taegang successfully transformed, his body becoming enormous and blue. Dongsep gritted his teeth in anger. He transformed into an orc. How? And during the match, isn't that against the rules? Taegang continued to attack him, punching him repeatedly in the same way Dongsep had. At this point, Dongsep could only grit his teeth and endure. Each powerful punch slammed into his side, making him dizzy. Dongsep's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Blood began to gush from his throat. Taegang swung another punch. This time it landed squarely on his face. Taegang continued to pummel him. Dongsep was battered and disfigured. The commentator gasped in shock, unable to close his mouth. What on earth is happening? Player Ma Taegang has transformed into an orc during the match. Is he an orc human or a human orc? Taegang continued to strike Dongsep repeatedly. The commentator's voice echoed, "Now I don't even know if he's human or orc. It's like not knowing if a zebra is a white horse with black stripes or a black horse with white stripes. Wait, what on earth am I even saying?" Watching the fight between the two masters, he couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Anyway, what an amazing match." Currently, the score was 191, with neither side backing down. John asked Elgin curiously, "Han, I know the item you gave Ma Taegang has that function, but how can he change races so freely?" He glanced at him and explained, "As you know, in player versus player, HP recovery is very slow, isn't it? When you're taking damage, you can slightly bite your tongue or pinch your skin to reduce your HP a little." Elgin continued to observe the match and explained, "Thanks to that, he transforms back into an orc, and when his HP rises again, he turns back into a human. By cleverly maintaining the blood loss and gain at this transformation threshold, he can alternate between the two races." John still asked curiously, "But why go through all that? He could just fight as an orc from start to finish, couldn't he?" Hearing that, he replied, "If he did that, he'd have no chance of winning. Taegang is weaker than Ma Dongsep in every way. He can't win in a fair fight." At this moment, he quickly ran forward and said, "That's why this strategy is necessary." His human form flickered in and out. He moved quickly, aiming for the precise timing to attack. The punches aimed at Dongsep remained vivid in Elgin's memory. When the opportunity arose, he reduced his HP, transformed into an orc, and dealt damage. Thanks to the combination of attacks raining down like rain, he was able to penetrate Dongsep's armor and inflict damage. Even though he was an ordinary orc, he smiled and became serious. "It sounds easy, but it's not something just anyone can do." After explaining this much, he suddenly fell silent, muttering inwardly, "That's right, if the future is like my memories, not many people will be able to use that item so skillfully." He quietly admired Taegang's arrogant appearance. He really worked hard to acquire such high-level skills. Player Taegang was truly the best. Dongsep gritted his teeth and looked at Taegang, unable to accept this fact. Immediately after, he slammed the ground forcefully. Stones and dirt flew everywhere. Diamond Lee suddenly remembered something. That's right, he still had unused skills, didn't he? Earthquake and water style. Taegang had never felt more powerful than this. Worry bloomed in Dongsep's heart. "Damn it, he's landed too many hits and my HP is almost gone. If I don't finish this now, it'll be dangerous." Immediately after, he instantly instructed himself, "Gather all remaining mana and unleash a super powerful attack using earthquake and water style." Taegang immediately took a defensive stance. Elgin cautiously reminded De-young, "It was useless before." Dongsep lifted his foot high and stomped hard on the ground, cracking the surface. Looking up, Dongsep was once again astonished. "What? Why didn't he fly away?" Dongsep became increasingly angry, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. How could he endure that attack without a scratch? Suddenly, Taegang gave a strange smile, and calmly disdaining him, counterattacked, "This cute water-style technique doesn't even come close to Ma Dongguang's water style, so why did you think I couldn't endure it?" Dongsep's face became complicated upon hearing those words. Elgin also added, "If he were in human form, it would be uncertain, but Taegang now can." because he is currently the strongest orc among orcs, Taegang continued, swinging his fist. This shoddy water style is nothing to me, see, he shouted excitedly. Boom! Finally, Taegang, without hesitation, delivered a decisive blow to Dongsip. The light emanating from the powerful punch was blinding. Taegang instantly returned to his human form. His decisive blow was truly powerful. Stones and dirt shattered and flew everywhere. The commentator jumped up onto the table and said, "The match seems to be over," he passionately declared. Ma Taegang, the god of fighting, has defeated Ma Dongsip, also known as Little Ma Dongkwang, and signaled the end of the battlefield. The auditorium erupted with cheers from the audience. The commentator continued to declare, "Rookie Yu Sihi and Ma Taegang, the god of fighting, have achieved the highest honor with just 2 people," Sihi screamed with joy. As the gods of fighting appeared together on stage, the commentator said, "The team that held out until the end is Newbie Era." Amidst the cheers of countless spectators, he shouted, "Please give a round of applause and cheers to the team that will represent Korea in the Asian Championship." Gahu, moved to tears, jumped to her feet. Yu Jung was even more moved than her. Elgin thought to himself, "It's really cool. I want to immerse myself in this moment." Looking at the dazzling stage lights, he reminded himself inwardly, "But it's not over yet." John took the microphone and spoke, "We, Newbie Era, also known as WDN, have a lot to show you. We will prove it with excellent results at the Asian Championship," he continued to announce. "Also, Newbie Era always welcomes the joining of talented coaches and players. We are open 24 hours, so please visit us anytime." Along with this, Elgin thought, "I can't be so sure about the Korean national team spot. That damn Cha Ji-Yoo is definitely plotting something." Indeed, somewhere, Cha Ji-Yoo was furious. Did they really snatch the Korean national team spot from us? Damn it, WTN, WT. Whatever it is, an old man wiping his sweat replied, "Of course that shouldn't happen." The screen showed the Game Operations Association suddenly convened by Cha Ji-Yoo. Another old man said, "But they won." Ji-Yoo interrupted him, saying, "It seems we have something to reconsider. So far, only 3 out of 5 players from the Newbie Era team have participated in the match. What does that mean?" His gaze became sharp and dangerous as he said, "It means we lack representative players to participate in international tournaments. I admit that the skills of Ma Dongwang and the 2 players who appeared today are sufficient for national representation. But what about the remaining 2? Yoon Sun's image appeared. "Their skills have not yet been proven sufficient for national representation." Following that, Drake Kate's resolute eyes turned towards the stadium. Suddenly, Diamond Lee pointed his finger upwards, and a strange sound echoed, and all the lights went out. Everyone looked up at where he was pointing. "What? A surprise event?" The sound grew louder and louder, and suddenly an unexpected light appeared from Cha Ji-Yoo's direction. An old man said, "So what the chairman is saying is that Ma Dongwang, Yu Sihi, and Ma Taegang are recognized as national representatives. But the other 2 haven't proven their skills, so they're not recognized, right?" Following that, 2 old men agreed, "That's right, who is chosen is related to Korea's honor. So having uncertain players participate would cause an uncontrollable situation. Yes, everyone has doubts about the skills of the other 2. He immediately thought, "Then how about using this opportunity to change the association rules and create a 3rd competition, or specially add other skilled members?" As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed over and called out, "Chairman," he shouted in annoyance. "What is it again?" the subordinate hastily reported. "Chairman, you need to see the awards ceremony situation. Newbie Era is showing some videos to the audience." The sounds from the stands were very noisy. Everyone focused on the screen on the stage. A castle landscape appeared, followed by a battle between angels and demons. Then Leona Rue appeared with a sad expression, weeping. Then the scene changed to a monster, followed by Drake Kate slaying the monster, until the scene where Archangel Yoon Sun appeared. Everyone there froze. "What is that, Yoon Sun and Drake? Could this be a floating island in the sky?" Diamond Lee pondered deeply, looking at the screen. Does he really think it's okay to reveal something like this? He bit his lip, curious. "Is this all?" The time reverted to 1 day before the competition, and he, surprised, asked Ma Dongwang, "Ma Dongwang, what are these videos? Did you really film all of them?" Elgin asked excitedly, "Did you see it? It's well shot, right?" Diamond Lee, still surprised, asked Elgin, "That's not the problem. Since when? No, more importantly, are you planning to play this at the awards ceremony tomorrow? Are you crazy?" "I can't even imagine what kind of trouble this will cause, however," he calmly told John. "We need to secure everything," Elgin explained. "If we win, Cha Ji-Yoo will definitely use every method to make things difficult for us. Or the association will pressure their coaching staff and try to manipulate the game results." Elgin looked at him with sharp eyes. "For example, they might exclude Yoon Sun and Drake, who haven't proven their skills, and put Ma Dong Siop forward as a national representative." Hearing that, John just remained silent, looking at him. Elgin continued to explain, "Esports still lacks clear rules. In other words, if 2 powerful individuals desire it, they can intervene, which can make the situation more complicated and dangerous than other sports." He laughed triumphantly. "So we need to target other players at the awards ceremony and draw everyone's attention. Let's play the video on the stadium's large screen. This way, no one will be able to deceive us. We can show how amazing our team is." At this moment, the people in the stands were continuously murmuring, "A floating island in the sky, unbelievable, an S-grade monster." They all exclaimed in admiration, unable to believe their own eyes. Does such a thing really exist? Truly amazing. People continued to comment on each detail in the video as they watched the movie. Look, all the arrows are targeting weaknesses. Impossible. They were all endlessly surprised. Drake's true form was a dragon cat. It's been a while since I last saw him. They were even more surprised to see Yoon-sun's appearance. And Yoon-sun is an archangel? How high a level does one need to be to possess that much divine power? Everyone watched the video in astonishment. Suddenly a shadow appeared and everyone wondered, who is that person? As the video zoomed in, they gasped, "It's Ma Dongguang of the floating island." At this moment everyone thought, if this video is true, then the Great Flood was not just a simple update but something changed by the will of the players. Cha Ji-Yujo watched from beginning to end, gritting his teeth in anger. Elgin also watched the results he had created with composure. He stood proudly, drawing everyone's attention to himself. That person was none other than Ma Dongguang. The video appeared before everyone's eyes. The player who brought about a major change in the Great Flood update was Ma Dongguang. In the game update, 2 shadows appeared vaguely, but the most prominent shadow was Elgin. Unbelievable. The battle at the Sky Fortress couldn't have been that intense. That boss is truly difficult to defeat. Everyone who witnessed the battle at the Sky Fortress was astonished, and no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like a fantasy. Could it be a manipulated video with special effects? But they also thought, well, if it's Ma Dongguang, it might be possible. At this time, the broadcasting station was also extremely busy. Oh my goodness, put this up as a special news report immediately. LGB Radio, PD Hongyonghua. Now the entire auditorium was buzzing, and it was clear that this would be hot news. In the rebroadcast area, witnesses were all surprised by Elgin's appearance. The most surprised person was probably the male student, Na. He bit his lip and stared wide-eyed at the screen. Former Mad Dog Kim Jong-do also couldn't believe his eyes when he saw him. Does such a crazy bastard really exist? She was so surprised that she jumped to her feet to get a closer look. Did he really turn everything upside down from the floating island to the ground to complete the mission? At this moment, Jong-woon was continuously cursing Elgin in his head. I didn't think he could do this. This guy is really crazy. In the abandoned construction site, a thoughtful voice echoed. Strange. Zodiac was surprised after watching the video. He didn't know that the pre-Great Flood update involved such fierce battles. Seeing Elgin smiling, he exclaimed, "This is truly an amazing video. The team members must be quite skilled to complete such a mission." His appearance in Ma Dongguang's armor appeared in Zodiac's mind. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a detail. And then Zodiac, greatly surprised as if he had realized something, unconsciously laughed. "I see," Zodiac gave a cunning smile. "This guy is either not ordinary or he's a madman who'll pay any price to complete a mission." Yoon-sun's transformation into an archangel was truly beautiful. Zodiac continued to exclaim, "That aerial battle truly moved everyone." John, who had just watched the short video, blushed like a tomato in embarrassment and surprise, shouting, "Elgin, no director, it's so embarrassing to play this here." Drake Kate, sitting next to him, couldn't help but admire. This was made in such a short time, no wonder he couldn't switch to Wizard King mode in an emergency. Previously, just before escaping the floating island, Yoon had shouted in confusion, filming a movie even though the island was collapsing. Elgin replied, "There was a reason for everything. Sunjan, just keep firing magic from above." After the flashback, Elgin was re-watching the video that was currently playing. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It was S-grade monster raid footage that he had saved for later use. It was an unavoidable choice to quell the controversy surrounding Yoon-sun and Drake's national team qualifications all at once. Perhaps releasing it now was a wise decision. Suddenly, a lot of information poured out as it was released after the first Great Flood War of the professional tournament to select teams for the Asian Championship. Our club's presence would definitely be strengthened in the upcoming Asian Championship along with Korea's influence. Letters continuously appeared in the system window. Now, Cha Ji-Yujo and the fools in his association could do nothing. At this point, they had no choice but to acknowledge the skills of our team members. He stood arrogantly, listening to the opponent's report. If that video was true, the situation was not good. It would be very difficult to refuse them national representation. Ji-Yujo's face hardened after hearing everything, and he fell into thought. Even if they acted as they pleased, they couldn't completely ignore public opinion. How could they discuss the lack of skill of heroes who participated in a battle in the sky? The opponent didn't answer. He called the chairman again in a flustered tone. In the outer hall, Elgin, after watching the video, fixed his gaze on a person in a blue jacket. Dong Seop was leaving the venue. He quietly departed, leaving only his back to Elgin. He continued to think, and Elgin's eyes behind the mask sharpened. There was still work to be done. A voice echoed, "Player Ma Dong Seop." Hearing the call, he stopped and turned around. Dong Seop was not very surprised to see Elgin. "Mr. Ma Dongguang, you didn't participate in the match. What do you want from me?" He looked at Dong Seop and said firmly, I just wanted to talk for a moment as a teammate. Do you think you can compete with our team's player Taegang? That friend has received special training tailored to your playstyle." Hearing this, he couldn't contain his anger and remained silent for a long time before replying, "I don't want to answer this question." Dong Seop ignored him and turned his back. "If you want, go boast about your team to the reporters." Elgin continued to ask, "Then may I ask another question?" Dong Seop glanced at him, and Elgin pointed to his hand. "The match made you gamble," he said in a low voice, pointing to his arm. "You participated in that match and injured your left arm. Was that your will?" Before he could finish speaking, a flashback of Dong Seop flashed and then disappeared. Or was it the coach's will? As soon as the words ended, Dong Siop rushed forward, grabbed him by the neck, shook him, and asked, "What are you trying to do now, playing detective, trying to probe someone? Why are you suddenly saying this to me?" Elgin was not afraid at all. He just calmly replied, "Don't you basically need to know your opposing team well?" As expected, Elgin was trying to extract information from Dong Siop. The fact that he was trying to extract information about Ma Dong Sep's injured arm was not published in any newspaper at the time. This was a conclusion he had reached through his own investigation. Despite being held, he calmly continued speaking. "At that time, your coach and manager immediately moved to the opposing team." Dong Siop grew even angrier. "Shut up," Elgin continued to speak despite the warning. "I know this isn't my business. I know that whatever he does, it's already over." But no matter what he thought, Elgin continued to attack Dong Siop to make him realize quickly, "Your team will destroy you soon. Past experiences will never change. If you continue to follow all the demands from above, it will be difficult for you to get out before you fall deeper into this mire." Dong Siop hesitated for a long time, unable to understand Elgin's intention. He lured him in a low voice. "Then how about joining the newbie guild? I'll let you fight freely without any restrictions." Dong Siop was slightly surprised by his offer. "Are you trying to recruit me now? To suddenly offer recruitment right after the match?" Elgin laughed lightly and explained, "I thought if I didn't do it now, I wouldn't have the chance to talk to you face to face like this." Dong Siop thought for a moment, then released his grip on his neck. He replied without hesitation, "I refuse." Dong Siop turned around ready to leave. "I don't want to play on your team, Hung. Someday I'll confront you in my own way." He could no longer hide his anger, biting his lip and enunciating each word. "Next time I'll personally erase the names Ma Dongguang and Ma Tae Gang." Elgin did not expect such an answer. He quietly watched his back, then Elgin sighed, lost in thought. That's not good. He felt that everything was deviating from the original plan. That moment was an opportunity to have the two stars of this era by his side. Was it a mistake to bring up the past? After thinking for a moment, Elgin realized one thing. Right, actually, there was no need to intervene. But if such an excellent player eventually becomes a match-fixing broker and leaves the gray, wouldn't that be a huge loss to the Korean game world? Let's stop thinking about it now. I hope there are no problems when we meet again later. That day at the stadium, under the dazzling stage lights amidst the clamor of the crowd and Ji Yu-jo's powerlessness, the newbie guild was confirmed to participate in the Asian Championship. In Uterus there stood a gigantic tower that soared high above the clouds. This tower was located in a city that stretched across the most densely populated area, situated between the beginner village and the tutorial tower. Right below it was one of the main passages to the 100 Ghost Dungeon. Golden flames fiercely blazed. A powerful vortex swept away everything within its range. Drake Kate panted, his face pale. His HP gauge hadn't decreased at all. He stood in the center of the vortex, looking with despair. How can we defeat this creature? From amidst the thick smoke, a gigantic figure slowly emerged. Before participating in the Asian Championship, we had to go to the 100 Ghost Dungeon and defeat the 7 Demon Kings. I appeared holding a very powerful weapon in my hand. The material manipulator Mon was an S-grade monster. The entire ground violently shook because of him, and the walls continuously vibrated. Drake Kate laughed belligerently. This is as far as we can get. Our stamina and items are depleted and our weapons are damaged. Yoon Sun knelt in the rubble, panting. She no longer had the strength to heal either. It was impossible to continue this mission. His dignified back cast a shadow on the ground. I thought this was a chance to use a new item, but this is a really tough opponent. This will be our team's first failure. Drake Kate frowned upon hearing the commanding voice. Understood. Elgin sneered slightly, glancing at him as if mocking him. Then shall I give you some words of encouragement? Hearing this, they both widened their eyes simultaneously and shouted words of encouragement. Disregarding their questions, he hesitated and stepped forward. Elgin tilted his head slightly and warned, "If this mission fails, the newbie guild will go bankrupt and be disbanded." He and she, with blank faces as if frozen, didn't know how to react. Drake Kate's eyes widened. His originally serious face was now filled with confusion. In the front, the battle still blazed fiercely, and the sound of crashing stones continuously echoed. A bright golden flash streaked across the sky. He asked with difficulty, "What does that mean? Is there a penalty for Elgin's bankruptcy that I don't know about?" He replied in a low voice, "Literally bankruptcy debt." Yoon Sun also followed in a flustered manner. "What does this dungeon raid have to do with the newbie guild's bankruptcy?" A flashback appeared and fireworks were exploding in the sky. Before starting the dungeon raid, I rented Screwborn's mansion in Uterus and threw a party. I even made it rain money by showering NPCs and players with gold coins. Gold coins, silver coins, money rained down. Indeed, he is the person with the greatest influence. Everyone reached out to receive the coins falling from the sky. Quickly take off your shoes, take off your helmets, and take out items from your warehouse. My lord, father, no, my god, your majesty is the king with the most powerful influence, so your name doesn't matter. This is what true life is about. Money and happiness are here. The money earned from missions, rewards accumulated in games, advertising fees, and sponsorship money. Elgin stood on the castle wall, arms crossed, smiling contentedly. I collected all of this and even took out a bank loan by mortgaging my house and office building. I obtained the title of Count in Danus. Numerous newspapers reported it, and live footage of the party became a hot topic on various social media platforms. Thus we thoroughly prepared for the monster raid. Yoon-sun stopped, biting her lip, filled with anger. Are you out of your mind? She argued furiously. Where did all the money go? Are you crazy? He turned around in a panic and fled to receive a monster mission. There was no other choice. Screwburns wouldn't pay attention unless I spent money like water. Don't worry, if this mission succeeds we'll earn 10 times, no 100 times that money. While the two argued loudly, Drake-Kate fell into thought. It's my first time seeing Yoon-sun so angry, but I understand why. A brief flashback passed. An old man cautiously poked his head through an old door and asked in a hoarse voice, Are you the one who created this team? You're a friend who knows how to enjoy life, but you're still immature, Screwburns. A system notification window immediately popped up, announcing the discovery of the main quest, Materialism. Subquest Screwburns approval activated. Main quest completion condition. Defeat the monster. This quest can only be received by those who have completed the hidden quest, Prisoners of Nether Prison and Soul Stage. Drake-Kate gritted his teeth. But if we fail, he glanced at Elgin with suspicious and worried eyes. He turned his eyes in another direction, trying to hide his tension. Elgin was suddenly flustered at the sight of the incoming fist. Calm down, son, we can win. There must be a way, Drake-Kate loudly warned. Everyone dodge. The monster swings its axe. Immediately the space violently shook. The gigantic axe mercilessly plunged into the ground. A voice shouted in a flustered tone, By the way, Dindin, does the coach know about this? Elgin immediately replied, He probably knows since I mortgaged your house. He crossed his arms and said, That's impossible. Dindin. Drake-Kate looked up and gritted his teeth. Alright, let's go catch him. We can't just die here. His voice was filled with excitement. Yes, Drake, let's catch him and solve the problem, he asked in a low voice. Do you have a plan? Elgin sneered arrogantly, full of confidence. We're going to catch him no matter the cost. At that very moment, Drake-Kate's eyes widened as he saw the monster rushing forward, emitting a powerful aura. If there was a way, he should have used it by now, right? Damn it, the monster is coming. Thick smoke enveloped the space, and everything turned into a mix of red and golden light. A week later, night fell, and Shanghai's bright lights also came on. A voice suddenly echoed, Manager Lee, the Korean delegation for the Asian Championship will arrive soon. Manager Lee sneered, his eyes sharp. Finally, I'll meet Ma Dongguang's team. He stood arrogantly with one hand in his pocket. There will be no rooms for them. I'll make them suffer humiliation in the lobby. I'll show them that those who dare to challenge our empire will never live comfortably. The lights emanating from the hotel were dazzling. The front desk clerk stammered blankly, Is that masked person? The colleague next to her, with an equally surprised expression, confirmed, That's them, the famous Korean players. She stood blankly at their imposing presence and guided Eljan, who was leading the way. He had his face completely covered by a mask with only his sharp eyes visible. Newbie Guild, please confirm our reservation, the front desk clerk replied in a flustered tone. Yes, I'll check immediately. Manager Lee walked out from inside and cut off the front desk clerk. Oh, what a shame. A system error has made it impossible to confirm your reservation. I'm sorry, please go to another hotel. He frowned and forced a friendly smile, but inwardly he was cunningly triumphant. How about that, you fools? I've already spoken to the surrounding hotels, so you won't have anywhere to stay. Manager Lee, still enjoying himself, looked around and thought, I'll make sure they can't play their first game properly due to poor accommodation conditions. They might be hailed as heroes in Korea, but it won't do them any good in this country. Suddenly he realized something and his eyes widened. He quickly approached, speechless with surprise. Amidst the warm golden light a majestic statue stood. What is that? A statue, Manager Lee screamed. Why is there a statue of Ma Dongguang here? Elgin looked up and said, What is it? He shouted frantically. Who dared to bring this here without the general manager's consent? Get rid of it immediately. As his shouting still echoed in the lobby, a man's calm voice suddenly resonated. What's all this noise about? A middle-aged man walked out. Manager Lee quickly changed his attitude. Uncle, Chairman, Manager Lee forced a smile, waving his hand to explain. It's nothing, just these ruffians making a ruckus in the lobby. Come on, get rid of that and kick them out. He swung his fist, pushing him back and telling him to retreat. The man bowed his head and said with sincere eyes, I apologize, President. I should have picked you up at the airport. Eljan immediately replied, It's all right. I'm more embarrassed to cause such a commotion right after arriving. This statue is a small gift to congratulate the President on becoming the new owner of the hotel. Manager Lee's mouth fell open, unable to believe his own eyes. Owner? He was inwardly angry but still maintained a smile and warned, Quickly bow your head, you fool. This is the new owner of our hotel. The man calmly smiled and introduced, It's Mr. Ma Dongguang. Hearing this, he was immediately astonished. What did you say, Uncle? What on earth are you talking about? I haven't heard anything about this. Before he could struggle, the man grabbed him by the neck, choking Manager Lee. He shouted sharply, Uncle, it hurts, let go. Manager Lee was dragged out of the hotel and slumped to the ground, his face filled with surprise. What? A new sign was brightly lit before his eyes. When did the hotel name change? Ma Dongguang Hotel. The uncle approached and mercilessly dragged him. This incompetent fool has no business experience. He doesn't even know the hotel was sold. I need to re-examine your messy management system. You'll start as a security guard again. Outside the hall, Yoon-sun turned around in a flustered manner. What's that noise outside? He walked coolly, answering her. Who knows? I don't understand anything. It's all Chinese. Eljan fell into thought. Those evil people all have the same way of thinking. Shanghai will soon become one of the most important centers in the world. It's not a bad idea to establish a base here. It's fortunate that we succeeded in that raid. The system immediately announced that you were the first to complete the raid. Demon King M, the name of the first conqueror, will be recorded in the Akashic records. In the middle of the burnt battlefield, the three stood proudly and cheered. We won. The system immediately announced the start of rewards. He was excited. I don't know what kind of reward I'll get after investing so much, Eljun scoffed and said in a low voice. Money. The raid on M cost a lot of money, so the reward is money. Drake Kate's eyes widened. What? But to give money as a reward in a game? She fixed her gaze on the system screen. The treasures of those who did not pass the 100 Ghost dungeon will be connected to the conqueror. Yunsun's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. The person next to her was also flustered. Ah. Eljun scoffed as if he had known all along that everything would turn out that way. Numbers danced wildly on the screen, getting higher and higher, showing no signs of stopping. After a long while, a notification sounded. Automatic connection complete, Drake Kate stammered, looking at the long number in front of him. If all this money were converted to cash, it would be about 1.5 billion, right? He raised an eyebrow and said no. Eljun laughed heartily. Demon King M raid victory reward, $1.5 billion. All the team members had excited expressions on their faces. The newbie guild debut team arrived in Shanghai, and finally the Asian Championship began. At the Madongguang Hotel, Sihe, with an excited look, loudly called out to her sisters and brother. Gahu turned back with bright eyes. Sihe, was it scary being on a plane for the first time? Sihe hugged her sister and replied, no, I was really excited during takeoff. So that the three sisters could experience an overseas trip together. Yu Hu was invited to this hotel as the president of the fan club. Amidst the warm atmosphere, a deep male voice was heard from behind. Was there any inconvenience at the hotel? Gahu smiled gratefully and replied, oh no, everything is very comfortable. Our sisters have never stayed in such a luxurious hotel. Thank you for taking care of us, Eljun said in a low voice. Now Sihe and I need to go to the final strategy meeting, so I'll need to borrow Sihe for an hour. Sihe chattered playfully. See you later, Ani and Oppa. Let's go eat spicy stir-fried hot pot. She smiled and waved. Bye. Yu Jung was startled by the envelope placed in front of him. What is this? Gahu glanced at it and explained. This letter says that if the newbie guild debut team doesn't perform well in the Asian Championship, Chaji Yujo's malicious comment team will attack the team. It came from a reliable source, so it's probably true. I'm telling you in case you didn't know. He curled the corners of his lips and narrowed his eyes, thinking, just looking at it, I can tell how uncomfortable they are. Since the newbie guild debut team is getting a lot of attention, they won't be able to act recklessly. Yu Jung vaguely recalled Drake Kate and Eljun's confident laughter, and their words that financial pressure wouldn't be effective. Their options are very limited. He took a puff of his cigarette and said in an arrogant voice, anyway, if the newbie guild debut team wins, all their plans will go up in smoke. Yu Jung glanced at her. Was that so? Gahu smiled and agreed. She asked why he didn't quit smoking. As soon as he heard that, he bristled and immediately objected. Oh, Ani, if you want to quit smoking, you quit. Why drag me into it? Gahu said in a firm voice, if you don't want to get beaten, quit right now. A resounding voice echoed in the modern conference room. Now let's begin the final strategy meeting before the match. John stood in front of a giant LED screen. First, let's understand how the Asian Championship will proceed. Taegang, sitting below, focused on reading every word on the page that appeared on the screen. As you know, the Asian Championship is a big event involving 12 Asian countries. It's generally divided into two main leagues, a small-scale league and a large-scale league. A flash of light gleamed in Drake Kate's eyes. The small-scale league matches will proceed first. 3 countries will form a group and compete in Battle Royale Ground Zero to determine the first place. On the other hand, Yoon Sun was leaning down next to the girl, meticulously instructing each tactical detail. The bracket gradually became clear on the giant LED screen. Only one team from each group can advance to the next round. When 4 countries advance to the large-scale league, a final winning team will be determined. The participating countries this time are Korea, China, Japan, Russia, Mongolia, Taiwan, Vietnam, the Philippines, India, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan. As you can see, the position of each country in the small-scale league has been confirmed. As the strongest group of 3 teams appeared on the screen, the players' eyes were all fixed on the screen. The newbie guild debut team consisted of 3 countries, Korea, Japan, and China. He was momentarily frozen, and sweat beaded on his forehead. His voice became increasingly awkward. We've entered what's called the group of death. Eljun sat next to him, deep in thought. I understand why the coach said that. We're in the same group as Japan and China, both strong Asian nations. He sighed and looked around. It's exactly as I remember, a brief glimpse of past encounters. Before the regression, the 4 countries that advanced to the large-scale league were Japan, Taiwan, Russia, and Uzbekistan. In particular, Uzbekistan, a traditionally weak country in this game, surprised everyone with its performance, and in that flow of memory, the image of the Korean team faintly surfaced. They quietly left the stadium. In contrast, Korea was eliminated in the first round and didn't even reach the threshold of the World Championship. A secret meeting was held. However, later, the Korean team's misfortune was revealed. Their assignment to the group of death was due to manipulation by the Korean organizing committee, which once again shook the world. Ultimately, the Korean team became a sacrifice for the benefit of an unknown organization. The official list of participating players appeared one after another on the big screen. We have found all the participating players this time. While not exactly identical to the list before the regression, it's almost similar. And all the newly introduced stats, item characteristics and even attack habits are familiar. Elgin clenched his fists and calculated inwardly. Actually, this is a good thing. I won't allow any changes. Diamond Lee, sitting next to him, glanced at him and felt satisfied by his passionate gaze. Oh, he's burning with fighting spirit. He suddenly said in a clear and resolute voice, honestly, I don't care if it's the group of death or whatever. Seeing you all, I feel like we can overcome anything. And Zhang raised an eyebrow and said firmly in a low voice, so I've come up with a rather risky strategy. Actually, it's so simple it doesn't even need to be called a strategy. But if you execute it well, you'll be able to advance directly to the large-scale league from the group of death without shedding a single drop of blood. Drake Kate turned in surprise, puzzled. Without shedding a single drop of blood? He clenched his fist and smiled mysteriously. It's called the Newbie Guild Debut Team Assembly. An uneasiness surged in his heart. What does it mean without shedding a single drop of blood? Sihi, sitting in the corner, widened her eyes. Ani, what does without shedding a single drop of blood mean? She too was momentarily flustered and gave him a suspicious look. Ah, that, and a quiet voice was heard. Here's the thing. The key figure in this plan is Yoon Sun. She turned her head sharply in surprise. Opening her mouth wide, she exclaimed, ha! Time flew by quickly, and as a bright light flashed on the official event stage, the host's voice was heard. Hello, Korean viewers, are you ready? We are in Shanghai, China, to witness the greatest spectacle in the world, the commentator said excitedly. In a few minutes, the Asian Championship Battle Royale Ground Zero will begin here. This is the first round to secure a ticket to the Asian Championship Large-Scale League. Players appeared on screen with calm and confident expressions as they entered. We must take first place in this match and advance to the large-scale league. Drake Kate looked around and said, strategy is very important here. Everyone has their own strategy and everyone is confident. The atmosphere was explosive and the giant LED screen changed. Now the moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Map for today's match will appear on screen. A dark and dense forest appeared on the screen. The commentator stopped speaking and said in a tense voice, here, what I was worried about has finally happened. Diamond Lee looked up at the screen in surprise. An excited voice echoed through the speakers. The selected map is the vast western forest known as Blue Hell. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. This is too obvious, isn't it? Didn't the Korean side object to this choice? Eljan, standing next to him, had an expressionless face but exuded a cold aura. At this point, we can only interpret it as them intentionally putting us at a disadvantage, rather than calling it the association's incompetence, the girl said in confusion. Drake, why are the coach and the others reacting like that? Is there a problem with the map? His voice sharpened and his eyes were filled with worry. This map has been a hot topic among veteran players for a long time. If Blue Hell appeared in the Asian Championship, it was such a big problem that people almost considered it manipulation by the organizers. Drake Kate looked at the announced map and said in a low voice, among so many maps, the possibility of Blue Hell appearing was so small, everyone hoped it wouldn't happen at this moment. Elgin nervously ran his hand through his hair, his eyes filled with worry and bewilderment. The entire space was enveloped in silence. Players from Korea, China, and Japan called this map the Ma Dongguang Elimination Map. In the blink of an eye, the screen changed. Cheers erupted from the commentator and the entire team. Finally, the match begins. Players from each team will be placed at random points on the map and then join their teammates. The clear and distinct reflected images captivated everyone. There was a shadow moving as fast as the wind along the edge of the forest. The person moving along the edge of the forest was player Ma Dongguang. The wind continued to rage, hitting the rocks hard. Elgin moved through the fog, his speed almost tearing through the air. He narrowed his eyes and said with an excited look, Blue Hell, surprising but not surprising. I expected the map to be disadvantageous to us, Elgin scoffed, excited. This place suppresses every aspect of Ma Dongguang. He carefully observed the earthquake and whirlwinds. The terrain is full of dense trees, reducing the power of earth attribute skills. Intertwined leaves obscure visibility and hinder skill casting. The humid and foggy climate makes fire magic difficult to use. Elgin peered through the layers of leaves and thought to himself. In this environment, snipers or characters with stealth abilities would be advantageous. Yellow and fiery orange hues of twilight cast long shadows. He glided like a ghost, but knowing who the player is tells you almost everything. Suddenly, Elgin leapt high, jumping onto a large rock and shot into the sky like an arrow cutting through the wind. This alone is enough, he landed with the force of a meteor. Elgin stood quietly observing the situation, his eyes fixed on a mysterious box covered in vines. We've arrived, a low voice was heard. Golden apple. Elgin smiled slightly, a resolute gleam in his eyes. It aligns perfectly with the strategy I devised. The wind howled among the distant mountains and Yoon Sun, very happy, called out to Sihi. The girl's eyes shone. I found my teammate, Ani Yoon Sun. The two clapped their hands and their laughter mingled with the sound of the wind. I'm so happy to meet my sisters. I was worried I wouldn't have any teammates, the girl ran excitedly. Ani, I almost cried, but a few seconds later, Sahi's face became serious. Then shall we proceed with our plan, Ani? The girl recalled Elgin's instructions. As soon as the game starts, go to the best spot. The voice still echoed in her ears, but just moving a little on the map was suffocating. It's really hot and humid. Sihi gripped her weapon tightly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Step back, Ani. I'll clear the way. Her eyes suddenly stopped and she waited for the girl. The dense forest in front of her blurred and tears streamed down Yoon's cheeks. The girl took a step back, her face filled with bewilderment. Why are you crying, honey? It's my first time seeing an adult cry. She forced a smile and waved her hand. Ah, it's okay, it's nothing. I just thought of the friend who used that scythe. For a brief moment the image of jack-o'-lantern flashed through her mind. An arrogant voice was heard from behind. I hear Korean. I was worried it might be Ma Dongguang. Shigaku's eyes were filled with contempt and he said with a scoff, just a kid and a healer. He was Yamakami Shigaku. He gripped her weapon tightly, very wary, and stepped back. You guys are, Yoon hesitated, guessing. Are you the Japanese team? He scoffed, revealing his white teeth. Lucky. Found 2 Koreans right at the start of the match. See, no danger. We'll score some points. Shigaku stepped forward and mocked. Ah, are you 2 sisters? Shall we hang out after the match? But the younger sister is still young. Carrie interrupted again. A cheap joke. The girl's face flushed and anger surged to her head. How dare you mock us? Annoying. I don't know what you're saying, but it's definitely an insult. He took a fighting stance. It seems they want to fight. It'll be my way. He narrowed his eyes and looked up in surprise. Angry. What did I say wrong? From behind, Aka's eyes darkened. This fool. She rushed over in a panic, hastily reaching out to stop her. Wait, attacking rashly without a plan is too dangerous. We're at a disadvantage in terms of stats, and Unnie isn't confident in winning either. A strange uneasiness flashed through Yoon's mind. Come to think of it, the entire Japanese team is here, she observed quietly. They met so quickly. He and I met quickly too, but here is Drake. Kate calmly swept his gaze around, very suspicious. They look so harmonious, so they must be very close teammates. It almost feels like they're in cahoots with the organizers. A low laugh was heard. Good to see you again. Surprising. Wang Se Choker stepped out with a scoffing voice. But you two seem to be a bit unlucky. I'll quickly take care of the entire Korean team. He tilted his head slightly and quietly asked, he seems to be talking to Taegang. Do you know him? His calm voice was heard. A little. I met him in an illegal private league before. I lost then. Drake. Kate looked up in surprise. What? Taegang was there too, really? He shrugged. I needed money and the coach participated too. It's easy to understand, Taegang muttered. And then that guy got absolutely reamed by our coach. He laughed, amused. His face really makes you want to punch him. He muttered to himself, those guys are definitely cursing me. He gritted his teeth. I don't care if you like it or not. As Sechokers took a fighting stance, killing intent surged. This time I'll get my revenge on Ma Dongguang. He calmly charged forward. Taegang without hesitation threw a powerful punch forward. Drake. Kate reacted immediately, firing his gun in support. A member of the Japanese team also rushed forward to block. Battles erupted everywhere. From behind, aka calmly turned her head. She observed quietly with cold eyes. Yoon-sun looked up slightly, and she was astonished. It was a wind howling like a demon's shriek, and the surrounding rocks and dirt were cut and sucked into it. A vortex in the secret dungeon where I stayed before the Asian Championship, the Throne of Hell. Yoon-sun stumbled under the immense force that rushed over her. A system notification rang out. The value of Charion was 100 meters. Drake. Kate gritted his teeth. I can't hold out any longer, but his eyes shone with determination. He violently swung his hand, counterattacking. Now's the time, son. I'll get out of the way quickly. Charion's cry echoed, the ground cracked, and clouds of dust rose. Elgin suddenly appeared, pulling Drake. Kate out of the attack range by a hair's breadth. Demon King Charion's vanguard was stronger than expected. He quietly calculated. As usual, he succeeded in filling its belly with reinforced wood and detonating it. It possessed immense power and its whole body burned, but it only managed to fill its belly. This Charion's Abyss attribute was only S-grade, but it was super S-grade. In fact, it was close to S-grade. Elgin observed closely. Furthermore, its fire resistance was stronger than he expected. This was something unpredictable with future knowledge and something unknowable without experience. He thought he could control everything, but this failure was an unexpected variable. He frowned and looked with resolute eyes. I have to find a way. Then Elgin suddenly stopped and looked closely. There were wounds in several places on its body, and it was clearly damaged. Scales began to fall off its massive body. Elgin clicked his tongue and said, good. He drew his weapon, and spiritual power surged violently through his body. All or nothing. Let's see whose vortex wins, mine or yours. Elgin charged without hesitation. A scream that seemed to rip the sky apart tore through the space, about to explode in fury. A dazzling flash burst forth, cleaving the night in the distance. Drake. Kate raised his head in bewilderment, and Yoon-sun knelt with a dazed expression. He bravely charged into the heart of the battle. He unleashed a mighty punch without hesitation, but Charion remained unshaken, creating a shield around itself. Elgin screamed, his face drenched in sweat, and a dazzling flash erupted. After that, Ma Dongguang's weapon, a fist made from the greedy catfish's tooth, shattered. Instead, a new gauntlet appeared. After defeating Charion, he obtained a more powerful weapon. Charion's buried gauntlet. This allowed him to use special vortex techniques. He put it on and attacked fiercely. Immediately, dark energy swirled around Elgin's hand. Flames surged violently, the commentator said softly. Given its characteristics, the Blue Hell map was an extremely unfavorable environment for Ma Dongguang, so we thought Ma Dongguang would definitely be eliminated in this match. The commentator's voice exclaimed in bewilderment. He's going to be eliminated in this match. Elgin's figure disappeared into the center of the vortex. Ma Dongguang is pulling out the roots covering the box, and that's a vortex. It was so powerful that the roots, though as thick as tree trunks, were torn apart. Elgin's face froze coldly, and he entered the chaos. Yoon-sun looked up in bewilderment. That's a vortex. The vortex blew everything away, even the surrounding stone pillars were shattered and scattered. He entered the eye of the storm, his whole body engulfed in a vortex and flames. With a joyful smile, his eyes were sharp, no matter how thick and strong the roots are. In front of Charyan's vortex, they are just firewood. He raised his fist high, then one more time. Just then a treasure was activated. A message appeared on the system screen. Demon Spirit M's Earthquake Gauntlet, Physical Attack Power 20,000, Special Earthquake Technique Usable. It was a fragment of the giant hammer M used. A majestic voice echoed. It contains M's power. The power of one who can flatten mountains and turn plains into abysses, he analyzed softly. If the map's terrain reduces the earthquake effect by half. Spiritual power surged strongly from Elgin's hand. Then why not focus the earthquake's power on the box itself? He swung his hand and slammed his palm hard onto the box. Clouds of dust rose. The box suddenly moved from his impact. The ground violently shook and everything seemed on the verge of exploding. The commentator, his voice hoarse with excitement, shouted loudly into the microphone, "Unbelievable! I can't believe my eyes! Elgin is flying at an incredible speed like light. Ma Dongguang is moving very quickly. I don't know why, but every rock and hill he touches on the box is shattering." He continued to fly forward like a giant bullet. On the other side of the battlefield, Taegang suddenly stopped. He frowned and called the person behind him, lost in thought. "Drake?" Kate immediately understood and nodded, agreeing with Taegang. Understood. Without needing to say more, the two quickly turned and retreated, beginning to execute their plan. He grabbed Yoon Sun's hand and hastily pulled her away. Setchokers yelled angrily, "Chase them, go forward." On the strategic map, Ma Dongguang's movement point kept flashing, Ma Dongguang. Before we even realized it, he dragged the box close to the center point. He pushed it through all obstacles to get here. Just a little more, just a little bit. He poured all his strength into it, his feet digging into the ground, his hands gripping the box firmly, sliding it across the ground. Cheers erupted throughout the stadium. "Go Ma Dongguang, just a little more, quickly," a female fan enthusiastically shouted. "I really love you, Ma Dongguang, let's conquer the world together." Diamond Lee watched quietly from afar, his face also tense. With the flow of the game, he sneered, "The time has come." Elgin's hand suddenly stopped. Gahu paused, bewildered for a moment. "Ha!" The commentator also froze. "What?" His hand was stopped at this moment. The commentary echoed in an incomprehensible way. "Why is this happening?" the host stammered. "What's going on?" Ma Dongguang quickly brought the box to the center point. Everyone looked at the scene before them with doubt, but he stopped right before the designated spot to put it in. "Why is that?" Elgin touched the box with his right hand. He stood still and muttered, "That's right, it's not fun if it ends too easily." Elgin remembered that the audience had paid a lot of money to come here. They had the right to simply watch an entertaining game. But if a cheat character like me ends the game too early, only Korean fans will enjoy it. I have to give Chinese and Japanese fans a chance to enjoy hope too. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught Elgin's attention. He saw Yoon Sun returning, carried on Sehee's back. The girl said happily, "I found Oppa," Taegang cried out in surprise. "Coach," Kate laughed, looking at the two. "It's a relief everyone's safe. Don't rush, the Chinese team is chasing us. The Japanese team is also following," Elgin commanded her. "All right, Sun, start." Yoon Sun paused blankly for a moment, then replied, Yes." Immediately after, she quickly gathered everyone in one place. "All right, everyone, come to me." Elgin looked at the four people holding Yoon Sun and thought it looked like a kindergarten teacher teaching hide and seek. She didn't care and reminded them, "From now on we're going to hide." After that, Yoon Sun covered all 5 people with a large blue cloth. Everyone looked up blankly, waiting for what would happen next. At this time, the Chinese team was also close behind. The leader of the Chinese team was surprised. Where did they go? We were right behind them. That's strange." Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. A group of people emerged, none other than Shigaku and the members of the Japanese team. He couldn't hold back and shouted, "Ah!" The fairy of the Chinese team immediately realized the Japanese team. Shigaku was sweating. "Chinese team, you were chasing the Korean team." The situation was a bit strange. Both teams were chasing Elgin's team, but they met each other here. What a predicament. Shigaku rolled his eyes, observing, "When did these guys appear? Where did the Korean team suddenly disappear to?" Elgin whispered to the others, a little speechless. "A 5v5 match. The Japanese team and the Chinese team unexpectedly clashed. I thought only a few would come. I didn't expect both teams to gather in one place," he thought with delight. "Everything is going perfectly as I set it up, but this situation is," Elgin smiled with satisfaction. "This is truly thrilling." The chokers of the Chinese team thought in bewilderment. "Wait, now is not the time to worry about the Korean team. The important thing is that," he now noticed something strange. "Why is the box here?" Shigaku also saw it. He calculated inwardly. Did someone push it this far? Impossible. That's not the problem now. The more Shigaku thought about it, the more tense he became. That position, if anyone pushes it just a little, the winning team will be decided. Countless thoughts began to race through his mind. And the player who places the box at the designated spot will receive the MVP award for contributing the most to the match. The MVP award is given to the most outstanding player in the game. Suddenly, a rock flew and hit the ground hard, then rolled in front of the two teams. Both teams, startled, drew their weapons, and everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Regardless of what the sound was, the two teams quickly engaged in close combat. Setchoker sneered, baring his teeth. "Where do you think you are, a small island nation daring to challenge our great country? Get lost," Shigaku said, bewildered. "What are you talking about? Get lost?" It turned out they didn't understand each other's words. The language barrier. Shigaku cursed again. Is your brain clogged with all that dust? He swung his scythe weapon. After that, Shigaku thrust hard towards Sechoker's stone cone. Fortunately, he blocked that dangerous attack with his own weapon. He sighed with a satisfied smile. Sechoker swung his spear toward Shigaku, certain he would never give up his weapon, but he shrieked in pain due to his immense strength. Ouch! Just then, a masked figure rushed in, attacked the Chinese team from behind and fled. Sechoker's was sent flying in an instant, and he laughed with delight. This MVP is mine. Before he could stop laughing, he was hit by a huge hand and embedded deep in the ground. It turned out that the one who hit him was a rock golem. AKA controlled it, sneering, "Among these, only my golem can push this box to the center point alone." The golem also growled in agreement with her. IAKA was delighted. This is like giving a mattress to a sleeping person. If I push it a little more, our team will win. But before she could finish speaking, someone attacked her from behind. His club struck AKA's head and she groaned in pain. Another member of the Chinese team crawled out of the rubble. He mercilessly struck the golem repeatedly. Sechoker yelled angrily, "These damn bastards, don't interfere." Shigaku, judging the situation to be unstable, muttered, "Damn it, why is this happening? Now there's no other way, this is mine." Shigaku yelled angrily, "Sweep them away." Saying this, he charged with the golem and other members, engaging them in close combat. Elgin sighed, looking at the chaotic scene before him. "Look at those ugly faces burning with desire," he observed from his hiding spot, judging contemptuously. "There's no way they can win." Drake Kate looked at him, speechless. "I saw you throw a rock, coach." Panting sounds could be heard everywhere. Everyone who participated in the battle fell. Someone groaned. At this time only Shigaku and Sechoker's were standing, but their wounds and ragged breathing betrayed them. Sechoker's exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, you're really persistent." Shigaku charged and attacked before he could finish speaking. Both shouted simultaneously, "The box is mine." Just as the two were about to strike each other, Elgin appeared. Immediately, both stopped their actions. The two paused blankly for a moment, then fell silent. Elgin noticed their eyes, but still gently placed his hand on the box. He glanced at them contemptuously. "Good," his smile was filled with mockery. "I'm glad you put in so much effort in the battle just now." Elgin seemed lost in thought for a moment, then, feeling somewhat sorry for them, praised them. "Your fight was entertaining too." Sechoker's inwardly gritted his teeth in anger. Shigaku was no less resentful as he looked at Elgin. This guy. After that, the two attacked him simultaneously, as if by prior arrangement. He blocked the attack with one hand and reminded them, "But there's something you don't know. The center here is less humid and the ground is harder than other places." Continuing his words, Elgin unleashed an earthquake attack. In other words, an attack on the terrain will have the effect of spreading an earthquake around. Finishing his words, he activated the power of the gauntlet, causing an earthquake. Shigaku and the other one were both sent flying far away. Sechoker's gritted his teeth, erupting in anger. He recalled the scenes where he had encountered him before. "This is a different level of power." Sechoker shrieked in frustration. "You cheat!" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Elgin charging again. His one-handed attack sent both of them flying. The bespectacled commentator excitedly jumped up onto the table. "Unbelievable! The Chinese team and the Japanese team have been completely annihilated. Perhaps this is a legendary perfect clear." The commentator sitting next to him muttered with slight worry, "Too aggressive, but whatever." The bespectacled commentator continued his broadcast. Player Ma Dongwang completely overwhelmed both teams in tactical combat. After that, an immense light burst from the box and text appeared, announcing the winner. Elgin calculated inwardly, looking at the scene before him. The Korean team is leading in the first round of the Asian Championship, and China is second, Japan is third with no significant difference. However, this ranking was not the final ranking. This result is only an advantageous point leading to the final result, so the outcome can change. Japan and Korea, the team that wins the playoff will face Korea in the finals. The winning team will then be determined. That afternoon, the 5 members of the Newbie Guild debut team decided to sightsee on the streets near the hotel. Yoon-sun shouted excitedly, "Look at that light." Taegang too was overwhelmed by the dazzling spectacle, thinking it felt like a festival. Sihi, wearing contact lenses, said happily, "It's my first time being out so late at night like this." Yoon-sun laughed loudly, echoing, "Me too." Taegang, unable to keep up with their conversation, muttered, "Me too." Drake Kate said to Elgin, "Come to think of it, this is our first time all hanging out outside together." Elgin replied, "That's right." Elgin suddenly grew sentimental and said, "There won't be many more times like this. Let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest tonight for our youth." Elgin looked at Yoon-sun, who was already an adult. "Youth," he thought. Drake Kate said in a worried voice, "Elgin, sometimes you need to rest." Elgin, knowing what he was about to say next, immediately cut him off. "All right." Drake Kate then fired 2 more shots in a row. Other teddy bears, seeing his shooting skills, subtly broke out in a sweat, and the 2 winning teddy bears were given to Yoon-sun and Sihi. Afterward, Drake Kate gave Taegang 1 more purple teddy bear with a gloomy expression, leaving Sihi speechless. The 5 of them moved to a place selling fried food and skewers. Taegang fed Sihi some fried food and the girl was very satisfied. Elgin pulled down his black hat, feeling a bit awkward in this atmosphere. He thought to himself that before his regression, Japan had defeated Korea and China to win the championship. But this time was different. Korea would secure the top seed in tomorrow's playoffs and become the champion. He would do everything to make that happen. He needed to prepare to face either Japan or China. Suddenly, a group of people started fighting each other. "Heavenly Kingdom is the best, China is the best, what are you talking about?" Jinwoo will take care of all those guys. Eljun paid no mind and continued to think. Since I've joined the tournament, the future will change. The Chinese and Japanese players are different from what I knew. At this moment, everyone was caught in the fight. Eljun floated among the crowd, still deep in thought. It's not certain if Japan will win. Betting on a 100 win rate is problematic. At this point he realized something strange. Eljun stared blankly at the people, hastily thinking to himself, why did so many people suddenly gather? He spun around, losing his direction. It seems Japanese and Chinese tourists are fighting. Oh no, I've separated from the kids. It would be troublesome if someone recognized me in this situation. I mustn't take off my mask. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Brother, should I say it's nice to meet you? That's usually what people say, right? The voice made Eljun flinch. Zodiac approached from behind and whispered, I waited until you were alone. At this moment he was pressed tightly against Eljun's back. He was 2 heads taller than Eljun. Zodiac, seeing Eljun's hardened muscles, reassured him. Relax, friend. A sharp club was pointed threateningly at his back. I just want a short conversation. Eljun inwardly sweated. That doesn't explain the object behind my back. He smiled and said, I'm a bit shy with strangers. It's hard for me to talk without this. Is it called tsundere in Japan? Tsundere is an anime term referring to people with very difficult and stubborn personalities. Eljun quickly thought, Zodiac is a madman who won't hesitate to kill, but he's not foolish enough to cause trouble here. The street may look relaxed, but in reality the police are always monitoring. It's not just simple patrols. Security has been heightened everywhere during the tournament. Eljun immediately asked, what do you want from me? He thought with regret, damn it, I should have called Yujang. It would have been better if he had come with me. I thought it would be fine alone. Zodiac smiled slyly. I've always wanted to talk to Korea's champion. Ma Dongwon, I'm a fan of yours too, Hung. I want to be your friend. We were together in Cross-Set Beta, weren't we? Let's be close. Eljun was astonished by what he heard. What is this guy talking about? Cross-Set Beta? Come to think of it, was this the bruised madman who was shouting before? Hey, has anyone seen me before? I played in Cross-Set Beta. Has anyone recognized me? His thoughts continued. Was he the guy who caused trouble looking for teammates in Cross-Set Beta? He remembered the scene where he was being threatened. You didn't react when I mentioned Cross-Set Beta before. You're different from what I expected. Zodiac tempted. Hey, Ma Dongwon, want to join hands with me? Then I can guarantee your certain victory. Just a moment, he offered again. In this Asian championship, Eljun was aghast and thought, cooperation? He remained silent, unsure how to react. What is he calculating? What does Zodiac want me to help him with? Eljun calculated inwardly. If Zodiac wants to team up with me, who is the most powerful melee player here? Immediately he was convinced. He's definitely plotting something. Dangerous scenarios filled his mind. If my memory serves me right, Zodiac will commit murder here 2 years from now. No way, Eljun sweated with worry. Can my actions stop him? After a long thought he replied to Zodiac, do you mean that you can make me win because you're the organizer of this tournament? He replied lightly, I have more authority than the organizers. If you become my friend you can win easily without any worries, Eljun asserted coldly. I don't worry about anything in the first place. Zodiac looked at him with amusement. He blathered, really, as a gamer, you'd know that even a one chance can lead to complacency. So if you're suspicious it's better to kill for sure. Eljun surprised him by refuting him. You're wrong. His every word was firm. I am a gamer, but I am the strongest gamer. The surest way for me to win easily is to rely on my own strength. Zodiac laughed heartily. Seemingly enjoying his answer, Eljun remained silent, not knowing what this madman would do next. Zodiac continued, in conclusion, you're not going to join hands with me, are you? Eljun replied straightforwardly. No, he asked again. No illicit deals either? Eljun immediately replied without hesitation, that's right. Zodiac frowned and scoffed, negotiating again. What a shame, we're from the same Cross-Set Beta, we should help each other. Eljun thought. Cross-Set Beta. A beta test version targeting specific groups before the game's official release. He paid no mind and responded firmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Eljun continued to calculate. But this game is only famous as an open beta version for everyone. So no one knows about Cross-Set Beta, not even me who knows the future. Eljun explained to Zodiac. I didn't play this game from Cross-Set Beta and this is the first I'm hearing of it, he replied dismissively. Really? Then how could you conquer Sky Island without knowing Cross-Set Beta? You'd need to play from that version to know many of the tricks, Eljun said bluntly. What else are you asking? Luck and skill. He paused, and Zodiac also held his breath, waiting. Suddenly, Eljun smiled confidently and reminded him. Items, do you remember this set? Eljun imagined himself turning his head and speaking with a confident expression, but in reality he was still wearing a mask. Zodiac scoffed upon hearing that, and he burst out laughing unreservedly, which startled Eljun. Zodiac scoffed and agreed with his words. All right, I get it. After speaking, he pushed Eljun forward. Zodiac bade him farewell. See you next time. Eljun stared blankly after Zodiac, not understanding why he was acting that way. A few seconds later, he realized Zodiac had pushed Eljun back into the chaotic crowd. The voice over the phone complained, See, I told you he wouldn't be interested. Zodiac stood in a dark alley and replied with a laugh. It doesn't matter, I just wanted to say hello and see what kind of person he was. The voice over the phone was annoyed. Only those self-centered bastards do that. Why bother them? Zodiac burst out laughing. Every time I see those guys my stomach churns. Suddenly he coughed violently. The voice over the phone worried. What, are you alright? Zodiac looked at the puddle of blood at his feet and replied dismissively, It's nothing. I just think I'm coughing from fine dust. The voice over the phone didn't ask further and urged, We're almost done here, so finish up your business and come back. Don't overdo it. Zodiac scoffed. You're worrying about me. The voice over the phone shuddered. Go away. Zodiac fell into thought, recalling familiar faces in his mind. Ma Dongwang and Jia Chul. He muttered to himself, I'll keep your secret for now. I'll use it later when I have your weakness. Moreover, Zodiac smiled gleefully. I wonder what you'll do next. After that, Zodiac squinted with satisfaction and leaned against the wall. He thought casually as if nothing had happened. It's really annoying that I died so many times to that guy who's already dead. I should at least get revenge once, even if it's just stabbing him in the leg or something. At the same time, Elgin also sneezed loudly, grumbled and complained. I ended up getting robbed. I'm already in a bad mood because of Zodiac, and it ends like this. I expected to get stabbed in the leg or something, but I'm fine. Elgin curled up and shivered, thinking, I lost my mask and sunglasses in the crowd. Besides my wallet and phone, I even lost my shoes when I fell. Now I'm in big trouble. It's truly awful. He folded his arms uncomfortably and calculated. Should I call the police? No, my true identity as Jia Chul has already been exposed once, so I need to be careful. I shouldn't get caught up in bad rumors before the match. Elgin looked around. The hotel should be nearby. With shriveled, shoeless feet he painfully stopped. It doesn't look far, but it'll take a few minutes by car. Can I make it there barefoot? What are the others doing? They're probably worried about me. Meanwhile, the members of the Newbie Guild debut team were enthusiastically enjoying themselves in a noisy arcade. Drake, Kate, and Taegang were dancing amidst shouts of praise. So cool, perfect combo, his tumbling is like an old breakdancer. What are these two doing? Yoon Sun laughed loudly. Drake, you're awesome, Sihee also complimented. Taegang Oppa is the best, Elgin muttered helplessly from his side. They've probably started looking for me by now. Found me? They won't even care. They'll just be thinking about having fun before the match. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Excuse me, is that you? She hesitated to speak. Mr. Jia Chul? Gahu's eyes were full of anticipation. Elgin smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Why is she here? Gahu smiled and said, I just passed by that bruised guy and ran over. It turned out she had just seen Zodiac. Gahu approached with a sly smile. But I found something even stranger. Elgin also got goosebumps from her actions. She frowned and said, I've missed you for a long time, Mr. Jia Chul. Elgin heard that and thought to himself, does this mean she was chasing Zodiac? What is she planning to do? He started to feel confused. Come to think of it, Yuehu had a deep grudge against Zodiac. He started remembering everything that had happened in the past. When he was chasing himself in the Dark King hunt, she was stabbed in the back by Zodiac. Like the saying, as you sow, so shall you reap. Eventually, she killed Zodiac in the Jia Chul hunt to get her revenge. She's not someone who would rest for a second until she gets her revenge. Elgin gulped inwardly. In that case, he stared at her thinking, I wonder how she'll take revenge on Jia Chul, who caused her even more pain than Zodiac. Gahu stared silently at Elgin. All her scenarios made her uncomfortable. Gahu remembered Yujang cursing, that damn bastard, I knew he'd show his true colors someday. Look at that damn Jia Chul, he's such trash. What's the point of being so strong? He just goes around slaughtering rookies. Does he think that's fun? Go to hell. Get lost. But she answered bluntly, no. That confused Yujang. Gahu asserted that he wasn't Jia Chul, and he retorted, what are you talking about? His appearance, skills, abilities, and physical strength are all identical to Jia Chul. Then it must be Jia Chul, right? She calmly analyzed for Yujang that damn Jia Chul wouldn't go around slaughtering rookies. It would be too easy and not fun for him. Gahu looked away with contempt. He doesn't make money from that either, does he? Yujang thought for a moment, then replied, you're right, Ani. Returning to reality, Gahu was slightly uncomfortable and frowned, thinking to herself, what is this anger? I really want to see Jia Chul's downfall, but I don't want anyone else to do it. If someone is going to take him down, it has to be me. Then she clenched her teeth, consumed by rage. These damn bastards, how dare they criticize Jia Chul? What right do they have? The same guys who supported him and took his side before are now. You guys never suffered from him in the first place. At least suffer as much as I did before you criticize him. She was already beginning to fantasize, to suffer as much as I said. But why criticize them? Do I have the right to do that? Oh, she recalled Elgin in his Ma Dongwang armor, and then Yuehu thought of her joyful self. She had blended into the crowd to cheer for him. Gahu remembered sitting opposite Elgin in a cafe and began to waver. Whatever my initial intention, I have now become a devoted fan of Ma Dongwang, so if he acknowledges that, it's enough for me. Gahu recalled the encouraging words people had offered her. Of course, there will be countless people willing to help the chairman. The chairman is passionate and a good person, so cheer up, chairman. Returning to reality, she sighed wearily. Elgin stared blankly as Gahu suddenly spoke. All right, let's stop. Huh? She scratched her head and sighed. I've been through too much lately. I don't want to dig up old memories again. Then Gahu looked at Elgin and said, most importantly, it wouldn't be good for Ma Dongwang's reputation if the president of his fan club caused an assault incident. Elgin was surprised by her words and calculated inwardly. What? Gahu curled the corners of her lips. Hung's fans will definitely love it. He imagined his fans saying, Jia Chul attacked by our beautiful president. I'm so jealous. Can I lick the spot where he was hit? It's my first time regretting not being a pervert like Jia Chul. Gahu looked at him, but for some reason he seemed to be acting differently from in the game. Elgin, now cold, curled up and kept rubbing himself to stay warm. He secretly scanned his surroundings. Is it a trap? The Demon Guild members aren't going to rush out to attack me, are they? His current appearance was completely different from in the game. Gahu waved her hand, dismissing it. It was over anyway, let's go our separate ways. Suddenly, a terrible rumble came from Elgin's stomach. Gahu stared at him, unblinking. Elgin thought embarrassed. Now that I think about it, I went to the night market with an empty stomach and I exchanged a lot of cash. Damn it, at his words, Gahu chuckled. I wonder why you came out in such cold weather looking like that. It seems you were pickpocketed, didn't you? How does it feel to be a victim? Suddenly, as she laughed, her stomach rumbled. Elgin raised an eyebrow and stared at her. Gahu, flustered, waved her hand and turned away. I'm not responsible for taking care of you. Next time, try to do half as well as you do in the game. I'm going to eat. Then she put her hand in her pocket and something caught, making Gahu pause. Ah, she exclaimed, then was horrified to find the bottom of her pocket ripped open and empty. Gahu sank to the ground. My wallet, my phone. I was hungry and going to the night market and I exchanged a lot of cash in the end. Feeling some pity for Elgin, she turned back. Right, if you were also robbed, how do you plan to get back to the hotel? Elgin calmly said, I don't know, what about you? Gahu looked up at the sky in despair. Elgin thought to himself that she seemed to be hearing his plan and was willing to follow it. Suddenly, he realized something and his eyes widened. Strange, Elgin mumbled, staring at her, saying it was another side of Yue who he had never seen before his regression. Gahu at this moment hunched over and shivered. Yujing must be frantically searching for me by now. I came out to rest for a bit before the tournament and now this happens, Elgin remarked with admiration. This clumsy new appearance exists in the early 20s of Yue, he not seasoned at all. Elgin smiled slyly. You seem to be sensitive to the cold, aren't you? Gahu was terrified. What are you talking about? How do you know? Elgin sighed, thinking to himself that he needed to be more careful with his words. I know Yuahu better than I thought. Suddenly he noticed something strange. He stared at the corner of the wall and mumbled, That's Elgin in a daze spoke. If I want to earn taxi fare, there's no other way. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took off his clothes. Gahu was frozen in surprise by him. She screamed in terror, Are you crazy? What are you doing? Elgin replied, taking off his pants. Cosplay. She tried to stop him. Why cosplay all of a sudden? Aren't you cold? You'll get caught. Then he wrapped a red cloth around his body, transforming into Superman, wearing a red cape and briefs just like Elgin's appearance in the game. Gahu was speechless. Surely that's right, it's cosplay. But is it really okay to do that? A passing foreigner just thought he was a naked pervert. He approached excitedly. Isn't that the famous naked man from Korea? No, another person argued. Is that the lion's roar? Ma Dongguang? Gasp, is that really Ma Dongguang? It's probably someone in disguise. More and more people surrounded him. He's not a pervert. He seems to be cosplaying. How can the muscle lines be so identical? Did he even put makeup on his neck? If you're really Ma Dongguang Nim, I've watched your broadcasts a lot. Did you come to China to watch the tournament? Please show us some of the moves you did on stream, Elgin agreed without hesitation. All right. His action excited everyone greatly. That's the 777 step he used when conquering the Slim Queen. It really must be Ma Dongguang. Then Elgin demonstrated his familiar moves again. Everyone exclaimed in admiration again. That's the pose he made when he caught the devil with his tongue. Everyone cheered happily at his every move. That's how he caught Lena's snake with his eyelashes. The reenactment rate is insane. Everyone exclaimed that it was identical. I can't believe I met someone cosplaying Ma Dongguang in Shanghai. He looks so real. I can't do Dian 8, but please take this Ma Dongguang Nim. Then Elgin received a pouch full of money. Thank you, I love you everyone, Gahu asked, looking at him smugly. Hey, don't you have any pride stripping and doing stuff like this? Elgin looked at her with disdain and replied, What pride does pride feed you? At his words, Gahu paused in surprise. His eyes were filled with helplessness. It's just to make a living. He turned and left, recalling that these were the words Yuehu had said to him. Before his regression, Elgin recalled Yuehu's appearance then. She had turned back coldly, asserting how boring it was to live without money. At that time he had helplessly reached out to her. In the end, the last time he saw Yuehu before his regression, she had said that. Returning to reality, Elgin handed her a delicious grilled squid skewer. Want some? Before Gahu could agree, he commanded. Take it. She looked at him with a hint of regret and said softly, I'm sorry. Elgin's eyes widened in surprise. I can't believe it. He stepped back a few steps in terror and shouted, What are you sorry for? Gahu replied nonchalantly. For everything. Elgin was surprised inwardly. Did I hear wrong? She grew sad. When I said you were a person without pride, her eyes were cast downwards and she admitted her mistake. You were right. Pride doesn't earn you money, Elgin admired inwardly. Oh my goodness, the great Yuehu is apologizing to me. Perhaps I understand to some extent. Both of them probably know very well how scary money can be, and how cruel this world can be. He still pushed the squid towards her and Gahu froze. He stared at her nonchalantly. Why aren't you going to eat it? Gahu was speechless and replied, Are you being serious right now? Elgin ate it deliciously. Yum yum. It's really good. Hurry and try it. You're the type who likes street food, aren't you? Gahu was surprised. Hey, how do you know? Elgin laughed. I can tell by looking at you. Gahu was angry. What do you mean looking at me? Though she said it so strongly she couldn't stop herself from drooling. At this moment a fierce battle raged in her mind. Should we kill him first and steal the squid? No, it would be more humane to take the squid first and then deal with him. The angel and devil inside her urged her to make a quick decision. Should we eliminate him? In the end, appetite won. She snatched the squid and said to him, I don't want your kindness. Remember, I'll definitely pay you back later. Elgin chuckled. If you're going to pay me back, don't give it to me. Give it to a demon guild member, Gahu said, unable to understand. What do you have to do with the demon guild? Elgin explained. I have a friend there. Be nice to them. Gahu was surprised. What, you planted a spy there? Who is it? Tell me quickly, Elgin said secretively. Guess, Gahu growled in anger. Do you think I can't find them? Your friends must be rotten perverts like you. Elgin immediately burst out laughing. After laughing heartily for a long time, he asserted, Right, that kid also has a bad personality. He wiped away a few tears and continued, Her personality is very honest, she's good at fighting and she's also a heavy smoker, she just has a pretty face. At one point I almost ruined my life because of her. Well, I'm partly responsible anyway. Gahu, hearing that, thoughtfully pondered, Who is it? Is there really such a crazy kid? After he finished speaking, he quietly smiled and thought. After a while, Elgin politely said, May I ask you something? What do you like about Ma Dongguang? Gahu glared at him in anger and replied, He's 3.6 million times better than you. Is that enough? Elgin put his hands in his pants pockets. I just asked because I was curious. What do you like about him? Gahu quietly recalled the reasons why she liked him. She looked up at the sky and thought, He's really good at gaming. I learned a lot from him. His unwavering resolve to move forward is also cool. He cleaned out the ashtray in my car. She continued to think of reasons. Not only did he free me from Chairman Guzap's disgusting interference, Yujing's smiling face also appeared in her mind, and he even gave her second sister a job. Sahi's joy and happiness also moved her. And her youngest sister's illness was also cured thanks to him. Gahu just stared blankly, saying nothing. It's no exaggeration to say that he's almost infiltrated my entire life, enough to be called my benefactor. Gahu closed her eyes and replied nonchalantly. There are countless reasons, but I don't need to tell you. Elgin pointed to himself. Why, you're starting to have feelings for me now, aren't you? Gahu said sullenly. Are you kidding me? Everything you did to me, the Nameless Queen incident, the Medusa incident, the Chachung dungeon raid, and even the Demon Castle. She began to pour out her anger at him, even including the cruel Snow Mountain Rookie Village, and the Makioska doll. Most of all, you even annihilated the knights, Elgin explained. Most of those things were your own doing. Wait a minute, what do you mean knights? That's a bit unfair, Gahu shouted. Do you know that because you defeated the boss goatees of the Land of Conflict, the amount of gold that could be mined decreased by 50? I rented a gold mine and suffered a huge loss, he said in a low voice. She clenched her teeth in anger. Damn it, what am I doing now? Why am I telling this foreigner such ridiculous stories? Everything that happened in the game makes my blood boil. But now I've lost my wallet too. At least it's a relief this damn guy is here. I was so angry I forgot my situation for a moment. Then she looked up at the sky in a daze. Come to think of it, Sihi also said something similar before. She whispered to her excitedly, Ani, lately I've realized that veteran players are a bit annoying, but I don't hate them. Gahu asked in surprise, What? Sihi leaned her head back and replied, I think I got strength thanks to you, Ani. She still didn't understand. What do you mean? She laughed. Ani can get angry, but that's also a form of self-expression. Those memories made Gahu pause. While she stood in a daze, Elgin handed her a hand warmer. Take it, he quickly explained. You're cold, at least you have a hand warmer. We have to walk to the main road to catch a taxi. Elgin saw her shivering without taking it and suddenly kicked her leg painfully. She pointed a finger at him unpleasantly and shouted, Don't come too close. I said I wouldn't make a fuss about what you did, not that I'd forgive you. Elgin groaned in pain and knelt down. Why are you suddenly doing this? Suddenly, Gahu spoke. She gritted her teeth and turned away. Sighing, she said, At least we don't have to fight in reality for now. He stared at her in a daze. Hearing that, Elgin shamelessly laughed out loud. Gahu shouted in anger, Don't laugh. She glared at him, threatening, Anyway, if it comes to this, I'll let this grudge go. And now, suddenly, something caught her eye. A wad of money fell from his pocket. Elgin sighed inwardly. Oh no, it fell out. My emergency money that I put in my back pocket must have fallen out earlier. Gahu emanated killing intent. This bastard, he had emergency money and yet he had money even though I looked so poor, Elgin stammered. Well, you A-. Before he could finish speaking, she approached and punched him in the stomach. Gahu turned and left. And he lay on the roadside, foaming at the mouth. Did she not hit anything? If I encounter you again, be prepared to go to your grave. It's better to walk. I don't want to owe you anything. Gahu gritted her teeth and gave an annoyed glance. When she turned back, Elgin was lying there laughing. Gahu got goosebumps. He's laughing even after being hit. Is he a pervert? At the Shanghai Esports Arena, a small-scale league match was currently underway. It was the second-place decider between Japan and China, who would then compete against the current first-place Korean team. The third-place Japanese team had to defeat the second-place Chinese team, or China had to defend its second place from Japan. To watch the match between these Asian powerhouses, China and Japan, all the members of the Newbie Guild debut team had gathered in Drake Elgin's room. Elgin sneezed loudly and Drake noticed. He chewed on popcorn and asked, Got a cold? Elgin sniffled. I think I caught a slight cold from being out in the cold wind late last night. Yoon-sun also turned back and asked, Right, why did you suddenly disappear yesterday? We were really worried. We were about to file a missing persons report if you weren't at the hotel. At her question, the two people sitting behind her recalled yesterday's scene and sweated inwardly. Elgin, not seeing their expressions, replied, I'm sorry, Drake continued. You said you were pickpocketed, right? That must have been an interesting experience. Elgin stared at him blankly. Yeah, Drake teased. You should have at least said you didn't run into a robber. Elgin thought to himself that he deliberately didn't mention meeting Zodiac. He didn't want to make his teammates unnecessarily worried before an important match. In fact, he also hid the story of meeting Yuehu. He didn't know why, but it was difficult to explain. He looked around and thought blankly, is she okay by the way? Elgin crossed his arms and remained silent. She was also outside for quite a while like me. Well, at least she wasn't robbed of her coat or shoes like I was. As he thought this, Elgin froze for a moment. Drake saw him leaving and loudly asked, Coach, where are you going? The match is about to start. Elgin made an excuse. Bathroom, he asked again suspiciously. There's a bathroom here though, he replied nonchalantly. I'm a bit noisy at the same time. Gahu also sneezed loudly. She rubbed her nose and mumbled, damn it, I guess I was outside in the cold too long last night. I definitely caught a cold, then Gahu thought to herself. This is all that damn guy's fault. I want to blind myself for once thinking he was a good person. That damn guy had so much money and yet mocked me with a hand warmer and grilled squid. It's really humiliating. Immediately after, she also put on her coat and went outside. Do they sell cold medicine in the hallway? I don't know Chinese, but I'm so tired. Gahu stumbled as she walked. She calculated inwardly. I'll find a way somehow, come to think of it. I almost forgot about that because of that damn guy. Recalling Zodiac's appearance, she felt a little uneasy. At first I was chasing someone, and I don't know his identity, but he gave off a very dangerous feeling. In fact, that bastard once led monsters to raid Korea's gateway. It was a huge crisis that almost led to the downfall of the entire Korean esports industry. Although I don't want to admit this fact, it was that damn bastard who saved Korea from that crisis. Immediately, Gahu paused and her eyes widened. She continued to shake her head, calming herself down. Why am I thinking about that again? Get a cold, damn you. Elsewhere, Elgin had just bought medicine. He walked thinking, I should ask Yujing to pass on a message. I don't have my phone right now. I should go to Yujing's room first, but I don't know if he'll be in his room. Gahu was dizzy from the fever. She mumbled to herself, damn it, I'm getting more and more feverish. Calm down. That guy has the worst personality, but he's good at gaming. Someday if I catch him, I'll finish him off. Just then a white shadow darted past her vision, startling Gahu. She quietly looked towards the emergency exit. Gahu was slightly suspicious. Earlier, near the emergency exit stairs, she hastily ran towards that direction. It couldn't be, could it? I must have just imagined it, she thought to herself as she moved. But what if I didn't imagine it? This absolutely couldn't happen and shouldn't happen. Immediately after, Gahu stood on the stairs and called out to the strange staff member. Hey you. He stopped, subtly lowered his hat, and Zodiac's face was clearly revealed. He greeted, hello. Zodiac spoke to her. A familiar face, isn't it? Your nickname is Lee, right? Gahu was startled and thought, I haven't said anything yet and he's already here to kill me. I knew he was a madman, but Zodiac didn't wait for her reply and laughed excitedly. That's right, I've always wanted to meet you. She was slightly surprised that this man could speak Korean. Korean? No, more importantly, this man, he pulled out a long pointed ice pick. Aren't you going to run? He challenged unpleasantly. To have such courage. Before Zodiac could even finish speaking, she kicked him hard. He turned his head in surprise. She was just at the end of the stairs, so when did she? As he was thinking this, the next punch flew towards his face. Gahu cursed the madman. Why do you carry something like that around? She marveled inwardly. How can Zodiac still be standing? Even Jang, who's 190 centimeters tall, falls from my low kick at that moment. Zodiac also felt his head reeling because of her. He gasped, thinking to himself, I don't feel the pain, but if I get hit squarely, I won't be able to stand up. He took a fighting stance and threw a punch towards her abdomen. Gahu quickly understood his intention. Zodiac laughed excitedly and rushed straight at her. Gahu swung her leg to push Zodiac away, but it was a miss. She felt a murderous intent above her head. It turned out he had approached her, holding the ice pick in his right hand, aiming for her head. Gahu, seized by fear, quickly calculated her response. Should I run? There won't be time, and she clenched her fist. He threw a punch where he revealed an opening. Zodiac realized it too late and couldn't dodge the punch. The punch, descending from above, struck his face. She was a woman, but her strength was terrifying. The punch made him spin around once before slamming him into the wall. Gahu gritted her teeth and said, I don't know why you came all this way, but you're just... She paused before she could finish speaking. And Gahu found fragments on the floor. Gahu recognized it immediately upon seeing it and was surprised inwardly. A wiretap, she couldn't hold back and cursed, You trashy bastard. Zodiac laughed excitedly, slowly stood up and complimented, truly strong. Are you logged into the game right now? To fail like this, Gahu angrily cursed the madman who was rushing at her again. Die, you disgusting criminal. At that moment she staggered. Zodiac also quickly noticed that her complexion was not good. Gahu quickly thought of a countermeasure. My head is spinning. Why now of all times? He took advantage of her staggering and kicked her hard, sending her tumbling down the stairs. She lay motionless, and a large pool of blood under her head stained the floor red. Just then, Elgin jumped down from above, shouting worriedly, Yuehu. Before that, Elgin had helplessly opened the stairwell door. Just then, a loud scream drew his attention. Who's down there? Zodiac saw him and realized the situation was bad. A command came through the walkie-talkie. There's no other way. You have to retreat right now. If anyone comes, everything will be out of control. He clicked his tongue and didn't talk back. Just then a thudding sound came from below the stairs as if something was tumbling down them. Elgin went to check and was startled. Gahu was lying unconscious in a large pool of blood. Elgin opened his mouth in alarm and rushed down. He saw the bloodstains below and shouted worriedly, "Yuehu!" A series of noises echoed in the middle of the night. After some time, Gahu slowly regained consciousness. She thought to herself, "It's too cold. This floor is freezing over." Gahu thought to herself, "I can't move my body." Her vision gradually cleared. Gahu felt someone was in front of her. Who is it? Is it Ma Dongguang? Just then, Elgin shouted at her, "Hey Yuehu, snap out of it." Yuehu laughed sardonically. "My life probably wasn't that great, but if the last thing I see before I die is his face, that's too awful. I wish I could have seen Ma Dongguang's face." Elgin was terrified, seeing her complexion constantly change and hearing her mumble to herself. What are you mumbling?" Gahu struggled to utter a single word. "The gods are too cruel." He didn't understand, worried. "What? Hey Yuehu, someone help quickly." And so, Gahu's vision was enveloped in darkness once more. At the esports arena, the result was announced. With a final score of 5-4, the Japanese team defeated the Chinese team and advanced to the small-scale league finals. The commentator's voice echoed everywhere. The departure of ace player Tang Yi shook the Chinese team, following Tang Yi's lead. Akisada Ayaka supported Jung Yoon and sought the next attack. Suzuki Hikaru faced Guri, the Chinese team's last hope. They determined their own fate in this tense match. But Guri, despite taking a fatal blow, survived and took down Yamakami Shigaku with him. Elgin heard from outside the hospital corridor. With his recent performance, Guri took down 2 players and saved face for the Chinese team. Sihi was waiting, sitting beside the hospital bed. Gahu lay quietly on the bed. The girl's eyes were red-rimmed. Compared to before, Uni's situation and mine have completely reversed. "It's funny, isn't it, Uni?" Outside the hospital room, Elgin was leaning against the wall when someone called out, "Boss." It was Jang, he continued. "I thoroughly checked the hospital's security system." Elgin looked at Jang and complimented him. "You've worked hard, you must be feeling pretty bad right now." Jang bowed his head. "It's all right." Elgin fell silent. He spoke regretfully. "I'm sorry." He was bewildered by those words. "Why are you apologizing to me, boss?" he asked him. "Did you check the CCTV too?" Jang replied blankly. "Yes, of course." Elgin told him the truth. "Actually, I met Zodiac last night. He tried to scout me." Each word he spoke grew heavier. "I thought I had handled their offer cleanly by refusing it, but it seems they followed me. Everything happened because of me," he thought helplessly. "Perhaps who tried to stop him for my sake?" Upon hearing that, Jang grabbed him by the collar and pulled him closer. He silently lifted him up. Elgin also just waited quietly. He gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't say anything. Then Jang bowed his head and stammered, "No." He let go of him. "It's not your fault, boss. It's my sister's fault for foolishly going out alone. She should have at least screamed. I don't know what she was thinking. I'm sorry, boss." Elgin fell into silent thought. After asking public security personnel to thoroughly check the hotel, we found 8 wiretaps in the rooms and lobby. They were voice-activated devices that collected, stored, and transmitted conversations based on preset keywords. Through the intercepted conversations, we had exposed almost all important information. The person who stopped this disaster was Yuehu. I owe her a great deal. Furthermore, the Zodiac I know is a serial killer and a psychopath. He murdered dozens in America. His eyes sharpened. Yuehu faced a guy like that and survived. She's not to be trifled with. Anyway, setting that aside, was that damn bastard trying to infiltrate my hotel? Did he find out something new about cross-set beta or something else? Or was he trying to get revenge for dying a few times in the game? But if it was personal revenge, he would have targeted me directly. "Why install wiretaps?" Drake asked worriedly. "Jang, how is Gahu now?" Jang replied. "Fortunately, her injuries aren't too serious, but my sister is in shock. She'll likely be in a coma for a few more days," he replied gloomily. "Understood." And Jang grew serious. "We searched the entire hotel. We investigated all companies related to wiretaps and personal information manipulation." Elgin asked. "How are the other team members?" Jang replied, crossing his arms. "They left the hotel a long time ago. They're busy hastily finding new accommodation," he added, looking worried. "They probably haven't slept a wink, especially with the match just a day away. Their condition must be very bad." Elgin frowned, puzzled. "What are the Chinese and Japanese Gaming Association managers saying? Are they going to postpone the match?" Jang replied, sounding tired. "No, it doesn't seem like it. In China's case, if a similar incident were to be exposed, security authorities would be criticized for being weak. Even the acting mayor would have to apologize," Jang muttered. "Then at least the Korean side would have tried to protect us." Diamond Lee looked at him without a word. Diamond Lee angrily stated their position firmly. They said all these incidents were coincidental and that the Korean side was responsible. Elgin grimaced, saying, "As expected. Far from helping us, they tried to stop us," Jang thought to himself. "That damn Cha Ji-Yu must be involved in this. I even heard rumors that he hired a giant team to take to the finals if my team lost." He looked on silently. Then Jang asked Ma Dongguang, "Actually, there's one way to overcome this crisis." He laughed excitedly. "There's one way to overcome this crisis in the real world as a manager. I don't even want to use this method. It's too reckless and the tactics are terrible." Elgin firmly reassured him. "Don't worry about that. We'll only use what we have." Jang didn't understand their conversation. Diamond Lee sighed and made a decision. "We're changing the lineup for this match. Originally, I planned to exclude Ma Dongguang from the starting lineup in the last match to highlight the individual skills of other players on the international stage. But in the next match, everyone will support Ma Dongguang. Among them, Sihi, who needs to look after her sister, will be the final player." Jang was surprised by Coach John's bold decision. He continued before Jang could finish speaking. "What's done is done," he added, looking resolute. "We can't stop. Forget the other trivial matters, just sweep them away." Jang gave a bizarre smile. "Other players can showcase their individual skills on a bigger stage later. Right now what we need is a fresh and satisfying thrill, a stimulating hit." Elgin reached out and took off his mask. He laughed excitedly. "I think so too." In the stands, cheers echoed continuously, matching the fans' applause. aka. At that moment, a cute blue-haired girl stood on stage. She winked at the fans. Aka shouted excitedly, "We'll show Japan's passion. Korea snap out of it." The Japanese team was Shigura. It was a team led by Akisada Akaya who boasted high recognition in Asia and was especially immensely popular in China. Because of Akisada Akaya, some Chinese gamers even changed the team they supported. AKA's in-game appearance was completely different. On the other side was the Korean team, the Newbie Guild debut team. Despite having famous gamers like Ma Dongguang, they were still a relatively new team and not a big name globally. Some viewers considered their first matches winning without fighting strategy somewhat cunning. In particular, Ma Dongguang was criticized for using dirty tactics for the finishing blow, and there was controversy about the character he played. The Chinese team was quite bitter about their home team's elimination, but a strange consensus had formed that the Japanese team was better than the Korean team. So they turned to support Japan. In conclusion, the host began his speech. "This concludes the introduction of the Japanese team." He tried to boost everyone's morale. "Next up is Korea's Newbie Guild debut team." The Newbie Guild debut team was seen as 5 people from the bottom of society, and no one liked them. The Korean team had passed the qualifiers but wasn't even properly introduced. Generally, team introductions emphasized achievements and subtly elevated the team members' skills, but Korea didn't do that. It wasn't due to community opinion, but because Elgin immediately noticed. He asked the coach, "Isn't that the host dispatched by the Korean Association? Why is he doing such a sloppy job?" The Japanese team's introduction was almost like a fan meeting. Jang didn't refute him. "At least he called our team's name correctly." Elgin thought, their first appearance was impressive, but they're suffering this disadvantage because of what happened last time. The pre-written commentary and the emotionless reading of the players' names made it seem as if they weren't qualified to represent the country. Elgin said firmly, "The stronger we become in this tournament, the bigger the scandal will be later regarding that organization's unfair treatment of us." The host introduced the Valley of Death, located in the desert region of the Middle Eastern Plateau. He continued to emphasize that we would witness the final battle of small-scale League Group A, and Ubar, the Japanese team's guardian, was considered Japan's best tank. The commentator excitedly sprang to his feet. "Next up, the member who will appear for the Korean team is..." Immediately after, his eyes also hardened. The host was shocked to see player Ma Dongguang's name. He glared at Elgin and said, "Ma Dongguang as a tank? This is his first reappearance since the domestic Group A championship qualifiers. All the matches he fought appeared on screen. In a domestic match, Ma Dongguang perfectly defeated John J. Puang in just 8 minutes. Furthermore, in the Pro League Atsuki he eliminated 26 out of 50 participants. He grew more and more excited. Of course, it's uncertain whether he can display this level of skill in an international tournament, but for the domestic fans we look forward to a great match." The host thought nervously, "You guys know, right? The association doesn't want you to advance to a big tournament, but I'll cheer you on until the end. Please don't lose." He stood firm and waited. Elgin's opponent was a rough and ugly-looking creature resembling a blue fairy. He observed and assessed Elgin. "They say you won with dirty tactics, but this time things won't go your way." He laughed excitedly. "Just watch, I'll send you Koreans right back home, aka Chan. Please watch my wonderful performance and love me. If I win, let's go on a date." The MC asked Ubara in surprise. "Is that a hidden confession?" Ubara then extended his large hand in front of Elgin's face and shouted, "Receive my strike and the dream of the 75th Yokozuna." The Yokozuna he aspired to be as the highest rank in sumo. Elgin turned his body to block the attack. Everything gradually darkened. He suddenly recalled an old memory. Yu Jung earnestly said to him, "Hung, can you grant me one wish?" He wore an excited smile. "My sister is risking her life for you. She only sees victory. If you appreciate her." Yu Jung clenched his fist firmly and said, "Win spectacularly. Then my sister will rise again." In the arena, Elgin sent the talkative guy flying with a single punch. With explosive force, even his massive body couldn't withstand it and flew far away. A fierce flash erupted, and with a powerful impact everything exploded, scattering everywhere due to Elgin's might. This single punch left a deep hole in the wall. The green fairy's body also had an indentation. Everyone froze as Elgin defeated the gigantic monster with a single blow. Di Yong raised his fist high and looked at him proudly. The two MCs were dumbfounded, unable to close their mouths. The bespectacled MC stammered, unable to say anything to Ubara. He stared at him, stuttering, "Such?" Elgin frowned and stared straight ahead, thinking inwardly, "Cha Ji Yujo, you must have thought we wouldn't make it to a big tournament." Immediately after, he continued his attack. Ultimately, the truth of this industry is that everything depends on skill and ability. Elgin took down opponents one by one. "I will showcase and get recognition for the Korean team's skills on this international stage." Elgin reached out, preparing to deliver a shocking blow. The bespectacled MC calmed his excitement and began to speak calmly. He continuously praised Elgin. Truly incredible. This is a miracle created by player Ma Dongguang. Seeing the traces he left on the screen, he shouted excitedly. Less than a minute into the match, player Ubara, who followed immediately, was eliminated, a new record, faster than the domestic qualifiers. All his battles were closely observed by everyone, as if player Ma Dongguang was asking if that was all they had. As he continued to attack, a sharp glint flashed in Elgin's eyes. With this performance, he is exceeding the expectations of fans worldwide. Two blades quickly swung in the air. He continued his commentary. Next up to face player Ma Dongguang is player Yamakami Shigaku. Currently ranked second in Japan, he is a master of storm swordsmanship, both a swordsman and a main damage dealer. The person who had just been praised was Yamakami Shigaku. He wore a contemptuous smile and an egocentric expression as he listened to others introduce him. Elgin observed Yamakami Shigaku without showing any particular attitude. His characteristic technique is creating a whirlwind with spear techniques, followed by a decisive blow with a sword. The technique is very simple, but his spear and sword combination is very fast and powerful, especially the cutting ability of his treasured sword, Kiriharu, enhanced to level 9, cannot be blocked by any defensive technique. Shigaku confidently rushed at Elgin, who seemed lost in thought. Alright, let's have a good fight, let's see how skilled you are, he guarded defensively, thinking inwardly. But after that, Shigaku continuously swung his weapon to attack Elgin. However, he couldn't even touch a single strand of his hair. Shigaku wore an excited smile and praised, "This guy, I thought he was all muscle, but he's quite agile. But I won't give you a chance to counterattack." Elgin didn't care and started counting. 6, 7, 8. At this moment, he swung his weapon high, attempting to cleave Elgin from top to bottom. Receive the storm. Elgin didn't dodge and continued counting. 9. As soon as Elgin counted 10, he delivered the same punch as when he faced that guy earlier. The punch was so powerful that Shigaku's eyes immediately widened when he used the storm. Before that, Elgin had observed that he had a habit of pausing for a moment, precisely 0.3 seconds, after his 9th rotation. Thinking this far, he gathered energy in his palm. But that's enough time for me to launch an attack. After that, Elgin poured all his energy onto Shigaku's head and he fell to the ground. Even after hitting the ground, the attack didn't stop, and his head was tragically embedded deep in the earth. The fans and audience watching the match were also speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. An aura that overwhelmed everyone emanated from his arm. Elgin looked down from above and said in a low voice to Shigaku, "Compared to our world-class skills, you're quite slow. It's a shame you didn't have any weaknesses if you hadn't posed mid-attack." A notification appeared that Yamakami Shigaku had been eliminated. At this time, inside a gym, a person was exercising while watching the match. He muttered in astonishment, "Wait, is that guy really going to win every match?" Meanwhile, Jiyu Yachun was also watching the match. Veins were clearly visible on his old face. The next match began and he still stood there proudly. The MC performed his duty well, introducing Elgin's opponent in this round to everyone. Suzuki Hikari, a fiery flame mage who controls hot flames. She is currently ranked 4th in Japan and 2nd in mage rankings, she said with a provocative voice. "You're too arrogant to try to win every match. I'm not like those 3 fools from earlier. I'll show you the price of underestimating us." Elgin quietly observed the cute pink-haired girl in front of him, showing no major reaction. At this moment she rushed forward and shouted, "Kotatsu, summon!" The MC was surprised. He observed and shouted excitedly, "A giant arch of flames has been created in the arena. A transparent barrier seemed to instantly cover the entire arena." Hikari cast her spell. She continuously attacked Elgin. The magic gathered in a circle, and a powerful force was ready to be unleashed towards him. Elgin narrowly avoided everything. He blocked helplessly. Evaluating Suzuki Kotatsu's technique, it was a constant casting of water, fire, wind, and lightning magic. Using the principle of a frying pot, the impact generated in front of him was enormous. It created super hot flames that would roast the enemy. The MC was surprised by Hikari's ability to cast multiple spells simultaneously. As expected of Japan's number 4 ranked player, with a combination of advanced techniques, the temperature inside the circle currently exceeds 2,500 degrees Celsius. Hikari looked at him and laughed. "Inside the domain I've created, the power of fire attribute techniques is doubled. Escaping is futile. The moment you touch that wall, you'll turn to ash." Above, bright lightning was also generated. Elgin stood alone in the midst of the flames, casting a lonely shadow, but he was full of confidence. Elgin didn't rush to counterattack and slowly analyzed, "But this powerful technique has a weakness. This attack affects everyone inside the circle with a high-temperature storm. That means the caster also takes significant damage. In other words, this is a one-on-one showdown technique that defeats the enemy at the cost of one's own life." Fans were continuously amazed. Everyone was extremely tense. Hikari continued to shout at him, "Fall!" Everyone held their breath. "Please fall!" Hikari pleaded exhaustedly. "Please fall, come down." His figure was still engulfed in flames. Contrary to her expectations, he walked out of the flames completely unharmed. Elgin admired, "Quite warm." Hikari was terrified and stood dumbfounded in the middle of the battlefield, forgetting to escape. Elgin was wearing gloves. The blacksmith's right-hand glove was tempered in the fires of hell. This item provides immunity to all fire attribute damage. Hikari was completely enraged at this point. "What a show-off. In that case, I won't hold back any more power. I'll pour all my magic power to roast you with maximum firepower, Elgin coldly asked her. So you're not planning to surrender easily? Then I guess I'll have to put on a proper show. Immediately after, he shouted, Demon Lord M's Earthquake Gauntlet. Elgin pulled out another item, gauntlet buried in the Deathworm. This moment power gathered in his palm. The gauntlet transformed terrifyingly, transformation complete. He generated an enormous amount of magic power. Elgin chanted the activation spells for both gauntlets. Fire. A flash gathered in his hand, followed by hell. The bespectacled MC commentated tensely. Both the mage and the opponent are trapped inside that heat dome. Player Ma Dongguang is preparing to counterattack, but suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment. Is that technique? Is that it? Elgin's hand bent slightly, and as he brought the two gauntlets together, all the surrounding material was sucked towards him. The surrounding force strongly whirled, blowing everything away. Hikari shrieked in terror. It's sucking everything in. Super powerful vortex, Elgin shouted, and his power increased accordingly. He focused his power on her and attacked. Due to the immense power, Hikari's magic staff was also shattered. She froze in astonishment. She opened her mouth wide in fear and screamed. After that, Elgin appeared right in front of her and swung his fist. Hikari covered her head in fear and closed her eyes. At this moment, Elgin whispered, "It was just a trick." While Hikari was still stunned, he flicked her forehead, and with that light motion she flew far away. Hikari's scream echoed across the entire map, and she trembled as she was electrocuted by her own lightning. The MC immediately commentated on this captivating scene. Player Suzuki was sent flying by player Ma Dongguang's forehead flick attack, landing on the lava wall she created. She rushed too quickly and fell into her own trap. Elgin provoked. "Do you like that forehead flick?" The MC didn't quite hear what he was saying and continued to commentate. "She doesn't seem to have any more strength to fight. She probably can't continue fighting." He was slightly tense. The Japanese team would need a substitute player. At this moment, Japan's ultimate weapon finally appeared. As long as she was there, Japan could not lose. The person who just appeared was Ayaka. He continuously praised her. Currently ranked first in Japan, she appeared as a super rookie in the Japanese league and quickly rose to the undefeated first-place position. His voice grew louder and louder. "A mage who can cast 4 spells simultaneously, Akisada Ayaka." Her ardent fans continuously cheered, "Ayaka, we believe in you. White Princess Ayaka, Japan champion Ayaka, please defeat that monster." Everyone cheered for her. "Go for it." At this moment, the two faced each other. Elgin observed the beautiful girl in front of him, Akisada Ayaka. She was a genius player before the regression. She had reached a stage 6 mage, so she must be stage 5 now. Ayaka also quietly observed him. While Elgin was evaluating her, Ayaka was also evaluating him. "That person is Ma Dongguang." The teenage girl blushed shyly and was extremely excited internally. "Ma Dongguang is really in front of my eyes. What should I do? He's too close. I'm worried sick." Ayaka's life was also very colorful. During the day she sang and danced, and at night she dedicated herself to her studies. "I was lucky enough to become an idol, but I started to get bored with the slow progress of my activities. Then one day I happened to watch a Korean League broadcast. In her memory, Elgin, in the form of Ma Dongguang, fought incredibly coolly. He powerfully sent his opponent's weapon flying. He stood proudly in the flames, one hand on the ground. In that breathtaking moment, I fell in love at first sight. After that, my life completely changed as I stepped into the world of professional gamers. I had always enjoyed games, but only after entering the professional world did my hidden talents fully blossom, and I quickly reached the pinnacle of the Japanese professional league. Thanks to a new wave of fans, I reached the peak of my life as both an idol and a gamer. I experienced the most beautiful things in both aspects." After a long moment of thought, she helplessly shook her head. "No, Ayaka, this is the PvP with Ma Dongguang you've longed for. Be calm." She pouted slightly, calming herself. Elgin, unaware of what she was thinking about him, continued to devise countermeasures. "First, I need to defend with an earthquake attack. I'll take advantage of the moment she casts 4 spells. Suddenly, a sweet voice interrupted Elgin's thoughts. "Oppa." She forced her voice lower to give herself more intimidation. "You're still so calm. My teammates underestimated you too much, but I know you're very strong, so I won't let my guard down." Elgin was quite surprised, but he thought inwardly to maintain a cold expression. "Korean," Ayaka gathered energy with respect. "I'll do my best to defeat you, Hung." And numerous magic circles appeared in the sky, an immense amount of energy condensed to the extreme, ready to fall. Even a slight mistake could shatter everything. Elgin admired, avoiding the attack. "She's really fast." He gradually became more wary. "To use 4 spells simultaneously at this speed, it seems defeating her will be harder than I thought." Suddenly, a barrier that was already set up appeared before his eyes. Elgin shouted in astonishment, "How?" And he immediately realized the truth. There's still a cooldown before the next spell can be cast. Before he could finish speaking, Elgin was struck in the face. 8 gigantic magic circles appeared before his eyes. The bespectacled MC was dumbfounded, unable to close his mouth. Beyond 4 spells, she's casting 8 spells simultaneously. Elgin's jaw dropped. "Unbelievable, she can already use this. This is something only a stage 6 mage can do." Ayaka looked down from above and asserted seriously, "I'll do my best to fight so that you can unleash all your power, Hung." Elgin's eyes widened in fear. Could the future have changed? In the sky, 8 magic circles began to gather energy, lighting up the entire sky brightly. They began to condense and magic seals appeared. Ayaka didn't hide her true power, directly emitting an immense amount of magic. and lightning continuously flashed, making the magic circles shine even brighter. She looked down at Elgin with a cold face and eyes flashing with yellow lightning and said with respect, "I'll do my best to fight so that you can unleash all your power. Please accept the 8 magic circles." Elgin was slightly flustered to hear this, but he replied to Ayaka that it was fine after that. Elgin summoned his magnificent and authoritative seasoned armor and shouted upwards, "If you can do that, then accept this attack as my thanks." As soon as he finished speaking, the magic circle on the left began its attack, emitting a powerful stream of yellow energy like golden lightning. The magic circle on the left also glowed blue and charged. From the sky, the power of the 8 magic circles continuously began to be fired towards Elgin, and everything around them shook violently. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Ayaka still floated in the air observing Elgin's situation. Suddenly her eyes widened in astonishment after the attack of the 8 magic circles. As the dust settled, a figure in red armor was revealed, standing perfectly still. Even the 2 commentators paused their commentary in shock. The audience, watching the live broadcast, buzzed with disbelief. Unbelievable, not a scratch after such a powerful magic attack. Ayaka-chan must have nearly exhausted her magic. What is player Ma Dongguang's body made of? Elgin, dressed in the Ma Dongguang outfit, slowly and humbly emerged from the smoke left by the magic attack. He slowly raised his head and said modestly, "As expected, I won't fall so easily." The audience murmured, "What is this?" The commentator picked up, fueling the crowd's excitement. "It seems a Kisada has been counterattacked by Ma Dongguang." Just then, a strange iron-like golem appeared below the auditorium stands. The golem's body cracked and broken pieces fell off. The commentator shouted again. A Kisada immediately summoned a golem. Its body is visibly cracking rapidly. It was indeed as expected. Then it exploded before everyone's eyes. Ayaka calmly stated, "That attack was just reflective damage." She appeared very cool and said with cold eyes, "If I hadn't watched your battles countless times, I would never have dodged that." Elgin was also surprised by Ayaka's response. To summon a golem to absorb all the damage, Elgin broke out in a cold sweat, marveling at the girl's intelligence. Truly a genius. At this moment, the magic circle in the sky once again began to spin, glowing brightly with lightning and intricate magical script. Such powerful reflective damage must have considerable side effects, am I right? Ayaka accumulated magical power, strengthening the magic circle, and said, "This won't activate unless I fully charge my magical power. Summoning the golem consumed a lot of magic, but I still have quite a bit left." All the people watching the live broadcast cheered wildly and exclaimed, "Another powerful attack, finish him, go Ayaka." At this moment, Elgin looked up at the sky with a confused expression, seeming to have made a decision. He swung his hand backward to gain momentum. Ayaka looked at Elgin's unusual behavior with a mix of suspicion and surprise, and as he slammed his fist into the ground, dirt and stones flew everywhere. Ayaka swung her hand towards Elgin, and a magic attack whistled as it rushed towards him. "It's no use, you won't be able to stop it." Another massive explosion occurred, and as the magic attack hit the ground, a blinding flash erupted. The explosion burst forth suddenly, and its intense light hinted at how tremendous the attack had been. Dirt flew everywhere, stones shattered and shot high into the sky, and dense smoke obscured visibility. This shocking battle only stopped after a few more tremors. Di Yong shivered in fear outside. Everyone watching the live broadcast held their breath, staring at the screen. As the scenery slowly cleared, the rugged ground was revealed. Ayaka was still observing from above. The commentator's voice echoed again. "Unbelievable. Player Ma Dongguang has disappeared. Could player Akisada's attack have vaporized player Ma Dongguang without a trace?" But what made everyone most suspicious was that player Ma Dongguang's information window was still displayed on the screen. This meant he was still in the arena. Suddenly, Elgin burst out from the ground and threw a punch. At this sight, Ayaka's jaw dropped and her eyes widened. She shouted in disbelief and confusion, "Impossible, not a single scratch. What happened? That's ridiculous. What technique did he use to protect himself?" Elgin calmly brushed off the dust from his red armor. "It's nothing," he said indifferently, as if nothing had happened. "I just burrowed into the ground to dodge the attack." Ayaka's jaw dropped upon hearing this. "Impossible." Elgin calmly explained in detail. "To be precise, the reason I was able to dodge the attack was," he looked down at the ground with a dignified posture and calmly said, "because of this arena, thanks to this ground." Ayaka was still surprised and didn't understand his words. In fact, the soil in the arena has very unique properties. It's called legoto, with a clay content of less than 12.5, making it almost like regular sand. The sand particles in the soil are not separate but form a light cohesive structure. This structure allows air and water to flow faster, becoming hard when dry and quickly soft when wet. Furthermore, even though Ayaka's magic was greatly weakened due to mana consumption, her fire, ice, and lava magic maintained their original power. The soil was frozen by ice magic, melted by fire magic, and softened by lava magic, repeatedly becoming hard again. The process repeated. Moreover, Suzuki Hikari's lingering earthquake magic effect further accelerated these changes. Ayaka understood everything with surprise. "So you used the walls I created to block my magic attacks," she thought, recalling how Elgin used this tactic. "Did he instantly find a weakness and counter my attack?" Her face flushed with joy. Amazing. At this moment, Elgin was exerting his power, but he was analyzing inwardly. She's a stage 6 mage, but she's still affected by her own power. If she could control it more maturely, she would be very difficult to beat. Another unpredictable explosion occurred. Elgin rushed towards Ayaka, delivering his final attack to decide victory or defeat. It was an honor to fight you, Akisada Ayaka. Seeing this, she quickly generated a defensive magic barrier in front of her. Nevertheless, the collision created a tremendous explosion, sending her flying backward, where she fell into a large hole in the ground, scattering sand and dust everywhere. At this point she lay on the ground unable to move. She spoke desperately and weakly. "It's over. My mana is depleted and my stamina is exhausted. I'm powerless. You defeated me overwhelmingly. But thank you for a wonderful match." Seeing that she could no longer fight, he finally revealed his true intentions. "Are you interested in joining us?" Hearing his words, she opened her eyes wide, and blue veins bulged on her face as she erupted in anger. She sprang to her feet and shouted, "What do you mean by that? I was captivated by your skill and it gave me comfort. Your playstyle moved my heart, and that's why I became a pro gamer. I came all this way because I wanted to be like you and be recognized by you. I was prepared to lose to you. Think about it. You defeated my teammates, but you left them with enough health to survive. Why did you do that? Was it merely to show off? To be honest, you seem to have a very strong desire to show off. But in the end, you're going to do the same to me. No matter how outstanding your skill, if your personality is terrible, it's not cool. You're the worst." After speaking, she closed her eyes, and tears slowly flowed down her face. He watched her for a moment. After a long thought, he spoke. "I don't quite understand your speech after this match, but that wasn't my intention. You'll soon understand the reason for my actions." Hearing his explanation, she paused for a moment, then asked, "What?" Just then a spatial rift appeared somewhere. He earnestly asked her for help with a serious expression. "I can't handle the things that will happen alone. I need your help." As soon as he finished speaking, a cow-headed monster with massive horns, sharp fangs, and numerous spikes around its body appeared behind him. Seeing this, she screamed in surprise, "Monster, impossible, this is an arena." The scene shifted to the city. At that moment, everyone who saw the monster was surprised by their appearance. They screamed in terror, "What's happening there? Why did a monster appear during the match? And at an international competition with the highest level of security, the highest level of security should have stopped the monsters before they even approached the arena." Just then, the monster roared with a chilling sound. That roar created spatial rifts elsewhere. Monsters poured out of the spatial rifts in droves. People screamed in fear. It's not just one or two, approximately 10 A-grade monsters have been confirmed. As the situation spiraled out of control, a person who appeared to be a commander rushed over and shouted, "My God, what's happening here? What are the GMS of each country doing? Why aren't they taking any action?" A staff member quickly replied, "It's not that they're not taking action, they can't. We can only command the monsters in the algorithm they installed." The scene shifted to a room. Dongwon sat on the floor, calmly stating as if he knew everything, "It's just a memory overflow. I knew how lazy the administrators have been lately. The company will fix this error soon, but for now this is enough." Information overflow is an error that occurs when the amount of data or the number of interferences exceeds the memory capacity. The stage is set, so now perform to your heart's content. Scene change. A voice was heard, "Thanks honey, you're a genius after all." Another voice replied from the other end of the phone, "Who are you calling, honey? Do you want to die?" Seeing him arrive, Elgin turned to him and asked, "You again?" Zodiac was standing on a monster at this moment, showing no surprise, and smiled faintly, provoking, "Quite calm. Did you expect me to come?" Elgin replied, "Of course. Did you think you were the only one with information?" Zodiac continued, "But for someone who knew, you seem completely unprepared. Couldn't you predict what I would do?" Elgin replied. "Even if the organizers knew, what else could they have done?" Zodiac continued. "You're probably right." After he said this, Elgin's expression hardened. He narrowed his eyes, stared at Zodiac and asked, "Anyway, what's your goal? What have you been trying to gain since yesterday?" Still with a mocking smile, he replied, "Gain, as you know, if you like someone. You want to tease them a little." After speaking, he took out a summon scroll from his pocket. The S-grade Arbiter's Summon Scroll. The scroll contained a spell to summon incredibly powerful monsters and temporary master authority. Elgin was surprised to see the item. That item is the Arbiter's Summon Scroll, also known as the Judge's Summon Command. It's a corrupted item. One must undergo an extremely difficult fusion process to create this scroll. It can simultaneously summon multiple monsters to a user-selected location, but one condition is required to activate it. The monsters to be summoned must have the minion attribute. In other words, only mid-boss level monsters can be summoned with this item. Seeing his bewildered expression, an even stranger smile spread across his face, he mocked, "I thought I could barely summon mid-boss level monsters, and I expected to die before even defeating a boss. Receive my gift." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's fist flew straight towards Ayaka. She was startled and had no time to react to the attack. Just then, Elgin appeared in front of her and lightly blocked the monster's fist. He asked, "Do you remember what I said at first? I said I wasn't prepared, but that was just a misunderstanding." At this point, another voice was heard. "Thanks to Coach's plan, I was able to get some sleep. I was tired, but I feel better now. It was a short but very good sleep." Yet another voice was heard. "I just closed my eyes for a moment and now I'm full of energy again. I'll take care of this side." Then a scythe also appeared. It turned out they were Elgin's teammates. He calmly challenged, "Are you ready to die again, Zodiac? You've been dying constantly on the eve of the tournament's second round anyway." In a girl's room, a phone rang incessantly. A voice from the other end of the phone said, "This is Ma Dongguang. Nam Sena, team leader of the Goblin cleaning team at G Korea," answered the phone. Ma Dongguang, how did you get my number? This number is only for business use, he replied from the other end of the phone. I found out through a few methods, she said somewhat suspiciously. Few methods? I hope they were legal. To his words, he immediately replied, just kidding. A mutual acquaintance told me. Hearing this, she became even more suspicious. Who? Nam Sena closed her eyes, ignoring that question, and moved on to another topic. It's good timing. I wanted to discuss the Great Flood incident. Before that, Elgin cut her off. Let's get to the point. I'm currently in Shanghai for the Asian Championship. Nam Sena felt a little angry hearing this. Is he ignoring me? But she calmly replied, yes, I understand. Good luck. Elgin continued, I met Zodiac yesterday. This morning a team member tried to stop Zodiac from causing a disturbance at the hotel and was attacked. Hearing this, Nam Sena was surprised. Zodiac? He continued to ramble from the other end of the phone. I heard she's been continuously tracking Zodiac's movements. She continued, ever since the attack at the awards ceremony. I think you might know something about this. But Nam Sena replied, know what? At this moment Elgin was walking down the street, his face completely covered by a mask and hat, but he continued to speak to her. What he's trying to do at this tournament, his gaze became more serious than ever. Before the regression, Zodiac didn't cause any incidents at the Asian Championship, but now the future has changed. He must be plotting something. He even tried to harm me, a tournament participant, she continued worriedly. Since this happened in Shanghai, we cannot overlook this matter. While I cannot be completely certain of his conspiracy, I can tell you everything based on the information gathered so far. Elgin listened carefully to her information. But remember, everything is just speculation. To his words, he politely replied, thank you. After a moment, Nam Sena slumped onto her bed. And I want something in return for this. Elgin agreed without hesitation. I'll grant anything within my ability. At this point, she raised her voice. What exactly happened with the Great Flood incident? She didn't forget to add. I want to hear it in detail. You'll have to explain it in person. Hearing this, Elgin sighed. Let's arrange a time, she scoffed. But as an administrator, shouldn't you be thoroughly aware of such a major incident? But anyway, we're already preparing to send a query request because the situation is serious. But returning to the main point, the last place Zodiac appeared last night was the Grey City. Hearing this, he became suspicious. Grey City, Old City, Land of Retribution, Lawless Zone, and what else? He suddenly recalled a severely dilapidated area. It was a map with bad nicknames. What Zodiac was after was the hidden mission there. Before he could reply, she continued to urge him. Zodiac's most recent activities consist of his escape after initiating a failed raid at the 10,000 Ghost Dungeon. Looking closely at the herbs and items Zodiac has obtained, a mysterious item he is trying to create is a scroll. Nam Sena's eyes gleamed for a moment. Of course, she could also guess what kind of paper it was. If Zodiac were to cause a commotion at the tournament, he would probably summon monsters to attack the arena. At the same time, he was recalling the sight of a terrifying battle. Numerous screams echoed. A terrorist attack at the Shanghai arena. Did China send a request for help? Another person spoke to her. We just received instructions from higher-ups. While she was flustered, he hastily reported, they said not to send Korea's cleaning team to this incident. Nam Sena exclaimed in shock. What? He continued to tell her over the phone. If something really happens, Korea is unlikely to send the cleaning team. Nam Sena let out a slightly incredulous scoff upon hearing that. That's ridiculous. We have an obligation to protect our players. Elgin interrupted without hesitation. Some people don't want that. She sighed, thinking, I didn't think it would come to this, but they really blocked the rescue. The request from higher-ups was to find the data as quickly as possible. Until then, can they stand up against degraded monsters? While Elgin was still fighting, Nam Sena thought to herself, Go Korean team. At the same time, the beast began to rampage. A melee immediately broke out a moment later. The beast let out a sky-rending roar. Immediately after, the beast leaped up and breathed fire forward. However, he quickly took it down with a frontal attack. The beast, caught off guard, fell backward. It was Drake Kate who had lifted his foot high and kicked it down. His face was very aggressive. Drake Kate turned his head to the other side. All right, it's been a while since I've had such an interesting hunt. Sihi, who was standing beside him, also raised her blade high. I'm going, master. Suddenly, Elgin threw 3 strange potions at Ayaka, saying, You and your teammates should use these to recover your stamina. It's against tournament rules, but now is not the time to worry about such things. She asked again, unable to understand, Did you know in advance that something like this would happen? He immediately replied, It was just a guess. Ayaka asked in surprise. Then why didn't you defeat my team's players? He cut her off and explained briefly. If they lost now, they wouldn't be able to log in for a long time. During the tournament, only some administrators and players are allowed to enter the arena. Meanwhile, Drake Kate, wielding 2 swords, continuously fought the monsters. He rushed forward like an arrow. Drake Kate skillfully threw his sword, aiming for the monster's face, while Elgin continued to chat with Ayaka. In short, we need to cooperate now. The current situation looked very chaotic. Elgin concluded with a single sentence, Support from China will arrive soon, so hold on until then. He rushed forward fiercely, saying, Hold on until then. Zodiac watched this and scoffed. Oh, better than I expected, but this time it'll be different. And his monster began to breathe fire again. Suddenly, Zodiac's face froze as if he had just witnessed something horrible. A moment later, he had to step back to evade the attack. When Zodiac lifted his head, he found Drake Kate and his weapon aiming at him. I'll return this to you. Zodiac, it's been a long time since we fought one-on-one since the demon fortress. Have you gotten better at enduring pain? This time, I'll take you down myself. Zodiac laughed triumphantly. That soldier wasn't Yun Young back then. Have your melee combat skills improved? Drake Kate also rushed at him with a challenging smile. See for yourself. A moment later, Drake Kate leapt up and swung his sword at Zodiac, past 196. At this moment, numerous magic circles appeared in the air, and at the same time Ayaka's furious voice echoed, unforgivable. At this point, the magic circles began to collide with each other, creating completely new magic circles. Ayaka stood in the middle of those magic circles and continued, not only did you ruin my sacred match, but you even mobilized monsters to attack us. Suddenly, Ayaka shouted at them in an enraged voice, whether they are a grade or whatever, I will defeat them all. As soon as she finished speaking, all the monsters around her fell with a single blow. The girl Sihi saw this and rushed forward, thrusting her spear straight. The monster's body was immediately torn into 2 pieces. Subsequently, the other players also rushed forward in unison, and they alternately unleashed tremendous skills, continuously taking down the dense waves of monsters around them. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed. Shagaku said in a challenging voice, I can't let Ayaka and the Korean team be the only ones to shine alone. Let's go together quickly, he excitedly commanded the people behind him. They all charged, and he said triumphantly in a playful voice, do you think we're afraid just because they're A grade? For the honor of the national team, let's take them down together. The scene shifted to another corner of the battlefield where Zodiac provocatively asked with a sneer, how is it? Do you feel better than when you attacked the professional award ceremony? To that, Drake Kate calmly replied, not at all, you're still as childish as ever. He sighed in disappointment upon hearing him respond like that, cold-blooded. Though his body was covered in wounds, he barely managed to reply to him, besides, you've gotten quite strong too. I don't think I can win if we fight one-on-one. Contrary to his calm demeanor, Drake Kate impatiently drew his weapon and threatened him. Stop talking nonsense, tell me quickly. What's the real reason for this chaos? What do you want? Zodiac slowly replied to him. It's still too early to reveal the truth now. I haven't shown everything yet. Upon hearing his words, he completely lost patience and prepared to finish him off. His voice also turned cold. Stop pretending. You're going to die anyway. Suddenly, he gave a cunning and calculating smile. It was as planned. A moment later, the entire area around Drake Kate suddenly shook violently. He struggled to maintain his balance and a giant skeleton emerged from below. In addition, there was a powerful tremor that cracked the ground. Due to the force of gravity, he also fell inertially towards the monster. Just as Drake Kate was extremely tense, he appeared and said, I told you, I haven't shown everything yet. Sitting on the shoulder of the gigantic monster, he declared, now I'll show you my true power. At this moment, he was holding a sealing scroll. Zodiac laughed with delight, tore the scroll, and unleashed all the power of the seal. Immediately, a hole appeared in the barrier. Before he could even grasp the situation, a massive explosion completely destroyed the rest of the barrier. S-grade ferocious monsters entered one after another. First, there was a silver-scaled monster, and the system immediately displayed a demo window announcing a demon Gorgon S-grade of shadow attribute, subordinate monster, warrior, one-on-one poison attack, magic burning, silence habit, 100,000 ghost, 9 meters in size. Following that, a Barrig Thorn S-grade of shadow attribute, subordinate monster, warrior, one-on-one poison attack, magic burning, silence habit, 100,000 ghost, 9 meters in size appeared. The players outside were immediately flustered at the sight. Shagaku was the first to speak, and he shouted, What is that S-grade? Hikari then continued his words. I've never encountered anything like that. Returning to their fight, the S-grade monsters destroyed everything around them. Suddenly a quiet voice echoed, Get out of the way. Ayaka was the first to realize, and she stared in surprise towards the source of the shout. Elgin appeared like a god and commanded them like a hero, keep dealing with the subordinate monsters outside, we'll handle these two. Yoon's son, who was standing beside him, listened to his words and exclaimed in dazed surprise. What, just 2 of us? Really? Ayaka was equally surprised. She couldn't believe what she had just heard and immediately asked again, That's impossible, no matter how strong, how can you handle these 2 monsters alone? He still replied calmly, Support me from behind, I'll leave everything to you. Ayaka was momentarily dazed by that absolute trust, then immediately turned around and replied softly, Hikari, prepare to focus your attacks with me, will be the last line of defense. When she mentioned her name, Hikari was also flustered but obediently followed, replying, Understood. Returning to the battle at this moment, only Sahi's small figure, tightly gripping her shining scythe, was eagerly charging forward. Ayaka commanded the rest. Everyone focus on support, don't get too close to the enemy. The ferocious monster seemed to want to swallow everything alive. Suddenly, a quiet voice whispered into the demon Gorgon's ear, Hey, you guys will soon know the power of this gauntlet. Eljan said in a low voice and lifted his shining gauntlet majestically. A system notification window appeared. Demon King's Earthquake Gauntlet, S-grade one-handed weapon, physical attack power 20,000. Special earthquake technique ready. Special. Upon hearing those words, it immediately looked cautiously towards the source of the sound. He looked at them triumphantly, thinking to himself, Considering the summon scroll Zodiac obtained and the recent information about him going to the 10,000 Ghosts Fortress, he must have planned to attack Barig and the Demon Gorgon. When I attacked the S-grade elephant monster, I missed the two mid-boss monsters, Barig and the Demon Gorgon. Zodiac must have lured these high-grade monsters with the Pied Piper's flute and made them obedient for this tournament attack. As soon as he finished thinking, he commanded Yoon's son, who was standing beside him in a daze. Sun Ah, use divine non-invasion. Suddenly, despite her name being called, she replied softly, "Ha, yes." As soon as she finished speaking, he charged straight forward. The monsters were not to be outdone. They spread their burning red wings and prepared to breathe rays of death from their mouths, destroying everything around them. For a moment he had this thought, somehow all this seems to be happening because of the monsters I left behind, so I should be the one to end it myself. He swung his fist while thinking, and two massive waves of force clashed, blowing everything around them away. Ayaka witnessed everything and screamed in shock, "Impossible, with one blow." Elsewhere, Shagaku also stammered in surprise, "That can't be. The opponent is an S-grade monster." He witnessed General Elgin easily defeating an S-grade monster which could destroy a city with a single blow. Contrary to his surprise, Elgin's face frowned. He thought to himself, an S-grade monster weakened by a summon scroll is not a big problem. Due to my title, the form of Ammon and the Demon King's combat power, the combat power of the two monsters is already significantly reduced. Most importantly, none of the current monsters can be attacked by Yoon's son's divine non-invasion support magic. Zodiac watched all these scenes, his face immediately turning pale, and he continued to violently encourage the monsters. Yes, you can do it. Damn it, he's crazy. Tear them to pieces. Unlike him, he continued to defeat them one by one with the triumphant face of a victor, thinking to himself with delight, "But that's my plan." As an intense light flashed, the Demon Gorgon seemed to be burning, and he suddenly noticed something. Yoon's son was approaching from afar, and she raised her fist with determined eyes, and Yoon's son punched the Demon Gorgon straight in the face and it fell hard to the ground without a chance to counterattack. Shagaku, who was standing below, said in surprise, "Did I see wrong? Did a healer just defeat an S-grade monster?" Hikari, who was standing beside him, continued his words, "What nonsense are you talking about? Now is not the time to worry about such things." She complained that they were understaffed. No matter how good national team players are, fighting animals above a grade is too much. Suddenly, that S-grade monster stood up. It desperately counterattacked towards Shagaku. A loud explosion echoed. The rest could only watch the situation. Ayaka was flustered at the sight. "We have to hold out at least until Ma Dongguang deals with the S-grade monsters." Suddenly a voice was heard, "Don't worry." Subsequently, a sky-rending scream was heard and Ayaka's face contorted in surprise. A hesitant voice came from behind. "Are you guys the Chinese team?" Ayaka asked. "How did you get in here? Only players in the match are allowed here." The blonde girl replied, "This is an exception." She laughed and explained, "For some reason the organization didn't intervene, so our coach pressured the association. If they just sit back and watch an illegal invasion happening in their own country," she continued to recall the battle scene, "the Chinese team will become a disgrace to the entire world." Ayaka exclaimed in shock. "The Chinese team," Shoker shouted triumphantly. "All right, now that the numbers are balanced, we have a chance to show them the power of the national team." Suddenly, something flashed past and a dazzling flash erupted from the collision. The monster fell to the ground. Intense light radiated from there, and a supernatural force surged, energizing Elgin for his attack. He unleashed a powerful punch and the space was filled with stillness. It was such a terrifying stillness. A moment later, Elgin focused his energy for the next attack. Light spread in all directions, and a fatal blow was dealt to the monster. His voice resonated gently. "Their fighting spirit is truly admirable," Elgin said in an enraged voice. "But with their current skill level, this is all they can do." A moment later, the Demon Gorgon fell to the ground. Barig and the Demon Gorgon were no match for my power from the start. The form of a massive body with two red crow-like heads appeared before his eyes, due to the domination of the demon body effect. One of my titles, their combat power was reduced by 50, the sight of an iron forearm representing infinite power. Furthermore, due to the earthquake gauntlet obtained after defeating the demon body, the damage they received was doubled, and their defense was reduced by 50. Eljan continued to pour out attacks. Also, since they were creatures used in the monster summon scroll, their power was significantly weakened. They received a total of 4 times the damage when I attacked. Yoon's son shouted with delight, "We won." Her inner happiness welled up and she shouted, "Coach, I won. I really won, right? This is Yoon's first solo successful hunt." Elgin stood there, lost in deep thought. "Yes, you won. You did very well. John finished that too. It's not dead yet." Divine non-invasion, Yoon's powerful ability, deals immense damage to demon-type monsters, but he didn't expect her to be able to handle an S-grade monster alone. She had surpassed her rank. This was because the monsters had lost a tremendous amount of attack and defense power when they left the fortress. Yoon's son's power even had an amplification effect, weakening them further. He wore a surprised expression. The Chinese team also participated. They got the association's approval. If it were other S-grade monsters, this method wouldn't have worked. But here, the match is going quite smoothly. Something feels wrong though. Wait. Several inferences flashed through Elgin's mind. Zodiac wouldn't be unaware that these monsters are too weak even if they're S-grade. He probably didn't anticipate this situation. From a distance, the monsters seemed to be subtly counterattacking. Elgin was still engrossed in the thought that his goal wasn't directly aimed at him or the players. Suddenly, as he realized something strange, a powerful force like a divine arrow flew at the speed of light. They appeared before Elgin's eyes, startling him. Yoon recoiled in fear from the attack. Zodiac laughed triumphantly. Finally, everything is going according to plan, he stood and said with a sneer. Ma Dongguang, I knew you'd do it. The latent power was slowly revealing itself. Elgin was horrified as he realized the truth. That damn guy, since when did that cape have stealth abilities? Elgin was openly annoyed. Damn it, he stole the kill. So his goal was, a fire-red spirit appeared on one side and on the other, a supernatural energy condensed before the player's eyes. As soon as Elgin realized, is it a reward? Zodiac arrogantly stretched out his hand and manipulated two divine stones. They were two halves of the S-grade materialization of the Hellfire Core, fragments of a red sphere. They contained the powerful Eastern Hellfire, strong enough to burn even demon hordes. The other was also half of the Hellfire Core, with the same stats as above. Zodiac gave a faint, sneering smile. I didn't think I'd get this item before the support team arrived. Thank you, Ma Dongguang. It's all thanks to you. Elgin gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely. This damn bastard, he muttered a curse, then swiftly rushed forward and swung his claws. I don't know what you're plotting, but things won't go your way. Zodiac saw this and sneered, a slight smile on his face. He gathered power in both hands. The two half-stones slowly merged, forming a glowing sphere. Elgin at this point could only look up in horror. His eyes were filled with tension and vigilance, and he broke out in a cold sweat. A massive explosion occurred and light spread in all directions. A message appeared on the system. Item merging initiated. A huge explosion erupted, and the light of the blast blinded everyone. Behind Zodiac was a gigantic monster. The monster was grotesque and enormous with a massive mouth. From inside his armor, he exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the gigantic monster open its mouth wide, Elgin thought he had heard of it, though he had never seen it in person. Looking at its enormous body and huge mouth, he was certain. The Dark Ogre. Elgin was horrified and continued to wonder. Not just an urban legend, but a real monster? Why did it appear here? Zodiac sneeringly signaled the monster. As soon as it received the signal, the monster concentrated immense power, targeting Elgin. Seeing the monster target him, he was flustered and cried out inwardly, What? Why is it targeting me? Black vines approached him and wrapped around his body. Elgin was startled by the sudden attack and shouted, It's pulling me in, what the hell is this? Zodiac tutted and laughed mockingly. I didn't think you'd be pulled in, you're quite tenacious, aren't you? A massive wave of force relentlessly rushed towards Elgin. He stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in surprise. Suddenly he raised his hand in the air and continued to shout, Let's return to the present. Elgin fell to the ground. He suddenly froze, completely blank. He realized his own neglect before the regression. What on earth happened? Outside the window it was pitch black. Elgin wondered if he was dreaming again. He uncomfortably clutched his chest, gasping for breath. My chest feels tight. It's like someone is pressing down on it. What is this suffocating fear? The image of the kitchen was blurry and the roof was also dim in his eyes. Elgin staggered along the path. He felt blank, unable to remember anything. All my memories are jumbled. Why am I here? His eyes were vacant, and his mind kept wondering, what was I doing earlier? Suddenly, someone called him. Lee Elgin. Hearing the call, he blankly turned around. Before he could fully turn, a fist flew to his face, making him stumble. With tearful eyes, he put his hand in his pocket, landed a powerful punch, and then asked him, Did you finish all the game quests I told you to do? You trash. That's all you're good at. So do what I tell you, you damn bastard. If you don't have friends, at least move a little faster. He sneered. Elgin, a lowlife in this society, is bad at academics and sports. What are you doing going to school? Seeing guys like you makes me hate this world even more. Seriously. Elgin recalled the past. He was kneeling on the ground, and a man called out to him. Hey, the man rebuked him contemptuously. You borrowed money to buy a sword and it broke in the 9th round? Your life is truly pathetic. He tried to calm himself in the face of the suited man's insults. Calm down, this isn't real. But the insults endlessly echoed in his mind. So dirty, do you even wash? That guy is an orphan. Elgin tried to remain calm. I have to pull myself together. I have to get out of this situation. Elgin asked himself in confusion. Get out and go where? The insults continued to reverberate. That guy is just an orphan. I don't even want to talk to him. He didn't know what to do and just thought blankly. He was surrounded by wicked people. That guy bragged so much about having one skill. And now he's ruined. What are you going to do now? He shivered. This is all my fault. Suddenly a strange sound came from his surroundings. At the sound he lifted his head and looked up. Suddenly an arrow flew from somewhere and accurately struck his face. Elgin clutched his face and looked up. What is this? This is completely different from the pain I felt earlier. It's more real. What the hell is it? Before his eyes was the little queen Judirop. She stood with her hands on her hips, smiling brightly. Seeing the small girl before him, Elgin froze in blank astonishment. He opened his mouth doubtfully. Judirop, another arrow flew to his face. The girl shouted, a little angry. He stared blankly at the girl as if unable to understand her. Then Elgin smiled slightly as if he understood. Right, light emanated from the space. His hand fell from the air. Elgin vaguely felt what was in his hand. A sword was clutched in his hand. Elgin was certain. How could I forget? He slowly stood up before the critical gazes. Then he took the sword and swung it at the people. Heads flew into the air and blood splattered everywhere. He said, Thank you, Judirop. The little queen Judirop climbed onto his head with a disgruntled expression. Elgin glanced at her majestically. He admired. Thanks to you, I've come to my senses, he suggested. But before I get attacked mentally again, let's retrace those memories from earlier. Elgin furrowed his brow, tapping his forehead with his finger as he thought. What I saw before I fainted was very clear. He recalled the monster in his dream, the nightmare ogre. That monstrous thing was actually the entrance to a dungeon. He suddenly remembered something. What was called a hidden dungeon appeared when conditions were met. Rumors about that dungeon began to spread. People rumored that the dungeon drove players insane. Curious players found the nightmare ogre and entered it. Elgin clutched his head. They all said they suffered severe psychological trauma requiring treatment. According to one player who claimed to have experienced the nightmare ogre, it delves into players' most terrible memories, tormenting them with nightmares. The horrific image of that monster flashed through his mind. He thought that even today, the nightmare ogre's mechanics were inexplicable, and no one knew how it appeared. Although it was assumed that administrators deleted it after several casualties, it was just a rumor, and there was no way to confirm if the nightmare ogre truly existed. It became one of countless urban legends slowly forgotten. He looked up at the sky, continuing to think. Then how was I able to maintain my sanity inside such a dungeon? Judirop tugged at his hair, humming a song. Elgin was sure it was thanks to Judirop. He helplessly watched her grab his hair. Judirop shouldn't have appeared here in the nightmare. She was an anomaly. Small and weak, but she was programmed to become a future queen, and I was Judirop's pet, or rather her subordinate. I must have received some kind of protection. That must be it. A control panel appeared. He realized the control panel wasn't working, but surely the tournament was still ongoing, so he couldn't log in. Elgin saw something enjoyable behind him. He was intrigued by a door emitting a dangerous aura. So this is a gate? It looks like a dungeon. Elgin approached the door, laughing with excitement. Then I'll just have to go in and think, he shouted as he plunged into the door. If this is truly a dungeon, I can conquer it. As he entered, the door emitted a blue light. A gurgling sound came from within the light. As the light slowly revealed itself, the hem of his cloak fluttered in the wind. Elgin looked around blankly. Where am I? The surroundings were quiet and there was no one in the hallway. The beds were neatly made. He looked around in a daze. Is this a hospital? Suddenly someone called Elgin. Good morning, Elgin, the nurse called out gently, pushing a cart of bread. Did you have breakfast? Patient Lee Elgin. Another nurse also smiled brightly. You didn't sneak out, did you, away from the nurse? Elgin and the little queen Judirop stared blankly at the scene before them, not understanding what was happening. A green system window appeared, announcing the discovery of a hidden instance dungeon. The abyssal silence. An office landscape and a bulletin board filled with countless post-it notes were visible. On the other side were modern medical devices, and a reception area for patients to register or inquire was also neatly arranged, complete with computers for work. At this point he scratched his body, a blank expression on his face. Elgin stood blankly in the middle of a hospital room, a bewildered expression on his face. A hospital? Why am I here? Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Actually, the background doesn't matter. The doctors and nurses here are probably all NPCs. He walked around the hospital, thinking. More importantly, if this is a dungeon, there should be a notification announcing the first person to enter. So he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That means someone entered before me. His thoughts once again brought up the image of a man with a large scar over his eye smiling villainously. It could be Zodiac. That nightmarish guy would unearth my most terrible memories. No way, he speculated slightly, looking around. Is this inside Zodiac's memories? He seemed to have been a patient. A strange thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps that guy suffers from a mental illness. Thinking this, he approached a nurse. Inwardly, he wondered if he could talk to them, but outwardly he quickly asked, Excuse me, do you know someone named Zodiac? The nurse, seeing him ask, turned brightly and replied, Ah, you mean Dr. Zodiac? Go to the end of the hallway and it's consultation room number 5. At the nurse's words, he immediately turned around with a surprised blank expression and asked, Doctor? The nurse replied casually, Yes, you're looking for Dr. Zodiac, aren't you? He's a famous cardiac surgeon among the patients. At this moment, he found what he heard even more unbelievable. Famous? The scene moved to the front of consultation room number 5. Even seeing the doctor's name, he was still bewildered and seemed to not believe this fact. Really? He looked at a photo of a man with someone else, evaluating it. His impression is too different from now. He's completely assimilated into society. Standing before Zodiac's desk with one hand on his hip and holding the photo, Elgin wondered how such a person became a murderer. He recalled everyone happily laughing and talking and said, Everyone is smiling and talking in the brightly lit hallway. It's too peaceful to be a terrible memory, isn't it? His face hardened, clearly serious. Why would that guy do something like this just to summon a nightmare? What is he trying to do? Just then, Elgin heard a jarring sound, and he flinched slightly. Immediately becoming wary, he lifted his head and wondered. A scream. Just then, a few drops of red blood splattered on his face and his pupils contracted. Before his eyes was an ugly, blood-soaked monster, and it seemed to be holding someone in its hand. A terrifying creature appeared amidst a red and eerie atmosphere. Its mouth was wide open, revealing tightly packed, blood-stained sharp teeth as if it had just torn something living apart. At the sight of this monster, he was slightly terrified. Cold sweat trickled down his face. He stammered nervously. What is that? The monster seemed to roar, its eyes bloodshot. His face was blank at this moment, his eyes wide, unable to say anything. The gigantic creature with its wide-open mouth had hundreds of sharp teeth pointed like blades. Every tooth was stained with blood and pieces of flesh. Witnessing this scene, he was horrified and wondered, monsters! The blood-red room was torn apart by chaos. In the center was a gigantic creature with 4 long, wrinkled, tentacle-like arms deeply piercing a human body. Like a blood-red hell, there were creatures beyond human imagination. They were twisted and bloodthirsty, with cracked skin. Their arms stretched out, jutting forward as if broken, as if trying to tear reality apart. At this moment he could only stare blankly at the creatures before his eyes. The gigantic monsters roared in frenzy, taking the form of green and white reptiles. Their blade-like sharp teeth were horribly exposed. He stood in a red frenzy like the epicenter of a hellish explosion. The moment of a dazzling flash, as if everything exploded in an instant. A dazzling yellow ray, sharp as a blade, sliced through the space. He attacked with a powerful golden steel fist, exclaiming, "The attack is working, it's weaker than I thought." He gritted his teeth, displaying blatant displeasure, and said, as if encouraging himself, "I was a little flustered by the unpleasant sight that just happened, but this is manageable." A dazzling light struck the ground forcefully. He gritted his teeth and powerfully punched upwards. A powerful fist with absolute strength. That fist seemed to defeat all the horrific monsters. It possessed immense power. His 2 ironclad hands were slightly raised, ready to launch another attack. With immense destructive power, he gathered strength and attacked, creating a dazzling light. After delivering several attacks with considerable destructive power, small cracks began to appear in his weapon. He nervously thought to himself, "The item's durability has reached its limit." He recalled the last battle as if comforting himself. "Anyway, I fought an S-grade monster. It seems the way I fight like Ma Dongguang can't be used anymore." But the monster's expression flashed through Elgin's mind. At first he was slightly curious, but seeing that expression he hesitated for a moment and then voiced his thought, "Is it afraid?" Elgin, still holding his weapon and ready to attack, began to think again. Feeling fear from a monster? No way. Not even in the EHE scandal or the Demon Castle did that happen. Nevertheless, the images of those monsters kept swirling in his mind, but they were unlike ordinary monsters. Their primal fear of death was too real. At this thought, he remembered Judirop and began to marvel. Without Judirop, I would surely have gone mad and mistaken this place for reality. Elgin momentarily broke from his thoughts and curled the corners of his lips into a perfect smile. "First, I need to find Zodiac. I'll give him a proper beating." He gripped his weapon tightly and wore a resolute expression. Elgin landed powerfully, a confident smile on his face, and said defiantly, "And then I'll find a way to escape this place." "That's enough of these sticky, worm-like creatures." The hospital scenery was now eerily bathed in red. Zodiac panted laboriously. He stood gasping upright before the terrifying monsters. His pupils were constricted, full of tension. Suddenly a monster in front of him spewed red blood. He was horrified, but at the same time he screamed in fear. The monster was torn into 2 pieces right before his eyes. Elgin leaped onto the head of the blood-spewing monster, gracefully sat on its corpse, and said with a crazed smile, "Hello." His face hardened slightly, and his red pupils radiated killing intent. With a serious and eerie expression he finally said, "I found you." His voice continued to echo like a dreadful death sentence. Zodiac at this moment stood frozen in terror, unable to comprehend what was happening. Huh? The moment Elgin properly saw Zodiac he slightly froze. Why has he changed so much? Anyway, tell me how to get out of here. The person before him was so unfamiliar compared to the Zodiac he knew that he immediately took a defensive stance. "Who is this? Are you a monster too? You're completely naked." At these words a bewildered expression clearly crossed his face. "What did you say?" Zodiac, trembling, barely managed to force himself to stand. "If you want to escape from here, I also want to know how to escape from here. No matter how hard I try, I can't get out." He gripped the iron bar in his hand with hope. "If you're not a monster, tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin also fell into thought and wondered. Zodiac's exhausted appearance made him falter slightly. Looking closely, he was slightly different from the Zodiac he knew. Suddenly, a familiar face flashed through Elgin's mind. In fact, he looked more like the person in the photo from earlier. At this moment, he began to recount the incidents of monsters running wild in the hospital beds. "I don't know what's happening." Suddenly, the patient started acting strangely. A giant tooth-filled mouth flashed in Zodiac's mind. Following this, terrifying monsters appeared one after another, blood red. The hospital was instantly filled with monsters, turning into a hell. His hand didn't remain still and touched the red barrier outside. "There's an invisible barrier here." He also looked there, following Elgin's words. "The exit too. Everywhere is blocked." He felt a little uneasy hearing that. "The hospital is now a dungeon." Zodiac was also curious about this statement. "A dungeon? What are you talking about? Isn't that something from a game?" Turning his head, Elgin suddenly recalled the Zodiac with the scarred face. "I don't know if this is the person who summoned monsters at the arena." Returning to reality, his face made him ponder even more. But here it seems he is Zodiac now. He was very interested in everyone and wanted to escape this hospital dungeon. Not wanting to get lost in too many thoughts, Elgin immediately got to the point and asked Zodiac, "Where is the most important place in this hospital right now?" He also thought for a moment before replying, "It's probably the underground laboratory. That's where the entire hospital gets its energy." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't contain his joy and commanded, "Good, take me there." but his excitement flustered Zodiac. What? It's crawling with monsters right now. But Elgin quickly retorted, it's all the same everywhere anyway, don't worry, I'll handle it. However, seeing Zodiac's eyes widen just now, he couldn't help but wonder, is Zodiac afraid? This passive appearance is unfamiliar. In the darkness, Elgin chuckled to himself, muttering, it seems I've become Zodiac's bodyguard now. Just then a red light flashed. Two gigantic monsters rapidly appeared before them, but they were cut in half by a single slash from him. Another multi-eyed monster leaped in, not weakly, launching a chain attack. Juderup also guided Elgin, providing some help. He followed the girl's guidance and leaped into the midst of the monsters. Amidst the ferocious roars of the demons, only a slight doubt remained in Elgin's mind. This place is truly strange. My sense of time is completely messed up. How long have I been here? A few hours or days? No, it could even be months. What's it like outside? Is the time the same? But one thing is for sure, this dungeon is no ordinary one. After fighting for a long time, everything vanished, and he was left alone, panting. In the thick white smoke that smelled of blood, Elgin seemed to have guessed everything. Generally, the flow of time in reality and the game world is different, but this place is beyond that. This place distorts the player's sense of time. As if its sole purpose is to toy with the player's mind. How can such a place exist? Only after his surroundings became quiet did he speak softly, hey, are you okay? But he couldn't control his words and shouted, shut up, I'm not okay, it's all your fault. After that, Elgin glanced back with a look of disgust. What kind of monster is this guy now? His timid and scared appearance annoyed him even more. What is he trying to do here? A moment later, the two entered a laboratory illuminated by eerily red lights. Zodiac announced, we've arrived. Even Elgin noticed the strangeness. Is this a laboratory? Why is everything red? While he focused on the room, Zodiac, who was behind him, unexpectedly met a pair of red eyes. It was a monster with a huge open mouth rushing forward like a shadow. In that critical moment, Elgin stepped forward and punched the monster's face. He glanced at it, gritting his teeth, his face filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, a black object swiftly flew to his feet. Zodiac's face turned pale in terror at the sight. The detached head bled before his cowardly gaze, but suddenly those eyes opened slightly mysteriously, as if they had no wounds. The images of two familiar men reappeared amidst the gasping breaths. Zodiac, already having lost his composure, trembled even more and whispered, Hung, Hung. That voice echoed in the silent space, catching Elgin's attention. Hung, his face filled with even more terror, widened his eyes. I can't go any further. I'm sorry, Hung. Immediately after, he rushed away from him, screaming as if he had lost control. Elgin saw this and quickly chased after him, not forgetting to curse. This fool, don't run away from me alone. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound immediately echoed from his throat. Zodiac, in a daze, was stabbed through the body by a monster. At the unexpected event before his eyes, Elgin was so shocked that he couldn't take another step. Zodiac's blood-soaked mouth let out a brief wail, straining his last bit of strength in the end. Zodiac met a miserably tragic end. The splendid-eyed monster that had just harmed Zodiac began to eat the crawling centipede again. After witnessing that scene, he couldn't contain his anger and gritted his teeth. These damn bastards, he escaped. Elgin's eyes were already bloodshot with rage. Good, this is a dungeon anyway. Judy was surprised to see him suddenly move. Elgin smiled maliciously and immediately plunged his sword into the ground, causing a red light to erupt and engulf everything. Shouldn't I just wipe them all out? When everything was over, only silence remained in the space. Zodiac's remnants now gained strength and crawled across the ground. His hands trembled violently, but a strange laugh did not stop at his throat. 6 years ago, Yoon-sun concentrated on her work, moving her fingers skillfully across the keyboard. A familiar voice was heard from outside. Assistant Manager Kim, check the email you received. Yoon-sun stopped her hands and replied, yes. To briefly introduce myself, I am Kim Yoon-sun, a new member of the GM team at the Demirgo's headquarters in the US. The person who just called me was Mr. Sly Bandy, the game management team leader at the time. He treated an awkward Asian newcomer like me kindly. Without any prejudice, she stood up and informed Sly. I've checked the email you sent and completed the task you assigned. Please confirm. He smiled and replied, thank you. Yoon-sun's gaze stopped at a desk. She was curious about a photo of two men together. Is that your brother, team leader? He hesitated for a moment before replying, the person in the photo is... Realizing she had been rude, Yoon-sun, flustered, explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to invade your privacy. Sly smiled gently and reassured her. It's all right, that's my proud younger brother. His voice was filled with happiness. He works as a doctor in Boston. He's handsome, isn't he? I'll introduce him to you when he comes here. He's a good kid. She looked at Sly with respectful eyes. My first mentor, Yoon-sun, cherished him dearly. He was her team leader and a truly wonderful person. She respected him. But now looking back, she believed she was simply used. Anyway, Yoon-sun leaned back in her chair and sighed. One day he ordered me to retrieve some data from the main server, but it was a very secure server. An ordinary employee like me had no access. Zodiac guessed in surprise. A mission? No way. She waved her hand to cut him off. At that time I was ridiculously naive. It was only halfway through that I realized. I just thought it was a simple command. Yoon-sun recalled that time. Hacking is my specialty. What appeared on the screen astonished her. What is this? Yoon-sun, sweating with fear, read it. Oriental Beta Test Proposal. The next day in Sly's office he praised her kindly. Wow, Assistant Manager Kim. Thank you, you really did it. You have amazing talent. This data will be used for a very important purpose, she hesitated and said. I also saw that data. Sly listened seriously. That proposal you mean, Yun-sun finally voiced her objection. If that proposal is true, isn't that human experimentation? He smiled and did not deny it. That's right. At these words, she was surprised. What? Sly stood up and explained. That's why we have to prevent such a thing from happening. We have to stop it. Yun-sun remembered not seeing her team leader again from the next day and being called to the company's HR department and fired. She sweated nervously hearing the HR manager say that the proposal was just a joke written by some fool who had given up halfway. He cleared his throat and declared, "But your manager took it too seriously and caused losses to the company, and you are also involved. You must also bear responsibility." The HR manager articulated each word. This issue can be resolved with your resignation now. If you disclose additional information, according to the confidentiality clause in your contract, Yun-sun's face turned pale with alarm. You'll have to be prepared to fight against the headquarters legal team. Her heart was extremely anxious. I don't know what happened to my team leader after that incident. I worked here and there in the US for several years before returning to Korea and somehow becoming a pro gamer. Yun-sun pointed at Zodiac and continued. And then, not long after, you appeared, she recalled when she met him. After hearing what she said, Zodiac introduced himself. I thought I came from Clove Beta. Doesn't anyone know me? Yun-sun quickly surmised. No way. Did that proposal eventually become a reality? So she leaned back in her chair and continued. You asked me before if I was the beta test planner, right? You were mistaken. That proposal had no one's name on it from the start. My name appeared on the data file because I was the last person to touch it before it was transferred. And Yun-sun asked, that's all, so what happened between you and the team leader? He casually revealed. My brother disappeared after that. He's probably dead. She stood up in surprise. What? Zodiac said seriously. I thought my brother's disappearance was related to the REM headquarters. I dug up everything to find him and the Demirgo's world went into an uproar like a disturbed beehive. His next word sent shivers down Yun-sun's spine. And then I saw hell. The image of him fighting Elgin flashed through his mind. In the sea of flames, Zodiac grabbed his neck and dragged him to the center. A hand holding a blood-stained knife also flashed in her mind. For the next few days, she frantically searched for information on her computer. Some days he was changing clothes and Yun-sun walked into the room without thinking. Some days Zodiac was sleeping with his face buried and she searched, tearing at her hair. After finishing her personal hygiene, Yun-sun sat in front of the computer and announced that she had found it. The beta test data still existed in dungeon form, and someone had disguised it as fake data. She read line by line in horror. The path to it was also included. The name of the person who collected the data was also recorded. He stood behind her and heard the name. And Yun-sun read the results from the computer screen. Sly Bandy. Zodiac's face hardened as he fell into thought. He inwardly called his own name, Zodiac Bandy. Zodiac said in disbelief. Somewhere on the battlefield, Elgin panted, gathering his strength. He swung his sharp sword, cutting down monsters. With each slash, Elgin's taunt was embedded. Die, is that all you've got? Come out and fight. He lost his composure, wildly swinging his sword and shouting. Even if I'm trapped here, a question surfaced in Elgin's mind. What is that? He uttered each word with rage. I'll smash you to pieces too. Judy diligently supported Elgin from behind. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. Elgin landed lightly on the ground, but the monster was still floating in the air. The girl had to hold tightly to his hair to avoid being swept away. Suddenly something flew and the monster was slammed hard into the ground. Elgin looked up in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes. A familiar voice echoed, "Calm down, friend. You know what happens when you lose your composure." That person was Zodiac. He proudly said, "The system will burn you instantly." He shouted in horror, "Zodiac?" Seeing Zodiac appear here, Elgin was extremely surprised. "So this is the real Zodiac. Didn't he just die? How can he be alive again?" He replied with contempt. "It's about time you knew, isn't it? Especially since I told you before." Elgin's face couldn't hide his surprise. He recalled Zodiac's book, his items, and the contents of the Black King's journal. The image of him fighting in a sea of fire flashed through his mind. It transformed and regenerated the body into an undead. He survived the Lich Knight's massacre thanks to it, and then attacked himself. Zodiac pulled out a flute and said again, "If you remember that, you'll know what my specialty is." He put the flute to his lips and began to play. He widened his eyes in surprise at the sight, his heart stopping. His flute sound seemed to mesmerize the monsters. Zodiac jumped down and growled, "Thanks for helping me so far. Now that my business is done, will you please get lost?" As soon as he finished speaking, the monster charged at Elgin. Elgin's expression did a complete 180. Elgin gnashed his teeth in rage, losing his composure, and swung his sword at the monster, screaming. Judy murmured in admiration, "Amazing, are you really that annoyed?" He looked down, deep in thought. Before leaving, Yoon had said, "Are you really going there? If that data truly came from the beta version." She tried to stop him, shouting, "Are you going to hell again? This time it will definitely destroy you. Haven't you caused enough trouble?" Judy firmly declared he would go. "Yes, I owe Hanian a debt. You saw the one who created the dungeon. This is a clue my brother risked his life to get." Yoon tried to persuade him, but he cut her off firmly. "That damn bastard who ruined my brother's life and mine," Zodiac growled resolutely. "That William Wilson, this is my chance to pay him back." She was finally convinced and agreed. "All right, then I'll give you this. Make sure to use it." He playfully chuckled. "Thanks, honey." Yoon was annoyed by Judy's tone. "Who are you calling honey?" She folded her arms and complained. "We're just helping each other because of a contract. I have a lot to do. You need to come back safely. If it's dangerous, run away. Yoon's voice grew softer and softer. Understood, he muttered, sweating. No, I'm sorry, honey. Running away has never once been an option for me. Even if I go mad here. Elgin returned every attack from the monster, grinding his teeth. Elgin lightly dodged the monster's attacks. Despite sweating, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Elgin angrily summoned Ma Dongwang's gauntlet. You worm-like creatures, his hand clenched. With one clean punch, he took down the monsters. After that punch, cracks began to appear in Elgin's gauntlet. He froze, jaw clenched tight. Damn it, the gauntlet's durability. A sharp blue light flew towards Elgin's surprised eyes. He quickly tilted his head to dodge the attack. Zodiac glared at Elgin with murderous intent. He gnashed his teeth and muttered, "This bastard, where do you get such tricks? Stay still." Elgin's vision blurred. He was almost overwhelmed by the momentum of Zodiac and the monster beside him. The monster's horn pierced Elgin's chest and slammed him to the ground. Judirop also fell from Elgin's head, but he was still conscious. My heart is no longer pumping blood. Elgin fell unconscious to the ground but still thought, is this place also separate from Uterus Novice Village? He helplessly gnashed his teeth. This is too dangerous. Zodiac looked down at Elgin on the ground and said firmly, I know your counterattacking abilities well. Did you think I'd be foolish enough to attack you directly? Suddenly an explosion echoed. He furiously pressed Elgin's chest and unleashed an electrical attack. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and shouted, I just finished it. Elgin stared blankly at the paper and magic circle that suddenly appeared on his chest. Seeing his dazed state, Zodiac explained, This is a special return scroll made by my friend. It's an overpowered item that lets you return to the place you were before entering the dungeon. A black hole suddenly appeared on the ground and sucked Elgin in. He looked down at Elgin and laughed. I sincerely thank you. It's truly ironic. If you hadn't been bothering me, I'd still be trapped here, wandering in nightmares. When you lost consciousness, you brought me here. Zodiac said firmly, This is how I repay you. Before he completely left, he urged, From now on, this is a private area. Go take care of your teammates. Zodiac's tone gradually softened as he said, Give my regards to Ma Dongwang. Elgin was sucked in, unable to say anything. Left alone, he ran his hand through his hair and muttered, All right now. Zodiac calmly made up his mind and approached the monster horde. It's time to defeat the final boss. He was sucked in, dazed and flustered. Yoon-sun called out worriedly, Elgin, are you awake? Elgin was startled and dazed. He was still unconscious. He lay on the ground in Ma Dongwang form and the surroundings were very chaotic. It's a disaster. That strange monster sucked Ma Dongwang in. No answer from the administration yet. Suddenly an explosion echoed. Yoon-sun stared up, eyes wide. Again a fierce explosion occurred in the air, and several lightning bolts struck the ground, sending dust swirling everywhere. A figure was seen falling like a meteor through the burning sky. Yoon-sun stared, mouth agape and eyes wide, at the falling figure. Drake Kate quickly recognized the person. Wait, isn't that Elgin flying there? She shouted in alarm. Isn't that Coach? Both rushed worriedly to where he fell. Coach Elgin, he replayed the video recording and remembered, in this video I was immediately ejected as soon as I entered. He immediately speculated, it seems the time outside is much slower than inside. Mental attacks are completely ineffective. Elgin stared into the distant past, deep in thought. Can this alter the concept of time? He thought more carefully. First, putting ethical issues aside, is something like this possible with current technology? Elgin sweated, worrying about something else. No, but there's something more pressing to worry about, Yu-jung said angrily. It's a lie to say I'm not afraid, but I can't use that as an excuse. I made a fatal mistake. Elgin recalled what happened in the hospital dungeon, or Zodiac's mind. It was highly unreasonable for a veteran player like himself to appear in that hospital dungeon. Perhaps he knew in advance that I would be there. Numerous questions arose in his mind. But why did he kick me out? If I had been there, everything would have been over. He sacrificed a valuable item to help me. And his voice suddenly echoed in my mind. It's truly meaningless. What are you talking about? You can call me the trash of this world, he softly and gently said. Are you also from Cross-Set Beta? Let's be closer. Before being expelled, Zodiac reminded him, From now on, this is a private area. Elgin gnashed his teeth and clutched his head. Come to think of it, he sometimes spoke in ambiguous English before. Cross-Set Beta? Is it perhaps related to the nightmare demon summoned this time? Wasn't Zodiac a madman who enjoyed murder? Damn it, why do I keep thinking about that bastard? It's not like I love him. The flight attendant's voice echoed in his ears. Excuse me, she continued softly. I am in charge of the meals for this flight. Which would you prefer, Korean or Western? If you'd like alcohol, please refer to the menu and order. He was flustered, holding the menu and reading. I'll have Western food. The flight attendant nodded, receiving the information. Yes, understood. The giant airplane silently passed through layers of clouds dyed orange and pink by the sunset. Elgin tasted the in-flight meal and thought it feels different eating on a plane, but he was still preoccupied with that incident. What happened to the tournament afterwards? He carefully analyzed. Whatever happened, the Korean team ended up winning. The Japanese Association requested a rematch, citing Zodiac's intrusion and disruption of the game, but it was clear that the entire Japanese team had been defeated by Ma Dongwang, so they had to concede defeat. AKA said, We have no intention of requesting a rematch. We were completely defeated. But we are proud to have fought our best against Ma Dongwang. She smiled and said with anticipation, I hope Ma Dongwang will also do his best in future matches. Elgin chewed his food and thought, so our newbie guild debut team advanced to the large-scale league without any commotion. That's why we're on this plane now. A day after the newbie guild debut team advanced to the league, he recalled making a phone call and asking, received an invitation from headquarters. Yu Jung replied excitedly, yes, this time the REM headquarters wants to invite Ma Dongwang. They contacted us first through our YouTube channel. Song Chang-woo, head of the game content team at Korean YouTube, played a crucial role in Korean YouTube sponsoring the new club. To all employees of the Korean YouTube game Future Strategy team, we were deeply impressed by the newbie guild debut team's outstanding performance at this Asian championship. At the same time, we eagerly await the opportunity to converse with everyone in the club. All the content written above was the opinion of Dr. William Wilson, chairman and CEO of REM Group. Visiting REM Group headquarters is more than just a fan experience, Drake Cade asked worriedly. What's wrong, coach? What do you mean? Elgin was deep in thought. This is such a big event, politically and diplomatically important, that even the government sends its own people. He smiled proudly. It's also meaningful that we're going somewhere the Korean Association has never been. Elgin announced firmly. All right, everyone, big news. We all have a chance to go to America. REM headquarters has invited us. Everyone was shocked by the news. What? He shouted, extremely excited. Oh my God, we're going to America? We're going to see REM headquarters? This can't be a dream, right? He rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window, thinking, before the regression, the Korean Game Association wasn't invited to headquarters for 15 years. Perhaps in the future, the newbie guild debut team could represent Korea. It might sound preposterous, but it's not an impossible thought. If his knowledge of the future helps, Korea could provide a better training environment for more powerful players. On another plane, the teammates were very excited about the trip. Elgin's hand trembled with pride. So this trip can be a stepping stone for the future. If I want to eliminate corruption in the Korean esports industry, he clenched his fist firmly. I need more power and influence. REM headquarters will help me. But Elgin was still worried. But there's one thing that bothers me. Numerous questions arose in his mind. Why now of all times? Is it a coincidence? Elgin shook his head, denying. No, that can't be. Before REM Group, everyone was excited and surprised. REM Group. John asked excitedly. The place that makes fantastic games, he shouted excitedly. It's really big. Is this whole city REM? Yoon-sun's eyes widened in admiration. I imagined it would be really big and magnificent, but I didn't expect such a beautiful landscape. It's meticulously decorated like a university campus or a grand mansion. Mr. Lee Diamond sweated and trembled with worry. Elgin quickly noticed. He said reassuringly, Jang, relax, he shouted in a worried voice. How can I relax? REM headquarters, just coming here has immense significance. John clenched his fist in respect. William Wilson, a man even the President of the United States finds difficult to meet. I don't know what others think, but I will tell my descendants about him with reverence for generations. Elgin noticed and felt the camera flying. It stopped and glowed brighter. Dazzling light burst from the camera. A white-haired boy appeared and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Willie, your guide. I'll show you around REM, so please treat me well. See, he shouted excitedly. Cute, nice to meet you. The boy continued to explain, passing through a complex building with various facilities like office spaces, libraries, and a movie theater. Willie stopped, turned his head and announced, Today I'll show you around and tell you about the game's interesting formation process. The boy carefully continued to inform, The tour will take place during business hours, so we cannot disturb the office staff. We ask for your understanding. Everyone simultaneously replied, Understood. Elgin frowned and looked up at the building in front of him. I'll definitely meet him. The name came to his mind in that building. William Wilson. They toured REM Group from morning till evening but still hadn't seen everything. Everyone admired and said, It's really big. Everyone looked around with admiration and excitement. There are a lot of kids here too, it's really pretty. They've even built a few universities here, Willie introduced. This place has an educational foundation run by G Group. The boy's voice had a hint of pride. It reduces family burden, so the growth environment here is truly excellent. He playfully threw her bag and ran to where the children were playing soccer. She casually kicked the ball into the goal. Willie put everyone on a boat and explained that REM's flagship product, X-Mania, was developed through William Wilson's imagination. The boy continued to chatter. Human imagination is as rich and vast as the universe. He excitedly pointed to a nearby building. Willie continued to say that he was slowly turning his imagined REM into reality. Afterwards, the boy led everyone to an exhibition office. The entire room was modern and filled with light emanating from the ceiling lighting system. It felt like entering a futuristic space. Everyone held up their phones and exclaimed, It's truly amazing that one person's imagination can build such a massive world, Willie denied and corrected. No, if Director Wilson's imagination alone could create such a massive city, everyone would follow him. Everything here has become what it is today through continuous exploration and error correction. The boy led everyone to a row of high-tech capsules shaped like cocoons in a corner of the room. He excitedly introduced, Are you familiar with Cthulhu Myths or the SCP Foundation? This game is similar. Willie explained in detail. To bring Director Wilson's imagination to life, countless researchers explored and developed this game. That's how Director Wilson's paradise was born, gradually becoming a wonderful place inhabited by 2 billion people. Following the boy's explanation, a door opened. We have arrived at REM's brain department. Willie proudly said, I present to you the Research and Development Center. Elgin and everyone stared in astonishment at the sight before their eyes. Seeing the 2 glowing rows of cylinders, he inadvertently exclaimed, "My God, to think I'd see this in reality someday." Elgin looked at the glowing object and his voice was filled with surprise. "Is that mainstream?" The boy turned his head and proudly explained, "You know a lot indeed. Before your eyes are 17 mainstream devices under research and development, and they contain secret information about S-grade monsters," Elgin asked worriedly. "Is it okay not to disclose this?" he explained. "Don't worry, these are only things found in guidebooks anyway. This is just the tip of the iceberg of our system." Kate looked around and admired. "Anyway, this place is really magnificent. As a gamer, it's an honor to stand here." The other 5 were interested in mainstream, but Yoon-sun was the only one who wasn't particularly interested. She was drawn to something else in the room. Yoon-sun looked at the 2 black cylinders and wondered, but then, she pointed to one cylinder and asked, "Why are these 2 black?" Willie explained. "Those 2 are broken there." Elgin, Yoon-sun and Drake were shocked and froze at Willie's reply. "Those were the seats of Mammon and O." Willie, ignoring the reactions of the 3, laughed and said, "We were also surprised to catch 2 S-grade monsters. The headquarters was in an uproar because of that incident." Willie's voice lowered as he asked, "You're pretending not to know, right?" Elgin flinched, sweating. Willie looked straight at Hung and lowered his voice. "I'm talking to you, Hung." Hearing Willie's reply, Drake and Yoon were surprised and didn't know what to do. De-Young's mouth dropped open in bewilderment and everyone flinched and froze. He, seemingly unaware, asked, What are you all talking about? Why are you calling Coach Jang? What does that pervert have to do with Jang?" Willie sighed and said, "Hung, you're too calm even when you play games. I've never seen a player defeat S-grade monsters so quickly. How much trouble did I go through to create mainstream?" Elgin flinched and feigned ignorance. "What? I don't know what you're talking about." Willie closed his eyes and asked again, "Actually, there's one thing I want to ask." Willie's voice was filled with curiosity. "Why are Jang and Ma Dongguang different?" Elgin sweated, deep in thought. De-Young was startled by Sei's bewildered words. "What? So Coach is Ma Dongguang and Ma Dongguang is Jang? How? What's going on?" Sei quickly realized the atmosphere was strange. "Why am I the only one surprised?" As everyone sweated and avoided her gaze, Sei was bewildered and flustered. "Surely I'm not the only one who doesn't know, guys." Yoon-sun Uni, Taegang Oppa. Taegang sweated and avoided her gaze in question. Surely Taegang Oppa also knew. With no reply, Sei pursed her lips and whimpered, tears welling up. She stomped off in anger, running away. Taegang and Yoon-sun, startled, called out to Sei one after another. "Sei, don't go alone." Willie scratched his head, feigning innocence. "I didn't realize Sei didn't know. I'm sorry, I thought everyone knew." Elgin, angered, thought carefully. As expected, they already knew, but to be exposed like this, I was going to tell Sei after the tournament. "Oh well, everything will be fine." He decided to take off his mask. "Anyway," Elgin asked again, "you just said you worked really hard to create that, right?" Willie scratched his head and smiled innocently. "I mean, I wanted to guide everyone myself. I'm sorry, the atmosphere is a bit strange." John was startled. Then Drake froze blankly. Willie changed his demeanor and greeted them seriously. "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is William Wilson." Willie smiled and welcomed them. "I'm the creator of this game. Welcome, Newbie Guild debut team." Willie innocently asked, "What's the difference between the name Yahong and Ma Dongwang?" Elgin took off his mask and asked Yoon-sun directly, "Did you really want to face the problem?" He carefully considered the reasons. Elgin looked at John's flustered and worried face. "Actually, there are many reasons, such as the issue of responsibility between amateur and professional players, image management, and expanding the fanbase through various playstyles." Elgin sweated, thinking there are many reasons, but Elgin pursed his lips and decided, "No, I don't want to explain." "Do I have to explain?" he said casually. "It's just the way I enjoy the game. If there are 100 gamers, there are naturally 100 different ways to enjoy a game." Elgin sighed, regaining his composure. "I didn't do anything illegal, so why should I be afraid?" Willie raised his head and stared blankly at him. Willie burst out laughing, denying. "Really? Then they must have enjoyed it in their own way, right? What should I say? I don't know either." Willie took everyone to a cafe and confided in them. "I heard something interesting happened at the last Asian Championship." Willie enthusiastically continued the story. "A summoner named Zodiac intruded." Willie knew full well that Zodiac was a murderer on the FBI's most wanted list. Moreover, he heard that many of REM's employees had been resurrected. But that guy appeared twice. Willie lowered his voice and sneered. "The unusual thing is that he appeared at every incident scene. What an interesting coincidence." Elgin held his cup and drank water, listening carefully. "Really," Willie continued enthusiastically, "and the monsters he summoned were also very unique. They made me curious. Not even our ecosystem has ever seen such fantastic bugs. If they're not bugs, he might have created them himself." Willie concluded with a question. "So what did you experience in there? Why did Zodiac appear there?" Elgin's mind raced. "As expected, he brought me here to confirm this fact." Elgin quietly said, Let's see." He voiced his opinion. "As you may have seen in the video, I was sucked in for a moment and then immediately ejected. Zodiac also disappeared with me, so what would I know? Besides, at that time, I wasn't in a state to care about such things." Willie nodded in agreement. "Oh really?" Elgin lowered his voice and asked, "But may I ask one question?" Willie nodded, giving permission. Of course. Having received permission, Elgin asked, "Every time he appeared, he kept changing one thing, and Hung knows it well, right?" Elgin went straight to the point. "What exactly is cross-set beta?" John muttered blankly. "Cross-set beta, why is that coming up suddenly?" Willie avoided Elgin's gaze. Willie didn't know where to begin answering. Well, Willie explained in detail, we never conducted an official closed beta program. REM only released a demo version before its open beta. Of course, REM's initial idea back then was vastly different from what it is now. Willie continued carefully. To materialize our imagination, we had to replace many developers at the time. Willie's voice was filled with pride. Only after dozens of demos was the open beta released. Willie hesitated. Willie rested his chin on his hand and sighed. In any company, because people develop it, leaks happen. REM was no exception. Some developers stole this technology and created their own demo versions. One of them was spread on the internet. Of course, its quality was low, so it soon disappeared. Willie blinked and speculated. Perhaps Zodiac played one of those. Suspect that playing those games might have made his mind go awry as a side effect. Elgin folded his arms and listened carefully to Willie's story. Elgin thought blankly, it makes sense now that I think about it. In fact, many other versions were released even after REM was officially launched. Elgin's mind was filled with thoughts, but many employees pointed out the side effects and stopped development. REM's game space gradually gained superiority. The image of the monster and its main attack came to his mind. Then what exactly is the Nightmare Ogre? If it weren't for Juderop, my mind would have already been destroyed. Elgin raised a question. Really? But how are you speaking as a hologram and in the form of a child? Willie couldn't help but laugh. Doesn't it feel more approachable this way? I'm a bit old, so it's difficult to meet in person. This is me when I was 10. Cute, right? Willie's eyes sparkled as he asked him, were there any issues with the game experience? Elgin shook his head and replied, no. Willie lowered his voice and said kindly, if there are any problems, please let me know. Don't hesitate. The opinions of veteran players like you are always valuable, Elgin replied in a firm voice. There really weren't any. Willie still asked suspiciously, really weren't any? Elgin firmly confirmed, yes. Yoon sweated beside him. Why is he like that? Why is that person like that? Willie turned to him and asked for his opinion. What about the administrator? Yoon was startled and replied flustered, yes, no problem. There were just a few very minor issues. In terms of technical aspects, there were some minor bugs. Light and shadows unnecessarily overlapped in the Riverside area or the auction, Willie said sincerely. I would appreciate it if you could submit it on the homepage. Elgin glanced elsewhere and thought to himself, anyway, the Nightmare Ogre will disappear in a later update, so this much is enough. Willie bid them farewell. Thank you for coming today. Willie saw everyone off and said, please keep in touch occasionally. Elgin smiled and replied, it's an honor. Elgin thought of an interesting idea, a chance to contact the most powerful person at REM. What would the Korean Association say if they knew this before leaving? Willie asked. Any other requests? Elgin spoke up. Could we take a photo together? Willie smiled brightly and agreed. Yes, of course. I'm not a mystic, you know. A moment later, Taegang coaxed Siyi back. Siyi glared at Elgin with an unpleasant expression. Elgin sweated and bowed his head, unable to look Siyi in the eye. He said nervously and flustered, Siyi, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. Siyi raised her hand, cutting him off. Just a moment. Siyi's face hardened and she said angrily, I don't want to see Coach right now, not just Coach but everyone, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone for now. Elgin tried to hastily explain. That's not it, no, Elgin seethed inwardly. For now, why? In the pink glow of the evening sunset, Gahu exclaimed in admiration. It's amazing that you got to take a photo with Director William. She logged in after arriving at the hospital. Gahu looked at her phone and muttered to herself, but why is he a childlike hologram? Coach looks just like a robot. She smiled proudly. Our CE is amazing. She even took a proof shot at REM headquarters. Really? Gahu suddenly noticed something strange in the photo. Everyone is smiling brightly, but CE is pursing her lips and looking angry. Why is Sahi's expression like this? After fumbling for a long time, a notification of enhancement success rang out from the system. At this time, Elgin successfully created an executioner's sword with an enhancement grade of 8. The executioner's sword appeared, emitting a dazzling aura. A voice softly echoed, Elgin, you've worked hard. Congratulations, you can stop now. Elgin slowly smiled and resolutely refused the offer. No, he continued to enhance with an arrogant smile filled with confidence. Why should I do what you say? A bold man like me only lives once. Hey, the voice grew more urgent. You bastard, are you crazy? Stop. You lunatic. What if everything disappears? However, Elgin at this moment no longer heard any words. He retorted, I am perfectly sane right now. The current Elgin looked at his past self with disgust. In the end, at 35, I made one last gamble, and all I got was empty hands. Moreover, the system coldly displayed a sudden notification. Enhancement failed. Executioner's Sword 8 has been destroyed. Elgin stared blankly at his past self, sighing with disgust. To see this scene again before him was Elgin weeping uncontrollably after failing to enhance his magic item. The 35-year-old Elgin sat on the ground crying out in regret. The current him looked at himself, speechless. Elgin scowled at himself and muttered, the current me would never do that. He realized that the current situation was the timeline before his regression. The past Elgin was still dazed, lamenting in disbelief. No way, enhancement failed. My life is over too, but it's not the end, is it? Suddenly, upon hearing those words, the current Elgin flinched and unconsciously blurted out, Elgin muttered suspiciously, did I say that back then? The past Elgin was still wailing, expressing regret at losing a powerful magic item. "I'm sorry, Sina, I regret starting to play you. How could this happen? You were everything in my life." The current Elgin, confused, asked, "What? Don't say such cringy things, it's disgusting." Suddenly he was in extreme confusion. Elgin muttered to himself, "What the hell is this? Why haven't I regressed yet? I don't have this memory." "What is this memory?" He woke up with a start. Elgin gasped in bed, looking around. Elgin's face was already drenched in cold sweat. Elgin's mind was filled with numerous questions, and his face was grim. Elgin gritted his teeth. "What? I don't know about this. Oh my god!" Cigarette butts were scattered everywhere, and an ashtray hit the door with immense force. The owner of the ashtray, extremely angry, continued to swear. Damn it, that secretary was trembling in the corner. Gujo clutched the newspaper tightly. He gritted his teeth in anger. The national team isn't doing anything right from the start. Those damn bastards even prepared troops to instruct media play if they lost the tournament. The secretary was extremely terrified. He carefully continued his report. "Director, public opinion is still not moving in a positive direction. Hundreds of complaints have poured in so far." Simultaneously, the secretary opened the information page and explained, "A request posted on the National Assembly Petition Board recently received 50,000 approvals." Gujo was extremely angry. He shouted, "What petition?" The secretary stammered, adding more information. "They're accusing us of obstructing the Korean national team instead of supporting them. They're demanding the dismissal of the corrupt officials in the association." Before he could finish speaking, Gujo kicked him in irritation and the secretary's face turned pale. Gujo gnashed his teeth in fury and veins clearly appeared on his face. Gujo questioned, "Those damn bastards dare to say such things? What did the board say?" The secretary described in a trembling voice. "The atmosphere there is quite tense too." He didn't get a satisfactory answer. Gujo swore frantically. "Damn it, the new game zone is selling like hotcakes. The new Link 3021 product that I pushed for and launched is also incredibly popular. Could it be because the RD results are different from reality?" His face was already ashen. Gujo was extremely furious. He muttered to himself, "How much I've dedicated, and they don't appreciate anything." Suddenly he shouted, "Did you find everything I told you to look for?" The secretary was startled. He stammered, "Ma Dongguang's identity," as he showed a hesitant attitude. Gujo pressed on, agitated. "That I mean," the secretary could only report the outcome with his head bowed. "I investigated it, but I found nothing. I'm sorry, the security was too thorough, I couldn't find anything." Gujo was puzzled. That can't be. How could such a capable person just appear out of nowhere? According to what he knew about this person, his sudden appearance made no sense at all. But the secretary couldn't investigate further. He confessed honestly, "But I couldn't find any criminal record or anything else. That player is operating as an independent player." Gujo's face became even more contorted. He continued to question, "Shouldn't you have found something? Is there no information to submit to the association?" The secretary carefully told him everything he knew. "Everything is ambiguous. The Newbie Guild debut team is a newly formed team and has no affiliation with the association." Gujo tried to suppress his anger. He asked if they had commissioned an investigation agency. The secretary reported dejectedly, "Yes, we did, but all attempts failed. They also hired similar agencies but couldn't obtain any information about Ma Dongguang. The image they had of him was very diverse." He continued to explain, "Not only did he hide his identity very well, but he also set up traps in reverse, almost leading to the leakage of our information." Gujo, puzzled, asked countless questions about Ma Dongguang's identity. What on earth is that guy? If he's an ordinary person, why hide his identity so much? There must have been some organization involved. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and angrily reprimanded, "All of you are useless. In the end, I have to step in myself." But the secretary was startled as if struck by lightning and asked again, "Yes, director?" In his mind he heard the cry, "No, the association's image is at rock bottom right now." Gujo put his hands in his pockets and casually laid out his plan. "It's simple. We raise someone stronger than Ma Dongguang and make them the face of the association. After all, the public focuses more on skill and performance. If the association finds and nurtures such talent, public opinion will change." The secretary cautiously asked the name of another player. Then player Ma Wong-Su. Before he could finish speaking, Gujo cut him off. His tone was full of contempt. "I told you not to mention that failure's name again. How can he be compared to Ma Dongguang?" His face was very sinister. Gujo said firmly, "Talent will make the association's investment worthwhile. I spearheaded the support, so I should get something out of it, shouldn't I?" The secretary, flustered, asked again, "But there's no one in Korea besides Ma Dongguang." Gujo's face hardened. His eyes grew more dangerous. He leisurely lit a cigarette and replied, "As it happens, there's one person. That guy can definitely kill Ma Dongguang. It's like fighting fire with fire or poison with poison, wouldn't you say? Their abilities are quite similar." At this moment, Gujo looked very sinister. He smiled smugly. "Everything is going according to plan, whether it's the professional league or the amateur league. Another person will appear to compete with Ma Dongguang." He looked at the email on his phone screen with a satisfied expression. Gujo was full of self-confidence. Soon, on this side, Elgin suddenly sneezed loudly. Yujang looked at him, startled. "What's wrong?" Elgin meticulously read the information on his phone. He wiped his nose and replied to Yujang, "Nothing." Someone seems to be talking about me. Elgin was slightly flustered. He glanced at Yujang. Elgin's mind was filled with the question, is it because of yesterday's dream that his voice suddenly feels closer? He imagined his usual way of speaking. He often shouted, "What if everything gets ruined, you madman?" He wasn't calm like this now. Elgin lamented, "I feel like I'm going to have a nervous breakdown." Yujang was puzzled, seeing him keep staring and thinking something. Elgin showed Yujang his phone and informed him he sent a letter to Jachel in Basteris. Yujang spat contemptuously. Elgin calmly asked, "Is old man Gujo trying to find me?" Yujang also guessed based on the situation. "It seems he's quite anxious." Then Yujang recalled Gujo's expression, puffed out his cheeks and pouted. He exclaimed in admiration, "But why is this situation so familiar?" Elgin stared blankly at him. Really? Outside the building, the wind began to blow strongly. Elgin was idly looking out. Yujang began to explain. "According to a secret informant, they are trying to find your information but haven't found it yet. Old man Gujo's situation is very unfavorable right now. Public opinion is also against him, and the government has sent a letter to the association." Elgin frowned and analyzed. "The esports field hasn't been around for long, but it's developed too quickly, so it won't be easy to uproot it in a short time." The wind outside continued to blow strongly. Outside, the air was filled with hazy dust. New product advertisement banners were also fluttering in the wind. Elgin was very confident in his judgment. That old man will find a solution. Both men were very confident in their respective plans on their respective fronts. Gujo and Elgin asserted simultaneously, "It needs to be cut off at the root before it grows any larger." In a massive apartment building, an advertisement banner for the new product, New Link 3021 feet, was displayed on the bulletin board. New model launched, ushering in a new turning point. Modern machines were displayed throughout the room. Yujang explained information about this product to Elgin. They replaced all old machines with Link 3021 machines. During the promotion period, all private rooms were fully booked for a whole month. Hearing this, Elgin admired and whispered, "Business is good." Yujang was slightly flustered and hesitated. "Isn't this a product planned by old man Gujo?" Elgin immediately explained to him. "That's right." Yujang's concern was accurate. He was very puzzled. Why is it a new product from Red Moon and not a product from headquarters? Yujang guessed. It seems old man Gujo is planning something. Regarding his question, Elgin explained coldly, "Of course, this time we helped him." Yujang's mind was filled with question marks at Elgin's ambiguous words. Behind the mask, Elgin smiled confidently and calculated inwardly. "A big tournament will be held in a week, so it's time to prepare. I need to finish things before that." Gujo was extremely satisfied with the progress of his plan. Gujo laughed heartily. "See, nothing is impossible if you follow my words. If we put pressure on those damn bastards, everything will be resolved." He smirked sinisterly and asked his secretary, "What are the buyers' reactions?" The secretary, sweating, immediately reported, "Although the price is somewhat high, there have been no strong objections thanks to the state-of-the-art machines and good performance. However, there have been a few complaints about the machines getting slightly hot during use." Hearing this, his expression stiffened slightly. Gujo pressed on. "It gets hot?" he snapped. "That's something for the technical team to know." "How would I know?" the secretary rebuked, bowed his head and cautiously apologized. "I'm sorry, Director." Gujo then leaned back leisurely on the sofa and thought, "Just focus on profit. Events and promotions are enough. Anyway, those people will go crazy when a new product is released. Find a company with as many loyal customers as us." The secretary immediately agreed with him. "That's certainly impossible," Gujo continued arrogantly. "It doesn't matter how much this new machine develops. First, we need to make a lot of money. To explain the name Red Moon, it is a multinational corporation under Gem Group that produces Gem X machine, the best gaming machine in Korea. It can be called a Korean subsidiary of Gem, with sales reaching 1 trillion won. The headquarters has about 3,000 employees, but including temporary workers, affiliates, and partners, the number doubles. Based on its large scale and strong growth, this company influences various fields such as politics, economy, and military." The secretary politely replied after hearing Gujo explain his plan, "Yes, I have distributed the tasks to each team." He glanced at him and casually responded, "Well done." Yoon was broadcasting on her live stream channel. She enthusiastically greeted her viewers. "Hello subscribers, I'm Sun." Yoon Sun excitedly introduced today's broadcast topic. "Today I'll be doing a special game broadcast. I'll show you combat styles using various items. Those interested in equipment combinations and coordination should watch this broadcast." As she snapped her fingers, many sparkling, cute items appeared around Yoon-sun. She explained that it was very important to design her character to suit her individuality while playing the game. Although many people were disappointed that the Gem X machine did not allow users to freely design their characters, Yoon-sun smiled excitedly and continued to communicate with her viewers. "But today I'll introduce affordable and easily obtainable products and my secret tips for creating your own cosmetics." The chat window was flooded with viewers' comments. "Secret tips revealed. Ice Moon Sun is so cute today." L1 player, "Is there anyone who doesn't know this? I don't know Loker 123 feet. I thought she was an excellent person." Then boss player Yoon Sun, "Today." But immediately, numerous malicious comments poured in. "Google them. Why do you wear makeup? It's useless. Are there still people playing this game? JRLCDGGGGG trash." Dark viewer. "It's good to be back after a long time. Still trashy." The most boring live broadcast. Yoon-sun's mood immediately sank as she read those rude comments. Yoon-sun's face stiffened. The aggressive comments grew more and more numerous, and the entire chat window was filled with insults directed at Yoon-sun. That kid showing up here, look at that young fresh face, really ugly. And you're a YouTuber, this world is crazy. How do you make those chubby cheeks? Are you recording the screen? The initial enthusiasm disappeared. Yoon-sun's body stiffened, seeing those comments. She was extremely flustered. Why is this happening? But immediately people appeared to defend Yoon. At this time, the chat window split into two sides, arguing loudly and falling into extreme chaos. She changed her hairstyle. She's really timid in person. Everyone plays boss player. Why are you asking Sun so much? Yoon-sun, are you crazy? If you don't like it, leave. Well, huge earthquake. Yoon-sun was extremely flustered. At this point, she had to step in to diffuse the tense atmosphere in the chat window. Everyone stop fighting. Everyone has different opinions, so please just consider it an entertainment program. I would appreciate it if you would refrain from commenting. But the number of comments grew more and more, and they still didn't stop fighting. This situation of one person insulting and another defending continued, creating extreme chaos, and few people focused on the broadcast content. They were only absorbed in arguing loudly in the chat window. Letters continued to scroll up at a mad speed. Yoon-sun became even more confused. She didn't know what to do and just mumbled a few words like, Yoon-sun hesitated. At this time, old man Gujo smirked very sinisterly. He said to the other person, hey, now you know what to do, right? Just look for those around him. The secretary also replied to him, looking very troubled. But because Ma Dongwang's identity is unclear, it's very difficult to find the people around him. Gujo said nothing, just smirked viciously. Then he suddenly frowned and his face became very serious. Gujo slowly explained, what I mean is, in this world, Kate glanced back, sensing the arrival of uninvited guests. Gujo's sinister voice continued to slowly resonate. There are also family-like relationships, aren't there? At the same time, a group of people dressed in black appeared. It was to attack Drake. Sei's situation was no better. The girl was also surrounded by a group of people dressed in black. Gujo smirked contemptuously and provoked. You didn't just appear by chance, did you? Elgin was currently on a very urgent call. After receiving the situation from the other end, he hastily replied, okay, I understand. Be careful. Don't worry about here. Elgin angrily reprimanded. As expected, he was trying to launch a cyber attack to prevent us from logging in for a week. He quickly turned around, not forgetting to ask Yujang for help. We need to go help quickly. Yujang was bewildered and didn't understand anything. He asked again, club members are being attacked, realizing the problem was quite urgent. Yujang worriedly suggested, then we should go to Sei first. She's still inexperienced and might have psychological issues. Eljun listened to his words, paused for a moment, then sighed in relief and smiled at him. A system notification sounded. Encouragement video has been sent. Yoon-sun received the notification and her eyes widened in surprise. What, an encouragement video? Thank you everyone. I'll play it right now, immediately. Sensitive videos appeared on the screen, mosaicked. Yoon-sun gasped and screamed in embarrassment. She was so ashamed of those videos that she felt dizzy. Yoon-sun's face turned red. The system displayed a new notification again. Inappropriate content for children. Broadcast restricted for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Yoon-sun, flustered, started broadcasting again. She looked very depressed. Alright, I'll restart the broadcast. I'm really sorry. Comments poured in again. Did Ururu stop broadcasting because of 19 content? WKDQKF 7,777,777 reported it to YouTube while eating. Dark viewer. Nonsense broadcast 20. That was really bad. Han is really a mess. Stream M30 boss battle. Everyone stop. Don't worry about it. In the room of a man watching Yoon-sun's broadcast, the sound of a keyboard continuously echoed. The man kept muttering, son, please hold my hand just once. Please say my name just once. He kept typing on the keyboard incessantly, muttering harassing words. You won't say my name or hold my hand. You weren't like this at the academy. Our son has changed. I've watched your broadcast from the beginning. Even after sponsoring so much, you haven't said my nickname once. I even wrote complimentary posts on streamer channels and other communities so you could succeed. He sat in front of the computer incessantly typing on the keyboard. He typed his fabricated stories into Yoon's broadcast chat window to disrupt her. Before, I didn't have a broadcast room or equipment, so I had to broadcast next to my sick mother. Now that you're famous, you've become arrogant. Chen-won whispered with a sinister smile. Son, I'll teach you some manners. You're the same kind of person as me, aren't you? A while back, a man in a black cloak offered Chen-won a deal. I'll give you money for each malicious comment. Work hard. Record all your comment activities and send them for approval. Chen-won dazedly agreed to the proposal. Yes, I understand, sitting in front of the computer screen. Chen-won continuously marveled. He wondered why there was such a good job, saying that he could teach others and earn money, which was truly killing two birds with one stone. He continuously tapped on the keyboard, muttering nonstop. Now shall I post comments with my ID? In Yoon-sun's chat window, numerous comments attacking her appeared again. Dad 20, kids are really, the more I see this person, the more disgusting they get. Play the bass, don't comment. 1 step forward, 4 steps back, it makes me cry. Isn't this Yoon-sun's alt account? Whale does not participate. Chan-won was extremely excited. He licked his lips, excited to use his own ID to attack Yoon-sun. How thrilling, could our minds be so in sync? Chen-won smiled villainously, and a repulsive smell emanated from his mouth. Suddenly, Elgin appeared and questioned him. He asked calmly, "Is this fun?" Elgin stood in front of Yoon-sun, pointed at Chenwon's face and sneered, "Did you think you wouldn't get caught using multiple IDs?" Chenwon stared blankly at the computer screen. He couldn't believe that not only had his identity been exposed, but Elgin had revealed it on a live broadcast. Baek Chenwon, 32, was currently unemployed. He stared blankly at the screen in a panic, unable to say anything. His fingers no longer moved on the keyboard. Chenwon just quietly uttered, "Ha." Chenwon was more flustered than ever. His face turned pale as if drained of all blood. Chenwon, flustered, asked himself, "What, is it just a coincidence? Is it just a name that's the same as someone he knows?" Elgin still calmly pointed at each ID on the broadcast screen. He rattled off the IDs that had just verbally abused Yoon-sun. "Alright, let's see. Yovandan, bulging muscle. Weakhead Cork 777, the whale is worn out." After listing them all without exception, Elgin looked directly at the screen with a sneer, taunting, "These are all Chenwon's IDs, there are so many." A user block notification appeared on the server screen. All the IDs Elgin had just listed were immediately put on the block list. Elgin pointed at another account on the screen and informed him, "Are you Spark too? Shall I kick you out of the room?" Chenwon's face turned ashen with panic. He was too shocked to speak, and sweat began to pour down like rain. When Elgin mentioned Spark, Chenwon froze. He flinched and muttered to himself, How did he know? How did he know? How did he know?" Yoon-sun cautiously tried to stop Elgin from blocking the account. She hastily explained, "No coach, that person has been my loyal fan for a long time." As if grasping a lifeline, Chenwon immediately regained his composure. He hastily fumbled to explain using the Spark account. "Spark, that's right. I'm Yoon-sun's fan. I didn't post any malicious comments just now. I've been cheering her on for a long time. This is too much." Chenwon vowed to himself that he would not be caught. "At least with this ID I haven't posted any malicious comments." Then he quickly typed away on the keyboard, defending this account. "Spark, it's really not me. I've sponsored her so much money during that time. Please trust me." His hand continuously typed pleading words. In his mind he consoled himself. "I've set up multiple layers of IP security, and malicious comments aren't such a serious crime, so the police won't get involved." However, Elgin's gaze was frighteningly calm. He quietly threatened him. "I saw everything." Chenwon, Elgin presented numerous arguments that the opponent couldn't refute. "The comments are different, but the serial number behind them is the same. If you don't believe me, I'll screenshot it and post it in the chat room." The solid defense in Chenwon's mind slowly crumbled. He typed frantically on the keyboard in a panic. Chenwon couldn't believe his ears. He saw it. Impossible, that can't be. Elgin's inner self felt extremely triumphant at successfully scaring the coward. He sneered inwardly, "Of course there's no evidence. I just said that to scare him," as Elgin intended. Chenwon on the other side of the screen was extremely flustered. He kept gritting his teeth and cursing himself. "Damn it," the chat window continuously scrolled up again. Yoon-sun read something and unconsciously exclaimed, "Ah," that account explained at length. "Please trust me. I've replayed Yoon-sun's ads so many times. If you do this to an innocent person like me," all the other viewers simultaneously spammed, "Ah, stalker." Chenwon noticed that the atmosphere in the chat window was a bit strange. He paused for a moment and asked himself, "Why is the atmosphere suddenly like this?" Before he could even finish speaking, he immediately widened his eyes in horror. Chenwon discovered his own flaw through the comment. He thought hastily, "Wait a minute." Chenwon quickly typed a long chat message to explain himself. "Spark, Ja Chul must have done some hacking. If Yoon-sun believes him, she's really foolish." Comments from other accounts continuously scrolled up. "Yes, but she's not that foolish, is she? Keep believing. Bad guys keep appearing. It's really not me." "Sana, how long have I been cheering for Yoon? Don't do this to pure and passionate people like me." As soon as Chenwon realized he was extremely distressed, "I used the wrong nickname." Chenwon hastily fumbled to correct his mistake again. He yelled, "Damn it. My mind was distracted and I made a mistake. I need to delete it quickly." Chenwon quickly deleted the comments from that account. At this moment, the chat window's long, continuously scrolling comments covered Chenwon's comments. He went frantic with panic. Chenwon continuously yelled, "It's fine since I just posted it. Surely no one reads all the comments, right?" Before he could even feel smug, a cold notification message appeared on the computer screen. "This account has been blocked by the administrator." After that notification message, Chenwon stared blankly at the computer screen like someone who had lost their mind. Elgin muttered inwardly, "So this guy was like this from the beginning." Baek Chenwon was also known as Spark. "In my memory, this guy would become a famous cyber scammer a few years later." Elgin remembered Chenwon's crimes very well, insulting and despising the weak and causing disputes among others. Furthermore, he sexually harassed female streamers, drawing criticism from netizens, and as a result the live streaming market gradually contracted. Chenwon gripped the phone in his hand tightly. After reading the news article, he shouted in an enraged voice. In his boiling rage, he threw his phone without hesitation. Chenwon breathed heavily, bursting with indignation. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Ja Chul, Yoon-sun, you messed with the wrong people. You're far more ruthless than I thought. I'll show you. If I just go underground for a while and then create new accounts to operate, what can they do? They don't know where I am, but I know you very well." His face darkened. Chenwon threatened loudly, "Just wait, you damn bastards, I'll show you what hell is." Suddenly, Yujang appeared from somewhere, peered into Chenwon's house door and called his name in a low voice. "Hey Baek Chenwon." Yujang squatted on the doorstep looking into Chenwon's house and sneering at him. "Long time no see, have you paid off your debts? You still have time to read comments, huh?" The moment Chenwon saw Yujang's face, his face turned pale. Chenwan froze, unable to say anything. On Elgin's side, he was extremely confident in his counterattack. Elgin provoked him. "Old man Gujo, don't think you're the only one with a team. Investigate me, you'll see." Elgin smiled contentedly. Yujang has probably already arrived at his place. If you just remember who he is, you can find him easily. Besides, he didn't even know that guy was a loan shark's client. The screen showed that the microphone was off. Yoon-sun was still extremely confused at this moment. She directly asked Elgin, "Aren't you mistaken? That person has been subscribed since then." He could only quietly explain to her. "Sun Elgin immediately informed her of a concept. "Right now, you're under attack from malicious comments." Yoon-sun stared at him wide-eyed with surprise. "Malicious comments?" Realizing she didn't understand his intention, he quickly explained. "They train people who write negative comments like hounds and subtly control them." As if her horizons had broadened, Yoon-sun wondered. "So people who write malicious comments also get paid?" Elgin burst out laughing at her innocence. "Of course, such jobs exist in this era. In fact, they earn a lot." He hastily said goodbye. "Anyway, I'll explain later. Focus on the broadcast." Yoon-sun in a daze could only utter, Elgin quickly waved to the viewers beyond the screen. "Sorry for suddenly appearing. I'll be leaving now." Suddenly a comment appeared in the chat window that surprised Yoon-sun. Favorite block comment account. "Please do a special broadcast on breast contouring like before." Yoon-sun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and she said, "Breasts?" Elgin's jaw dropped as he evaluated the account. He couldn't express it in words and only judged inwardly. Are there so many bold people these days? No, it must be someone. Suddenly his eyes became even more flustered. Elgin muttered to himself, Long comments from the favorite block comment account appeared in the chat window. "Sorry Yoon-sun, Yachul's chest is too attractive. I'm not interested in women's chests." Yachul's fan, that's right. "I prefer men's chests. I want to see Yachul's chest. Of course I likely. Please do a special broadcast on Yachul's chest. Please." The jiggling. "I've watched Yachul's chest special broadcast 1640 times. I need something new." "Young Tits is a traitor one. Just play games your whole life. Snap out of it, guys. We want Yachul's chest." Yoon-sun could only press her lips tightly together to hold back her laughter. She could only exclaim, "Well, Yachul's fans are truly unique." Elgin looked at her, flustered. "I think so too." A moment later, Yujang left Chenwan's apartment holding a USB in his hand. He reported, "Yes, I found the USB." Yujang explained every single detail to the person on the other end of the phone. "We also have Red Moon's documents regarding this malicious comment incident. It seems they voluntarily handed over the evidence once all personal information was exposed." Chenwan lay prostrate on the floor, dazed by Yujang's kind greeting, his face looking extremely flustered. Elgin received the information and complimented him. "Well done." After dealing with Yoon-sun's problem, Yujang mentioned the problems of the remaining two, extremely worried. "So should we go to Sahee's or Drake's side now, or would it be better to log out?" Elgin replied to him with very ambiguous words. Both of them said the same thing. His words confused Yujang slightly, and he asked again, "What did you say?" Elgin just smiled calmly. Meanwhile, bosses in black cloaks were fighting in a difficult situation. Drake continuously knocked them down with powerful attacks. He stood alone with two bows, and behind him smoke billowed from an explosion. He didn't seem to be in trouble. Rather, he seemed to be enjoying the fight. Drake smiled sinisterly. On Sahee's side, she too was fighting extremely bravely, stepping over the corpses of people in black cloaks. Sahee's appearance was completely different from that of a young girl being surrounded. Elgin declared with great interest, "Now is the most exciting time. Let's have some fun." Drake's voice echoed through the smoke of the battlefield. "I was leveling up and someone appeared trying to assassinate me." He cautiously hid behind a wall, calmly observing and evaluating his opponent. "That guy isn't simple. He must be a master." Elgin contacted him by phone, and after seeing the situation, he was shocked. This arrow, an arrow with 3 sharp barbs, was deeply embedded in the wall. He concentrated on identifying the person before his regression. There was an assassination game guild famous for specially shaped arrows. Could it be the Blood Moon bounty hunters? There must be a bounty on the dragon for someone who kills him before an important major tournament. Thinking this far, Elgin's mood turned sour. He said loudly into the phone, "Dragon, listen. I'll tell you the identity and power of the guys targeting you." Drake calmly reassured him. "It's fine," Elgin said, puzzled. The person who came to assassinate Dragon continuously shot powerful arrows with high intensity from the other side. The light emanating from the arrows was very beautiful. He observed him from a distance, then he smiled at Elgin. "Now is the most exciting time." Dragon moved as fast as the wind. There were several buildings between where he stood and where his opponent was. He looked like a small dot among the countless stars in the sky. However, he could accurately aim at where Dragon was standing. He quickly dodged every single arrow. This flustered him on the other side. "How did that guy move and dodge all my arrows? Can he see the movement of those arrows? Impossible." It was Dragon's turn to counterattack. He drew his reverse-bladed sword and the arrow flew at tremendous speed. He had to concentrate extremely hard to block it. The moment the arrow was about to hit him, the blade and the arrow collided, creating a small explosion. The opponent quickly moved, and his mind was filled with doubt. There was a blade attached to the arrow. How could he have seen that with human eyesight? It would have been impossible to see and dodge that arrow. He jumped into the fallen wooden boxes and smoky debris to calm himself down. He must have excellent eyesight and intuition. But he's a really troublesome guy. He already thought Dragon had appeared behind him. Elgin observed the matches so far and stated his thoughts. Previously, Dragon's power wasn't fully appreciated. He was always a mystery, which is why other players didn't rate him highly, but in reality he was a talented player, with a record of 1684 wins and 1684 losses. In battlefield combat, archers had the highest rank at a 50 ratio, which is one of the things players who like long-range attack systems desire. At this moment another arrow flew towards Dragon. This arrow was like a time bomb, and its rope was almost completely burned. The bomb arrow touched his precious bow. He joyfully threw his bow to the building across, and his opponent was still there. Elgin continued, Dragon only fights opponents when necessary. The rest of the time he primarily focuses on leveling up and skill mastery. When fighting others, skill determines victory or defeat. He even hunts monsters alone. To do that, he has to be truly strong, much stronger than the level of the monsters he's hunting. As soon as he finished speaking, the bomb exploded on top of the tower. The light shone intensely on the opponent hiding in the corner over there. He said, flustered, why did an explosion happen over there? Dragon suddenly opened his mouth. Found you. He appeared from the darkness like a demon, striking fear into him. Now with nowhere left to run, Elgin felt much better than before. To gain elite combat skills, one must level up and thoroughly understand both the weaknesses and strengths of their character. The Blood Moon Society underestimated his power, and trying to assassinate him was nothing short of suicide. His current skill is so strong that even he cannot gauge it. Elgin suddenly noticed something interesting and smiled. He recalled what Drake Kate had said when they played together. The reason I keep playing this game is because of you. Such passionate people always surprise me. Having him as a companion has made this game more enjoyable. If it weren't for him, my motivation would have long faded. Elgin rubbed his nose with his finger. He changed the person he was talking to. Taegang, how are things over there? Taegang replied calmly. The situation is quite good at the moment. I'm currently streaming with Sihi. There's a lot of money circulating in the market right now, so there are more opportunities for development, he asked again. So Sihi is safe too? At the mention of that person, Taegang felt a slight chill. That might be the case. He shivered as he watched Sihi dispatch all the monsters in front of her with her scythe. He apologized to Elgin. I'm pretty free here. I hardly had to lift a finger. Sihi did it all herself. Sihi, though filled with the fire of fierce combat, suddenly became ordinary, fuming with anger. She wondered. The coach sent a message, Taegang replied casually. He brought up a few interesting things. He mentioned some things related to him. His first meeting with Cha Ji-Yusok, participating in the Underground World Tournament, and then joining K1. Everything went smoothly, but perhaps Cha Zihi won't let go of her anger easily, as Taegang was lost in his own thoughts. She suddenly spoke. I've made up my mind. Taegang couldn't understand. Why had Sihi turned her back on him? Exercise also clears the head. I'm going to talk to coach, he wondered. How about what? Her face glowed brightly with determination. About everything. The scene shifted to Elgin. He was intensely planning. Cha Ji-Yusok, he couldn't do anything to me, so he targeted my teammates, but I expected everything. He dared to stir up trouble. He was inside a building. It was a room full of chairs. One of the chairs was broken, causing a short circuit. But don't forget that even a snake has venom and will retaliate. More lightning accumulated at the short-circuited spot. It grew larger and larger, on the verge of exploding. Elgin smiled contentedly. Now it's time to counterattack. Yujang recalled the scene where he had rushed into someone's office. The two people there looked at him in surprise, following him. Then he stood behind the hired informant and threatened him. I forced several people to confess their involvement in malicious comments. Under immense pressure, he abandoned his computer and fled. Yujang didn't give up and grabbed the person's pants, dragging him. He explained to Song Dong. Various pieces of evidence, handwritten statements, wiretapping recordings, and other documents were secured and neatly arranged on the desk in file folders, and as audio recordings. I've collected all the evidence that they were hired to post malicious comments. He triumphantly cracked his finger joints. If rumors of his misdeeds get out, Gujo definitely won't stand idly by. Immediately, something is still missing to completely tarnish the reputation of Red Moon's director. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, what, even though they instigated countless malicious comments? If innocent people fall victim to this manipulation, the consequences can drive them to despair. He sat at the desk and said with an expressionless face, legally, malicious comments are only considered a minor offense. The stronger the power, the lighter the punishment, it seems. After that, Elgin suddenly smiled, sending a sharp glance as if everything was under his control. This is just the beginning. I still have an ace up my sleeve. The scene shifted to another apartment building. Black smoke rose into the dark night sky. It billowed from a fierce fire consuming a tall building. Fire trucks had already arrived. The first firefighter rushed forward frantically, shouting in dismay, "What's happening? Why did a fire suddenly break out? Did something explode inside?" The second firefighter replied calmly, "The fire seems to have started in a large machine room. Fortunately, this area isn't operational yet, so there are no injuries." He meticulously explained to his colleague this area doesn't have many adjacent buildings, and there's a building under construction next door which prevented the fire from spreading further. Construction materials were also moved beforehand. The first firefighter was still a little worried. Still, it's very difficult to approach the interior. Just then he turned at a voice from behind. Sweat trickled down his face. "Wait, no need to put out the fire." Elgin suddenly appeared and reassured the two. "There's no one inside. I added several layers of modern locks and only the building owner can enter. I also hired several guards outside the building to prevent anyone from getting in," the first firefighter, bewildered, asked again. "Still, the fire is spreading at an alarming rate. How will the building owner react?" Elgin was wearing a mask, but they could tell he was smiling. "That's not a big problem," he pointed to himself with his thumb, "because I am the owner of this building." His nonchalant tone made the two firefighters suspicious. "If you're the owner of this building," suddenly, the first firefighter exclaimed loudly as if he had realized something. "Are you player Ma Dongguang?" the second firefighter immediately interjected. "How can you be so calm?" Elgin curled the corners of his lips and slowly replied, "Because I'm insured." He began to monologue to himself. "This building is an empty property I bought a long time ago. It's located on the outskirts of a bustling district and there were no casualties. As expected, the fire was completely extinguished and no one was hurt. Am I the one who caused this fire? Of course not. I merely anticipated it. This situation demonstrates that the new Link 3021 machines designed by Gujo for Red Moon are experiencing problems. Even before my regression, there were people who were injured and even died using Link 3021. This accident caused Gujo to take all responsibility, be demoted and face legal punishment. However, he was released very quickly after only a short time in prison, becoming his brother's henchman. When bail was paid, this incident exposed the abnormality of the Korean judicial system. There were victims here, but no one took responsibility for what happened. The night wind blew fiercely, making the flames even more intense. Elgin admired the sight before him. "The fire is too big, it seems it's beyond control." Yujang also watched quietly beside him. "Indeed, the greater the damage, the more expensive the repairs will be." Early the next morning, a white car drove down a secluded road, the sunlight hitting the car window with a faint yellow glow. Inside were two energetic people. Elgin waved his hand enthusiastically. "All right, let's go. Now it's our time." Yujang, who was driving beside him, was equally delighted. It was just a small matter. The place they arrived at was another high-rise building, seemingly an insurance company. Office workers, looking as somber as if attending a funeral, lined up carrying their bags. Everyone wore magnifying glasses, and their eyes were gloomy and cold. Elgin rushed inside as soon as the employees entered. He immediately greeted them cheerfully. "Oh my, I've been waiting for you here. Please, have a seat." Everyone introduced themselves in turn. "Hello, I'm the CEO of 20 Insurance Company. I'm Kim 20, head of the insurance department, and this is SS Insurance." Yujang was slightly curious. "Everyone here," Elgin replied calmly. "Negotiating representatives and legal experts from each insurance company will participate." Everyone sat down at their desks in an orderly fashion, and computers continuously displayed information and data. "Now we'll begin estimating the damages from the fire. Firefighters have already checked up to the 13th floor of the building." The 20 insurance companies' investigation team accessed the rooftop using a helicopter. "Please let us know if there's anything else that needs checking." The figures were displayed continuously and intensely. "We are estimating 2357.89 of the insurance claim. 100. The insurance appraisal process is complete." One of the representatives, holding a stack of papers, said clearly. "Now we will immediately begin preparing for a lawsuit," Yujang said, before even realizing what was happening. "Hey, this," Elgin, beside him, smiled very strangely. "This is how insurance companies conduct investigations. Very thorough." His voice echoed above the chaotic noise in the office. "The thorough investigation of the insurance company." He explained step by step to Yujang to clarify the problem. "I bought a building with a large machine room and bought several cheap gaming machines from the closed machine room. I recouped my investment. All machines are Link 3021. You can immediately have a different experience. But the gaming machines that Gujo planned and forced them to buy were Link 3021, which caused the gaming room to shut down." Insurance companies always maintain a certain position in society. They never want to lose money. If they have to pay a large insurance claim, they will conduct a thorough investigation to cover their losses, especially since this building is insured for the maximum amount and has all options and special clauses. He realized that everything was Elgin's plan and was dumbfounded. "So you prepared everything? So you insured with multiple insurance companies?" Even though I told him to be careful, he curled the corners of his lips slightly and said in a provocative tone, as if without any emotional fluctuations, "Now all the major insurance companies in Korea will monitor Gujo's life for me. How long can he last?" In an apartment building, the lights were as bright as day, the TV was continuously on and the announcer's voice streamed out. "The cause of the accident that occurred last night at building number 20 has been announced. Red Moon's newly released gaming machine, Link 3021, experienced a cooling failure. The machine overheated, transmitting heat to the wires and causing a fire. The game room under construction in C is the largest in Korea. It underwent low-speed testing for 12 hours a day but still caught fire. If the game room operates 24 hours a day, it would be difficult for it to operate without risk. If a fire breaks out after the game room opens, it could lead to player fatalities. This project has been withdrawn and the number of lawsuits is estimated to be over 10,000. Red Moon is behind all of this. There has been no official announcement. The next news is about Red Moon's CEO, Gujo. In fact, he manipulated public opinion to expose information about the association's unfair interference from an anonymous source. The envelope contained hundreds of gigabytes of evidentiary data, including audio recordings and photos. The more he listened to this, the more Gujo's face twisted with anger and sweat dripped from his forehead. Suddenly a white hand reached out and smashed the TV, sending black fragments flying into the air. Gahu slowly leapt down, her feet landing softly on the ground. A clear and bright smile like a flower spread across her face, showing no guilt for the act of destruction. The TV screen was severely damaged and deeply dented. Smoke rose, followed by Gujo's resentful voice. "Damn them, do you think you've won? I won't let you get away with this. I am Gujo. If you think this is the end, you're gravely mistaken." Elgin heard all these words. He wore the smile of a victor. The camera flashes of reporters continuously burst. "I heard a board meeting is being held before today's shareholders meeting. Will the director also attend? Why did he interfere?" They continuously hurled questions. "Is it true that the director's nephew and cousin are in the association? Isn't this nepotism? Is it true that certain teams and players received special treatment throughout the Asian Championship qualifiers? I heard the director had an opinion on the map selection for the Japan-Korea match." Under the fierce onslaught, Gujo sat in a wheelchair, trembling continuously. "What do you think about the recent casualties in Red Moon's newly released game room? Please comment on the stock price after the large-scale recall." Only now did he open his mouth with a regretful and pained expression. "I apologize," they still actively asked. "Why did you create a team that writes malicious comments? Please answer." Director Gujo heard the continuous sounds of debate in the large building. "The recall requests have exceeded our control. I hear that game room owners and people who hold grudges against us are using this accident as an opportunity to prepare a class action lawsuit." In the meeting, shareholders continuously updated that the stock price had plummeted by more than 5 in a single day after the article was published. One of them angrily challenged, "Why did you create that malicious comment team and cause all this chaos? And you even had the evidence stolen." He thought irritably to himself, "These damn bastards, they're doing the same thing behind the scenes. Yet now they're saying this." But to appease their anger, Gujo had to lower his voice. "I admit that the stock price drop is my fault," and he said arrogantly to the person standing opposite him, "But who am I? I am Gujo. I don't like to inconvenience others. Of course I have a definite plan to solve this situation." As soon as he finished speaking, a large screen lit up as if to show something. It captivated the gaze of everyone present. A gigantic figure appeared, and one person hesitated. "This is," just below it was detailed information about that figure. "It was none other than Arthur Gu," Gujo said proudly. "Come closer and see. This is a strategic video." One person was surprised to recognize that this monster was the one that appeared in Gem's first commercial video. Another person continued, "It's one of the 7 Death Knights mentioned by Director Wilson at the press conference." The battle in the video was still very fierce, but he was surprised. What player can defeat this monster? When the video ended, Gujo stood up and slammed his hand on the desk, asserting, "The Death Knights are the company's highest-level monsters. They are known to exceed level 100. Experts have even concluded that they are stronger than Hyven, who appeared in the Asian Championship. In other words, this is the strongest monster yet," someone below muttered complainingly. "Impressive," the person next to him asked, bewildered. "But what does that have to do with our stock price?" He smiled meaningfully and slowly suggested, "What do you mean nothing to do with? Who defeated the Death Knight?" And Gujo grandly waved his hand. "We will sponsor that person." Upon receiving Red Moon's sponsorship, everyone below seemed to realize, dumbfounded. He smiled meaningfully, thinking to himself, "Considering Gem's reputation, this is truly a useful publicity tool." RAM, a popular game. It is considered a different world. What if there was a legendary hero in Red Moon who defeated the world's most powerful monster? This wouldn't just bring fame to Korea. One person below wondered if this was the first S-grade monster. The girl behind immediately replied no. The main team of the Hyven Guild had previously attacked weaker S-grade monsters. Gujo continued to think, "This is a good opportunity to make people around the world remember the name Red Moon." The other 2 people below also murmured. One said that the Death Knight was known to be incredibly high-ranked, and it was even a one-on-one battle. The other joyfully replied, "Few people can hunt S-grade monsters here. If there were such a player, they would probably be at the top by now." They all rejoiced and all their previous doubts vanished. "If that's true, it's truly amazing. As expected, Director, you will set another record. I trust you, Director. If an article comes out saying that Red Moon's game capsules enable people to defeat S-grade monsters, won't the stock price rise again?" As the atmosphere settled, he spoke again. "That will probably be enough to appease public anger. Let alone the public. If it succeeds, it doesn't matter if Korea's image is slightly damaged. This entire world will become our customer." Gujo smiled strangely. He said in a contemptuous voice, "Aren't gamers just fools? We just need to spread a few stories to catch their attention, and they will soon forget. We can publicly apologize, launch a new product, create something like a Death Knight limited edition, and sell it not only in Korea but worldwide." And he turned his gaze to the person attacking the monster. "And of course we will support this friend." One person below suddenly asked, "But isn't he an anonymous player who killed an S-grade monster alone?" "Who is it?" Elgin's face slowly emerged. One person explained, "Do you know Ja Chul, who is famous among streamers these days? He's the player that person introduced." Then he wondered, "So it's not Ja Chul," the person nearby corrected. That's right, he said. This player is better at gaming than him. He suspiciously asked, nationality, how do we contact him? How can the company trust him? The person nearby also replied, I don't know, I haven't thought that far. Gujo immediately raised his hand to calm the murmurs, but does that matter? I own that video. Did everyone see the original video's mark? The red mark means the video has not been copied anywhere. In other words, this is the only existing video. One person below said it was similar to Jia Chul but slightly different, and that he looked more like Ma Dongguang. Another person also showed interest. Another monster player, the girl nearby speculated, or perhaps a world-class player hiding his identity, like Tutor. The person next to her also admired. In that case, there's a very high possibility that he's someone with a formidable identity. He sat above and continued to manipulate. The player was able to achieve such results thanks to Red Moon's game capsule. This will have a good effect on restoring the company's image, won't it? Gujo rejoiced and stood up arrogantly. I don't like to inconvenience others. The stock price drop is my fault, therefore I will show you how spectacular my comeback can be. The people below regained their faith. Sarcastic applause rang out loudly. He looked at the people below with contempt. Idiots. Annoyed by a 10-minute Death Knight hunt video? Do they even know how valuable this video is? And Gujo calculated alone, sending billions to an anonymous person. I can't use company funds to avoid taxes, so I'll have to use 100 of my own money. But he reassured himself again, looking at the people nearby. Anyway, it will attract public attention, especially among the younger generation. They are still actively discussing. Now let's discuss when to release the video. Since it's S-grade, the impact won't be small. Suddenly, someone realized something and spoke up. Wait a minute. He stood up and asked, Manager, could you please display what Mr. Link's Kui sent on the screen? He looked annoyed at the person who had spoken, and the screen immediately lit up. The letters appeared clearer and clearer before everyone's eyes. Reading those letters, Gujo's eyes widened and he became excited. Everyone there was also surprised. Information continued to reveal itself one by one. He explained that this was the current situation of the comment website, and he updated additional game-related news that the video views of Ma Dongguang and Jia Chul were exploding. Numerous articles poured out. The situation had completely flipped. He shouted angrily, damn it, why are they fighting at this very moment? It's absurd. The woman below also started getting annoyed. Can an S-grade Monster Hunt video attract this much attention? No, 2 S-grade Monster Hunt videos have been released. Why are there so many videos? Others showed the same attitude as her, and Gujo was confused beside them. The person who had spoken earlier said in an increasingly serious voice, then we must proceed as discussed, and he looked at him with contempt and said, Director Gujo, it's now time to discuss disciplinary action. He spoke slowly, one word at a time, but each word carried a terrifying weight. Damage to company image, plummeting stock price. Malicious comment, inducement team, the guilt is heavy. Director, he couldn't say another word. The blood drained from his face. Elsewhere, numerous black cards were laid out on a table. Elgin lay stretched out on a chair with satisfaction. These videos are making quite a bit of money. In a tall building, someone spoke up. Chairman, the other side is very satisfied right now, he said. I did nothing. I merely casually mentioned Gujo's disciplinary violations to my friend at the association. They immediately paid attention. Gujo has been a pain in the neck for me and them for a long time. Thanks to that friend, we got a golden opportunity this time, Elgin calmly replied. Don't mind it. Elgin recalled meeting JB at the company. Honestly, I felt something was off from the moment I heard this story. She signaled Elgin to be quiet, and as expected, she was someone Jem trusted. Then he wondered, how did you handle the situation when you were under such pressure from Gujo? Elgin smiled nonchalantly. That was just the consequence of his previous wrongdoings. He brought about these results with his own actions. The other party said with a hint of regret, it would be great if I could talk to you in person, and he jokingly added, oh, isn't it uncomfortable wearing a mask? Hearing this, both of them laughed heartily. After hanging up the phone, Elgin muttered. He seemed quite excited. Well, I can't help it, considering the huge profits he'll gain later. Gujo was removed from the game, but Red Moon still maintains a solid position. Although Red Moon's stock price may temporarily decline, it will rise again after Gujo is fired. This old man plans to buy up Red Moon shares when the price is lowest and become a major shareholder. And he thought to himself, based on the timing he suggested, that the stock price would be at its lowest. Anyway, incurring debt to powerful people like him is not a loss at all. But the new Link and debut team are only profiting from this game, and I no longer intend to participate in their profit game. Elgin held the remote control and watched the news. Oh, it's finally here. Watching Yoon-sun awkwardly answering an interview on screen, Elgin complimented. She's gotten used to the camera now. He was very satisfied now. Everyone is doing really well, Elgin thought happily. No one can stop us anymore. Now it's just a matter of shining in the large-scale tournament. The image of Yu Gahu shouting with joy flashed through his mind. Now that Gujo has been eliminated, Yu Gahu no longer has to hide. Suddenly, Elgin's phone vibrated violently. This was truly unfamiliar. He asked with delight. Hello, are you feeling better? On the other end, Gahu shouted in a panicked voice. Ma Dongguang, something terrible has happened. What do we do now? Elgin asked seriously. What's wrong? She screamed in fear. See he is missing. Hearing this news he froze for a moment, and Elgin turned his head in surprise. "What did you say?" he tried to reassure her. "What's wrong? Calm down and tell me." Gahu barely regained her composure and explained in detail. On the way back from the hospital, an accident suddenly occurred. She recalled the moment she left the child by the roadside. I asked her to wait for a moment, but when I returned she was gone. The camera captured Sihi falling. She was confused. After a moment she anxiously decided to check the CCTV. Suspicious men were seen taking Sihi away. Elgin immediately asked, "Did you report it to the police?" Gahu replied, "The detective has already left. I called as soon as I was at the hospital." The name Cha Ji-yu suddenly popped into his head. Elgin gritted his teeth, his face angry and certain. In this situation, only that person comes to mind. To resort to such despicable tactics when cornered. He frowned and thought, after all, he appears in such vile ways. On the other side, Gahu's voice was heard. "Ma Dongwang," she covered her face and cried, blaming herself. "What should I do because of me, Sihi? I was so happy her health was improving." Suddenly, Elgin said reassuringly, "Calm down, it's not your fault. I'll be right there, so wait for me." He lowered his voice and promised, "I will definitely find Sihi." And Elgin immediately put on his mask and prepared for battle. "Your sister, no, our Sihi, I will definitely find her by tomorrow morning." From a headquarters a joyful voice was heard. "Ma Dongwang, it's been a long time." Then he asked, "What's the reason you contacted me first? Is it a radio broadcast?" "Oh, there are 30 minutes left until the broadcast," PD Lee Hong-young asked in surprise. "A surprise guest. She is Hong Young-hwa, PD of LGB Broadcasting Station." Elgin said a little bashfully, "I apologize for the sudden request, but is it possible?" She laughed willingly. "We would be truly grateful if player Ma Dongwang could participate. Today's content can be postponed until next week." "But what happened?" he suggested. "The proposal attracted the attention of all reporters. If possible, please gather all the reporters you know. Please ensure the broadcast viewership is as high as possible." Lee Young-ah felt a little pressured. "But what's going on?" Elgin asserted. "I will raise the viewership." After a while, the broadcast began. "Hello everyone. Hong Young-hwa's live broadcast, Our Gamer." She hosted it cheerfully. "Today is a special episode for this Friday. We have invited a special guest to today's broadcast. I believe everyone will be surprised to hear his name," Elgin said mysteriously from one side. "Hello, I am Ma Dongwang." And he immediately lost his composure, stood up and said to everyone at LGB Broadcasting Station, "Thank you for accommodating my sudden and unreasonable request. Today one of our club members was kidnapped by a criminal organization." Lee Young-ah was startled to hear that. He continued to plead, "The kidnapped person is an important member of the club and someone I cherish like a younger sister. You see." All the viewers who heard this were startled and some immediately stood up in surprise. "Is this true?" Elgin's voice continued. "Around 12 p.m. today in front of X Hospital." All the viewers focused on listening to his words. "This is clearly an organized kidnapping case." Suddenly, Elgin seriously presented a condition. "As Sihi's coach and guardian, if her safety is not guaranteed." And he made his final statement. "Our team will withdraw from this Asian tournament." Lee Young-ah was startled and immediately stood up. Gujo was also surprised outside. He continued to explain to everyone, "In this situation, we cannot continue playing. All my efforts will now be focused on rescuing Sihi, and the match schedule will be postponed until Sihi is found." The sound of his live broadcast echoed throughout the neighborhood. "We will accept all criticism for being irresponsible. I am truly sorry." At a cafe on the street, someone extremely angry broke the cup in his hand. Everyone else was surprised by his actions. He spoke haltingly. "It took me 10 years to escape this path of violence. After meeting Ma Dongwang, I finally found peace of mind." And he continued to tremble to everyone's surprise. "Ma Dongwang, he is the hero of my life. I must watch his matches." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people agreed with him and smiled. "Us too, we feel the same way." The person resolutely said, "Guys, just one more time, let's go back to how it was 10 years ago. Just one more time." Following his words, numerous people supporting Elgin charged forward vigorously. "The guys who kidnapped her were coming for you. Is everyone ready?" Elsewhere an urgent shout was heard. "Where did everyone go? Find player Sihi immediately. Ma Dongwang is indispensable in this large-scale tournament. Without him, the tournament will lose its value." On the other side, someone was also trying to hack the system to search. "The bastards who kidnapped and imprisoned Sihi, we will not forgive you." On this side, Elgin and Gahu were also very urgent. "Find the kidnappers immediately." The city was brightly lit even at night. "Player Sihi, wait for us. We'll be there soon." Sihi. Meanwhile, Sihi was still lying unconscious in a mysterious room. At this moment she also vaguely regained consciousness. Elsewhere a voice filled with regret was heard. "It is very regrettable that player Ma Dongwang cannot participate in the Asian regional tournament." Elgin spoke at this time. "You Sihi is one of my cherished teammates." And he continued to earnestly suggest appropriate conditions, saying, "Therefore, if you have any information related to Sihi, please contact us. We will give 1 million won to anyone who provides information about her. This reward is not limited by the number of recipients," he said in a low voice. "I sincerely hope to hear from you all." As night fell, a voice was heard somewhere in the city. "I apologize for deciding on my own, John." Elgin was disguised and standing in a secluded corner at this time. On the other end of the phone a voice filled with deep empathy was heard. "What are you talking about? Why do you care what others think? If I were you, I would have done the same. I just received an email from Mabiko. Our non-profit organization received an enormous donation, and it includes the reward money. He also revealed that a special task force team consisting of private detectives and CCTV monitors was participating in the search. John listed experts from public and private companies analyzing CCTV footage from various locations at different times, and he continued to say that the police station was also convened. The police chief is one of our ardent fans. On this side, Elgin also informed about the situation. Many gangs also seem to be investigating. Much evidence points to Gujo as the culprit. Now everything was proceeding as Elgin had planned. After that, he made a plan. First, I will investigate in this direction. Di Yang worriedly cautioned. Don't do anything dangerous, okay? Elgin replied. I'll have to see the situation. As soon as he hung up, he thought, given Gujo's personality, he won't do anything too dangerous. First, if I can pinpoint the location. After a moment, Elgin said reassuringly. You heard that right. The whole city is looking for Sihi tonight. Gahu sat silently beside him and he gently spoke again. So don't worry too much, he tried to reassure her. We'll find her soon. Gahu pursed her lips and looked glum. Then suddenly her head shot up at a loud noise and her eyes filled with hope. Yujang rushed in and announced, we found where she's being held. At this, the two immediately stood up with joyful faces. He continued, our data analysis expert sent me this information. Taexian's strange smile. Since the whole country is searching, it's very easy to find information on social media. CCTV footage was uploaded to all platforms. The license plate of the captured vehicle, the location of the stops it made, and even the people involved. And he seemed to have found something. Furthermore, according to the prediction results of Cha Jiujak's vehicle movement path, he is currently in Munmak Gongwon-do. Gahu was slightly surprised. Munmak? Elgin saw this and immediately asked, why do you know something? She hesitated and replied, I don't really know. I was still young then. But if it's Munmak, and she recalled a scene from her childhood, sitting in her father's arms listening to his explanation. That's where Dad and I coincidentally met Gujok. Yahu's innocent eyes widened. Now I remember. Remembering his malicious smile, she continued. Perhaps that was his villa. As soon as she finished speaking, Elgin immediately hurried to find the place. He replied that he knew. Somewhere a voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Hello? Elgin was startled to hear the voice. Drake, his voice was filled with worry. How's Sihi? Did you find her? He replied in a flustered tone. We found the most likely location. The police are also heading there, so don't worry. He immediately asked where that was. He hesitated slightly. Drake said seriously from the other end of the phone. I won't say it again. Just tell me and I'll definitely help. Elgin immediately clenched his hand. Yujang will contact you soon. He admired inwardly. He caught the clue faster than I thought. Elgin said to himself. Just a little longer, Sihi. Here, Yujang was also diligently searching. Drake had also just arrived. We're coming. In the desolate space, Jiujak's furious shouting echoed. Why did this damn bastard abduct this little sister here? A large house appeared in a space full of trees, and the subordinate continuously apologized. I'm sorry, sir. It seems there was a mistake in the mission transfer process. Anyway, because there were too few personnel that could be mobilized immediately. He shouted furiously, Why are you so stupid? And Gujok thought to himself, damn it, I'll have to change my plan because of these stupid bastards, but maybe this could be an opportunity. If I can trick that kid, it'll be a chance to turn the situation around. Suddenly, something interrupted his thoughts. Sihi had woken up at some point and ran outside. Gujok was surprised and said, What? Why did she wake up? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered his subordinate, Perfect timing. Catch that kid, he replied timidly. Yes? The subordinate hesitated and looked at the girl in fear. But that child is a pro player, director. I don't want to take any more risks. He didn't listen and became even more angry. Shut up, just do as I say. Because she had just woken up, the girl's vision was still blurry. Sihi guessed inwardly. That voice, that shadow, that person is definitely Gujok. Gujok was still muttering. These useless bastards can't do anything right. As soon as he finished speaking and turned his gaze, Sihi had been using her power to attack at some point. Gujok quickly dodged, and the punch finally hit his subordinate, who screamed in pain. He immediately fell to the ground unconscious. He cursed in anger. Hey, you damn bastard, wake up. Why is this little kid like this? At some point, the girl was biting one of Jiujak's arms. He was angry, grabbed Sihi by the collar and lifted her into the air. You damn brat, do you know who's been paying for your hospital bills all this time? She retorted in an angry voice. Do you know how much my sister suffered because of you? He frowned, and his fierce eyes glared at Sihi. My life was hell, the girl complained incessantly. And just looking at those eyes made her feel pathetic. Sihi recalled the nights her sister stayed up all night watching over her. She recalled the drops of tears streaming down Jiujak's face. She lost her composure even more. I want to die. I think about it every day. And Sihi cried in pain, pouring out all the grievances that had accumulated until now. People like you are the ones who tormented my sister. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Gujok pursed his lips. You don't know how terrifying I am. The girl struggled and then stopped, and he continued to speak. Listen carefully. And Gujok shoved Sihi hard against the opposite wall, and she screamed, Ah, he didn't care, and said arrogantly in an angry tone, I have no intention of compromising with you, he threatened incessantly with a strange expression. One is to declare non-participation in the Asian regional large-scale tournament, and the other is to maintain your status as a representative player but transfer to our team, otherwise I cannot guarantee the safety of your family. Outside the villa a car was speeding, and people outside shouted for it to stop. No one can enter, the security guard kept shouting for them to stop. Hey, stop, I told you to stop. But the car sped past like an arrow, scattering the two security guards. The car was so fast that it even blew away the barrier that was blocking the front. Finally, the car crashed into the wall, breaking the glass. One security guard shouted angrily inside, "You damn bastards, what is this? Where did you sell your brakes?" And he immediately rushed over, ready to question the people inside. "Get out now." Before he could even reach the car door, he was immediately hit with a perfect kick. Bingo. The subordinate flew so far away in front of the flustered eyes of another subordinate nearby. Elgin and Yujang both got out. He laughed excitedly. "We came to the right place." The two subordinates looked at him and stammered in fear. "Yo, Yujang," Yujang spoke with that smile. "How long has it been since we had tea? It's good to see familiar faces." A tall shadow slowly stood up and greeted them. "HMPH, oh it's you came so quickly." "Young master," and he rushed forward menacingly. "Are we still your subordinates? Disappear before I kill you. Coming here to cause trouble won't benefit you." He said nothing and immediately delivered a heavy blow to the security guard. One of the subordinates there suddenly smiled. "Kim Dong-kai was defeated so easily. He's the strongest of our 4 heavenly kings." The strongest. The others all looked terrified upon hearing that. "What do we do now? Are we screwed? Wait a minute. If we don't provoke them, they might forgive us." Suddenly, Yujang spoke in anger and they turned pale with fright. "There weren't many of them. If they abducted Sihi, I can't forgive them." Suddenly a scream was heard from afar. "Over there, those stupid crazy bastards are driving their cars and rushing over here." After that, numerous footsteps were heard. "How are they driving? They've destroyed everything." 1 second later, all 3 of them were surrounded. Elgin just watched silently. But Yujang laughed excitedly. "There are still many people who follow you, aren't there? Quite a lot. Did you gather all your subordinates from your gangster days?" It was a series of surprises. From afar, the security guard's voice was heard again. "Hey, stop, stop," I said. Oh no, a blue car was also speeding amidst the security guard's flustered expressions. The car couldn't control itself and crashed into the wall with a loud bang. The car door slowly opened amidst the thick smoke created by the car. The security guards cursed again. "Didn't you even use the brakes? Don't you know how to drive?" Everyone got out in unison. And one person said gruffly, "You didn't even buckle up in Korea. You'd get a fine." That person stood there blankly. "Damn it, I think I broke my neck." Numerous other people also got out one after another. Drake kept asking loudly, "Hey, did anyone get hit?" The people around replied, "It's okay. Only the house is a bit damaged." Elgin called out to him and surprised Drake. The surrounding subordinates were extremely wary. "Who are these guys? Kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people rushed at them and sent them flying. Another person came to attack. Drake easily dodged. Then he quickly twisted his arm, making him scream in pain while fighting. He asked Elgin, "It seems we didn't come too late." "Elgin, are you okay?" he replied indifferently. "I don't know why I'm okay, but who are these people?" The 2 heard that and simultaneously stepped forward to introduce themselves excitedly. "They're my friends from when I was in the military. They happened to be in Korea, so I brought them." "Stephen and Cha, as expected. It's Ma Dongwang. I'm your fan." "UKENB, damn, it's noisy here." And they continued to speak. "We happen to have something to do." They revealed that they were filming content. "This is our first time in Korea. Is there Korean army stew here?" Elgin asked Taegang again. "Taegang, why are you here? A child shouldn't be in such a dangerous place." He replied indifferently, "Why should I stay put? The more people the better." On this side, Yujang finally spoke. Good, and he laughed excitedly. "This should be enough. Now show those bastards that we're strong rookies in real life too." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward in unison, beating down the subordinates. Elgin and Yahoo watched with wide eyes. What a mess! Suddenly, one person from over there rushed forward to attack the 2 of them. Yujang appeared like lightning and sent him flying. He turned to the 2 and reminded them, "Jiyujok's brother is in the annex behind the main building. Go there." Drake smiled and looked over everyone. "You can handle this situation, right? We'll be there soon." Taegang also tried to interject. "Take care of Sihi." LG and GU immediately ran, and he turned around, not forgetting to remind everyone that the police would arrive soon, so don't be too rough. However, they seemed not to listen to Elgin's words and continued to punch and kick. Here, Jiyujok's voice echoed in anger. "You bitch!" A loud roar echoed through the hallway. "Do you know who's been paying for your hospital bills all this time?" And he shouted loudly. Again, there's no compromise. GUJOK held the girl tighter and threatened incessantly. "One is to announce your withdrawal from the Asian Championship or to maintain your status as a representative player and transfer to my team. Otherwise," his face became increasingly serious, "I cannot guarantee the safety of your sister." Suddenly, Eljan appeared and sent GUJOK flying. Sihi was startled and turned around, screaming, "Coach!" His face was full of murderous intent and he spoke each word heavily. "Whose safety are you talking about?" Eljan swung his fist at that damn criminal. GUJOK was startled and barely managed to speak. "How did you get here?" he replied firmly. "By car." He slowly gripped the staff right beside him. "Good, you damn bastard, now that you're here, die." and Jiujeok furiously rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow, and the blade grazed his body. In an unguarded moment he had already brought his hand in front of his face. At some point after that he pushed Elgin back hard, and he was angry and surprised. What is this, the strength of a 60-year-old man? Following that he kicked Elgin hard in the stomach, and he could no longer say anything. Did I underestimate the gangster, old man? Jiujeok quickly grabbed the mask on Elgin's face. After a moment's thought he reacted in time. Gripping his hand tightly and quickly blocking it, he said triumphantly, "Who are you to dare to barge in here? Let me get a good look at your face." He gritted his teeth and used his strength. "You damn arrogant bastard." Suddenly someone quickly and forcefully attacked Jiujeok. The powerful punch sent him flying dozens of meters away. Yahoo gnashed her teeth in anger, making a clenching sound. "Take your hands off Ma Dongwang, get your hands off him now, you damn bastard." Flashback to Jiujeok's father's funeral. At that time Sihi was still young and nestled obediently in her arms. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Are you Gahu?" She raised her tired face to see who had called her. Jiujeok approached and smiled in admiration. "You look a lot like your mother," and he introduced himself. "I used to work with your father. My name is Cha Jiujeok," and he looked down with a kind expression and said arrogantly, "I'll be your guardian. I'll take care of you from now on." On one side Yujang was spitting blood with a pained expression, muttering incessantly from his mouth, "You damn bastard." Gahu desperately stopped Yujang. "We were wrong, please stop." He didn't listen and continued to provoke. "Keep going, you damn bastard." She called out to Yujang worriedly. He coldly reminded her from above, "Yujang seems to be rebelling these days. If I raised a damn brat who isn't grateful, I should discipline him." Jiujeok spoke meaningfully. "Do you want to save your brother?" The two were silent for a moment, and Yujang also propped himself up with his hands, struggling to stand, and he approached and gently stroked Gahu's head. After that Jiujeok continued to embrace her white clean face, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I won't touch you." She could only endure weakly at that time, but the people around could get hurt. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said with a deep voice, "If you just listen to me, nothing like that will happen." Gahu bowed her head low, her face extremely flustered and a little scared. He spoke dirty words incessantly. "If you stay by my side and live in love, everything will be fine." Painful memories continuously flooded her mind. Yahoo put everything into this punch. The attack sent Jiujeok flying dozens of meters away. She shouted in an angry voice, "I am Ma Dongwang's person." And Jiuhu rushed forward. "You damn bastard." He slowly stood up and slowly spoke, "So you two were involved with each other." Jiujeok was covered in mud and wounds on his face, but he still stood and reprimanded, holding an iron staff in his hand. "You dirty brat, go-un." Gahu quickly became wary and widened her eyes, and he quickly raised his staff and rushed at her. Gahu focused her gaze on him, her two eyebrows tightly furrowed. As disgusting scenes came to mind, her body stiffened, and she muttered inwardly, "Why is my body like this?" Gahu tried to calm herself down. "Move." Her hands were already trembling. Gahu still ordered herself resolutely. "I told you to move." Jiujeok rushed forward triumphantly, a gloomy light flashing in his eyes. Elgin tried to reassure and empower Yahoo from behind. "Think of him as a monster. The monsters we've been fighting." He continued to list the characteristics of the Jiujeok monster. D-grade, trash-like characteristics. Her mind also gradually assimilated with Elgin's words. "Monster." Gahu's eyes gradually transformed towards him, and after that Jiujeok's face appeared very strange. Now she was not afraid of him at all. It was as if the system displayed his monster information window. Gahu quickly counterattacked, swinging her hand and delivering a powerful punch. After that, thousands of punches poured down on her, landing on Jiujeok. "Monster." Jiujeok watched with wide eyes, suffering, and Elgin's voice echoed again, "Monster." She laughed loudly and said refreshingly. After that Gahu prepared to deliver a fatal blow. She lifted her foot and kicked forward. Jiujeok's face took Yahoo's attack head-on. He fell backward, blood splattering like rain, but he still didn't understand what had happened. "What? Where did everything go wrong?" he questioned incessantly. Watching her resolute face, Jiujeok thought silently, "This woman resembles the woman I loved so much." He gradually began to regret his original decision. "At that time I intended to take her and flee far from here." Elgin watched Jiujeok and helplessly admired him. "This guy seems no different in game or in reality." Sihi ran over, delighted, and praised her. "Unnie, that was such a cool attack." Gahu, overjoyed, opened her arms. Sihi. Suddenly the girl flustered and stammered, "Unnie, behind you." A huge shadow rushed from behind, attempting to attack her again. Gahu turned around in shock, her pupils instantly constricting. Jiujeok mercilessly unleashed a ferocious attack. Fortunately, Elgin quickly rushed forward and blocked the attack on Gahu's behalf. Blood splattered everywhere from his back. She witnessed this sight and screamed in shock. Ma Dongwang, he had now completely lost his sanity, uttering scathing words with his blood-soaked body. "Yes, let them both die." Then Jiujeok fiercely picked up a pointed object and continued to attack. Blood splattered everywhere and his eyes turned pale. The blood stained the ground red, but the two were still intact. Jiujeok, who hastily turned back, fell to the ground in pain. Someone had attacked him. Behind him, a man covered in tears and snot was continuously trembling, holding Jiujeok's staff in his hand. "Ha!" Gahu was surprised and searched her memory. "That's Jiujeok's father's chief secretary. He was the person who always followed Gujok, no matter the situation. He shouted in anger, "Mr. Gujok, it's all because of you." Then he continuously kicked Gujok, yelling, "I told you not to do that. No, you're dragging me down with you, you damn piece of trash. Die, 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 die." The two simply watched silently. His curses echoed endlessly. "Serves you right, you idiot." Suddenly Elgin fell in pain. Ahu cried out in surprise. "Wake up, Ma Dongwon." Oh no, he lay on her lap, slowly losing consciousness. Today was a really tough day. After the fight, the police quickly arrested Gujok and his associates. Gujok's father's life had completely fallen into ruin, and immediately after his face was swollen, and he docilely allowed the police to handcuff him. Inside the police car, a blue-haired girl with short hair suddenly got out. She quickly ran and embraced Sihi, filled with joy. Not only that, but his absurd excuses did not hold up in court, and the judge found Gujok's father negligent and handed down the maximum sentence. The sentence was far heavier than the prosecution's initial calculation. Everyone involved in this incident had to pay for their crimes. All of Gujok's associates were revealed one by one and brought to justice. Not only that, but Red Moon's illegal relations with external organizations and its public opinion manipulation activities were also exposed. However, Gujok's father's conviction was not solely due to public outrage. In fact, in his previous life, Cha Gujok committed far more crimes than now, yet did not receive proper punishment. However, in a desolate place surrounded by mysterious mountain scenery and fog, Elgin stood in a standing water outfit. The wind blew fiercely. From afar, light shone intensely. As the past and future changed, variables naturally arose. A voice message from B appeared in the system window. "Now the debt for the overnight stay is paid, all right," Elgin smiled playfully. An outsider might misunderstand. Thanks to the active help of the Ju Modong sisters' grandfather, Cha Gujok was fairly arrested and imprisoned. He was very angry when he learned what Cha Gujok had intended to do to his young granddaughters. Judging by his current age, Cha Gujok is likely to spend the rest of his life in prison. We will never have to meet him again. The sky was cloudy and dark clouds hung over the skyscrapers. Gahu conveyed heartfelt thanks to Elgin in a phone call. "Thank you so much for helping us with the Cha Gujok incident." The sunset slowly emerged from behind the dark clouds, painting the sky with a regretful hue, followed by her belated apology. "I'm sorry I don't have a proper way to express my gratitude," Elgin replied cheerfully. "It's just what I had to do, don't mention it." Gahu cautiously asked about his well-being. "How's the injury from back then?" he replied leisurely. "It's all healed, don't worry." Elgin was surprised by Gahu's next words and she continued blushing. "He asked me to tell that person thank you." At these words he was dumbfounded, but Elgin said nothing. Gahu continued, "Honestly, I didn't expect everyone to worry about Sihi so much. That person even put up a huge bounty to find Sihi." "Thank you so much?" Gahu asked him, puzzled. "But what I don't understand is since when did Sihi become so close with standing water? Do you know anything?" Elgin smiled faintly and sighed. "I don't know, I only heard that they fought when they first met, head-butting each other." Then Elgin quickly bid her farewell. "I'll tell him, rest assured." "I have to go too," Sihi shouted in anger. "Liar!" The girl pointed directly at Elgin's face, continuously scolding him. "Shamelessly, how can you talk to Uni while wearing a standing water outfit and playing Ma Dongwang's role?" Elgin replied slyly. "What's the matter, both or me?" The girl swung her axe and seriously asked again. "You promise, right? If I win, you'll tell Uni all the truth." The girl's face was filled with confidence. "Coach, no standing water." Elgin replied mockingly. "You don't need to win. Just hit me once and I'll surrender immediately." Elgin grinned cunningly with sly eyes. "Actually, my stamina is low, so one hit from you will knock me out immediately." Sihi saw that and thought to herself, "This appearance is truly unbearable, so annoying." He recalled previous events and muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, I fought a bit dirtily when we first met. This is the first time we're fighting properly." Sihi began to swing her weapon, her footsteps moving rapidly, and the light of the girl's power flashed. Sihi, with all her might, jumped and swung her weapon at Elgin. A powerful attack sliced through the wind and Elgin had to retreat in a lightning-fast flash. The more Elgin dodged, the more Sihi rushed forward, her weapon just 1 centimeter from his face. The girl gritted her teeth, sweating in a fluster, and thought to herself, "He's dodging everything by a hair's breadth." He laughed out loud in excitement, teasing, "Did you think you could make me in standing water mode struggle with such troublesome continuous movements?" But Sihi took a slight breath and was quiet. Suddenly, the girl unexpectedly swung her arm back with all her might. Sihi threw her weapon at Elgin. At this moment, Elgin could no longer laugh and hastily threw his weapon. Elgin quickly dodged the attack, however he never expected Sihi's weapon to silently return. Elgin had no time to dodge and was hit this time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sihi rushed forward like lightning and struck Elgin with a chain attack. Unfortunately, the decisive punch missed. Elgin asked while dodging, "Did you throw your weapon to increase your speed?" He laughed delightfully, praising her. "Not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin was unexpectedly sent flying, his body spinning in the air. Sihi stood calmly and grabbed her weapon. "Tisk," Elgin sweatily whistled. "I almost became an uncle." "Did you trick me?" Sihi replied with a faint smile. Yes, that technique required a bit of calculation too, but it doesn't seem to work on you, Elgin replied delightfully. Who knows, it might work later. It seems sparring with Taegong also helped improve your skills, didn't it? But he muttered to himself, damn it, this is why I hate geniuses. Sahi's weapon shone. The girl was filled with confidence. From now on I'll fight head-on without any tricks. One step further. Elgin looked at the girl as if he couldn't understand her. Huh? As if realizing something, Elgin was flustered. She can get faster. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Sihi immediately rushed forward. He helplessly lamented inwardly. She's a monster, clearly. After exchanging several blows with Sihi, Elgin laughed and evaluated her. You've become really strong in a short amount of time. In that case, he raised his weapon to face level and dazzling yellow energy surged, his eyes sharp and serious. He said loudly, I'll use 35 of my power. Sihi saw that and flinched, sweating, pouting and foaming with a very dissatisfied expression. After that, Sihi swung her weapon back and rotated it, then sneered. 35, you're underestimating me too much. The girl circled and rushed at Elgin, sneering and reminding him. Last time it was only 5. As soon as she finished speaking, Sihi swung her spear, but he leaned his body to dodge and quickly swung his sword at her, making Sihi have to spin in the air to dodge. After that, the two continued to fight. Their footsteps moved continuously, pressing and retreating. Suddenly, Sihi was startled and flustered, seeing numerous images of Elgin surrounding her. Suddenly, he resolutely thrust his blade at her. However, Sihi was no easy opponent. The girl swung her spear in front of her, raising thick clouds of dust, drawing a beautiful arc. Sihi blocked Elgin's attack and even sent him flying far away. This attack created a dust vortex centered around Sihi. After that, the girl shouted angrily, demanding Elgin to fight seriously. Quickly use 100 of your power, Sihi delightedly boasted, rushing forward and threatening. Otherwise I'll cut you in half. On this side, Elgin's eyes widened, sneering and provoking. I'll consider it if you can touch me. Time flew by quickly. At this point, Sihi was exhausted, her hair disheveled and her entire body drenched in sweat as she shouted in annoyance, I can't even hit you once. After that, the girl gave up, lay sprawled on the floor panting and listened to Elgin calmly saying to her, If you had hit me once I would have died, she shouted in annoyance. Also annoying, recalling the full-speed battle scene from just now, Sihi retorted. At least last time I hit you once, didn't I? But Elgin merely said he had been careless. Looking up at the evening sky, Sihi gazed with a slightly displeased expression. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened as she noticed something. Elgin scratched his head, turned his body and confessed. I'll tell Unnie everything, just wait a little longer. Then he looked at Sihi with affectionate eyes and said, Unnie and I have known each other longer than you think. At these words, Sihi, who had already stood up, was astonished. The girl recalled talking with Unnie while eating ice cream a long time ago. Recently I realized that even though I've been a bit bothersome, I don't dislike Elgin. Then, recalling how persistently Gahu fought in the sea, she said. Thanks to that, Unnie gained more motivation. At the same time, the image of her clenching her teeth and veins popping out also flashed through Sihi's mind. The girl continued, Unnie is always angry, but that anger is also a power that makes her stronger. Hearing Elgin's words now, Sihi was silent for a moment, then said, Everything has really developed a lot, he asked blankly. Huh? As if unable to understand, and the girl brushed off the dust, stood up, narrowed her eyes and replied, Nothing. I understood what you're saying, coach, and also, Sihi returned to her ordinary appearance, her eyes wide, and said, There's something I want to tell you. Elgin was puzzled. What is it? Suddenly, the girl's next words surprised Elgin. Thank you. Sihi approached the still dumbfounded him and added, Thank you for taking care of me when I was sick and for saving me from Ji-Ujok's father. Thank you so much for making me a pro player. Recalling her brother's brightly smiling face, the girl admired. And thanks to our brother too. Then, recalling Ji-Ujok's lively appearance, Sihi said, Thank you so much for encouraging Unnie. The girl narrowed her eyes and whispered with a smile filled with gratitude. When I first learned the truth about Ma Dongwon, I thought, I'm going to meet you in person. These touching words coincidentally poured out in the evening at the end of the day, when only faint sunlight remained on the horizon. A long time later, a man cried tears of emotion. Yujang sobbed, praising his younger sister. How can you be so amazing? Sihi had to be reminded by Drake Kate turning around. Hey Yujang, if you keep talking so loudly everyone will hear. The person next to him shed tears, deeply moved. Fortunately everything went well. There were really many incidents and accidents. They looked down at Elgin and Sihi below from the mountaintop. Yujang couldn't hold back and praised again. I thought she was just angry, but she's more delicate than I thought. She's really a praiseworthy child, isn't she? I raised my child very well. After that he observed the situation below more closely and saw Elgin boasting. Meanwhile, Taegang thought with a satisfied smile. Fortunately everything went well. Sihi, the child did very well. Yujang was still sobbing emotionally. Hee, you're really cute, Sihi. They thought they were secretly overhearing everything, but Elgin and Sihi heard everything and were extremely annoyed. Time passed quickly, and one afternoon a poster was displayed on the LED screen of a large stadium. The commentator announced loudly, The tournament bracket has officially begun. This is the Yongsan Esports Stadium in Korea. He introduced himself, as excited as the crowd. Today is the first match. I am Lee Young-jin, commentator for the Russia vs Uzbekistan match. And he stood up from the commentary table shouting loudly. I introduce Korea team's director Oh Young-hoon, our special commentator guest and special analyst for today's match. Below the stands, some audience members pointed to one section of the stands puzzled. "Look over there, look at the 4 people with different expressions sitting in the first row." They murmured, "Those are the veteran members of the rookie team. They seem to have come to watch the match." Looking closely, there was one empty chair. Kong Jio was puzzled, but Ma Dongwang isn't here. Maybe he's sitting somewhere else. At the same time, Yoon Sun, also curious about Elgin, asked her teammate, "I can't see the director even if I look closely. Drake, have you seen him?" He replied. "I don't know. He said this match wasn't worth watching," Drake Kate continued with a smile. "He said he had some free time, so he went to make a special item for Yoon Sun." She asked again, "Is he talking about something fancy and flowery?" Yoon Sun was puzzled. "Like an accessory." Drake Kate imagined her wearing golden gauntlets but couldn't bring himself to say it out loud at the same time. In another location, the western region of the Void Rift, a place with many mechanical installations on the mountainside, as soon as Elgin arrived, he inhaled the air and the smell of machines. He laughed. "I already know the results of today's match. The lineup isn't much different from the information. Then I need to strengthen the team's power first." Then he resolutely approached the man who was doing something, the best dwarf blacksmith. He turned his head and asked, "Why are you here?" Elgin immediately replied, "I have an item to improve." Outside the stadium, the commentator's voice resonated. "One throw that stakes everything. The match to decide the Asian throne." The stands were already packed. He continued to announce the Korea vs. Russia match. Everyone looked at the tournament poster projected on the LED screen in the center of the stadium, and the commentator grandly introduced this showdown unfolding at Yongsan Esports Stadium. Finally, the curtain rose. Yoon Young teared up and exclaimed, "It's truly moving. I never thought I'd see Korean esports revive so powerfully in my lifetime. It's an honor to be here." After that, he excitedly delivered the news with his co-host. "Before the match begins, shall we take another look at the semi-final between Korea and Russia? First up is the match between Russia and Uzbekistan. It was a truly thrilling game, wasn't it?" The other host replied. "Yes, that's right." The screen vividly showed the performance of the female player, Hai Danilova. Yoon Young first said that Hai Danilova of the Uzbekistan team had defeated 2 Russian players, and as the screen switched to an intense battle scene of players shattering stones, he commented, "But thanks to the efforts of Russia's Wong Orkovsky and the ice mage Anga, Uzbekistan ultimately had to face a bitter defeat. Let's watch the highlight reel together." After a moment, the video ended, and the LED screen went dark. A masked spectator wearing a hood noticed something and looked around in confusion. Seeing several prominent figures on the podium, he thought that person was Elgin. Scanning them, he muttered to himself, "Russia's #1, Asia's #1, world #4, current national team captain, I see." The man, standing proudly on the podium in a suit jacket looking down with a cold expression, was none other than LP David Orkovsky. In contrast to his imposing presence, Elgin looked anxious. He folded his arms and suppressed his excitement, thinking, "I want to run to him right now and get an autograph." Imagining Orkovsky's valiant appearance in battle gear, he complimented inwardly. The captain led his team to a great victory in the Asian Championship before their revival. He was selected as the Asian League MVP and must be the strongest player in Asia. Recalling the scene of exploding an area with a single punch and shattering stones, he evaluated inwardly: long white hair, muscular physique, rugged Russian looks, and intense play style. How many men's hearts he has swayed. I can't hold back anymore. Simultaneously, the other 2 people behind him also widened their eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Orkovsky, the hero of Russia, so cool, truly amazing. I want to run over and get an autograph right now." Seeing this, Elgin pretended to be calm and reminded them, "Calm down, act professionally. You'll have a chance after the match." The other person then excitedly asked, "Really?" From one side, Eam Young looked up at Orkovsky with respect, thinking, it's no joke seeing him in person. After that, he glanced at Elgin with folded arms and said, "He's officially Asia's #1. I hope the strategy you thought of to deal with Orkovsky works." Elgin replied, "Don't worry." With resolute eyes, Elgin added, "Everyone will be surprised." Simultaneously, the large screen on the stage showed battle scenes. The commentator shouted loudly, "And next, 2 players appear with their weapons." Yoon Young introduced, "These are highlights from last week's match between Korea and Taiwan. Round 1, Sihi vs. Gunrin. Gunrin is an 18-year-old player from Taiwan. She's famous for her melee DPS skills." The screen showed the fierce sparring between the 2 girls. The commentator continued, "A teenage melee DPS player who has recently gained popularity. She has much in common with Sihi. But this wasn't a typical match between young players. It was like a battle of tigers. After a fierce fight, the winner was Sihi." Then, watching a video of a red-haired man breathing fire, he explained, "Next is round 2, Sihi vs. Ruahao. Ruahao is a fire mage engulfed in flames, but the female player wasn't afraid of a strong opponent. She swung her weapon and sent Ruahao flying," Yoon Young commented. Using his Taiwan Castella skill with AoE attributes, the tide seemed to turn in his favor. But Sihi skillfully evaded the danger. The female player's next opponent was also mentioned by Yoon Young. Sihi defeated Gunrin and Ryu Jo consecutively. She achieved a double kill. The third player from the Taiwanese team was Lee Donghui, a dark mage who had given Japan's Akisuda a hard time in the previous match. Sihi left the arena and Drake entered. Round 3, Drake vs. LJ. At this point, Drake Hate's combat appearance was shown. As Lee Donghui summoned shadows with a red blood ray, Yoon Young introduced, "Lee Donghui pressures Drake by summoning puppets." Many people didn't understand why Drake was chosen against Lee Donghui despite being an expert in one-on-one combat. But as Drake Kate fiercely attacked his opponent, the audience quickly changed their minds. Yoon announced the result, but Drake magnificently won with a strategy that utilized the terrain. After that, seeing the appearance of Drake Kate's new opponent, he said, "The next player from the Taiwanese team is Pai Bingjang, who ranked 5th in the team. She was famous for her sharing joys and sorrows skill, which sent shivers down viewers' spines." After a fierce exchange of blows, Drake left the arena injured. As the next player appeared, Yoon introduced, "Korea has brought Taegang into the arena." Bingjang, who had lost a lot of stamina in the match against Drake, also left the arena. Immediately, a player in a blue uniform was substituted. Yoon said, "Taiwan's Rock Luju joins the battle." Soon after, Taegang struck Luju with a thunderous blow. Yoon exclaimed, "It was truly a legendary battle between Korea's spear and Taiwan's shield." Ultimately, Taegang, Korea's most powerful spear, brought down Taiwan's greatest fortress. Moreover, Luju was simply an easy target for Taegang. Taking a knee to the jaw and being defenseless, Yoon joyfully announced Bingjang reappeared, but the warrior Taegang was too strong. With Taegang's victory, Korea secured its spot in the large-scale tournament. After reviewing the past matches, Yoon continued to comment excitedly, "And now the final map has been announced. Today's map is Twin Islands." Seeing an island in the middle of a blue sea, he commented, "It's a unique map with a vast ocean in the center of the arena. The level of Twin Islands is unknown. Because it's an ocean map, strong winds are fiercely blowing from the sea. The characteristics of this map will greatly restrict player selection for the rounds." From one side, the co-host added, "Yes, that's right. Potential candidates like archers who can attack across the sea or ice mages who can freeze the sea will be powerful opponents in the round." Below the arena, Drake Kate laughed joyfully, saying, "Shall we begin now?" As he stood on a large rock in a relaxed posture, Yoon shouted loudly, "Korea's first card is Drake." The first player to enter the arena stood on this side, looking at the opposite island, and the commentator wondered, "Who will come out for the Russian team?" A red-furred person walked out. Yoon announced, "Dark Archer Victor N." Seeing his cold demeanor, the commentator exclaimed, "Truly surprising, both teams have chosen archers." According to the map displayed on the screen, both players stood at the edge of their respective islands. Yoon shared the information, "It's a long-range battle between archers separated by 1,000 meters. Considering that an Olympic archery target is less than 90 meters away, this is an incredible distance. Even with an aiming assist system, will the arrows even reach or even be visible?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Drake Kate drew his bowstring and aimed straight ahead. Victor on the opposite side did the same. Between the two islands, waves crashed and wind howled. Suddenly the host, sweating, wondered, Victor lowered his bowstring, looked at his opponent, and asked, "Are you afraid?" From this side, Drake Kate, with a faint smile at the arrow that grazed his cheek, replied, "Not at all." The audience gasped in shock. Then cheers erupted and the host cheered. Intense cheers resonate like an earthquake. "It's truly a battle between seasoned archers," he continued. Just the first shot from both sides was enough to captivate the audience. Drake Kate charged forward with two bows in his hands. Seeing this, Victor frowned, baring his teeth, and laughed in excitement. Yoon commented, "The showdown of celestial archers begins now." The match began. A player whose team was unknown swept past like the wind kicking up dust. Drake Kate was sweating, but after throwing the arrow that had just flown past, he quickly raised the two bows in his hands and fired at his opponent. He accurately aimed at a spot on the mountaintop of the opposite island. Each arrow sliced through the wind, flying towards Victor. But he quickly moved sideways, narrowly avoiding it. Yoon, with wide eyes and open mouth, commented, "ADC Showdown main dealer battle. A one-on-one between two god-tier archers is unfolding." Seeing Drake Kate move and shoot arrows, he spared no praise. Drake is really fast. Two crossbows are continuously firing. Then, looking at the Russian player, he said, "And Haiwu, no, Victor, and secretly uses powerful weapons with extraordinary counterattack speed." Yi Wang looked at the screen with a cold expression, listening to Yoon comment, "It's perfect for a single-shot takedown. It's a good item in individual matches. But in team matches, even just a bow can be criticized. But in the hands of skilled players, it's a different story." Suddenly, something unexpected happened, and Yoon continued. At the same time, Wang also paid attention. At this moment, an arrow flying from somewhere came dangerously close to Drake Kate's left shoulder, but he turned his body in the opposite direction to dodge it. Seeing this, he sweated and evaluated. But in the hands of skilled players, it's a different story. And Hai Wook's cleverly shot arrow flies further and deals greater damage. The sea wind. Looking at the map of the ocean currents between the two islands, he added, "The sea wind is blowing from Russia towards Korea." Seeing sand dust blowing in Drake's direction, Yoon said, "The sea wind is fixed, so the wind direction doesn't change. It's an unfavorable situation for Korea." But Drake Kate was very calm. After observing for a long time, he firmly drew his bowstring high and aimed. Two arrows soared into the sky, emitting yellow energy. But in just a few seconds, the two arrows flew in two different directions, and the commentator wondered, "The arrows shot by Drake are flying in strange directions with the wind." With cold eyes, Drake listened to him analyze. "The sea wind blows along the perimeter of the Russian island, as if the wind has formed a shield. This can be seen as a failure by Korea to properly analyze the terrain." On the opposite side, Victor retreated, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, but his gaze remained fixed on his opponent. The commentator continued, "Drake was just unlucky. In this situation, an archer duel would be unfair. Victor squinted one eye and sweat was already beading on his face. He observed Drake moving while dodging his arrows and evaluated inwardly, indeed he is one step above me. If there were no wind, my chances would be very low. After that, Victor stood at an angle, raised one hand and took an aiming stance, marveling inwardly, arrogant rookies, honestly I'm truly grateful to you. The team name made him slightly laugh, but he muttered inwardly, thinking of the elders he had been tortured by before. I heard you did what we couldn't do then. At that time, Victor blankly watched the television news, thinking that all those who had been used by Chigu and the association, including himself, would always be sincerely grateful. His hands were tightly clenched and his suppressed anger erupted inwardly, finally relieved. But thinking of his team leader and other colleagues, Victor marveled inwardly, someone like me who shamefully escaped from the country and found a new home, owes Russia too much. He stared straight ahead, a slight smile on his lips, and muttered inwardly, call it luck if you want, I'll use every means I have. Victor gripped the dagger in his hand tightly and firmly resolved, for my second homeland I will definitely bring a decisive victory. The host, noticing something, exclaimed in surprise. Victor suddenly took out a dagger. Why is he using a melee weapon against an enemy 1,000 meters away? What kind of attack method is he trying to show? Elgin, in battle gear, stood in the dust, equally puzzled. Then, sweating, he exclaimed, that item is the dagger of tainted honor. Seeing Victor grit his teeth, determined for a decisive battle, Elgin wondered inwardly, he's going to use that here. But he stabbed his right thigh with the dagger. At this sight, Drake Kate's eyes widened, looking on in disbelief. Yoon Young stood up abruptly, exclaiming, what? And Hai Wook, after stabbing his leg with the dagger, quickly commented on his current situation, and at the same time black dark energy effects appeared around him. What kind of transformation is this? Elgin observed from afar, answering inwardly instead of Yoon Young. It's called necrotic incentive. It's a hidden fragment that can only be obtained by defeating the undead knight Winham Teo. On the opposite side, a red eerie energy enveloped Victor. He said, if you stab this into yourself you instantly become undead. Depending on the difficulty, skeleton mode, zombie mode or goblin mode is activated. At the same time, Victor's hands were also transforming. They turned into sharp claws. Even his face and body were covered with pointed horn-like growths, making him look very sinister, Elgin thought, in the case of advanced players. Even undead knight mode can be activated. Witnessing all this, his excitement for the upcoming battle grew even greater, and he praised inwardly, whether you use that dagger on yourself or on an enemy is up to the user. I never thought someone would actually use it on themselves. Meanwhile, the two commentators, in shock, shouted loudly, his race has changed. Should we call this evolution? This is distinctly different from transforming into an orc or a lizard man. If we had to give it a name, I would call this blackening. As Victor's entire body transformed, they added again, his appearance looks exactly like an undead knight. After that, the commentator fell into doubt about life, wondering, was there an undead knight who shot arrows? Suddenly, a red and black energy flew towards the opposite island. Drake quickly tilted his body to dodge the arrow that attacked him. As the arrow missed, he fired towards the back, causing an explosion as it hit the ground, sending white smoke billowing into the sky. At this sight, Drake gasped in shock, turning around and looking on in disbelief. Victor's bow on the opposite side had also transformed like his body. It was much larger and more sinister than before. Victor shouted loudly, from now on, this isn't a match, it's a hunt. Let's see if you can block every attack. Upon hearing that, Drake, using one hand to shield himself from the chill, raised an eyebrow and smiled, intrigued. Suddenly, Victor drew his bow and shot another arrow. Drake split his legs and crouched to dodge, but the dirt and stones behind him shattered because of it. Yoon Jin commented in surprise, it seems player Victor An's stats have rapidly increased since he became an undead knight. Arrows imbued with the aura of death from his undead body will inflict immense damage even if they only graze an opponent on the battlefield. Drake dodged the attack, raised his bow high and aimed. His arrows soared again, then wobbled and fell, astonishing Yoon Jin. Meanwhile, Drake's arrows were swept away by the headwind, scattering and losing direction. Now those arrows couldn't target Victor in at all. He compared the two players' physiques and combat weapons, assessing that the match was too difficult for Drake. Under these circumstances, would they substitute a player? The match was growing increasingly intense. The host was also fidgeting, following Drake's every move. Drake missed again. The arrow he just shot straight into the sky lost its direction and flew off, but that doesn't mean he's at a disadvantage. The wind's direction and speed grew stronger, protecting Russia from Victor's fierce attacks. The host updated the situation. The wind around Russia's island acts like a natural shield. The situation has turned around. Victor showed no hesitation, evolving stronger than ever and pressuring Drake. Drake was completely overwhelmed by the headwind and Victor An's evolved state. He had become prey. Drake skillfully dodged his lethal attacks. Behind him, continuous explosions created thick dust. Neither side retreated. Both displayed evenly matched skills, exciting the host. The advantage of the long-range archer has completely shifted to Russia's side. He sighed, his face covered in sweat, and looked at him, pondering his next attack. Victor admired how smoothly he dodged every attack. Truly impressive, dodging overwhelming and accurate arrows. It seems distance is the problem. A meaningful smile played on his lips. In that case, let's see if you can dodge this. Indeed, what followed was a dazzling magic circle created by Victor. Circles with engraved patterns connected in sequence, attempting to suppress him. Drake remained vigilant for not a moment, but dodging required high skill. Immediately, as he used his skill, a long black beam of light shot out, piercing through the connecting links. A series of rotating rings surrounded him, forming a circle that rendered him helpless. Black shurikens appeared in the center of each ring, and their rotation speed grew faster and faster. Victor laughed gleefully, as if he had achieved his goal. Sky-piercing arrow. Moves an arrow directly in front of the enemy, regardless of distance. Faced with Victor's sky-piercing arrow, the host was momentarily surprised. Isn't this beyond the scope of archery? This is basically a mage's skill. Drake gritted his teeth. This guy is clearly trying to pressure me. This is unavoidable. Interference. He spun around, continuously throwing shurikens to break the circles, his hands moving in quick succession. Indeed, this method worked. And the circles exploded one after another, converging to one side. Before he could even catch his breath, Drake realized that the damage from this skill would be immense. Victor's 2 eyes glowed red with a hint of praise. Truly amazing. He blocked that attack. But he hesitated, looking at his resolute eyes, both hands already blocking in front of him. It's impossible to block everything. There must have been damage. Exploding fragments splattered around where Drake stood, some grazing his cheek. Bent at the waist, gripping his crossbow tightly, ready to fight at any moment. The host couldn't help but marvel. Drake showed astonishing skill in blocking close-range shots, but there were simply too many. The large screen was filled with his image and spectacular counterattack scenes, captivating all eyes. It seemed victory had fallen into Russia's hands. Elgin watched from outside, already guessing where the match was headed. It'll be over soon, Taegang. Prepare for substitution. Taegang felt a little sad inwardly, but outwardly he still had to obey. So Drake doesn't have a chance either? He reminded Drake to substitute immediately if he won. A clear sound of obedience followed. His eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. A triumphant sneer erupted from Victor's position. He cunningly declared, "Then let's end this. It was an interesting match." Dragon. Drake didn't reply, but his gaze alone was enough to convey his strong will. Suddenly a sharp sound was heard, followed by a flesh-piercing noise from behind. Victor, distracted, turned around. What? An arrow was lodged in his back, creating a hole. What is this? Following this, other arrows flew in quick succession, all aimed at piercing his body. He shouted in panic, "What is this? Who is shooting from where?" Seeing another arrow flying straight towards him, Victor's mind seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be the arrows he shot earlier? To explain this situation, Yoon Jin commented, "Suddenly arrows flying towards Victor An's back. From the situation, these are Drake's arrows. But what is this? The arrows flew that fast? That's impossible." Moreover, the world map was created based on a flat earth theory. He was now helpless, unable to tell where the arrows were coming from, and simply cursed inwardly, "Damn it. I can't tell where it's coming from. It's hard to dodge and it's fast. Did this guy plan this in advance?" The host next to him quickly realized. Ah, that's right, it was because of the headwind. A strong headwind is blowing the arrows straight at Victor N. Drake didn't shoot those arrows into the air for nothing. The sea wind blew around the island, meeting a circulating current. A map showing the wind direction between Korea and Russia appeared, explaining Drake's mysterious attack. Drake targeted the point where the headwind and the circulating current met. He calculated the launch angle and wind direction while shooting arrows. Victor was still arrogant, and he and Drake seemed to be thinking the same thing now. Wind calculation is fundamental for offense and defense. Victor was at a disadvantage and his initial wound spread wider. Damn it. He gaped in surprise at his attack. Drake stood proudly in the dust, crossbow held high in his hand, aimed. Victor glared, his eyes full of accusation, and threatened. "Even head-on, do you think that will give you an advantage? Not a chance." A sky-piercing arrow was fired again, and in addition, a space-piercing arrow was also launched. The combination of these two was indescribably powerful. Yoon Jin flinched, but Victor N still had the trump card of the space-piercing arrow, making distance meaningless. The stat difference was still too great. Drake smiled mysteriously, as if he already knew he would attack. Indeed, in the next moment an arrow flew straight for his head. Upon a direct hit, blood immediately gushed out. His eyes widened in shock, as if, because of this, he had no time to attack, couldn't dodge, and could no longer make excuses. The viewers also froze for a few seconds, still unable to believe it. Despite being hit directly in the head, he was still bewildered. This direct hit to the head was no accident. Looking back at the small details he had overlooked, everything now made sense. So the previous arrows and frontal attacks were just a feint for this moment, to lure me into using my trump card and create an opening. Drake still held his crossbow high in his hand, ready to deliver the final blow to him. Now Victor was completely defeated, both internally and externally, a truly terrifying opponent. His body exploded. Before that he could only stand still, so there was no possibility of dodging. The host's declaration marked this milestone. We hear that Drake seized the opportunity, using the effect to deliver a precise final blow. The fierce showdown between the two archers has ended. The large screen displayed his image, bringing glory to Korea. Korea's Drake has secured the first victory against Russia. Yoon Jin's face was flushed as he laughed heartily. The atmosphere from the very first round was truly fantastic. The person next to him nodded. Especially Drake's critical hit to the head, which is difficult enough with just arrows, but also calculated the wind to ride the headwind. It's truly miraculous. Elgin, witnessing everything, could only watch from afar. Victor admired. As expected of Dragon, such a perfect shot. He was proud of the recent result. Now a halo seemed to emanate from his body, and he praised himself inwardly. Actually, that headshot was a coincidence. I was so shocked that I laughed out loud without realizing it. In the next arena, player PO entered. Now Russia's second player PO Alex Krukin enters. He was a mage famous for his poison skills. Simultaneously, a player substitution was made and Taegang entered the arena. Drake, whose HP had significantly decreased, has been substituted. The next player is Ma. Taegang enters. Pio looked at him with a cold expression, showing no humility. The host declared, a battle between a mage and a warrior. I wonder how this match will unfold. Taegang's eyes were also very resolute, awaiting the host's next words. Round 2 begins. The audience was already enthusiastic about the showdown between Taegang and Pio. Yoon-jin introduced the two players entering the arena. Russia's second player is Pio Alexeyevich Grotkin. He is a tall, well-built mage with a murderous look, famous for his poison skills. The player he will face is Taegang. Although smaller in stature, he can be said to be equally matched in strength. Drake, having already lost a lot of health, decided to substitute. And the next player, Ma. Taegang, has entered the arena. His eyes, filled with determination, awaited the showdown along with the host's tense words, a battle between a mage and a warrior. How will the match unfold? As the signal sounded, everyone took their ready stance. Round 2 begins. Everyone was puzzled by Taegang's actions. Without hesitation, he leaped off the cliff. The intense fall stirred the sea, which then became still. Ma. Taegang suddenly plunged into the sea. Underwater, he quickly dived. The host was flustered, not understanding what he was thinking. Taegang forcefully kicked the water with his feet and leaped up with very graceful movements. Immediately, he unexpectedly leaped out, seemingly intending to attack first before his opponent could. Yoon-jin slammed the table and leaned forward, focusing intensely on him. Ma. Taegang is actively approaching the Russian team. If they substitute a player and bring in an ice mage to freeze the sea, the situation will be very dangerous, the person sitting next to him added. However, the tropical sea is quite warm, making it difficult for ice magic to be effective. Ma. Taegang probably calculated that before jumping in. Pio feigned surprise and sneered. Oh, he stretched out his legs, ready to follow him into the sea. With a splash, the sea immediately enveloped him. Pio took his stance and stood proudly. Yoon-jin commented tensely on the passionate fight between the two. Pio has also plunged into the sea. He will confront Ma. Taegang underwater. Taegang charged quickly, his hands clenched into fists. His first attack was a punch. Pio, on the other hand, spread his hands and began to open a magic circle. As Taegang extended his fist to punch him directly in the face, he opened the magic circle to block the attack. He flinched for a moment and recoiled. Pio's fingers emitted a long black smoke as if it were dark magic. He floated in the air underwater, his voice laced with contempt. Jumping into the sea to fight me, are you insane? He gradually became disadvantaged, retreating a few steps, his head slightly dizzy, his vision blurred as if he had drunk a bottle of strong liquor, poison. Pio, realizing he was poisoned, explained, as tropical seawater diffuses poison very quickly. From the moment you jumped into the sea, it was over for you. Would you like some tea? A toxic circle surrounded his body, launching continuous poison attacks. Taegang lowered his head and replied in a cold voice, I like drinking tea too. But seeing him hesitate and speak mysteriously, he was momentarily unable to grasp the situation. When he raised his face, a smile spread across it, and a light emanated from one hand as if absorbing the toxins. Destruction. Soda is the best. He opened his eyes wide in confusion. What is this? The host was also surprised by this situation. The sea is boiling and massive amounts of bubbles are erupting from Ma. Taegang's body. His wristwatch was still operating at full capacity. It kept his mind alert. He chuckled sinisterly and sneered, the hotter the water, the faster the poison spreads, and your stamina will only drop deeper. However, being arrogant too early can lead to unfavorable results. His eyes shifted from triumph to surprise. A toxic aura enveloped his entire body, but it didn't weaken him. Taegang's face was hardened, but his eyes blazed and his hands clenched as if absorbing the poison. He stretched out his body, trembled, and stammered, wait, that's poison. The poison is evaporating. He stood proudly, stepping on the toxic smoke. Everything was completely destroyed by him. Pio growled, opening his magic circle. He also didn't just stand there enduring. His whole body was enveloped in a blue light. His teeth were clenched, and one of his teeth transformed into a long dragon-like shape. He raised his fist high and rushed forward with cold eyes swinging at him. This technique made it impossible for him to dodge or escape, and he immediately collapsed. The host was more excited and surprised than ever. Truly unbelievable. Ma. Taegang unleashed a punch of immense heat, causing the entire sea to begin evaporating. Burning poison is a common countermeasure, but burning even the poison mixed in the seawater? The stage lights shone brightly, as if announcing Ma. Taegang as the victor. Ma. Taegang defeated Pio in an instant. Taegang leaped onto the water and delved deeper into Russian territory. Along with him, the cheers of the audience became the driving force that made him stronger in this match. Striking while the iron was hot, Ma. Taegang pushed deeper into the Russian team's territory. Without any caution, he set foot on Russian soil. The moment he raised his head, his eyes widened in surprise at the person standing before him. Yoon-jin speculated on how the Russian team would react to their base being invaded. Although his face wasn't clearly visible yet, just from his appearance, the man was tall and sturdy, his arms crossed, focusing intensely on him. His friend, watching the match from outside, also gritted his teeth, worried about Taegang. Could he truly overcome this? Yoon-jin, seeing the man's face, exclaimed with joy, Russia's #1, Asia's #1, and world #4. The pinnacle of the Russian Pro League, Asia's #1 has appeared, he loudly shouted the man's name. L. David Vorsky. Vorsky, though aged, appeared calm and unpredictable. In terms of strength, he was indescribably powerful. Taegang pondered this name, Vorsky. I thought he would only appear in the final round. The host began the match by saying, for a trump card, this individual seems to have appeared too early. The most anticipated event in this tournament was the one-on-one showdown between Korea's Ma Dong-gwang and Vorsky. However, judging by the recent performance, Vorsky might also face many difficulties. It's truly nerve-wracking. Victor's eyes sharpened the moment he saw him, gleaming with hatred. Vorsky recalled the time he fought alongside him, and he worried more about Taegang. Before I regressed, he was the captain who led his team to the Asian Championship in both large and small tournaments, and simultaneously the MVP of the finals. In other words, he is the strongest player in Asia. Let's see how Ma Taegang will fare against such a monster. A moment later, he opened his mouth. A transformation, an interesting tactic. Upon hearing him, Taegang grew even more wary. As he knew little about his opponent, Chosky provocatively spread his hands and faint black smoke followed as if to display his power. He smiled sinisterly, his voice provocative. Come on, the host is worried. Chosky provoked his opponent, and an arrogant aura of a master emanated from his body. Was it truly the right decision to give his opponent the first attack? Taegang pondered what he had just said but attacked first. Is he despising me? Then he curled the corners of his lips. Don't regret it. Taegang charged without hesitation, and an iron-like fist shot out. The resolute and powerful punch aimed for the front of his chest where vital organs like his heart were located. He seized the initiative as if trying to take down his opponent in one blow. A large explosion occurred, and he expended a bit of energy in this initial attack. Everything suddenly fell silent, and his opponent seemed completely unfazed. He sneered, "Is that all?" His cold face glared at him. I misjudged you. I overestimated you. Suddenly, Chosky grabbed his wrist and held it tightly. He tried to pull his hand free, but it was no use. He was incredibly strong. I can't pull my hand out. Chosky saw right through him. Trying to escape, are we? I yielded the first attack, so turning your back and fleeing now would be a bit rude, wouldn't it? He grabbed his wrist, twisted it hard, and struck him like a punching bag. Chapter 222. Let's revisit the match situation. The host shouted excitedly, My God, I can't believe it. What's happening? Chosky's maximum HP suddenly soared, a characteristic that made Chosky Asia's strongest. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Fighting against Chosky, Taegang clearly felt the difficulty of this battle. The host suddenly spoke. Blood coagulation. At this moment, hot viscous blood began to gather in one place deep within Chosky's body. Elgin calmly analyzed the blood coagulation mentioned by the host. The blood coagulation trait increases a character's maximum HP, proportional to the damage they receive. His deduction about the skill continued. Simply put, the more allies that fall, the stronger he becomes. Victor's and Pio's HP were transferred to Chosky. Elgin frowned as he knew Chosky quite well. It was like fighting one person against three. Moreover, that HP was combined with other powerful defensive and recovery traits such as super regeneration, ultra-fast recovery, and elemental resistance. As long as he stood in the arena, his recovery rate would continue to increase. At the same time, he received half damage from 16 types of attacks. Furthermore, he possessed the Strength of Earth trait, which enhanced his attack power. After the blood coagulation process was complete, Chosky's skin gradually turned green. He excitedly curled the corners of his lips. Watching a monster like Chosky furiously throwing punches at Taegang, Elgin couldn't help but admire. A character so powerful and dealing so much damage is rare. Taegang took his punch head-on and was sent flying. He grimaced in pain, inwardly terrified. So powerful with just unattributed physical attacks, this won't do. At that moment, Chosky quickly grabbed Taegang's hand and held it tightly. Seeing this, Taegang, flustered, pulled his hand back forcefully. This made him flinch for a moment. However, Chosky immediately pushed off the ground and charged forward. In less than a second, he was right next to Taegang. He was very surprised by the incredible speed. Taegang still did his best to dodge Chosky's attacks. He had never expected an orc to move at human speed. This is absurd. After fleeing for a moment, Taegang also decided to stop. He prepared to counterattack immediately after. Taegang threw a series of punches at Chosky, but he easily dodged them all. This made him even more furious. Taegang gnashed his sharp teeth, then without hesitation he attacked Chosky's knee at extremely close range. The powerful kick struck him, forcing him to retreat slightly. However, immediately after, Chosky suddenly clenched his fist and raised his arm high. The skill he used was hammering. Because it was right after attacking Chosky, Taegang had no time to maintain distance, and Chosky's attack was so fast that Taegang barely managed to say, "Danger?" Immediately after, Chosky swung his arm forcefully with all his might. When his fist landed, an immense shockwave was generated. Dust began to rise incessantly. Chosky smiled, looking at his opponent. He complimented him. "You possess quite strong fighting spirit." Taegang was currently doing his best to sustain himself against the immense power of his attack, and while he was still struggling, Chosky turned his body and forcefully kicked Taegang in the right side of his abdomen. The powerful kick sent him flying far away. Taegang hit the ground hard, causing a significant impact. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. At this point, the host couldn't hold back and began his commentary. What overwhelming power! Ma Taegang has fallen and left the arena. I have never seen such a one-sided match, especially in such a major professional league. Now that he knew the match results, Elgin couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Ma Taegang, this defeat is quite bitter. Then he recalled the scene of Taegang stepping on Chosky's mechanical arm. However, if my memory serves me, within 5 years Ma warrior Taegang will defeat the Russian hero Chosky and become Asia's new strongest. Elgin's excited smile still lingered on his face. He stared intently at the arena with anticipation. And in this timeline, I am here. Taegang had already begun to leave the arena. He tiredly requested to disconnect his device. Elgin watched him from his vantage point, cheering him on inwardly. Of course, that time will be shortened. Keep going, Taegang. You'll become much stronger. A moment later, the host continued his commentary. The Korean team's next player must immediately enter the match. Once the tide turns, it's very difficult to recover. The player to enter after Ma Taegang was Yu Si-hee. Chosky couldn't help but think of his own children when he saw his next opponent. That child must be the same age as my daughter. The boy just now too. Are all the Korean team's players this young? As soon as the match began, Sehee's sharp scythe quickly attacked him. The scythe of vengeance sliced through the wind towards Chosky's neck. What followed was a series of skill exchanges, and Chosky seemed to find an opening in his opponent. However, it was Yu Si-hee's trap. A golden flash from the girl's right eye shot directly towards Chosky's face. It was the mana incineration trait Si-hee had obtained after defeating the reporter. However, even after taking such a critical blow from Si-hee, he remained calm, a satisfied smile on his face. Immediately after, Chosky shot up and his entire body began to grow more muscular and transform. Si-hee moved to attack, puzzled. Why isn't he turning golden? Is it ineffective? At this moment, a boy outside the stands quickly realized the problem and shouted in a panic. It's not that it's ineffective, it's just that Chosky's effect and elemental resistance are so high that the petrification effect doesn't last long. As soon as the boy finished speaking, Chosky also began his counterattack. His eyes were completely focused on his opponent. In an instant, Si-hee took Chosky's powerful punch head-on. She was sent flying helplessly. Just then, the host shouted excitedly. He finished it in one blow. Truly tragic. Following Ma Taegang, Yu Si-hee has also been eliminated. Audiences everywhere didn't take their eyes off the screen for a moment. The host's voice continued to echo. After this round, the Russian team has tied with Korea. On the screen, the match between Chosky and Taegang began to replay. The host commented on it. Korea's 2 rising stars have fallen in succession. After that, the screen switched back to the scene where he took down Si-hee in one blow. Chosky eliminated 2 players consecutively without taking any damage. Now in the arena, Chosky arrogantly awaited his next opponent. The host commented with great excitement. Currently, Chosky is completely dominating the arena. The host's voice grew louder and louder. Now the Korean team is in the most difficult situation. Suddenly, the host stood up abruptly again, his face filled with extreme interest. However, the host brought the microphone close and posed his question, what if Ma Dong-won enters the match? As soon as the host uttered these words, audiences everywhere grew more curious and focused on the match. Chosky seemed to have seen something and was slightly curious. The host felt more and more that the match was heading towards its most exciting point. 2 super rookies and Yu Si-hee had been eliminated in succession, and even Drake, who had always taken on the role of leading the team, could no longer participate. The only key to turning the tide was Ma Dong-won. Only if Ma Dong-won entered the match could everything change. At this moment, a dazzling golden pillar of light connecting the real world and the virtual world appeared in the arena. The host couldn't help but shout excitedly. As soon as we finished speaking, Korea's next player entered the arena. It must be Ma Dong-won, right? A decisive battle between Russia's #1 and Korea's strongest known player. Chosky's next opponent would soon be revealed. All the audience and both hosts were extremely curious. What kind of performance would Ma Dong-won, an officially unranked player, show against the Asian champion? However, when that person's appearance was revealed before everyone's eyes, everyone uttered one word, as if unable to believe their own eyes. Huh? Even Elgin couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at this new arena entrant. The biggest shock was to Chosky. Even he, who had to face the opponent just teleported, couldn't help but be surprised. A small figure stood firmly opposite Chosky, but that person chuckled unnaturally a few times. The person who appeared in the arena now was none other than a slightly timid-looking young girl. She greeted awkwardly, "Ah, hello." Audiences everywhere, as if on cue, showed surprised expressions upon seeing the girl. When the cute girl became Chosky's next opponent, everyone exclaimed in bewilderment, "Ha!" Chapter 223. As Yoon appeared on the large screen, the stands below immediately grew noisy. What on earth is the director thinking? To send her out? No way. In this situation, it has to be Ma Dong-won. Everyone clearly thought it was the perfect timing for Ma Dong-won to appear. Even the host hadn't expected it. My god, what is this? The healer Yoon's son has suddenly entered the arena. Is it to heal Drake? The man next to him shared the doubt. Would there even be time for that? Drake's HP was so low that if he were substituted, he'd be on the verge of death with just a slight touch. And even if Drake recovered, facing Chosky would be a very unfavorable matchup. Chosky watched Yoon's son compete without a word. Her expression showed no fear or bewilderment at all. Her cute face merely showed a slight embarrassment. He fell deep in thought. We investigated Yoon's son. She was a high-ranking healer with much divine power. She wasn't exceptionally outstanding, but she was a perfect piece for balancing the team. We also heard rumors that she once had a shining moment leading a team, but that was probably due to the temporary effects of potions or spells, and such items were prohibited in tournaments, therefore we couldn't confirm those rumors. Still, I have a feeling something is wrong. If they don't send out Ma Dongwang, I won't need to use all my strength to attack a healer. It's not a good look either. Thinking that, Chosky's mood immediately darkened, and he turned around shouting loudly, "Substitution!" As soon as he left, Anga happily rushed into the arena. The host welcomed loudly, "Chosky has left the arena." The player entering the arena is Anga Alexeyevna Grahatkina. She was a player specializing in ice magic. Anga blew a friendly kiss to Yoon-sun. "Nuna, you're my type. Even though I specialize in ice, when it comes to love, I'm warm and passionate." She didn't forget to wink, saying she'd go to Yoon-sun's room after the match. Since Anga only spoke in Russian, Yoon-sun didn't understand anything and blankly felt a slight regret. To not understand Russian at all, I should have studied a bit. She smiled cheerfully. "See you later." After finishing her joke, she immediately became serious. With two gigantic magic circles in her hands, Yoon-sun stared at her in surprise, and before she could even react, Anga mercilessly attacked her with those two terrifying things. A long path of cold ice stretched out, and the host shouted excitedly. Anga immediately launched a powerful ice attack as soon as she entered the arena. The entire arena was instantly covered in ice, and it was the absolute zero trait, one of the most powerful offensive traits of the ice element. She looked up at her work, admiring it. "Isn't this ending too quickly? It's too boring." Because at this moment Yoon was completely frozen in the mountain of ice she had created, Anga murmured. "But at least I got to see Ma Dongwang enter the arena myself. I'm the first on the team after all." Just then, Chosky's voice was heard calling her. "Substitute." She turned around irritably and glared at him. "Ha, what's the problem, old man? Ma Dongwang is mine," Chosky said persuasively. "Think about the situation. Now the terrain is all frozen. It's my turn." Anga complained. "No. Old man, are you planning to have fun by yourself again? I'm going to meet Ma Dongwang first." The ice began to crack around Yoon-sun. Both were still arguing fiercely. Chosky grew more and more impatient, and the ice cracked even wider. "No, I'm his opponent. Substitute and come back immediately," Anga said teasingly. "I'll freeze Ma Dongwang and make him a toy." Just then, she turned around as if she had heard something. Chosky also noticed the problem. As the mountain of ice shattered before her eyes, Anga was startled. "Yoon-sun," she crawled out from amidst the cold ice debris. She hugged herself, trembling. "It's so cold." He recoiled a few steps in bewilderment. "What is this? Why did the ice break?" Yoon-sun was still crawling out. Something like black flames appeared in her right eye. She regained her composure and said angrily, "I don't know how she did it, but what is there to fear from a healer?" As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward again. Yoon-sun didn't pay her any mind and leisurely raised her fist. A powerful energy struck Anga. It was all the result of her actions. She was pushed back, still dazed. She couldn't grasp everything because she had rushed too quickly. Now Yoon was like a fierce beast ready to pounce, her face looking very grim. Anga said angrily, "Is this Nuna crazy?" Elgin suddenly spoke. "It's no use. Harumaru originally lives in the Arctic, so she's immune to ice magic." Chosky, very worried, quickly shouted, "Anga, substitute immediately." Anga gnashed her teeth in fury, ignored his words, and stubbornly summoned an additional ice dragon. "Shut up, it's not over yet." The ice dragon flew towards Yoon-sun, and Anga's grudge went with it. "Die, die." Yoon's hand touched the dragon's teeth. She casually subdued it and tried to throw it behind her. He was genuinely flustered now. "No, don't cling to it. I told you to block it with your hand." Yoon-sun ignored her and secretly assessed the dragon in front of her. It was lighter than she expected. She recalled other terrifying dragons she had fought before. Anga laughed more and more frantically, refusing to acknowledge this advantage. "Perhaps you can block it for a moment, but it'll be useless. Soon, my freezing breath will freeze your heart colder than absolute zero." No sooner had she finished speaking than Yoon shattered the ice dragon. She screamed in surprise, sweating profusely. The audience all gaped as if mesmerized. The host was equally surprised. "Am I dreaming? Wasn't Yoon-sun a healer?" She tore apart the attack of Asia's 6th-ranked ice mage with her bare hands. According to the holy power gauge, Yoon-sun didn't seem to have changed at all, so where did this immense power come from? Anga was now truly scared and tried to flee when threatened by Yoon-sun. Chosky immediately grasped the core of the problem. "I've been fooled. That kid was hiding such a strong card. In this psychological battle, we've completely lost." Chapter 224. Chosky rushed towards Yoon-sun, sneering, "I never thought I'd be arm wrestling with a healer someday. This is unbelievable." Yoon-sun was slightly nervous and excited, but she prepared to block his attack. Chosky also appeared simultaneously, and as their hands collided, a small impact occurred. They seemed evenly matched, neither backing down first. The host commented in surprise, "My God, Yoon-sun, she's fighting Chosky alone. It even seems like an even match." The tense standoff had changed. His voice was filled with excitement. "No, she's not just holding her own, she's pushing him back. Yoon is overwhelming her opponent. That monster who consecutively defeated Mategang and UCE without a scratch is now being overwhelmed by the Korean team's healer. Yoon-sun, am I seeing this wrong?" Chosky's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth in fury. "I'm pouring all my strength into this, and I'm just barely holding on. Am I dreaming?" In contrast, Yoon's face was serious and calm. She prepared to break through, and soon after, a yellow light obscured everyone's vision. Golden lightning struck Chosky. He winced and recoiled. Everyone in the audience froze in unison. Yoon-sun transformed into the form of a guardian angel. Her defense and armor both increased, and 4 core skills, survival, crush, arm wrestling, and severance, were unlocked. Her right eye turned red and her clothes glowed yellow and white. The host stared blankly at her, noticing that Yoon-sun's equipment had changed. So that wasn't just a fashion item, Elgin also unconsciously admired. Truly beautiful, according to Elgin's explanation. Sun's outfit was a gift from the Archangel Uterus. Wearing it allowed her to temporarily transform into an angel. However, it was only possible when facing a strong opponent, and it was a lower-grade version of Sun's original Archangel power. But the true value of this outfit lay in its 4 traits. Severance was a trait that significantly increased her gravity proportionally to her strength while holding her breath. Arm wrestling could double the damage when arm wrestling an opponent with similar stats. Finally, Crush could double the power of attacks delivered from top to bottom. As he said this, Yoon-sun completely overwhelmed her opponent. Chosky was in such pain that his entire body stiffened and veins popped out, yet she seemed to exert no effort at all. As she looked down at him panting, Elgin continued to analyze. After receiving the blessing of a nascent angel and becoming an archangel, these traits were effective only for Sun. This was actually a unique piece of equipment specially crafted for Sun by Dodoni. High HP can increase overall defense, but beyond a certain limit, defense and magic resistance gradually lose their value. He suddenly smiled cunningly, as if certain of victory. If he had distributed his stats evenly, or focused more on defense or magic resistance, the situation would have been different, but trying to increase attack power was rather a bad choice. At this very moment, Chosky was pushed back. He painfully supported himself and stabilized very quickly. Chosky began another transformation, and red blood started to gather around his arm again. The host screamed. Chosky's blood coagulation trait has activated, increasing his maximum HP. Proportionally to the sacrificed ally's HP, Chosky's HP continued to increase very rapidly. His entire body turned red. Chosky observed his target irritably, then appeared before Yoon-sun like lightning. He delivered a series of punches, and this time she barely managed to block them. The host stood up nervously. Yoon-sun, she's gradually being pushed back by Chosky's attacks. No, get out of there. Yoon, she continued to block Chosky's punches with a thin shield. Even he underestimated his opponent, thinking victory was already his. Yes, no matter how strong she is, her defense or stamina can't be that high. Chosky increased his power and frequency even further. The host grew more excited, and once caught in Chosky's attack, it was almost impossible to survive. The audience below all wore worried expressions. No, hang in there, Yoon. The host trembled and sweated. Yoon-sun's HP is dropping very rapidly. My God, the match was breathtaking. And another spectator calmly reminded everyone that they seemed to be forgetting something. Chosky's mood instantly soured upon hearing this. What the hell? Seeing Yoon's unwavering hand, he suddenly realized the problem. Chosky was startled. Impossible, how can that kid hold on for so long? This is the first opponent like this. The moment he stopped, his facial expression as he looked at Yoon-sun was as if he had encountered a demon. Oh no, this kid. Sweat continuously streamed down her forehead, but she calmly counterattacked throughout. At this moment, Chosky was pushed back again. The host then realized his mistake. Yes, because of her immense damage, we forgot something. Yoon-sun was a healer. No matter how many punches Chosky threw, she could block them with her abundant holy power, and any damage that broke through the shield could be healed. She was Chosky's absolute natural enemy. He stopped to regain his strength, gnashing his teeth and apologizing for underestimating her as a healer. But I've never lost in a one-on-one battle. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chosky gathered his strength to evolve into another state. Yoon-sun watched him intently, and his body completely transformed. His skin became smooth and dark, his muscles bulging, and his face looked very fierce. The host exclaimed in surprise. That's evolution. Chosky is evolving. At this very moment he was transforming into an orc. Now the outcome of the match became even more unpredictable. He growled, I will never lose. I am the undefeated Chosky, Yoon calmly retorted. No, if that's true, then you have always run away from those stronger than yourself. Or you have never fought a fair fight with someone of equal skill. Her face was magnified on the large screen, and her voice was clearer and more resolute. You are just a lucky player. Elgen asked in surprise when she learned Orkush. Of course Yoon-sun didn't see his expression. She continued to awaken her opponent. We always had to fight enemies stronger than ourselves. I didn't fight alone, but at least I never underestimated my opponents like you do. When she was angry, her two eyes glittered coldly as if soulless. You said you never lost. Yoon-sun's body was surrounded by a red vortex. The circular object on her arm glowed and her face gradually became terrifying. Then this will be the first time. Chapter 225. A few days before the Asian Championship Finals, Yoon-sun held a round iron object in her hand. Inside it were 2 pairs of small white angel wings. She asked blankly, What is this, Elgin? It's a watch, Elgin said, crossing his arms and smiling. I searched the auction house right before the match and asked a dwarf blacksmith in the underground to enhance it. This item was just completed. Drake Kate looked at it and wondered if it wasn't something a blacksmith would make. It's a special item, different from what I expected. Yoon-sun also looked at it and then at Elgin, asking a question. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, but it's cute. Does it have any traits that enhance user abilities? He replied casually. Not necessarily. No sooner had he finished speaking than Elgin moved his hand as the round object was thrown onto her back. She screamed in surprise. It clung to her back, emitting smoke. Yoon-sun asked bewildered, What are you trying to do? She touched the object on her back, embarrassed. Elgin explained its effect to her. This doesn't increase your stats or HP. It only has a very simple trait. He smiled cunningly and said briefly, "It's a comeback." Returning to the match, Yoon Sun nervously held her breath and observed her opponent's next state. Her clothes and hair fluttered with intense power. Yoon Sun calmly blocked the wind. The object on her back suddenly began to glow and the angel wings gradually transformed into demon wings. It was precisely the mark of the outlaw. When the mark's face turned completely red, the outlaw trait would activate simultaneously. Instantly, she was surrounded by red energy. It continuously surged from Yoon's back. Husky stared blankly. What on earth is happening?" Elgin explained the meaning of the outlaw. "It temporarily converts all your holy power to damage at a 1-to-1 ratio." Yoon Sun's body rose high, and her right red eye glowed. Powerful energy struck Chosky, giving him no time to react. At this moment, Elgin smiled contentedly, as if holding everything in his hands. Yoon Sun's base damage was 13,344, but thanks to the title Defeated Me, it doubled to 26,688, and again doubled due to the angel attribute counter to 53,366 for an orc. It became 53,366, then escalated to 64,128 due to heavy blow, 160,128 due to crush, and finally skyrocketed to 320,256 due to arm wrestling. Lastly, the outlaw trait converted approximately 50,000 points of holy power into damage. The final damage was approximately 370,000 points. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely tense. Yoon Sun was entirely black from top to bottom. She resembled a demonic raven. Chosky on the opposite side hesitated and feared the continuously transforming opponent before his eyes. Elgin sweated from the heat, focusing on the match, already knowing the outcome. This level of power far exceeds that of a normal player. It's comparable to a Chosky-class monster. This is the ultimate weapon I specially prepared for you. As he continued to be overwhelmed, he grew frantically angry. Chosky brought his two arms together in front of him, and light and lightning erupted from the circular object on his arm. He tried to gather his strength, and the energy surged very intensely. Chosky gritted his teeth and stammered. He seemed to be struggling to speak due to the overwhelming difficulty. "Ah!" His teammates behind the stage all froze at this sight. His two eyes glowed, recalling Yoon Sun's earlier words, "We have fought countless enemies far stronger than ourselves. I didn't do it alone, but I never underestimated my opponents like you do." Suddenly, Chosky sneered. Looking at the menacing opponent before him, his gaze was no longer resentful but admiring. "Yes, perhaps you're right. Until today, I've never met anyone like you. Thank you for the lesson, Yoon." But regardless, he raised his arm to attack again, powerfully asserting his status. "I am still Chosky, the hero of Russia," and that punch, with the terrifying momentum of a sacred dragon, rushed forward. Yoon Sun was pushed back a few steps. His fist emitted a dazzling light, blinding the viewers. He shattered the red bands that surrounded her. That hand penetrated Yoon Sun's defense. After completing it, he breathed out lightly. Yoon Sun still didn't lose her menacing aura. Chosky had to admit that he had thought of her as an angel because of her appearance, but it turned out she was a true demon. Something awakened the power within Yoon Sun. Of course, she immediately counterattacked. Yoon Sun launched a counterattack at him. Chosky was pushed back, flying through the gray smoke. He was completely defeated. The audience and the host immediately erupted. Finally, a great comeback had occurred. Who would have thought that a healer like Yoon Sun would be the ultimate secret weapon? The final boss of the Beach League, Korea's Yoon Sun, defeated Asia's hero Chosky and claimed a new throne. Elgin's team let out a light breath, and all the tension until now disappeared. The host emphasized that she was a true boss and a true superstar of the big league. Yoon Sun withdrew her hand and looked down at her victory from above. Chapter 226. Through the small screen, viewers continuously cheered and watched the match. Along with this, the host also spoke. Who would have expected that? A healer like Yoon Sun would be the ultimate weapon and final boss of this large-scale tournament. Korea's Yoon Sun defeated Asia's hero Chosky and claimed the throne after that, he announced. Next, the Russian team's last player has entered the arena. The match just now was so tense I almost forgot. A red-haired man walked into the arena. The host spoke. The Russian team's last player is Shin Raspin. Upon seeing this, Drake Kate immediately spoke. "Sun seems very tired. Should I go out?" But as soon as he finished speaking, another person stopped him. "No, you're also very low on stamina. I'll go out." It was Elgin's words. He smiled faintly. "At least I should participate in the finals once. Everyone wants that." As Elgin expected, everyone watching the match was extremely excited. They shouted loudly, "Oh, look over there." A golden pillar of light bore down from the sky onto the arena as if a god had descended. As soon as he clearly identified who was coming, the host said in an excited voice, "He's finally here. The Korean team's captain and the pride of the nation." Elgin stood tall there. The host raised his voice and introduced him. "Ma Dongwon has entered the arena." As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere in the audience immediately became heated. Cheers mingled as everyone waited. "Ma Dong, my hero, dopamine is flowing through my veins. Give us an explosive match." Not only the audience but the hosts were also restless. He continued to build up the atmosphere of the match. "Personally, I expected the final match to be between Chosky and Ma Dongwon, but I'm sure everyone was very satisfied with Yoon Sun's recent match and brilliant performance. Your tickets were well worth it." The topic shifted back to the two players. The host spared no praise. His opponent, Shin Raspin, is known for his solid rear support and excellent cover play. One might think a match between a healer and a warrior is unbalanced, but his opponent is player Ma Dongwang. Whatever the role, the outcome is already clear. At this moment Chosky, observing from below, suddenly noticed something strange. He wondered, Elgin's behavior today is a bit odd. Something feels wrong. Player Elgin stood in the arena with a grim expression, his emotions imperceptible to anyone. Elgin, with burning determination, vowed to himself, I won't let this match end meaninglessly. It must be spectacular. Elgin's smile grew increasingly sinister. He suddenly said, It's truly an honor to meet you, player Ma Dongwang. Before he could finish speaking, Elgin's power began to explode without a moment for deep thought. Elgin said in a low voice, You are my fervent fan, so we will do our best to put on a magnificent match. But Elgin, without time to pay attention to him, was still lost in thought. How does Elgin know Korean? Let's put that aside for a moment. Looking at the opponent before him, Elgin suddenly realized something was wrong. He tried to recall everything he knew about this man. The questions in his mind grew ever larger. Shin Raspen was originally famous for his tactic of distracting opponents with insidious taunts, but now instead of taunting he displayed overly polite behavior. Was he being cautious because his opponent was Ma Dongwang? Suddenly a yellow book appeared, its cover glowing with strange energy. Elgin held the book in his hand, turning its pages one by one. His face looked very dangerous at this moment. Elgin saw this scene and had no idea what was happening. After a moment he vaguely remembered having seen that item somewhere before. Suddenly the book in Elgin's hand emitted powerful energy as if exploding. Elgin immediately reacted, countering with his own strength. Two enormous energies collided, leading to a fierce battle. Immediately after, Elgin's technique changed, and the earlier blue light gathered and dispersed. Elgin was startled by this sight and unconsciously stared at it, but as they began to attack Elgin, he immediately reacted and dodged. Elgin quickly created a magic circle and calmly channeled his power forward. As the light and dust slowly cleared, Elgin was surrounded by chaos, and at this moment he quickly understood the strangeness he had initially felt. The technique this guy is using is not Elgin's, as I remember from my previous life. Moreover, according to the information I've gathered in this life, Elgin has never attacked so aggressively. After that, Elgin rushed forward, delivering an attack while simultaneously speculating. As if swinging an iron arm, Elgin immediately targeted and attacked Elgin. Before his eyes he still stood unmoving, taking the attack. That image suddenly turned into faint dust. While Elgin was still bewildered, Elgin appeared behind him and asked, Where are you looking? That's just my afterimage. At the voice from behind him, Elgin's gaze immediately turned that way. After that, an attack flew. This time it seemed to hit Elgin, but his laughter still echoed around. Elgin never imagined he would dodge, and surprise was clearly visible on his face. Immediately after, Elgin extended his claws and opened his mouth. Just as I thought, you're probably almost invincible when fighting numerous enemies. A balanced form like Chosky, but you'd be at a disadvantage against an enemy with high speed. The scenery suddenly changed, but his voice continued to echo. For example, someone who uses long-range magic and has speed-enhancing abilities. Elgin continued to laugh. As soon as Elgin heard this voice, he immediately tensed up and his voice became urgent. That laugh, you damned bastard, are you doing that while watching the match situation? The host asked. What's happening? Everyone expected a one-sided match, but the arena was heating up and the host couldn't hide his excitement. Contrary to all expectations, Raspen was doing very well against Ma Dongwang. Following Yun Sun, another unexpected development unfolded. Chosky grew even more suspicious. He asked himself, Is that really Shin Raspen? Immediately after, Chosky rushed to the control room and shouted at the monitors inside. Something's wrong. Check the simulation booth immediately and check the biometric data too. A moment later, it was unclear what the results were, but everyone's expressions there were grim. The person in the simulation booth before their eyes was no longer moving. Half of Elgin's face was revealed under the 3D glass, even foaming at the mouth, appearing to be in critical condition. Back in the arena, the match between the two players was still ongoing. Elgin rushed forward, extending his hand to grab his opponent, but he was too fast and Elgin only grabbed empty air. In an instant his opponent teleported next to Elgin, dodging the attack. After that, he took a combat stance and began to counterattack. Chosky, judging the situation to be unfavorable, immediately ordered the person sitting in front of the control panel to stop the match. The man replied with a troubled expression, If we forcibly open the booth from the outside, there's a high chance the player will go into shock, and it takes 15 seconds to forcibly disconnect. On the other side, the fierce fight showed no signs of stopping. This time it seemed to hit him. His head was hit, but a smile still hung on his lips. This surprised Elgin. Immediately after, an enormous force swept over, and that person no longer dodged, but endured it directly. A dazzling light obscured his vision, and a triumphant voice echoed, Finally got you. When his vision cleared, Elgin had disappeared, and a strange half-face appeared in his place. In an instant, Elgin's appearance completely vanished. The player standing in the arena now was Zodiac. He quickly used his power to counter Elgin's attack. Witnessing this sight, he was startled. Zodiac? How? He said nothing. All Elgin received was a contemptuous smile. Chapter 227. Elgin couldn't understand how he had entered the arena. He cried out in surprise, Zodiac, why are you here? He smiled faintly. and power slowly surged around him. The two stood facing each other, their energy spreading throughout the space. They emitted an intense light, blurring all scenery. The scenery suddenly turned deep red, with drops of syrup splattered around. After that, Elgin was startled by a strange sensation and jumped up. Before him stood a demon made of countless eyes. Not only that, but beside him were tens of thousands of strange creatures. Elgin exclaimed in surprise, "Those monsters!" Immediately he composed himself and rushed towards them. He muttered to himself as he walked, "Those are the same ones I saw before, right? What on earth is happening?" The monsters became even more agitated upon seeing Elgin. They bushed madly towards him. Elgin swung his hand to attack them. As soon as he touched them, the monsters turned into shadows and disappeared. While Elgin was still trying to understand the situation, a calm voice was heard. A shadow appeared behind him, and that person walked towards him, saying, "Those aren't real." Elgin quickly turned his gaze, and beside him, Zodiac sat calmly smiling. They seemed to have left the arena. Elgin immediately voiced his question. "Did you hack Raspin's brain?" Zodiac didn't seem serious. He smiled and said, "It's not that complicated. I hacked his simulation booth. The appearance is just some simple preparations. Of course, all of it is external." He looked at the monsters and asked, "Then what is this place?" Regarding the eerie world before his eyes, Zodiac said, "This is like a provisional server. Think of it as another version of the nightmare demon from before. Anyway, it's all fake." He stood up, looked around, and laughed. "Honestly, I don't even understand how these things work." Before Zodiac could finish speaking, Elgin rushed to attack him. But Zodiac easily dodged. As he tried to attack again, Zodiac smiled and continued, "Of course I'm not real either." Elgin recoiled slightly, admiring inwardly, truly chilling. His face grew increasingly tense. Elgin worriedly thought, "Is this true? Is hacker Kim Dong-won involved too? What happened inside the nightmare demon?" He looked up at Zodiac, thinking inwardly, and the strange aura emanating from Zodiac, spiritual power and dark power, envelop him, as if he's submerged in shadows. It's like he's no longer a player, but a monster. Recalling what he had just said to him, Elgin angrily reprimanded, "You hacked the simulation booth, you madman." Zodiac didn't react much, simply replying calmly, "Who knows, what you do is just as crazy as what I do, isn't it?" He paused and suddenly narrowed his eyes and called his name, "Ma Dong-won." Elgin flinched slightly at those words. He didn't reply. He didn't care whether Elgin paid attention to him or not. Simply recalling and analyzing the memories of their previous battle. "Last time when I used the nightmare demon, you became Ma Dong-won, but when you woke up you were in the form of the corrupted land. Perhaps your subconscious thought the corrupted land was your true form. So you woke up in that form in the nightmare." Hearing his words, Elgin was startled and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I thought he was confused and wasn't paying attention." Before he could say more, Zodiac continued, "Even if it wasn't me, anyone who paid attention would have noticed, but your identity concealment is quite interesting. There aren't many players like you. Sometimes what you do is a bit annoying though." Zodiac seemed very confident about this place and admired. "But this time I can't guarantee your safety." However, Elgin replied with a nonchalant expression, "What should I be afraid of? I'm just a shadow without a body, like them now." After speaking, he looked in the other direction where the monsters were roaring madly, and Elgin looked back at Zodiac, his expression showing intense dislike. "What's with you messing around at every tournament? What's it for this time?" Hearing that, Zodiac, no one knew what he was thinking, but he curled the corners of his lips and laughed. He stretched and said, "Nothing much. I just wanted to talk to you. And planning things like this is fun." Elgin didn't give him a pleasant expression at all. "Only a fool would believe that. Even if it were true, I have nothing to say to a murderer." Zodiac showed no anger at all, remaining calm. "Listen to me, my friend. Once you hear me out, that look in your eyes might soften a little." Elgin suddenly grasped the core, furrowing his brow and asking again, "The way I see you?" Zodiac didn't reply. He stood firm against an eerie red background. After a moment, Zodiac explained, "If you look at me with prejudice, you'll just see a fool. But if you add a little affection, you'll see a god." Elgin was still looking at him, and it was unclear if he was truly confident in these words, but his hand at his waist quietly gripped his weapon tightly. Zodiac's eyes narrowed and he continued, "But if you look deep into my soul." In Zodiac's faint eyes, Elgin's figure was vaguely reflected. He seemed to be enveloped in the mysterious atmosphere around him, and hearing his words clearly, he was stunned. "You'll see your very old self." There were the trial version of Ex Machina and the beta test version not yet released to the world. Wilson used it to extract a substance called numinous from living people. These words felt unfamiliar to Elgin. He asked, "What is numinous?" Zodiac quickly explained. "It's a type of hormone secreted in the brain. Simply put, it's the sediment of a player's emotions like happiness, sadness, fear, and anger." He continued, "It's also called creative matter or imaginary matter. It's a substance that can only be generated through virtual reality, and it's said to be most secreted from negative emotions like fear, sadness, and anger. The greater the emotional fluctuation, the more it is secreted." He mentioned all stages of emotion. For example, someone who was extremely happy suddenly falls into extreme despair. The human brain stimulates ideas in the most absurd situations. Suddenly, Zodiac lowered his voice, and his appearance looked somewhat dangerous. Or, there's a person standing amidst countless monsters. His voice sounds like it's from the underworld. He wouldn't have known that he was thrown into a world full of monsters. Hearing this, the story Zodiac intended to tell gradually became clear in Elgin's mind. After a moment he began to explain in detail about the chemical substance numinous. Remember, at that time in the first experiment, Wilson placed a living body inside a capsule and began the numinous collection process. It was a chemical substance that could only be extracted in virtual reality. It is secreted when the body is affected by negative emotions such as fear, anger, or sadness. Ignoring all risks, Wilson used the beta test version to execute the plan. When the energy acted on the body, it only took a few minutes to extract numinous from a living person. During the experiment, people began to experience hallucinations and monsters suddenly appeared. Following the system's guidance, people received bizarre missions, and virtual reality controlled people's emotions, forcing participants to slaughter each other. Even after experiencing all this, people couldn't have imagined that it was a world where familiar faces twisted in terror. Pain and screams echoed at the threshold of death. Beta test participants were thrown into this world without any warning. Chaos began to set in. People could no longer define their own identity and kept questioning why they were in this world. Since when, how, and why? For what reason? Zodiac sat on a high platform, spreading his arms and asking with a voice like thunder, "How about it?" Elgin couldn't hide his shock, stammering, "Is this the virtual reality you experienced, a so-called beta test?" Zodiac smiled with satisfaction, curling the corners of his lips. He said excitedly, "It's only a part of it." Hearing this, Elgin furrowed his brows and replied with contempt, "Nonsense, do you think I'd believe that? I'd rather believe the neighbor's dog." He crossed his arms and began to refute. "First, this place is too different from the gem I know. Gem has dungeons and terrifying monsters designed to threaten players, but everything is at an appropriate level. It never threatens a player's life." Zodiac quietly smiled, closed his eyes, and said, "That's why I told you it's just a demo version. Listen carefully." After speaking, he immediately poured out his words. The numinous substance extracted during this process was used as nutrients to maintain Wilson's brain function. Upon hearing this, Elgin froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. He suddenly shouted, "What kind of nourishment are you talking about?" Zodiac flinched slightly but calmly replied, "William Wilson." A few seconds later he emphasized that he was the CEO of GEM. Zodiac, without hesitation, revealed the entire truth, casting a challenging gaze at Elgin. He raised his voice and said, "This game Ex Machina is the result of stealing the imagination and creativity of countless people. That is the very origin of this game." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden electric current ran down Elgin's spine, making him shiver. He stood blankly for a long time, then muttered, "Stole imagination?" He recalled his conversation with William Wilson at his private residence. Elgin asked, "Then what was the closed beta?" As soon as the question was asked, the boy answered without hesitation, "We never conducted an official closed beta. There were only a few demo test versions circulated internally long before GEM was officially launched. Of course, GEM's initial form was very simple and primitive compared to its current state." William Wilson leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, and explained casually, "To bring one person's idea to life, we had to consume countless developers over many years, and only after dozens of demos could we release the official open beta version." Hearing this, Elgin couldn't suppress his excitement and asked, "You mean one person's imagination alone can create such a vast world?" The boy laughed loudly and denied, "Of course not." After that, William Wilson elaborated on his detailed plan. "My ideas created some basic frameworks, but the imagination of countless other people fills in the details, fixes the flaws, corrects the bugs, and completes the game." At this point, the boy hesitated and spoke, "Even though I'm a genius," William suddenly shrugged and said resignedly, "You can't create a world as vast as the entire surface area of the Earth by yourself, can you?" Returning to reality, Zodiac continued to propagate his knowledge of Ex Machina. In the face of Elgin's doubt and surprise, he continued to explain, "So we extracted numinous from other people's brains. After rigorous verification and selection, it was directly injected into Wilson's brain through a syringe or similar means. From that moment on, the vast world and background that Old Man had imagined were created. Collecting numinous from living bodies through virtual reality, using that concept became the basis of Ex Machina. At the same time, the space also began to change. Amidst the violently swirling shockwaves, Elgin casually replied, "So," he cleared his throat and seriously re-summarized the entire process, kidnapping ordinary people, forcibly dragging them into virtual reality, torturing their minds and absorbing their imagination and creativity to create this game. Is that it?" Seeing that Elgin had fully understood, Zodiac clapped his hands and praised him. "Very quick, bravo." Suddenly, his attitude did a 180, changing from contempt to pity. "My goodness, you must have suffered a lot. I'm truly sorry for not recognizing you." Upon hearing this, Zodiac immediately accepted kindly. "Thank you for your pity." As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin resolutely punched him in the face, adding an accusatory remark. "Don't give me that bullshit. Do you think I'd believe such nonsense?" Dodging the punch, Zodiac explained, "It's a truly unbelievable story, but it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not." Then he immediately got angry and shouted at him, "Then why on earth are you telling me? Why are you doing this? You even hacked someone else's simulation booth." Zodiac looked at him with affectionate eyes and said softly, "Because you're my friend, not a stranger." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange feeling suddenly came over Elgin, making him flinch. It wasn't just a simple change. The space was distorting and dark blue cracks appeared, gradually covering the entire area. Suddenly, power exploded beneath their feet, destroying everything around them. The space shattered into countless fragments, bewildering the two. Regaining his composure, Zodiac said with regret, "Time's up, don't worry, you'll be back in the real world soon." Unlike him, Elgin, still unable to adapt to the sudden change, frantically tried to grab onto everything around him, but the space began to transform completely. Zodiac added a few words. "I have a gut feeling that I know you well, your personality and why you can play games at such an outstanding level. Now I've found a way to delve deeper into that." Hearing him ramble on, Elgin muttered to himself in disbelief. What on earth is he talking about? No way, it can't be. Zodiac on this side continued to reveal his true feelings. "Perhaps that's why I feel such a strange closeness to you. We won't meet again in the real world, consider this my farewell." Elgin, hearing him sporadically, yelled in annoyance, What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Zodiac took a large step forward, grabbed his shoulder and growled word by word, "I will destroy everyone involved with Gem." He looked at him with expectant eyes and said, "You have the right to stop me." It was only then that Elgin realized Zodiac's true intentions. He gritted his teeth and glared at him, then completely exited the virtual space, immediately followed by a loud roar echoing throughout the entire space. After that, a dazzling blue light shone brightly, signaling the end of their fateful encounter. After the shocking explosion, Raspin grimaced and let out a pained groan. Raspin, who had just woken up, had no idea what was happening. He muttered blankly, "Why did I fall asleep? Where am I?" As he was talking to himself, Elgin suddenly appeared from somewhere and threw a punch, hitting Raspin in the face, who had no time to react. With a powerful impact, Raspin's entire face seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, deforming. A loud explosion rang out, and the entire space was engulfed in a dazzling orange light. Everything seemed to be burning from the pure power emanating from Elgin. He stood proudly at the center of the battle, showing his overwhelming authority and power, raising his fist high. It was at this moment that the commentator announced, "A jaw-dropping ending. Ma Dongguang knocked out Raspin in one punch." The audience below cheered wildly, joining in the magnificent atmosphere of the entire stadium, and the commentator, unable to hide his excitement, shouted loudly, "In the end, the Best Bet Rookie Team has rewritten the history of South Korean esports." The South Korean representative Best Bet Rookie Team displayed truly impressive gameplay. After the match, Elgin slowly left the arena, his body weary. Nevertheless, images of the battle flashed through his mind like a movie. Each moment of the battle kept him thinking. Even the moment Zodiac grabbed his shoulder and forcefully declared that he would destroy everyone involved with Gem kept recurring in his subconscious. After a long period of contemplation, Elgin took off his armor and continuously gritted his teeth, muttering in anger, "Damn it!" He raised his head, and looking into the distance, he said to himself, "If I get the chance, I'll punch that bastard in the face." Elgin stood blankly amidst the cheers of all the spectators for a long time before realizing. Everyone on the broadcast screen only saw me and Raspin appear. I must have been caught in Zodiac's illusion from that moment. Through Raspin's dazed expression, Elgin was convinced that Raspin had acted strangely and remembered nothing from the beginning of the match until almost the end. The Russian team concluded that there was a very high possibility of external interference. After the match, the board of directors also discussed this issue. However, they had no concrete evidence. So everything was concluded as Raspin's own responsibility. Even Chosky, who was watching the match from outside the stadium, harbored doubts inwardly. It's almost impossible for Shin Raspin's original ability to defeat Ma Dongguang. I'm really looking forward to our next meeting. Seeing his teammates gathered together, Chosky thought with anticipation, Best Bet Rookie Team. At that moment, his teammates embraced Elgin with joy. Smiling faces and happy grins, everyone enjoyed this glorious post-victory moment together. The next day, when we returned to South Korea, a temporary stage was set up to welcome the team as the champions of the large-scale tournament. The program host shouted, "Introducing the champions of this large-scale tournament, our South Korean Best Bet Rookie Team." He inwardly rejoiced. Of course, the upcoming official awards ceremony will be even grander, as soon as the members' faces appeared on the large screen. The audience below cheered excitedly. "My goodness, they're all handsome and beautiful. Yoon-sun, look here, Goddess Yoon-sun." On stage, the host boldly approached Yang and interviewed him. "Congratulations on winning the Asian Championship." Yang smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you." But seeing that Elgin was not present, we were slightly disappointed. Elgin still maintained his usual calm expression. He gazed at one side, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. The large-scale tournament which he had longed for. And now the Best Bet Rookie Team stands at the pinnacle of Asia. There will be no more exciting and thrilling moment than this, but I cannot blend in with them. Now Elgin's mind was filled only with the moment of his last encounter with Zodiac. The powerful declarations from that time continuously echoed in his subconscious. "I will destroy everyone involved with Gem." Anger gnawed at Elgin's mind. He gritted his teeth, feeling helpless that he couldn't deliver a proper blow to that bastard. Elgin stood there and muttered to himself in front of Drake Kate's surprised gaze, "He's really annoying and strange, he follows me everywhere." Seeing that he was angry, Drake Kate couldn't help but ask again in surprise, What is it? Who's making you so agitated?" time quickly passed, and a few days later at the company headquarters, Junjae's voice echoed even before he entered the office. He shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, I heard from the CEO." Junjae politely offered the person in front of him, "It's hot outside. Come in and have some cold water." But before he could finish speaking, she resolutely refused and asked. The iconic image of the familiar t-shirt was conspicuously visible, unmistakable for anything else. The person who arrived was Nam Sena, leader of the South Korean Special Agent AK Goblin team. In the face of Junjae's friendly attitude, she casually said, "I can go alone. Just tell me where the coach's office is." With her usual casual demeanor, Nam Sena cast an expressionless gaze at Junjae as if he were a stranger not worth her attention. Junjae, on this side, felt the cold aura emanating from her and replied blankly, Yes, Captain, I apologize, the coach is currently..." Seeing Nam Sena's clothes, he casually thought, "That t-shirt is really childish." Nevertheless, he politely said, "He's waiting on the 4th floor." Guided, Nam Sena quickly moved to the designated location. Upon arriving, she greeted him politely but still without warmth. "I'm here." As soon as she saw Elgin casually playing a game, Nam Sena immediately got to the point. "I have information about Zodiac." Hearing her voice, he was startled and turned around. He hastily stopped the game and politely replied, "Thank you for coming, please come in." Seeing the atmosphere of the game room, Nam Sena complained a little, "But why are we talking here instead of the office? I thought I came down to the wrong floor." Elgin, anticipating her question, turned his body and softly said, "There's a reason for everything." Suddenly at this point he hesitated and pointed to the game console next to him, suggesting, "Shall we play a round?" Nam Sena was surprised by the sudden game suggestion. She narrowed her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. However, after a moment's blink, her previous doubts disappeared, and the two sat comfortably in front of the game console. Both hands moved smoothly over the keyboard. "Oh, and congratulations on winning the large-scale tournament." Elgin flinched slightly but quickly replied, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Nam Sena got to the point. "I was quite shocked to receive your email, especially the content related to Zodiac. As I asked earlier, what's the problem we need to discuss here?" But he was merely casually evaluating her clothes. "That t-shirt is really childish." For quite a while, Elgin explained the reason for meeting in the game room. "It's hard to bug this place." Hearing that, Nam Sena asked again in surprise, "Bugging?" It was only then that Elgin got to the point. "I heard you dispatched a special unit to hunt Zodiac." Nam Sena, playing the game in annoyance, replied, "That's a secret. I wonder where you got that information?" Hearing that, Elgin casually replied, "From someone I know." Knowing that he was intentionally hiding something, Nam Sena shifted the responsibility to someone else and said, "Then I'll have to audit the entire team." And at the thrilling moment of intense competition, Nam Sena spoke. "Oh, and it's a bit late, but we formed a rapid response team for Zodiac last month. We've also collaborated with the FBI because assassination attempts have occurred in the real world." She skillfully operated the keyboard and calmly explained, "GEM Global Headquarters is in chaos because of Zodiac. Even the South Korean branch has issued a bounty. Oh, and this is top secret." "Probably no." At this point, Nam Sena finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Why do you want to meet? Contacting REM headquarters directly is something you can do yourself." Elgin on this side was not idle either. He concentrated on the game, pondering Nam Sena's words. She was right. If it was just to simply relay information about what happened, there was no need to call Nam Sena all the way here. Elgin carefully reconsidered before confiding a secret he had buried in his heart to Nam Sena. He wasn't sure if this was the right decision. However, from now on, it was beyond his scope of handling based on information about the future. He now had to decide for himself. After much hesitation, Elgin finally spoke, startling the person sitting next to him. Because Chairman Wilson doesn't want him to know this, their game match also ended. Elgin took his hands off the keyboard and slowly began to speak. "I'll tell you in detail about my experiences with Zodiac. In return, tell me one thing." Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Nam Sena abandoned her initial casual attitude and replied earnestly. "What is it?" Receiving the signal from Nam Sena, Elgin did not hesitate to ask. "All I know about Zodiac is that he's a murderer. I want to know more." Hearing this, Nam Sena's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at him. Seeing her expression, Elgin knew he had asked the right person, and he quickly extracted information with a series of questions. "Why did he approach me?" Simultaneously, in the virtual world of DX Machina, a notification appeared, welcoming the character's participation. "It's a great honor to have you visit." He passed by a secluded street for just a moment, but the familiar silhouette of a cloak could not be mistaken by anyone. The tall, thin body and indifferent gait belonged to no one else. Zodiac, the #1 wanted criminal, was walking proudly in the middle of the street. The place Zodiac stopped was a large, clean shop in the Ex Machina. Inside the shop, items were beautifully displayed, captivating everyone's gaze. As soon as the notification bell rang, the clerk Chari quickly spoke. "Welcome, handsome adventurer. What are you looking for?" Zodiac slowly began to speak in a rough voice. "I have something to ask." Hearing this, Chari smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, me, it seems you're looking for equipment for your exploration." Then you've come to the right shop. We have a brand new very good set of equipment that just arrived. After cleaning the counter, Chari scanned Zodiac's attire and assessed, but you don't seem like a new player. Judging by your condition, you'll need a recovery potion. As he talked for a long time, the person standing there finally lost his patience and cut him off. Stop. Chari was puzzled by his unexpected reaction and asked again. Huh, what? I don't have a younger brother. Without hesitation, Zodiac placed his hand on his head before he could even collect himself and react. A blue light enveloped the two. Chari felt his entire body go numb as Zodiac cast a memory-reading spell on him. He roughly intruded into his mind. As the spell took effect, Chari's eyes widened abnormally. Gradually, the surprise in his eyes turned to fear, as if something terrifying was devouring his mind. At this very moment, Chari's subconscious opened, revealing a bloody, horrific red sky, surrounded by countless monsters crawling and encircling a small shadow who was constantly trembling in fear. Zodiac's magic began to stir up the deepest memories in Chari's mind, from the powerlessness of a twisted reality where familiar people killed each other to images of unidentified monsters brutally massacring humans. All those horrific scenes appeared in Chari's mind, tormenting him and making him relive the painful memories he had tried to bury for so long. Faced with the cruel memories, Chari no longer had the strength to resist. He helplessly clutched his head in pain and collapsed to the floor, trembling in extreme fear and desperately wailing, "Someone help me, I can't take it anymore. Why do I have to endure all of this?" Chari's eyes widened in fear and all the senses in his body were paralyzed. "This place, please take me out of here." Just then, Zodiac began to speak, reassuring him. "Calm down." At his call, Chari was startled, raised his head and stammered, "Joker?" That gentle call spontaneously brought a satisfied smile from deep within Zodiac's heart. He looked at Chari, his eyes filled with deep affection and happiness. At this moment, Chari, clearly seeing the person in front of him, was overcome with joy, throwing himself and shouting, "Why are you here? You're not involved in the experiment too, are you?" With a worried expression, Chari watched Zodiac's every move. He eagerly awaited an answer. Faced with his brother's worry, Zodiac replied softly, "The nightmare is over, brother, you can rest now." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of tiny lights twinkled, and the sound of salvation echoed throughout the room. At this moment, a golden-orange light quickly enveloped Chari's entire body, and he looked bewildered. Little by little, Chari melted into the light and slowly disappeared, leaving behind only a warm feeling and an indescribable farewell. Watching Chari disappear into thin air, Zodiac simply stood there and whispered softly, "I'm so glad I could see you one last time, brother." In the final moments before the light slowly faded, a satisfied smile appeared on Zodiac's lips, and he softly said, as if bidding a final farewell, "Goodbye, brother, don't worry." Just then, a red magic circle suddenly summoned, encompassing the entire village, sending a terrible warning. Zodiac resolutely declared that Wilson would pay the price. Teresa also looked up at the sky with a slightly surprised expression at this moment. Following this, a yellow flash appeared on her body. Zodiac's voice continued to echo, "And don't worry." Simultaneously, a scene appeared where everyone looked up. Gray also looked up at the sky with a surprised expression. At the same time, his body was also slowly disappearing. The girl next to him, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and screamed in surprise. "Ah," and he firmly asserted, "that damn Wilson will pay the price." The city seemed to be experiencing a strong tremor at this moment. The scene changed to a game screen and a surprised voice was heard, truly shocking, in the simulation booth. Nam Senna frantically pressed buttons and spoke nonchalantly. "Gem headquarters will go crazy if they find out." Elgin heard that and speculated, "Mad Kim Dong-won must have helped him. They seem to be quite close these days." She continued without stopping, "She's also wanted now, on charges of conspiracy with a criminal." After that, Nam Senna lowered her gaze slightly and said in a low voice, "But you don't know exactly what happened, do you? As GMs, we can't deny it was our mistake." Following this, she narrowed her eyes and smiled with a slightly guilty face. "I'm truly sorry I couldn't help much in the small tournament finals." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "It's fine, there was just an intruder." Nam Senna continued to fiercely pound on the keyboard and spoke, "You probably aren't interested in personal information, so I'll only tell you things related to Gem. So far, Zodiac has killed 5 people. Eljan, who was playing the game next to her, asked curiously, as if he couldn't understand. "That's truly scary, but what does that have to do with Gem?" she quickly explained, hiding nothing. "All 5 of them were core members of Special Unit Team 1. It's the GM organization I belong to. Goblin is the official name of Special Unit Team 2, implying that Team 1 also exists." Nam Senna glanced sideways, hesitating. Originally, there was almost no information obtained because there was no concrete handover process, so we couldn't even confirm the existence of the beta version Zodiac mentioned. All information and data for Team 1 have already been destroyed. Simultaneously, a scene appeared in a laboratory with a body covered in mechanical devices. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened and she said in a low voice, "But what you said made me think." Nam Senna began to speak, recalling past images. "There was one line in the mission summary handed over to us by Team 1, whether intentionally or by mistake, it was left behind after that." Nam Senna tilted her head and spoke with a suspicious expression. "Numinous extraction." Hearing that, Elgin immediately glanced sideways and said, "He mentioned that too." After that, they headed to a claw machine. and she still said in a serious voice, "You probably know that Team 2, the goblins, are tasked with dealing with monsters or catching malicious players who try to harm in-game before large-scale events. But I think Team 1 had a different mission, focusing more on game content development." Following this, Nam Sena lowered her voice and said, "If what he said is true." And then she asserted, "It's an experiment on humans." Simultaneously, a teddy bear was also pulled out thanks to Nam Sena's precise claw machine skills. He immediately glanced sideways, curious. "So in the end, is Zodiac taking revenge on the people who experimented on him?" She also hesitated and speculated while moving the doll. "Or we might both be being manipulated by him." Finally, thanks to Nam Sena's precise clawing, the teddy bear successfully dropped. Elgin stood next to her, watching and speaking, "But you seem quite interested in what he says." Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "She's completely cleared out someone else's claw machine." Suddenly, Nam Sena spoke, "From now on I'm speaking as an individual, not a GEM South Korea branch employee. Just think of it as me talking to myself and you can let it go in one ear and out the other." And she frowned and declared in a serious voice, "All for one, one for all. That's GEM's first operating principle. GMs can't run a game alone. If there were no GMs, what would players gather for?" Nam Sena continued to speak. "Wilson and the development team could only go as far as creating a world based on imagination." She didn't stop. "GEM Universal's AI system develops the game world by tracking the actions, decisions, and participation opinions of countless players in real time. A complex network of technology appeared, and with it, Nam Sena's voice was heard. "It's similar to collecting knowledge." Simultaneously, her lively expression appeared, and her voice continued to echo. "At first I thought it was strange. And a divine game was born." Hearing that, he unconsciously nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Nam Sena's voice lowered, "But when I accessed GEM as an administrator instead of a player, I gained a different perspective. Along with that, chaotic battle scenes appeared." And she muttered, hesitating and admiring, "Sometimes it's scary." Elgin heard that and glanced sideways. Nam Sena hugged the bag with the teddy bears, lowered her eyes and said, it was as if something secretive was probing her mind. "It's like a feeling of trying to predict the past, present, and future. How should I put it? That's how it is." After that, she clenched her fists and said in a low voice, "It's truly unsettling." Hearing these words from Nam Sena, he was surprised and asked inwardly, "Is it okay for an employee to say such things?" Following this, he recalled Zodiac's words. This game, the Ex Machina, was created by gathering the imagination and creativity of countless people into game content. Elgin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice with a suspicious expression, "Everything is strangely connected." Simultaneously, she turned towards him, frowned, and reminded him, "That's all. As I said earlier, the special unit story is top secret, so don't tell anyone." Hearing that, he firmly replied, "Understood." Simultaneously, Nam Sena spoke, "And these dolls are all mine because I won them." Elgin had little interest in such things and replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Suddenly, she put on an arrogant expression and said mockingly, "Oh, and one more thing. It's the first special unit formed to investigate Zodiac since its launch." He was not surprised at all and continued to reply, "Understood, understood." Simultaneously, Elgin inwardly asserted, "It's truly the first and only team." At the same time, Nam Sena spoke, "And Team 2 is for the corrupted land." This information seemed unexpected as Elgin's expression suddenly hardened and his eyes widened in surprise, sweating and wondering inwardly, Has the future changed again?" She looked at Elgin and asked, "Do you know why?" He was still in shock at this moment and stammered, "Oh yes." Simultaneously, a question came to his mind. Was my reaction unnatural? Following this, Elgin broke out in a cold sweat and smiled awkwardly, curious. "But why are you telling me this story?" Nam Sena slowly glanced at him with eyes that seemed to see through everything but said nothing. Instead, she offered a meaningful smile. Seeing this expression, he was confused and broke out in a cold sweat, asking and reassuring himself, "What's that look? No, calm down. Nothing is certain yet." After that, Nam Sena tilted her head back, smiled and spoke. "Who knows?" Elgin heard this and inwardly shouted, "Who knows?" Suddenly, Yu Jang burst in frantically, loudly interrupting their conversation. "Boss?" He bent at the waist, panting, and quickly shouted, "Brother Director, no boss, something terrible has happened." Seeing his urgent demeanor, he asked curiously as if unable to understand, "What is it? What happened?" Yu Jang immediately raised his head and continued, "Currently all NPCs in all regions," and then he announced in a serious voice, "are being completely deleted from the game." Two widened their eyes in surprise simultaneously upon hearing this news. Yu Jang continued to report, "The cities and shops are all paralyzed." He didn't stop, continuing in an even more urgent voice, "Even headquarters reported that they haven't yet identified the specific cause." Elgin was confused by what he had just heard, thinking it couldn't be true. Then Yu Jang opened his phone and warned loudly, "And if someone logged in and saw this just now, this recorded message will be broadcast." A series of warning messages appeared on the screen. Finally, a notification appeared saying a nuclear launch incident had been detected. The scene shifted to a magnificent building, the headquarters of the universe. Just then, someone's voice echoed, startled and stammering, "What?" A red-haired girl looked at the screen and exclaimed loudly, "Team leader, look at this, something's wrong." The man was also startled and asked what was happening. Then data appeared more and more densely on the computer screen. Simultaneously, she said anxiously and loudly, "In-game money and funds of unknown origin are flooding the market. We're witnessing inflation." The red-haired girl didn't stop. "Exchanges are taking a huge hit. The people there couldn't hide their surprised expressions upon hearing this news. Immediately, the man ordered loudly, "Request support from the GMs and trace the source of the money. We must stop this inflation at all costs." It happened suddenly. As soon as mysterious merchants appeared, they sold game money at rock-bottom prices, causing its value to plummet. As a result, the players who relied on selling game money for a living were scattered. Even HCO gamers had no way to sell their equipment or exchange money in a situation where inflation was rapidly exploding. The scene shifted to a currency exchange, and outside, numerous screams of gamers demanding compensation echoed. "Open the door, give us our money. Where are all the NPC exchange offices? Is the money doubling bug real?" Ex Machina immediately fell into chaos. At the same time, the guild exchange situation was also chaotic. Curses continuously rang out. "What are these GMs doing? Fix the bug quickly. Merchants have to put out their equipment. Give it back. Our families will be evicted soon. If you don't like it, quit." Elgin, after seeing everything that was happening, said in disbelief and surprise. And he told himself, sweating, "If this continues, the entire server will fall into a recession before we can react, and inflation isn't the biggest problem." Then Elgin seriously asserted in his mind, "The real problem is that most of the money flow is counterfeit." At the same time, he asked himself suspiciously, "Is this your doing, Zodiac?" Suddenly, Elgin seemed to realize something and said to himself in surprise, "Oh wait, this might involve hacker Dongwon too. They probably conspired together." Then he clenched his fists and cursed angrily in his mind, "These damn bastards." Then Elgin's eyes widened and he thought to himself, "I still have a huge amount of game money in my warehouse and I can't just let this go." At the same time, Nam Sena hastily spoke, "Ma Dongwon, I'm leaving. As you know, the situation isn't good." Suddenly he turned around and suggested, "Ms. Nam Sena, you've come at a good time. I have a favor to ask." She frowned in bewilderment and emphasized again, "I said I'm leaving, okay? I'm busy, okay?" But Elgin paid no attention and said in a low voice, "This will benefit all of us." At the same time, Dongwon's figure appeared. She pointed straight at the screen and laughed joyfully, "Good, very good. Counterfeit money is spreading rapidly." Dongwon, after doing everything, leaned casually back in her chair and said excitedly, "In-game inflation is just the beginning. Real-world stocks will also become worthless." She suddenly glanced down and exclaimed in surprise. Then Dongwon fixed her gaze on the screen and asked in bewilderment, "Why is the spread of counterfeit money so slow on the Korean server? It should be difficult to even detect the exchange NPCs." At the same time, laughter was heard from nearby. She heard it and retorted, "HMPH, what's so funny?" Zodiac looked at his phone screen and scoffed, suggesting, "It seems we've been found out. Look at this video." Dongwon also leaned in slightly, curious. Immediately, she was startled to see Elgin's live broadcast. At the same time, he began to expose everything on a live broadcast from elsewhere. The money with damage codes is real, but there's no copied money. And counterfeits generally have identifiable characteristics, such as the same algorithm number or unique hidden symbols. There's usually always a trace indicating it's a counterfeit. Elgin sat in the recording studio with a serious expression and said resolutely, "It's hard to tell with the naked eye, but if you look closely, you can immediately tell." Then he raised a finger and began to share the secret. "And there's a more reliable way to detect counterfeit money. Since there's no standard code, items based on external characteristics can easily reveal counterfeits." Then Elgin immediately gave a specific example. "You can use items like Goose Eyes, Solomon's Blindfold, or those with mana incineration and selection attributes, and the Dark King also has a good effect." He didn't stop and continued, "I will also post a list of all passive skills and items that can detect counterfeit money." And Elgin said with a confident tone that this information was guaranteed by Nam Sena, the GM team leader of the Goblin Response Team. At the same time, she, who was next to him, also blushed and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Nam Sena." Then Nam Sena, sweating, advised, "All lords, close your city gates and temporarily suspend imports and exports. Counterfeit money is spreading from the central continent. Therefore, if your regional warehouse is safe, you must avoid contamination." Dongwon looked at her phone, pulling her hair and saying irritably, "That guy, how did he find a way to distinguish counterfeit money?" He sat on the bed and listened, marveling. It was bound to be discovered anyway. It's faster than expected, but it's really impressive how quickly he figured it out. Suddenly, Zodiac's expression changed slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "But it's still meaningless." At the same time, Elgin frowned slightly and mused inwardly, "I know. It's just a small frost. It's useless in the long run. Even if you recognize counterfeit money, you can't stop the value of real money from dropping." Kim Dongwon used the money doubling bug even before the recession hit. He continued to think, because Kim Dongwon worked alone, the money depreciation incident was limited. At that time, the GMs were able to respond calmly. Then Elgin seriously assessed inwardly, "But this time the scale is different. This is a full-scale global cyber attack." Then he asked himself suspiciously, "But why is Zodiac cooperating with Kim Dongwon?" The scene of Elgin scolding Zodiac and Dongwon suddenly appeared. He remembered it and said to himself in surprise, "No way." And he thought to himself, sweating, "Did the butterfly effect of my regression cause Kim Dongwon to cooperate with Zodiac? And is that why this disaster has spiraled out of control?" The space around Elgin fell silent, and then he lowered his hand as if intending to do something. Elgin looked up, simultaneously pursing his lips and saying, "I can't help it. I caused the disaster. There's no use pretending to be surprised now. First, I need to focus on controlling the damage as much as possible. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pants pocket, drawing his attention. Then Elgin took out his phone, looked at the screen, and asked in bewilderment, from a private line. 2 short text messages appeared on the screen, but he immediately noticed the sender's name and muttered in bewilderment. The scene shifted to a magnificent building. At the same time, Will's small figure appeared from behind. He heard the sound, turned around, and praised cheerfully, "You've decrypted the encrypted coordinates well." Elgin looked at his expression and asked a little cautiously, "I heard no one meets you twice. Is that just a rumor?" "Lord William Lincoln Wilson." Will also glanced at him, then smiled faintly and said, "It's surprising that you connected despite your doubts. It's not a rumor, it's just that no one met twice a long time ago." And he looked at the figure before him in bewilderment and asked, "Even in the game you still look like that? You're not really a child, are you?" Then he reverted to his old appearance and laughed nonchalantly. "Who knows?" Elgin saw that and couldn't say anything. Then Will transformed back into a young man, winked and said, "I am William Wilson. I am the owner of the company that created this game. In other words, this world is basically mine." Then the muscular old man appeared. He still said cheerfully, "For someone like me, changing my appearance is..." Finally, the beautiful girl appeared. Will put his hand on his shoulder, smiled and continued, "Easy, isn't it?" Elgin witnessed his talent, sweated, glanced at him and asked, "Then which is your real appearance?" Will heard that, smiled and replied, "As long as you're engrossed in the game, what does appearance matter?" And he immediately stepped back and said slyly, "I wanted to meet you to ask you something, but first I want to thank you." Immediately, he reverted to his original appearance and said cheerfully, "Thank you for teaching me how to identify counterfeit money. It helped a lot with damage control." He heard that and replied, "You're welcome." Then Elgin seriously advised, "I know you're busier than I am, so let's get straight to the point. Why did you want to meet me?" Will heard his question, glanced behind him, and slightly curled the corners of his lips. William spoke calmly based on the current situation, inflation. Currently, DXX Machina has fallen into a Great Depression. It's worse than typical inflation, to the point where it's beyond control. He smiled faintly and looked down. In just 1 week, item values have risen by over 50. Everyone expects prices to skyrocket 100-fold within a month. He heard that, scoffed and marveled, "What a terrible scenario. You must be frantic right now. So why did you call me all the way here?" But William showed no change in expression, merely looking at him calmly and smiling. A moment later, his eyes suddenly brightened, and his expressionless voice asked about what truly happened between him and Zodiac, who was enchanted in the nightmare. Elgin paid no attention, rubbing his chin with his hand, and said as if he had just realized, "Oh, is that right? So that's what you call nightmare magic." William looked at his expression and cut him off coldly. "Stop pretending. Wasn't that why you met Nam Sena, the GM of South Korea?" Elgin immediately turned seriously upon hearing the name he mentioned. "You certainly have a lot of sources." "Nam Sena came to our office for another reason." William was silent for a moment, then scoffed and smiled. "Is that so?" Immediately he closed his eyes and his body instantly exploded with a powerful momentum. Elgin, standing nearby, was startled, recoiled a few steps and looked at him with a bewildered expression. At this moment William's face had completely changed. His eyes glowed and a dangerous smile with sharp teeth appeared. Elgin sweated, looking at the monster slowly appearing before him. William emitted blue energy from his entire body, looking down from above and growling. "I'll ask you again. What happened between you and Zodiac? What did that snake-tongued man tell you?" Elgin was surprised but still firmly denied. "Nothing happened. And even if something did, what does it have to do with you?" William heard that, pursed his lips and stared at him. After a moment he slowly spoke, "Fine, reveal everything." William raised his hand with sharp claws and said in a threatening tone, "I know everything about Gem. I created Gem, so there's nothing I don't know," and his eyes slightly lowered in warning. "I will not allow the opposite to happen. If you deceive me," he spoke, then suddenly paused meaningfully, looking at Elgin's cautious face. Immediately, William raised his face again, and his face transformed once more. In an instant, pieces of his skin melted and transformed into a terrifying dragon's head. At that moment, it was a definite threat to this heaven. As soon as William finished speaking, his dragon form was also complete, with a wide mouth, sharp teeth, and cold blue eyes fixed on Elgin. He looked down at the small Elgin from above and growled, "You and Zodiac are spreading that threat like a virus. I don't require anyone to agree with my views and thoughts, but one thing is certain. All for one and one for all." Just then, white smoke rose and William's body gradually shrunk, but there was no compromise in his voice. "I am pursuing a greater good for all. Those with narrow vision will never understand those who only care about their own interests." Not long after, he returned to his original young boy appearance, put his hands behind his back and said triumphantly, "Oh, I didn't call you all the way here because I'm incapable of handling this chaos. Rather, it's because I'm incapable of handling it in a mild manner." Elgin was startled by William's meaningful words. "What do you mean?" He heard that and replied, "Frankly, next week we will implement an unprecedented large-scale rollback patch. We will wipe the entire server clean." As soon as he heard the answer, he put his hand on his forehead and thought helplessly, "Thank goodness, I had a feeling something like this would happen. After all, there's no way to track the money-doubling bug and the culprits. Sooner or later, they would have no choice but to implement a rollback patch." At this moment, William dropped another bombshell. and those who conspired with Zodiac will have their accounts permanently deleted. Elgin immediately widened his eyes, startled to the point of his pupils constricting. He said in disbelief, "Huh?" After reacting, he again shouted in anger, "Damn it, what is this? This is an abuse of power." But Liam still smiled nonchalantly and provoked, "Any complaints? Unfortunately, there's no other way." He curled the corners of his lips in a sneer and sighed very annoyingly. "Those Zodiac tumors are still lurking, hurting me. Honestly, I'm reluctant to admit that the whole situation is too serious." William paused for a moment, then remembered Elgin's contact with Zodiac, and besides his accomplice, Kim Dong-woon, you were the person he had the most contact with. After saying this, he looked at Elgin's expression, which was too angry to speak. "Of course anyone would suspect you of being his accomplice." William chuckled as if he had found a weakness and challenged, "You can sue me if you want, but be well prepared." He finished speaking, glanced at him, and smiled contentedly. Seeing that he didn't react, he continued, "Nevertheless, William looked straight through Elgin and gently admired, an interesting player like you is truly hard to find." Unfortunately, the atmosphere was freezing and silence hung heavy. After a long while, Elgin reacted, trembling with anger, wanting to explode inside. "Damn it, I didn't expect it to come to this. This is the biggest threat since Best Bet Rookie Team was founded." Returning outside, Elgin gathered with Yoon Sun and Drake Kate in a heavy atmosphere. Drake Kate slowly began to speak, the CEO himself announcing account deletion. "This is truly serious." His face also darkened as he asked worriedly, "Does the president know about this?" The two heard this and recalled Yu Jang lying unconscious on the sofa replying, "He just passed out." He was speechless. "Is that so?" After that, Drake Kate turned back to him and asked, "Then what do we do now?" Elgin was very flustered at this moment and thought to himself, "This is truly an ironic situation. I never expected the butterfly effect of my regression to cause such harm." Just then, Yoon suddenly jumped up, startling Elgin. She looked extremely angry, her eyes wide as she said loudly, "This is absolutely unacceptable. Even if Elgin sometimes does absurd things, he has never exploited bugs or hacked. He has always played the game fairly, creatively, and with his own capital. Elgin even paid his taxes regularly." Elgin agreed and replied softly, "That's right." Drake Kate, who was beside them, crossed his arms and continued coldly, "That's right, thanks to his YouTube channel, we've gained tremendous advertising exposure. We can't brand him a criminal just because he contacted a hacker." After saying this, he sneered slightly. "Besides, he's the symbol of Best Bet Rookie Team. It would be truly foolish if he wasn't on the team." Elgin paused, hearing this, and looked at the two. Seeing that he wasn't reacting, Yoon pressed on, "We can't back down. We must oppose it to the end. Let's go directly to him." She shouted with extreme confidence, "Leave the negotiations to me, Drake." Elgin couldn't help but recall the things he had gone through with Yoon Sun when he saw her current state. "Thank you, Yoon Sun, you've really grown a lot." Thanks to that, his gaze became even more resolute. "All right," Elgin clenched his fists and decided loudly, "We won't know until we try. Let's go. Everyone, let's go to the US." A short while later, a voice came from a static-filled screen. Mic test. After that, Elgin appeared on the live stream screen and said in an arrogant voice, "Hello everyone, I have something to say. So since there was no other way, I prepared all of this. And I am the one who used the money bug to cause the Great Depression." After saying this, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Another counterattack? Gem Universe headquarters, you're quite diligent, aren't you?" Elgin suddenly stopped and looked directly at the camera. "It seems I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. Actually, the reason I caused a commotion was to show you this." Simultaneously, desperate screams were heard from somewhere. Help me, kill me, please." A monster with sharp teeth opened its mouth wide. Its roar terrified everyone around. No one caught could escape. The people there screamed in pain, "Please save me." People continuously ran through everything, blood splattered and sounds of despair were heard. "Send me home, kill me, just kill me." The player screamed in extreme fear. "Why do we have to endure this pain, you demonic bastards?" The space of death quieted down after a long while. In the laboratory there were machines connected to various equipment. A low voice suggested, "We've reached today's numinous extraction target, let's rest." It turned out that the players from just now had all their life force sucked out. They said inhumanly, "I hope we can extract more tomorrow." The person laughed excitedly and grumbled, "My expenses are a bit tight this month." Simultaneously, a pleading voice was heard from somewhere in the red. "Please save me." A person sat in a corner covering their face and crying, "I'll confess, I'll tell you everything, please save my family." A woman screamed in panic, "It's all Wilson's conspiracy. No, that madman's conspiracy. He wants to control this world." Another person calmly held a screwdriver, listening to the confession. Using everyone's brains, Wilson trembled and shouted seemingly without regret, "Yes, I did it. I abducted others and extracted numinous." He fiercely gritted his teeth and challenged, "So what? As a result, everyone can play such a great game, right? Just kill me. I have no regrets, just kill me." But immediately after, his voice grew fainter and a scream was heard. "Wait, no," I said with a satisfied smile. "These are the people whose peaceful daily lives were taken away, whose freedom was taken away, and who were thrown into the abyss of despair." He spread his arms and explained, "This game was made by torturing humans and their painful deaths. I just want to tell you the truth." Zodiac's voice continued to echo with static, "And because of that, everyone around the world has been in chaos until now." "How, what, is that true?" Someone quickly realized. "What did we just see? That was real footage." "He's Zodiac, right?" the person behind hurriedly asked again. "Did you screenshot it?" he replied loudly. "Of course." Numerous articles were uploaded, and people were in extreme confusion. How could such a shocking incident have never been revealed until now? It's definitely a lie, don't be fooled. How is it any different from internet terrorism? Simultaneously, a plane quietly took off in the sky. Elgin looked at his phone, his eyes wide in disbelief and admiration. That madman, Kate asked, wondering if what Zodiac said was true. Elgin replied flustered, I don't know either. How can I believe what a madman says, but to spread it like this, it's truly risking his life. Yoon-sun was still dazed and sat blankly at this moment. Looking at the content on his phone, Elgin couldn't help but admire. Even broadcasting stations around the world were hastily dealing with the aftermath of this incident. Kim Dong-woon not only hacked the Gem Universe simulation booth server, but the video message was elaborately compressed and spread to all public information sites and streams. He began to think that whether people believed Zodiac or not, one thing was clear. The world would change. Numerous players were protesting in front of the headquarters. Explain, disband, shut down this murder game. Are you even human? They all chanted in unison to boycott the Inhuman game, and no one opposed this protest. They shouted that the demonic CEO Wilson should immediately cease gem operations and face justice. His eyes widened in surprise at this situation, and he stood beside Yoon-sun admiring. Truly chaotic, it's only been a day since the video spread. Public opinion is truly terrifying. Suddenly, Kate shouted, Look over there, a large white cloth with red writing caught his eye. He is not a criminal. Everyone shook their flags in unison and shouted, He is not a criminal. Clear Zodiac's name. Looking at the banner in front of him which read, Respect him who returned from hell, Zodiac. Elgin was confused. Some people even respect Zodiac. They treat him like a democracy activist or a human rights hero. It's chilling, that's right. He was a victim of terrible torture and inhuman experiments by a multinational evil corporation. Now he's considered a hero who rose up against evil. Kate looked around in confusion and complained, We have a reservation, but it seems difficult to enter through the main gate in this situation. Yoon-sun, who was behind them, also thought of a solution. I'll call reception. Meanwhile, Elgin was still lost in his thoughts. Up until now, I've handled the events in this reality very well. There were some slight variables compared to my previous life, but this time I truly don't know how to resolve the situation before my eyes. He stood silently amidst the chaotic crowd. If what Zodiac said is true, then why did Wilson sacrifice so many innocent lives to create this game? A hint of confusion flashed in Elgin's eyes. What exactly is this great project Wilson spoke of? Does he truly intend to dominate the world? He began to recall fragments of memories one by one. Over the past time, Zodiac caused a lot of chaos, but if you look closely, every time he caused chaos, there was always a true goal hidden behind it. If all this chaos is also to hide another conspiracy, then Zodiac's true goal might be a mysterious person who quietly watches from afar and then silently turns away. Elgin noticed something as soon as he saw it. That person was secretly doing something from afar. He suddenly witnessed that person creating something. Elgin's eyes widened in confusion. Did I see it wrong? But a room was created in the middle of the road. Elgin ordered loudly, Drake, I'm sorry, but it's urgent. He also quickly turned around and received his order. The 2 guards at the barricade at 2 o'clock. Can you take them down? Without hesitation, Kate charged forward and agreed, all right. Yoon-sun, who was standing behind, shouted, Ha, in confusion. The 2 guards also shouted, Ha, in confusion, seeing him flying towards them. As Kate ran and embraced one person, the other person worriedly drew his weapon and shouted, What? Just then he extended his foot and tripped the guard. As he elbowed him, he groaned in pain. Without hesitation, Kate grabbed the other person's neck again. He shouted loudly at Elgin, Go quickly. He turned around, replied with a single word, and ran away. Thanks, Drake. Elgin jumped over the barricade and ran forward. That person was entering a strange storage space. He hastily reached out to the person, but at that very moment the room suddenly disappeared from that spot. Elgin fell backward, laughing. It's definitely him. That person shouted, Ha, in extreme confusion. It turned out he had fallen backward, but Elgin still said contentedly, It's Zodiac. That person, seeing that he was discovered, was not surprised and pulled up his hood. In the dark space, the mysterious room slowly descended with an eerie sound. It continued to descend unnoticed by anyone. Inside, Zodiac swung a screwdriver hard at Elgin, but he caught his hand in time. Zodiac gritted his teeth and questioned, Why are you here? Elgin leaned back and replied, What can I do? Why are you cosplaying here? He reluctantly clicked his tongue. This is a bit unexpected, but his eyes narrowed slightly and he said menacingly, If you want to stop me, there's no other way. Elgin's eyes widened, looking at him in fear and thinking, Dangerous. He's a murderer with the blood of countless people on his hands. If I rush in without thinking, something terrible will happen. The space became quiet. Elgin quietly resolved, There's no turning back. Immediately after, he shook off his hand and jumped to the side, but Elgin was immediately hit in the abdomen by Zodiac's knee. He scornfully mocked him. What? You're not as fast as in the game. I'm sorry, but since you've entered here, there's no turning back. As he spoke, Zodiac raised his screwdriver high and swung it at him. He shouted loudly, Goodbye, Stanang Water. Seeing this, Elgin gritted his teeth and could only wait. A decisive blow came, blood splattered everywhere and drops of blood continuously fell, forming a pool of blood on the floor. Zodiac was extremely confused hearing Elgin's laughter. It turned out he had quickly blocked the blade with his hand. Elgin sneered, Is that all? You call yourself a murderer, but you can't even penetrate my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly hit Zodiac's face with a headbutt technique. He fell backward in pain. He screamed. Elgin gritted his teeth nervously and thought to himself, This is my chance, just as Yu Jang taught me. He fiercely kicked at his ribs, the strongest side kick. Zodiac flew backward several times from that kick. Elgin thought, exhausted. It hit, thankfully. He recalled Eugene's teachings. That's right, one more time. Is this the last? At that moment, Elgin shouted in anger. It's already the 50th last time, but now he quietly appreciated it. Who knew the training after the Hong Kong incident would be so helpful? Suddenly his gaze dropped. But something's wrong. He said this guy has a syndrome where he can't feel pain. Now his face is as pale as a corpse, but he seems to be in pain. At this moment, Zodiac was crouching in a corner of the room, continuously gasping for breath. Seeing this, Elgin quickly threw a punch and thought to himself, he probably has a health problem. If so, I need to seize the opportunity. It's important to subdue the player. Zodiac suddenly smiled and said, "Hey friend." At those words, he shouted in anger, "Friend, you just tried to kill me." But he casually asked, "Don't you want to know Wilson's true identity?" Elgin stopped what he was doing at those words. He stammered, "True identity," Zodiac said nonchalantly. "Exactly. Wilson hasn't shown himself since Gem was launched. It was the same when you met him, wasn't it?" Elgin remained silent, glancing at him and waiting. Zodiac continued, "No one knows his age, gender, or even if he's a real person. Everything about him is too vague." His voice resonated coldly. "Deepest underground in this headquarters is Wilson's real office. This elevator is the secret passage to get there. If you help me, I'll tell you who Wilson's true identity is." Elgin, his face flushed, widened his eyes and demanded, "Why should I trust you?" The answer was a cold gun muzzle pointed at him. Zodiac said wearily, "There's no other way. My time is running out. You've completely messed up my plan, so now you have to take responsibility." Time passed, and the sun slowly set over the headquarters building. Drake Kate was pinned to the ground, but there was no trace of worry on his face. It turned out he was being subdued by 2 guards. "Got you, you damn terrorist." Yoon Sun rushed over, trying to intervene. "No, wait, it's not him." Suddenly, someone pointed and shouted loudly, "Look over there, those security guards are using violence against civilians." The crowd began to agree. "These damn capitalist dogs are trying to suppress our right to protest with violence." Accusations poured out endlessly. "Unforgivable. Let's show those bastards that we know how to use strong measures too." Immediately, the barricade collapsed. The crowd began to rush at the security guards. Everything was becoming increasingly chaotic and out of control. Yoon Sun, flustered, looked around at the situation. Why did it suddenly get so chaotic? Where did everyone go? Drake, big bro. Right after that, he also appeared, grabbed her hand and pulled her. Drake Kate urgently informed her. John Elgin went inside. Drake Kate smiled and reminded her, "We need to hurry too." At those words, Yoon Sun was dazed for a long time. "Drake, big bro, you seem a little too interested in this incident." He looked at the crowd and offered his answer. "A rebel like me likes protests and this kind of atmosphere." At the same time, the elevator arrived. It stopped in the middle of a large room. Numerous employees inside aimed their guns at the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Zodiac emerged, pointing a gun at Elgin's neck. "Now calm down, comrades," he smiled menacingly. "My hand slips easily, you know, the trigger might just pull itself suddenly, right? Who wants to see this guy's brains splattered all over the basement?" At those words, the security guards tensed up and shouted, "Hostage!" Immediately after, he fired a few warning shots. The security guards were all hit and fell. Elgin, terrified, asked, "Did you just kill someone?" But Zodiac smiled and replied, "The bullets are tranquilizers. I don't just kill people indiscriminately." Saying that, he released Elgin and stepped forward. "I originally planned to infiltrate discreetly using a password, but you jumping in caused us to be discovered, and now all the guards are concentrated here. Play along with the act a little," he said, flustered, grabbing his arm. "Sorry, it's supposed to be a highly secure place. Why are there so few guards?" Zodiac smiled, looked at him, and offered his answer. "Most of the guards have been deployed upstairs to quell the riot I started, you see." Upstairs, the situation was truly chaotic. Elgin also realized. "No way, you orchestrated the video leak, everything to infiltrate this place?" He turned back to him and chuckled teasingly. "Who knows?" Suddenly a scream startled both of them. "Stop, these 2 damn nuisances." Wilson turned his head and scoffed. "Kim Dong-won is truly a talented hacker. To directly infiltrate the underground laboratory," he sneered. "Your efforts are commendable, but your journey ends here."